Good morning, I'm Yalda Hakim. It's almost 6 a.m. Here in Tel Aviv, rather. And no, it's actually 6 a.m. in the UK. It's 8 a.m. almost here in Tel Aviv. And there is a huge sigh of relief here because, of course, in the next half an hour or so, we are expecting those 20 living hostages to be released over the next couple of hours. I'm currently in Hostage Square at the moment, and there are people starting to gather here. The community here has grown over the last couple of years because, of course, this has become one big family. You're looking at live shots here of Hostage Square, where thousands of people have already gathered this morning, waiting to hear news of their loved ones who will be released shortly. Now, we've gotten some information about the first lot of hostages who will be released. There'll be 6 hostages. The hostages will be freed by Hamas from the northern Gaza Strip, and it'll be Matan Angrest, brothers Gali and Ziv Berman, Alon Ohel, Itan Moore and Omri Moran. That's according to the Hebrew language media. The other 14 living hostages will be released later from different areas of Gaza. You're seeing those thousands of people who have gathered here night after night, waiting to hear any news of some kind of ceasefire deal, some kind of hope. And just in the last week, there really has been a massive sigh of relief across this country. This is an incredibly small nation. They've really felt the pain of these hostages who have been taken. If we take you back to October 7th, that horrific terrorist attack that took place here on Israel, 1,200 people were killed, 251 hostages were taken. And over the course of the last 2 years, there have been different hostage release deals that have taken place, but these last 20, they were the last 20 living hostages. In total, there are 48 hostages that remain in Israel and in Gaza, rather, and the Israeli authorities have insisted that they have wanted the bodies of the deceased hostages returned as well. Hamas has said that is going to take some time, so there isn't clarity as yet whether the deceased hostages will be returned today, but the hospitals here, the clinics are ready to receive both the living and the deceased hostages. But you're looking there at those live shots of Hostage Square. I don't know if you can see just behind me, I'm going to get my cameraman to zoom in to that clock that you'll be able to see. 737 days. That is the number of days that the hostages have been held in Gaza. So for 2 years now, just over 2 years, these hostages have been kept in dark tunnels. They've been moved from place to place. At times, we've been told they've been living under residential areas. They've been living in tunnels. They have very much been part of the onslaught on Gaza that the Israeli government launched in order to take out Hamas, in order to get their hostages back. So the medical facilities here, the doctors, the teams here are ready to deal with the hostages who are suffering from famine and starvation as well. They will be suffering from psychological trauma, physical trauma. The Red Cross over the last few days has met with the hostages, and there were reports that some of them were in quite bad condition. There are ambulances on standby, there are helicopters on standby to take those hostages who are in bad condition to urgent medical facilities and hospitals in Israel. But you're looking there at the live images. Let's just show you live pictures coming in from Reem base just on the border with Gaza as well, where you can see some of the military preparing to receive these hostages. We're told that the first 6 hostages in the next half an hour or so will be handed over from the Hamas militants to the Red Cross. That convoy will then take the hostages to Israeli special forces in the Israeli-controlled part of the Gaza Strip. And then they will be taken to the Reem Air Base, where you're looking at those live images now. Preparations have been made over the course of the last few days. Over the weekend, we heard that Hamas was ready to hand the hostages over. There was talk of some delay. We are also expecting President Donald Trump to arrive in the next hour or so. And he, of course, was instrumental in getting this ceasefire deal over the line. There has been much praise for him internationally. Both sides of the aisle, the Republican Party, the Democrats, have been praising Donald Trump for getting this ceasefire deal over the line. This war began, October the 7th began under Joe Biden's watch. By the time Joe Biden was out of office, some 40,000 Palestinians had been killed. Over the course of the last 9 or 10 months, there have been multiple attempts to get ceasefire deals over the line. Just before Donald Trump was inaugurated, just the day before his inauguration, a ceasefire deal came into effect. Some of the hostages were released, but of course, this war continued to rage on in almost a more brutal way. We saw more Palestinians killed and, of course, those hostages kept in Gaza. But this exchange now is incredibly crucial. It isn't just the hostages who will be released today. It'll also be Palestinian prisoners who will be released here from prisons in Israel. Some 2,000 Palestinian prisoners will be released over the course of this first phase. Some of them, 250 of them, convicted criminals, and the other 1,700 or so were rounded up after October 7th, many of them held without trial. And that exchange will take place as part of the first phase of this ceasefire deal. But there is a sense of jubilation here in Hostage Square. Night after night, they've been gathering. It's been incredibly somber. And then, of course, there was relief, joy, celebrations here just a few days ago when it was announced that that deal had been brokered. But now there is a sense of relief that these hostages will finally be returned and will be able to go home. They won't be going home immediately. They will be meeting their families at the Reem Air Base. But then, of course, they need to undergo medical care for mental trauma, for physical trauma. The Red Cross met the hostages over the course of the last 24 hours or so. There were reports that some were in very bad condition. So we'll have to wait and see how these hostages actually emerge once they are released from the Gaza Strip. We are expecting 6 of those hostages to be released in the first hour. And then, of course, in the next 90 minutes or so, we are expecting President Donald Trump to arrive here in the Middle East, where he will be greeted by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his wife, Sarah. They've left handwritten notes for the returning hostages. But let's just bring in our Alex Rossi, who's here with me now. Alex, I mean, you can really feel the energy here in this square. It's been quite heavy over the course of the last few days. There's been a lot of emotion. We saw Steve Witkoff here. We saw Jared Kushner here. We saw Ivanka Trump here just in the last couple of nights, giving messages to the crowds here, saying that Donald Trump never forgot about the hostages. And to Donald Trump's credit, he ensured that he made this one of his first sort of achievements of his first term.
Yeah, I mean, superficially, you look at this scene here, Yalda, and it is one of unbridled celebration. All of the things that you would expect to see, flags being waved, dummies of Donald Trump because he is the man of the hour, being feted as a hero here in Israel. But if you scratch below the surface, there is kind of another story. This is one of celebration, but it's also tinged of sadness. Remember, we're seeing now the beginning of the process for the release of the living hostages. But some of the hostages being released today are no longer alive. And I have spoken to the families of those people, and they say, look, could this deal have not been done earlier? Had it been done earlier, my body bag may have been come alive to his or her family. So there is that sadness. Underneath all of that, of course, there is also this for Israeli society, this nightmare that's been going on for the last couple of years. And there is a feeling that this process may bring, to this chapter at least, a period of closure. But again, even after that, there are questions for Israelis. How did October the 7th happen in the first place? This was a massive security failure in a country which prides itself on its security and keeping its citizens safe. How was the war prosecuted? What of Israel's reputation and standing around the world? In many parts of the world, Israel is now seen as a pariah state. There's accusations of genocide. The International Criminal Court has an arrest warrant out for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his former Defense Minister, Yoav Gallant. So again, there's all of that kind of stuff that needs to be dealt with that I don't think people really have addressed or wanted to start to process, because the focus, as it should be, has been very much on getting the hostages out. One other note, I mean, this is kind of something that you can't help looking at every time you come into Hostages Square. In the background over here, you can see this clock, 737 days, 2 hours, 33 minutes and 5 seconds and counting up. There will be a moment, of course, when those hostages are out, when that clock will stop. So again, a significant visual moment for people here. But people still coming. We've just arrived in the square in the last half an hour or so, and lots of people coming in the streets around here. We expect tens of thousands of people to come here throughout the day to kind of greet this moment and see this moment. It's a really significant moment of time for Israelis.
Very much so. Alex, we will talk about the failings of October 7 in a moment, and, the accountability that needs to take place in this country. But this will now become a moment of reflection, because it has felt like the last 2 years, almost like time has stood still for the people of Israel. This is a small nation. They felt the pain of October 7 in a very deep way. They often talk about this being the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust in Israel. And so for the people here, it was felt very deeply. Every time you speak to Israelis, they all say, I knew someone who was either killed or who was taken hostage, or someone's family member who was taken. This has been felt incredibly deeply by this entire nation.
Absolutely, and to understand that, it's worth actually bearing in mind a little bit about the history of Zionism. The creation of the Israeli state in 1948 was the end of a kind of political process that started at the end of the 19th century. Jews for centuries had persecuted, faced pogroms everywhere they lived. And then, of course, we know what happened. That ended with the mechanical slaughter of, 6 million Jews in Nazi Germany. Israel was seen as a lifeboat nation, a place that would come to the rescue of the Jews, a place that they would be able to go back to their ancestral home and be safe and be secure. And of course, you now have this event on October the 7th. And again, you're right to emphasize this is a small country. Everybody in some way is attached here. So if the victims of October the 7th, those died, those held captives, everybody here will know somebody, or know somebody who knows somebody who was caught up in that event. It's that kind of small, and it's that connected. So this was a real blow. The other fact, of course, is that Israel is a country that's, this is part of their narrative. They are used to living, you speak to any Israeli official, the words they often use, in a dangerous neighborhood. They kind of live by the sword, and that again goes back to the, I suppose, a foreign policy which is steeped in the words of Jabotinsky, Zeev Jabotinsky, an Israeli thinker. And yet they have this moment when perhaps they are at their strongest. They are no doubt a regional military superpower. And then on October the 7th, you have this kind of low-tech attack where the country is assailed and people are killed in their homes. Again, the home, a symbol of safety and protection. And I think people found it very hard to kind of understand that and reconcile that with the Israel they knew. So there will be this period of reflection about why this happened. I think there will, certainly be, once the hostages are back, much greater calls. There have already been calls for a kind of investigation into what happened on October the 7th. And for Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, the accusation against him is he kept the war going for political reasons. He denies that, of course. But, there'll be a reckoning for him. It happened on his watch. So, again, people will start to reflect on that, I think, once the hostages are over. But, yeah, October the 7th really was something that kind of made people feel insecure in a place that really they should feel secure. It also asked questions about the Israeli Defense Force. Again, remember, in Israel, everybody at some point, more or less, will do national service. The Israeli Defense Force is seen as an extension of family. That family failed on October the 7th, and we heard from the IDF Chief of Staff yesterday talking about that when he issued a statement saying there needed to be a period of reflection, and he acknowledged that the IDF on that day had failed.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the past, when there have been similar failings in this country, heads have rolled.
Yeah, I mean, I think you need to go back to 73 in the Yom Kippur War for the last, I think, parallel in terms of the failings, the security failings that Israel experienced. Yeah, heads are rolled. I mean, look, October the 7th happened, and I remember watching those appalling videos and being astonished at the extent of the penetration that Hamas had made into Israel. This wasn't rockets leaving the Gaza Strip. They had wholesale penetrated Israel, and thinking there is no way that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu can politically survive this. The fact that he has, I think, is testament to, and I use this word in inverted commas, the type of politician that he is. And he may very well ride this out. I mean, he's kept going for this long. It's unclear what will happen with elections, which are due to happen sometime next year. He's still very, very popular within his right-wing base. Can he rebuild another coalition after the next elections? We'll wait and see. But I would say most politicians would have been finished after October the 7th, but he has managed to survive.
What was extraordinary, Alex, is when Steve Witkoff was standing here talking about Benjamin Netanyahu, thanking Benjamin Netanyahu, the crowd suddenly started to boo because the hostages here, the hostage families rather, have been so angry. There have been hostage families who have told me he hasn't met us. He hasn't met us for 11 months, 12 months. He hasn't been to some of the kibbutzim that have been impacted as a result of October 7.
Yeah, the accusation against him is that he doesn't want to be associated with those failings. So the best way to not to be associated is proximity. Don't get too close to it. Let other people take the fall for it. But we were in Hostages Square when Steve Witkoff, the US Special Envoy for the Middle East, was speaking. The atmosphere when he arrived was electric. I mean, I can't overstate how grateful people are here to Donald Trump. People, I suppose Europe have a very different perception of what Donald Trump is, what he stands for, what he symbolizes. But for here, he's the man of the moment. He's a hero. You'll hear very few people saying bad things about him. So the atmosphere is absolutely electric. Steve Witkoff was in the library building over there. He spent a good hour or so meeting hostages' families, talking to them. He's had a close relationship with them since the beginning. There's a contrast there with the other figure that you were talking about earlier. And then he came out on stage with Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, a former Middle East envoy, and Ivanka Trump. And he started speaking, and you could feel the welcome. I mean, you could actually feel it on your skin. He was wanted here. What he had to say, people were hanging on every word. And then it span on a penny when he mentioned the word Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It just changed like that. They started booing. Those booings weren't just a few people. They were pretty much the whole crowd. And those boos continued. And he stammered and stuttered and managed to silence them and said that actually, you know, Benjamin Netanyahu is a man that I have been in the trenches with. I think those were the words he used. And it wouldn't have happened without him, but certainly a great deal of unhappiness here in Hostages Square from the people who've been protesting here for more than a couple of years about PM Benjamin Netanyahu.
Alex, I'm just going to interrupt you there because we are hearing that Israel says that Hamas has handed over the first group of the 7 hostages over to the Red Cross. And as we said, that you're looking at those images now of Hostages Square, but just in the moments before, and I wonder if we can take you back to the images of the live shot from the home of one of the hostages, Elkanah Bobot. He's one of the living hostages to be released this morning. You can see there his family waiting nervously and in anticipation. In May, he was identified as the hostage seen in a video published by Hamas's armed wing. He's 36 years old, and he is going to be released this morning. But as I said, we are now hearing reports from the Israeli government that Hamas has released 7 of the hostages, handed them over to the Red Cross convoy. We are waiting for those images to emerge. In the past, we have seen that convoy making its way out of Gaza. And you're looking at images of Hostages Square where people are nervously waiting in much anticipation. There is a sense of relief here, knowing that for them this war is over. In this moment, they can finally celebrate and come to terms with what happened on October 7, and knowing that all of the living hostages will be returned. And today, 737 days in, those 20 living hostages will return. As Alex was saying there's also a lot of grief here because they know that some of those deceased hostages will be released and returned as well. Hamas says it doesn't know where all of the bodies are, and it's going to take some time to get those hostages back. But there is so much excitement, joy, jubilation, pain here in this square. It's felt very heavy in the last few days because this nation hasn't necessarily come to terms with the pain of October the 7th. And finally, it feels like their trauma is coming to some kind of an end. But of course, we are going to continue to monitor the situation here on the ground. And as we get more information about where the hostages have gotten to once they move from the hands of Hamas to the Red Cross and into the Israeli Special Forces where they'll be handed over. Let's speak now to foreign policy expert Harley Lipman, who is here to give us insights into how this historic deal came together. Mr. Lipman, thank you very much for joining us here this morning. This is a momentous occasion. It's a historic moment. You can probably hear the celebrations, the music, the sort of concert-like atmosphere here behind me in Hostages Square.
Well, it's extraordinary. I think a lot of the Israeli people thought that perhaps Hamas would never give up the hostages. After all, it's their only bargaining chip. And the fact they did at the very beginning is very heartwarming to Israelis, and they're very hopeful about peace. What's interesting to look at is why did Hamas do this and why did Israel do this? And I think that Hamas did it for a few reasons, but one is that Turkey and Qatar, their last 2 big allies, came to them and said, you have no place to go, that you have to accept this or we're not going to back you. President Trump twisted the arm of Qatar and Turkey and he has an excellent relationship with their leadership, and he was able to accomplish this. Moreover, Hamas saw that Israel was relentless. Even though Israel was more and more isolated, and even though there was more and more opposition to Israel's war in Gaza in Israel, Israel was still moving forward. And in the last few months, Hamas recognized that the casualties they were taking was unsustainable for them. And then for Israel, you had President Trump, who went to Bibi Netanyahu and, building on trust, said, I've done everything to support Israel. I've been in Israel's corner. You need to do this now. This is good for you. This is good for everybody in the region, and you have to accept it. Because Bibi Netanyahu did not want to accept it. He gave up annexation of the West Bank. He gave up settlements in Gaza, and he gave up complete, total victory over Hamas. He didn't achieve those things. Whereas Hamas could say they achieved their three main goals: release of political prisoners, putting the Palestinian issue on the front page all over the world, and lastly, derailing normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, which they accomplished.
Yes, you know, it feels in many ways that phase one is going to be completed successfully. The question is, will this ceasefire hold, and will phase two even get off the ground?
I think it will. As you can see, there's huge momentum. Here, already 7 hostages have been released. This is considered a near miracle by almost everyone. And I think everybody's very aligned. Everybody's working the back rooms to make this work. And it's going to be very difficult, the next phases, because it goes to interpretation of the agreement. Remember, Hamas still bristles at the notion of disarming. So what they'll probably do is hide weapons. They may give up some, but it's there. But Hamas is not like ISIS. Hamas will adjust and adapt. They've even said it. They'll participate in the political process. They're very unusual that way. They know what they need to do for the moment is to adjust to the new reality. They've done it before. So while they may be down, as the expression goes, they're far from out.
Mr. Lippman, I'm going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much for joining us here on the program. Let's speak now to Daniel Lifshitz, whose grandparents were kidnapped during the October 7 attacks. Daniel, thank you so much for joining us. Hi, good to see you. We actually met at the Nova Music Festival a year ago, and during the October 7 commemorations. At the time, you were waiting for your grandfather to be returned. Your grandmother, I think, was returned. Unfortunately, your grandfather has passed away, but just talk me through the emotion of today.
That day, I didn't even have a voice. It was so hard to speak there, but today, it's just unbelievable. I cannot even tell you how overwhelmed by emotions I am. It's the happiest day of the year. It's the greatest day for this country, from what I feel. All the hostages are going to come back with leaving no one behind. It's going to be an end for a journey for all those hostages, and we will be here to keep going for the deceased one, because I know how important it is to make that closure for the family.
Daniel, talk me through what happened to your grandparents on October 7 when that attack took place in Israel.
Around 8:30 in the morning, five Hamas terrorists infiltrated their home. My grandfather was holding the door. They shot 5 bullets in the door. 2 of them injured my grandfather. They dragged both of them, this 85-year-old woman, 83-year-old man, on the backyard of the cactus garden, the amazing cactus garden. And they've been... They kidnapped my grandma on a motorbike. They rolled her in a carpet, put her on her stomach, and she thought my grandfather was murdered that day because he was unconscious and bleeding. He was on the ground, and they took her into Gaza. Gazans, civilians, were beating my grandma on the way there, and after she crossed the fence into Gaza, inside they walked her 5-6 hours in the tunnels. It seems like my grandfather, few or maybe an hour after, was kidnapped as well by the Islamic Jihad and not by Hamas, because the terrorists of Hamas thought he was murdered, so they didn't take him. And he was, what we know now, that he was, they put a white galabia on him. He was bleeding. They put him in a storage of fruits and vegetables. That's what we've been told by another hostages that saw him on October 7. On the same time, my kibbutz, my home, was completely being burned. People were murdered, more kidnapped, 76 hostages from Nir Oz. After 17 days, my grandma came back, and my grandfather, as you said, after 503 days in a coffin, and not after 1 week alive, like it should have been back, together with the Bibas family and everyone.
And this morning, we know that Hamas has released 7 of the hostages. They've been handed over to the Red Cross. I'm just going to read the names of the 7 hostages. That's according to Israeli reports. They're Matan Angrest, Guy Gilboa Dalal, Gali and Ziv Berman, Alon Ohel, Etan Moore, and Omri Mlarn. This is a massive moment for their families. And you know how they feel because you got your grandmother back. The emotion around this is huge.
It's like, you know, somebody been sent by God to hell, and in one day been decided to move him back to earth, back to the ground, or to move him to heaven. It's like impossible to explain even how strong those feelings are. For me now, I'm also so overwhelmed by feeling for them because they are already a family for me. I've been with them for 2 years. Since October 7, I don't do nothing except advocating and going to bring awareness, traveling to Doha, to Istanbul, to wherever is necessary to bring those hostages back home, to the White House, here in Israel. So this is 2 years journey that is ending for bringing the live hostages back home, but it will continue until the last deceased hostage will be with us.
Daniel, it isn't just you. I mean, this entire hostage square filled with families, people who've lost someone, those who haven't lost anyone but have known others who have. It really has been like a community, and the community, so many like you traveling around the world, campaigning, trying not to allow the world to forget the hostages.
Now, you know, all the efforts are coming to this day. Today is a very huge energy is here because also President Trump is coming here, and we're very thankful to President Trump. I think we need to thank one person, is President Trump, who did it and brought all the hostages back home. So it's like all the focus of the world is here now. We're also very thankful to the international media to keep this issue on the awareness, on the top of the headlines all the time. And that's the most important thing. If the hostages wouldn't have this massive awareness, I don't think it would happen.
Are you concerned that is complete, the hostages are home, Palestinian prisoners are released, there is some ceasefire in Gaza, that this could escalate again?
It will be depend on the next steps of the agreement. You know, they need to get to the international force of security that will be in Gaza. They will have to, Hamas will have to demilitarize. They will have to find who will going to govern Gaza from the Palestinians. You know, the path to peace starts here, but it's a long journey. What about education? The right education that will be in the schools in Gaza? You know, a lot of things has to happen and have to be clear on that. And rebuilding of Gaza, but still for us, you know, until the last hostage is not back home, I hope that the path has to have those kind of steps that if the last deceased hostage is not back yet home, we are in a pause, you know, a ceasefire. Steps until they are all back home, because those families fought for so long and they deserve to get their beloved one back home. And we don't want to see anybody also staying in Gaza. And I'm happy today that also it might be the end of the war, and humanitarian aid will go into Gaza. We'll see different paths, but also, you know, the Palestinians has to choose, and they have to choose right. And I hope also that people in the world stop now to protest every day and do it because there is an agreement. And in this agreement, also the Prime Minister Netanyahu have been signing this agreement, which means a permanent ceasefire, change, and we need also a change in the world. We need to see different. We don't want to feel that we have to defend on ourselves in any country in the world.
When you arrive here in Israel, from the moment you land at the airport, through the streets, in Hostages Square, you see images of the hostages, you see yellow ribbons everywhere. And that clock, of course, which is counting down. Do you think as there is closure, all of this will be removed and Israel will try and move on as a nation?
I hope that the posters will be removed, the yellow ribbons from many places, but I think that here in the Hostage Square, it's very important that there will be also, you know, they will have to choose what's going to stay here because it's an historical place. It's a really historical place. We saw on Saturday the, you know, the speeches of Ambassador Witkoff, Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump. I mean, if they came here to speak, and we understand how important and how for the history of the world and the history of hostages. I mean, it will be 255 hostages, hopefully, will be returned this month finally in 2 years. It's also a great achievement, and I think that the biggest achievement now is that it's not a release only of 20 live hostages. Today, all the hostages being released alive from Gaza are being finally released. Because my grandma, every day waking up, when she sees those posters, she go back into the tunnel. Tomorrow, she will wake up and she'll never go back into the tunnel. And that is so significant achievement by President Trump, by the mediators, thanks to Sheikh Mohammed Al-Thani and Mr. Ali, who did great efforts about it, President Assisi, and also now it was very important the role of the Turks, that President Erdogan took a step in with a guy I've met last year, the head of intelligence, Ibrahim Kalin, which was very significant role on that. And of course, the Israeli negotiation team led by Ron Dermer and Prime Minister Netanyahu, who in the end had to press the green light and sign this agreement. So,
on you know, Sunday night when we saw Steve Witkoff here in the square, there was a lot of booing when he mentioned Benjamin Netanyahu's name. There's been a lot of anger directed towards the Prime Minister as well, because the families here, the families of the hostages, Israelis have felt perhaps he could have done this deal a year ago.
Yeah, so there is a lot of frustration, of course, because it took 2 years. But then, you know, we don't know what's happened behind the table. We don't know really what Hamas said, what Hamas did agree, what Israel didn't agree. So those things will have to be checked. But today we should be very happy for that. And in the end, we have to understand that if the Prime Minister Netanyahu wouldn't want, he could escalate to a global war, do other things than signing this hostage deal. So we have to be thankful for his efforts as well.
Daniel, really grateful to talk to you, and
thank you. And really, we really appreciate and honor all the time you gave us on live in so many hours, and also in times that we were not the headlines of the world, and you kept the awareness and kept our beloved one. And hostages is about awareness. My advice to anyone who will ever have a hostage in the world: don't listen to anyone. Awareness, 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 all the time.
Daniel, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Kanye.
Thank you. So Daniel's grandparents taken on October the 7th. His grandmother was released. His grandfather died in captivity. But we've just got a bit of an update. As we said, the first Israeli hostages have been transferred from Hamas's armed wing to the Red Cross. They're now in the custody of the Red Cross in Gaza, and that is according to the officials involved in the operation. There's 7 hostages, that's according to Israeli reports: Matan Angrest, Guy Gilboa Dalal, Gali and Ziv Berman, Alon Ohel, Etan Moore, and Omri Mlan. So those 7 of the 20 living hostages will make their way to Israeli special forces in the Israel-controlled part of Gaza, where they'll be taken to rebase, where they will meet with their family members there. You're looking at, or you were looking at live shots of the family home of Alon Ohel. Alon Ohel, we believe, is one of the 7 who've just been handed over to the Red Cross, making their way to Israeli special forces. The Red Cross met with some of these hostages in the last 24 hours or so, and say some are in bad condition, so they'll be taken to hospitals for urgent medical care. These live shots are of the family home of Alon Ohel. You can see there dozens of people waiting, watching screens in anticipation to see when Alon will make his way completely out of Gaza and arrive at the Reem base. It's unclear the condition of these first 7 hostages, but like I said, the Red Cross met with some of them and said some are in okay condition, others are not in such good conditions. Let's speak now to Professor Haggai Levin, who is the head of the medical team at the Hostages and Their Families Forum. Mr. Levin, thank you very much for joining us here on the program. We understand the first 7 hostages have been handed over from Hamas to the Red Cross. They are in the custody of the Red Cross now, making their way to Israeli special forces. Just talk us through some of the concerns that there may be around the condition of these hostages, because of course that clock reminds us that they've been there, these 20 in particular, for 737 days.
Yes, it's remarkable, and not only that they have been there, they have been under torture. We know specifically for Matan Angres that he was having lynch on him on October 7, and afterwards he was tortured by electrical shocks and horrible conditions. We know, for example, for Alon Ohel, that he was injured in his eye and was not treated. We know that they have been under tremendous psychological terror, that they were starved almost to death, that they were dehydrated, and we know that these conditions cause physical and mental insult. Now, as we know from previously released hostages, we know these moments are dramatic. There is outstanding joy, but still concern. Only now, when they are finally the Red Cross, they now start to understand what they've been through, and they are now in safe hands, but not yet, because they are still in Gaza, still something could happen, so they may still fear. Then very soon they will be handed to the IDF medical teams, they will have to be transferred, and very soon see their families. So this is great excitement. I'm looking also at the medical teams. They need to do a quick triage to see, is any of the hostage have life-threatening immediate risk? That means that he maybe need to transfer immediately to an hospital, to the nearest hospital in South Israel. So prioritization is key now to find what is the most, and if there a very urgent medical problem, if not, they can be transferred, meet their families, reconnected, this is so joyful, and then get to the Israeli hospitals, including Ichilov Medical Center, that is just very close by to the Hospital Square here. So this is very exciting times for everyone in Israel and around the world, but the most for the hostages and their families.
Talk us through what, when they do the triage, they'll be looking for. Things like trauma, physical trauma, and also malnutrition and other kind of perhaps infectious diseases as well.
So at the first, you see whether or not someone is speaking, is walking, is able to communicate. Ask him, what is, what do you feel right now? And that's a consideration depending on the condition. Do you want to listen to the heart, but it wastes time? So the ICRC, and it's their own protocol, they have qualified teams, but they need a scoop and run approach because they need to get them out of there because it's not safe as soon as possible. Previous times we saw that the Hamas used these ceremonies to humiliate the hostages, the ICRC. Now it should not happen, so we hope it will not happen. And again, as a physician, you hope for the best, but you are worried all the time. Maybe I missed something, so you need close monitoring. That's why, as far as I know, and we are in close contact with the ICRC, there will be limited number of hostages in each car. Now 7 hostages are released. You want to give the full attention to each and every one of them. So you need qualified team for each and every one of them. You see how they breathe, how they behave, and we hope that they are relatively young, previously healthy men. They will be able to be transferred and get the medical care they need very shortly in the hospital where they need to be treated.
So is that why the request has it been a request from your side to release them in sort of stages because you want to ensure you give the right amount of care to the first group that comes?
As far as I know, I can speak on behalf of the families. The request from the families is to release them as soon as possible. No conditions, okay? We don't want to delay anyone, just to release them. I assume that for the Hamas, because they were held in different places, so just logistically there were differences, and it makes sense to have, with 20 hostages, it's a lot, to have some kind of this gradual transport.
And of course, it won't just be a journey that ends here for them. It will be monitoring as the months go on, because it's also about mental trauma.
Definitely, and maybe I didn't say enough about that. This is combined. The body and the mind and the soul are combined. So one of the very first things, and I spoke with released hostages, they remember it. The very first moment that someone is, not necessarily hugging you, because maybe they don't want to be hugged, but someone is telling you, Matan or Alon, you are now in a safe place. That's, that changed everything. And yes, they are very much injured from the psychological point of view. It's not something you can fix in days. This is something that is lifelong recovery to help them gain back trust in humanity, because they were dehumanized. Some of them were isolated for a very long time. And even those that were together, like the very close friends, Abiatar David and Guy Gilboa Dalal, who are friends since they were 18 months old. They were in captivity together, but recently they were separated. And now they are released in separation. I hope that they can also be reunited soon in an Israeli hospital.
And what about the trauma that this nation continues to face? Just in the last few days, we heard about a young man committing suicide who had witnessed the horrors at the Nova Music Festival, his girlfriend killed in front of him. There are cases, and there have been cases, not just of released hostages or people who have witnessed the trauma, but IDF soldiers who have been in Gaza who say they have witnessed the trauma of what has taken place in Gaza.
As the chairman of the Israeli Association of Public Health, war is the greatest enemy of public health. And we also know from our research that concern for the hostages is responsible for half of the distress of Israelis during the war. So yes, we know also that sometimes when you get out of a crisis, then some people have the energy to commit suicide, or then you see a flare of post-traumatic stress disorder or medical illnesses. So it's now, today, it's time to start the recovery of the Israeli public health. And what you see here at the square and all around Israel and around the world is part of the recovery process. It depends if we will really, and that's why it's so important, Trump promised, and he comes here to verify that the war is to end because only when the war is ended and only when all the hostages return, we can focus on the recovery for the Israelis, for the Palestinians who also need rehabilitation, obviously, and for the entire region. There are over 20,000 Israeli people wounded from the war. They did not get sufficient care from us. It's going to be very long. It's going to require a lot of solidarity and help. And what we see, what kept us the hope all the time, that we saw this kind of solidarity. And for me, escorting the families for over 2 years and looking and thinking about the hostages and caring and trying to understand what is their status, the most striking thing was the resilience and the solidarity between the hostages who some of them gave their last piece of bread to the other in order to save their lives. I saw it with the families. This is the thing that kept us going, and this is the Israeli spirit that choose life, not revenge, not war, but eventually to live. I really hope that we will be able to sustain it and to help the wounded nation to recover.
Advice you can give to the international community in how to deal with the Palestinian trauma in Gaza, because of course so many children there have suffered, women, the elderly. How would you say that the international community and Israel should deal now with a traumatized population there?
As a human being and as a physician, I suffer and I care for the suffering of the Palestinians in Gaza. I think for the world and for the interest of Israel, we need to do whatever we can to ensure complete recovery of Gaza, which obviously is very difficult with so many people killed and wounded and with such massive destruction. Obviously, it could not happen with a regime that focuses on terror and not on rehabilitation. We need now to find a way. I don't know what is the way, but we need to find a way for a regime that takes care of the population, to take care of the food and the housing, and to give them prospect. They need to see that eventually they could recover from the ashes like the phoenix. I truly hope so, that, you know, even from the deepest place, the worst place, the hell, it's also, in a sense, an opportunity to switch. And even, I know it's very difficult to see at the moment, but maybe from these atrocities, a peace, a sustainable peace in the Middle East will come. We have a long way ahead. We should start with some healing today. I hope that the process starts today.
Dr. Levin, thank you so much for talking to us. We really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, as you heard there, this nation, the Palestinian people, have a long road ahead when it comes to healing from the trauma of October 7 on both sides. The Israelis dealing with October 7 and what happened to the hostages, what happened to the 1,200 people who were killed, and of course the 250 or so who were taken, and of course Palestinians who are still coming to terms with the trauma of war, bombardment, the killing, the famine of the last 2 years as well. You're looking at live shots of Hostages Square. I am currently in Hostages Square, and there really is a sense of relief here. There's a lot of pain. The atmosphere is still slightly somber, but there's also, it's mixed feelings of joy and pain, celebration, relief. We understand that 7 of the hostages have been transferred from Hamas's armed wing, and they are in the custody of the Red Cross. They will be handed over to the Israeli Special Forces in the Israeli-controlled part of the Gaza Strip, then transferred to Reem Base, where they will meet with their families. And as the doctor was just telling me, they will undergo a number of medical tests to ensure that those who are fit are able to spend time with their families, and those who are not will be urgently and immediately transferred to hospitals. But as I said, you're looking at those live shots of Hostages Square. Let's also take you to live shots of Offa Prison in Ramallah. I believe we have those images because, of course, as part of this deal, this ceasefire deal, not only were all the living hostages going to be transferred, the 20 living hostages and 48 deceased hostages, but 1,966 Palestinian detainees were also going to be transferred. We are being told by Israeli officials that all 1,966 Palestinian detainees are expected to be released today, and they've boarded buses at Israeli prisons. Let's go straight to our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, who joins me now. Dom, this is a massive day. I'm here in Hostages Square. Israelis are waiting for their hostages to be returned. Equally, Palestinians are waiting for those almost 2,000 detainees to be released. I understand they've all boarded buses and they have been released. Is that correct?
We understand, Yada, that over the last 24 hours or so, those Palestinian prisoners have been taken from the jails. They've been held, some of them on the borders or near the border of Gaza, others in other prisons, particularly Offa Prison, which is to the north of here. It's a prison that kind of sits on the edge of the West Bank to the west of Ramallah, the Palestinian capital, if you like, or where the Palestinian Authority sits in government, and they are waiting to be released. That isn't going to happen until the hostages are out of Gaza, we assume, but there are a lot of Palestinians. And as we've seen with previous hostage prisoner releases, there always are a lot more Palestinians released in return for far fewer Israelis. So in return for the 48 Israeli hostages, 20 of whom are alive, 28 are dead, we're going to see, as you say, almost 2,000 Palestinians released. Now, they will include 1,722 Gazans who have been detained during this war. None of them are thought to have been directly involved with the terrible attacks of October the 7th, but they have been detained in different ways for different reasons during those 2 years. They're going to be released. Some of them are children, some of them are minors, and they will be released back into Gaza. Then 250 other Palestinians will be released. Many of them are serving life sentences, many of them with blood on their hands. And obviously that is the subject of huge controversy in Israel, not least because of the risk that they will then go back to acts of terrorism. Don't forget, of course, that the mastermind of the October the 7th attacks, the evil mastermind, Yahya Sinwar, was released as part of a previous prisoner exchange in return for the release of Gilad Shalit, an Israeli soldier who was held for 5 years. So while there will be celebrations and massive jubilation across Israel, there also will be concerns about what some of these Palestinian prisoners might do when they are out, and the composition of those prisoners, who they are, has been the focus of intense negotiations. There were attempts by both Palestinians, both Hamas and Fatah, the more moderate faction in Ramallah, but also by leading Jewish figures. Ronald Lauder, a leading figure in American Jewish society, pressing for Marwan Barghouti, who is arguably the Nelson Mandela of the Palestinians, or certainly that's how he's seen to be released. Now, he's serving several life sentences. He's a controversial figure, and he is thought to be one of the few Palestinians who could unite all the factions of Palestinian politics, possibly, and make them act as one. And for various reasons, his release was blocked by the Netanyahu government, particularly those far-right coalition members who would not have been happy with him being released. But I think skeptics feel that he wasn't released and won't be released because of that potential sort of Mandela-like status he has within Palestinian society. So that release has been the focus of intense negotiation and controversy, but that will go ahead, we think, at around 10 o'clock. So what we're going to see is the beginnings of the hostages being released now. We've already got 7 of them, we understand, being handed over to the Red Cross in Gaza. They will then be flown to hospitals to the north in Tel Aviv, and then we're going to see the American President Donald Trump landing at around 9:30, and then half an hour or so later, possibly these Palestinians being released. In the past, when they've been released, I've been in Batunia crossing on the West Bank when we've seen them handed over. That's been accompanied by a fair amount of Israeli military activity, tear gas being used to suppress the crowd. So we could have a kind of a split-screen moment as we see similar scenes on the West Bank. There will be huge celebrations on the West Bank, even though the Israelis have banned any kind of celebration. They've also banned the families of those prisoners being interviewed by the press. But I think we're going to see a lot of celebration on the West Bank. We could see a fair amount of tear gas being used to suppress crowds as they welcome the release of these prisoners. And that could happen at the same kind of time, I think, as we see Donald Trump landing in Ben Gurion Airport. So it's going to be a morning and a day of enormous drama, a huge amount of emotion, of course, a huge amount of spectacle, and a lot of diplomacy possibly also happening later on when the American president is done here and flies to Sharm to meet a whole array of world leaders who hope to sign what they say will be a peace deal, but they've got to prove diplomatically that they can begin the process towards a lasting deal that can end the war in Gaza and make this more than just a hostage and prisoner exchange agreement.
Yeah, Dom, absolutely. I mean, you know, when you take a moment and just hear you talk about the sequence of events today, I mean, it's a historic day to think, you know, these hostages are going to be released, Palestinian detainees are going to be released. Donald Trump arrives here in Israel, he'll be speaking at the Knesset, meeting hostage families, and then making his way to Egypt, to Sharm el-Sheikh, where he'll meet global leaders to sign this deal and get it over the line. I mean, it's quite an extraordinary day when you think about it. How has the arrival of Donald Trump been received? Because certainly here in Hostages Square, they view him as almost a savior, a hero, someone who made this happen.
Yeah, and to give you an idea of that, Yada, I think we can show you the front page of the Jerusalem Post. It's a paper that doesn't always represent the broad spectrum of Israeli society. It's sort of the right of centre. But today, the advert taken out by the World Jewish Congress kind of sums up, I think, the sentiment for nearly all Israelis here. God bless the peacemaker. A picture of Donald Trump on the front. And the American president is going to be welcomed here as a peacemaker. He is the man who has put pressure, enormous pressure on all sides in this conflict. He has put the kind of pressure that many people had hoped Joe Biden would put on Benjamin Netanyahu and on the Israelis, saying enough is enough, time is up. You know, this is an American president who has given the Israelis a huge amount of leeway to carry out and continue their offensive, their campaign in Gaza that many people said had become genocidal, and he was able to, he was willing to give the Israelis a lot of leeway, a lot of latitude to carry on with that campaign. But that meant when he said and decided the time was up, that word carried and held sway on the entire Israeli government, and Benjamin Netanyahu had no alternative but to call it a day. But also he used a huge amount of pressure diplomatically on his allies in the region across the Arab world, but also involving Turkey and European allies as well, to put pressure on the Palestinians, particularly those Arab partners in Turkey on Hamas, so that enough momentum was built up to make this deal, this agreement, stick. So he is seen here, obviously, as a great peacemaker, someone who will be a liberator of the hostages. And the Palestinians as well welcoming him as an emancipator. That we heard, you know, the Hamas official talking to you, Naim Bassem, earlier in the week, saying he also welcomed and praised Donald Trump for his diplomatic achievements. So he's going to be welcomed here in Jerusalem, the city the Israelis call their eternal undivided capital. He'll be addressing the Knesset over the hill behind me there, and he also will be meeting the families of some of the hostages. So some relatives, we assume sort of more distant relatives, because we assume the sort of the very close relatives will be at the hospitals greeting their loved ones after 2 years. But he'll be meeting some of the relatives of those hostages in the Knesset, and then addressing the Knesset. And then his time here will be over by lunchtime, and he'll be on his way to Sharm el-Sheikh. So I think his time here is going to be taking a victory lap and taking credit for this. On the way here, we heard him say before he boarded Air Force One, this was going to be a moment to enjoy. And I think, you know, he's going to enjoy it more than most. He is a man who likes to be at the centre of attention. And he quite rightfully will claim that he has made a huge difference in the Middle East, where his predecessors have failed. The challenge for him now, and for those world leaders who will be joining in Sharm, will be now taking this to the next level. In a way, the easy bit is getting the hostages out and the prisoners, and it's an extraordinary thing to say that. But actually, to make this deal into more than an exchange agreement, something that can actually end the war in Gaza, is going to require a lot more diplomacy. It's got to put in place a security apparatus in Gaza that is effective, drawing from lots of different countries, that doesn't allow Hamas and other militia groups in Gaza to fill the vacuum left by the Israeli military. And they've got to put in place also a government that gives a viable alternative to Hamas's oppressive Islamist rule, which the fear is could return, and then we could go back to square one to the situation we were in before October the 7th.
Dom, as always, thank you so much for your reporting and your analysis there. And of course, we will talk to you again throughout the day. Well, joining me now is International Affairs Advisor to the Israeli Prime Minister, Caroline Glick. Ms. Glick, thank you very much for joining us here on the program. It is a momentous, historic day. There are multiple things taking place. Not only are the hostages going to be released, and we understand 7 of the hostages have been released, but also President Trump will be arriving here perhaps in the next half an hour or so.
Yes, it's a very big day here in Israel. We're going to be finally, after 2 years of being held hostage in Hamas's dungeons in Gaza, we're getting our hostages home. And that's one of the 3 goals of the war. The most urgent one because of the conditions in which they're held and the constant threat to their lives every second of every day under Hamas control in Gaza. So this is the most urgent one, and it's being achieved today. And then, of course, the remaining goals of dismantling Hamas as a regime and as a military organization and preventing Gaza from ever posing a threat to Israel again are going to begin immediately after the hostages are freed and the terrorists that we're releasing from prison in exchange for the hostages are released.
Ms. Glick, I'm here in Hostages Square. The families here have been here for more than 730 days. Over the weekend, Steve Witkoff, the U.S. Special Envoy, was here alongside Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump. The crowd here were overwhelmingly cheering for President Trump, but when the Prime Minister's name, Benjamin Netanyahu's name, came up, the crowd booed. Why is there so much anger directed towards the Prime Minister by the hostages' families?
Yeah, I think that there's a bit of an optical illusion from standing in Hostages Square. The overwhelming majority of Israelis support not only the deal that is bringing back our hostages this morning, but they also support the Prime Minister's leadership of Israel. The thing about Hostages Square is that it was organized by a group of people who had been campaigning to overthrow the government for the previous year before the war, so that the voices that were sounded in Hostages Square throughout the last 2 years have been the outspoken voices of the Prime Minister's opponents, who again make up a very small minority inside of Israel. The latest poll showed that his Likud party is twice the size of its closest rival, and that Prime Minister Netanyahu enjoys more support than all of his possible rivals combined. So, I think that there's a bit of an optical illusion. On the one hand, all Israelis are united as one in thankfulness that we're finally seeing our hostages released. But the voices that you hear in Hostages Square are disproportionately representative of a minority of Israelis who were calling the entire time throughout the war for Israel to capitulate to Hamas in exchange for some sort of a hostages deal that would bring us back to what your correspondent was referring to, the pre-October 7th reality, where Gaza poses an imminent and really existential threat to Israel, with the terrorist regime of Hamas in power. And of course, Hezbollah would have still been as powerful as it had been throughout the years had Israel not pursued victory in this war so bravely and defiantly in the face of so much hatred directed towards Israel and Jews throughout the world under Prime Minister Netanyahu's leadership.
Over the course of the last 2 years, I've been speaking to hostages' families, those hostages who have been released. While you say they're a small minority here in Hostages Square, one of the complaints from them was that sometimes 11 months has passed and they haven't been able to get an audience with the Prime Minister or Ron Dermer. And yet when they've gone to Washington, they've been able to go to the White House. They've been able to meet with President Trump. If President Trump wasn't available, other key advisors have met them. They've told me that Steve Witkoff was on speed dial on all of their WhatsApps, those who were the driving the campaign here. They were able to get access to the U.S. administration almost immediately, and yet their own government, they felt, wasn't affording them that time or the audience. I mean, some of the people in the kibbutzim say the Prime Minister never visited the kibbutzim.
So the Prime Minister has visited the kibbutzim, and he also, look, I'm the Prime Minister's advisor for international affairs, and I know for a fact that he meets regularly, has met regularly throughout the war with the hostages' families. So I don't know exactly. There are some members who also, weren't that interested in meeting with the Prime Minister. I don't think that right now is the time to be litigating this sort of ugly dispute that, very interested actors were intent on inflaming to divide Israeli society throughout. And I think that one of the things that we found throughout from both the opinion polls that have come out and also the general sentiment expressed by the people is an absolute determination to see this war to victory and to conclusion and to the achievement of all three goals that Prime Minister Netanyahu and his government set out on the first day of the war, which is to return all of the hostages alive and dead, and we're doing that today, to dismantle Hamas as a military organization and as a regime in Gaza, and to prevent Gaza from ever posing a threat to Israel again. The public is unified behind those goals. It has been for the past 2 years, most of the public, obviously. There's been a minority calling for capitulation throughout the war, but again, that is not the general sentiment of the Israeli public, which is why the coalition led by Prime Minister Netanyahu is so
certainly, overwhelmingly, the Israeli public wanted this war to be over. All the opinion polls showed this, and they've been demanding this. The Israeli public, sorry?
I said, you're right. We want the war concluded, but we want the war concluded with Israeli victory, because this is a war for our national survival. And people understand that. And that's why the public has managed to withstand 2 years of extraordinary sacrifice. Look, we've lost 950 soldiers fighting this war. It's an enormous number, and it's an enormous loss to all the people of Israel. I don't think there's one family who doesn't have a relative who has been fighting in Gaza. Most of us know people who have been wounded or killed in battle. I know our son has been in Gaza in reserves for over a year. So, we're not talking about a people that is disengaged from this, or just a small minority has been
I'm
thinking
sorry, I'm
about
going
it. This is a peaceful war of the entire nation of
I'm just
Israel.
going to have to... Ms. Glick, I'm just going to keep you there for a moment, because we're just looking at live pictures of that Red Cross convoy in Gaza, where we understand the 7 hostages have been handed over to the Red Cross, rather to Israeli forces from the Red Cross. So you're looking at live shots there of Gaza, where the Israeli forces control that part of the territory that you're looking at now, and they were handed over from Hamas to the Red Cross. And just now, the images you're seeing, the Red Cross convoy has handed over the 7 hostages to Israeli special forces. They'll be then taken to the Reem base, which is on the Gaza border, where they will then be able to meet with their families. So you're looking at those live shots now of the Red Cross handing those hostages over to Israeli special forces. Let's go straight to our Middle East correspondent, Adam Parsons, who joins me in Ramallah in the West Bank. And this is a huge moment for the families of the hostages. Adam, we can see those live shots now of Gaza, where we saw the Red Cross convoy, and we understand that those 7 hostages have now been handed over to the IDF.
Yeah, and that is a very, very significant moment after 2 years of this war, to have the first 7 hostages apparently, well, now looking as if they're in the safe hands of the Red Cross. I think today will be all about these 20 hostages who will be given to the Red Cross, and then transferred into an Israeli military facility within the Gaza Strip, and then taken out to a military base inside Israel, where they will then start that process of family reunification. Clearly, so much interest in this, so much fascination. It's such a mobilizing moment for Israel because there have been so many false dawns. We've had previous ceasefires, and also such an emotional and political investment in the idea of getting these hostages home. And yet the other side of this scale is happening here. I'm in Ramallah, in the West Bank occupied territory here. And that building over there is Offa Prison. Now, that is, by any standards, a notorious prison, been cited in a series of UN reports over the years for brutal conditions in their allegations of wholesale mistreatment and for holding people as young as 12. But that is where the Palestinian prisoners will be put together. Certainly the ones who are going to be released here into the West Bank will be put together there. And over the coming hours, we are expecting to see activity. So what you're looking at right there is the front of the prison. And as you can see, a series of military vehicles are being put together. Mostly at the moment, what you're seeing are what are called snatch Land Rovers. Those are effectively armoured four-wheel drive vehicles. And you can see some of them have got Israeli flags coming out from the top of them. What I would expect to see in the coming hour or so, let's say, are coaches, normal coaches being brought in there, and the Palestinian prisoners will be put onto those coaches and driven out of Offa at a pre-arranged time, but only after the Israeli hostages have entered Israel. And they'll be taken from here to a centre in Ramallah, and to be blunt, a sort of similar process happens there of family reunification. And I think it's worth reflecting to an extent some of the emotions that are being felt by Palestinian families here, because for all of the colossal emotional weight of the 48 hostages who have been held in Gaza for the past 2 years, and I remind you, 20 of them alive, 28 of them dead. You talk to pretty much any Palestinian in the West Bank, and they will tell you that they feel that they have a vastly higher number of people who are held captive, and they use the word hostage by Israeli authorities.
Interrupt you.
Why? Well, because there are 11...
Adam, I'm just going to interrupt you because we're just going to take our viewers back to Gaza to show them that Red Cross convoy. You can probably see the images now of the convoy of buses, and we understand those 7 hostages are inside those buses. You can see those pictures now. They're just lined up, ready to leave Gaza. As we've been reporting, about an hour ago, Hamas released those 7 hostages to the Red Cross, and the Red Cross convoy moved to Israeli territory in Gaza, where they handed those 7 hostages over to the special forces. And you can now see that convoy making its way out of Gaza, those mostly buses with the 7 Israeli hostages in them. This has been an enormous coordination process and collaboration with multiple parties to ensure the safe release and return of these hostages. But you can see that Red Cross convoy driving out of Gaza now and making its way to the border, to the Ream base, where these hostages will meet with their families for the first time in 2 years. They have been living in tunnels, they've been moved around from place to place, And I was speaking to a physician a little earlier who's part of the team who will examine these hostages. And he said there are a number of physical and mental traumas that they will be looking for. But extraordinary scenes of those buses making their way through the rubble. Of course, Gaza has been completely flattened over the course of the last 2 years. The Gazan population moved from place to place, from north to central Gaza and then to the south as the bombardment continued. And those hostages were moved as well through the tunnels in residential areas. And 20 of them managed to survive. Over the course of the last 2 years, there have been other deals which has seen the release of just over 200 of the hostages. We understand 28 of the hostages have died in captivity, or even one body, I believe, was a body that was held in Gaza for many years, even before October 7. That body will be part of those bodies being returned. But of course, Hamas has also said that it will be a very difficult task to find all the bodies, because they simply don't know where some of them are. So it is an incredibly painful moment, a moment of joy for Israelis. I'm here in Hostages Square, where you can see those live shots of the families of the hostages, the friends of the hostages, those connected and those who are not connected with the hostages but have felt the impact of this situation deeply, have been gathering here night after night, demanding the release of the hostages, demanding that their government do more, and seeing Donald Trump as someone who heard their cries and helped, not just helped, but was the centerpiece of getting this deal over the line. He spent the last 9 or 10 months meeting the hostage families, meeting some of the hostages who were released, and he is going to be here perhaps in the next 15 minutes or so. But it's an incredibly emotional moment. I've got our Alex Rossi standing beside me here, and Alex, I'm looking over at the crowd and I can see tears. This is an overwhelming situation for people here, and I don't know what is happening on our screen behind us. Is someone calling through? Is one of the hostage families calling through? There's so much anticipation here. It's half a sort of a concert and half a memorial. There's all sorts of mixed emotions of joy and grief and pain and relief.
Yeah, it is a huge emotional moment. As you were saying, more than 2 years, people have been coming to Hostages Square to try and pressure the government to do more to get the hostages out. The general sense here is not the same as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's. His view is that the only thing Hamas would understand is negotiations under fire. For them, they believe that actually you should have emphasized the release of the hostages much earlier on, and then perhaps more of the hostages would have come out alive. Now, we understand from the pictures that we're seeing on our screen that those 7 hostages have now been released, handed over to the Israeli military from the International Red Cross. As you were saying, they'll go through psychological and medical evaluation before going to Raim military base and then on to 3 different hospitals around Israel. To put it into context, though, what this moment means, and this kind of brings it all home, just round the corner from where we're standing, there is a hut which has been there for more than 2 years, and in that hut there has been a constant vigil by the friends, family and neighbors of one of the hostages who's among the 7, a man called Omri Moran, who's now 48. So obviously he's got older, birthdays, time has ticked by while he's been held in captivity. And they've been there having a vigil every day. Somebody has been there, manning it, trying to pressure the government to do more. Now, a few days ago, on the day that the ceasefire was announced, I spoke to Omri Moran's father to try and get a sense of what he was feeling. He talked about the last 2 years being an absolute nightmare, living a life effectively of pain in suspension. And he said that it was like all your dreams coming true at once. It was like having a new child being delivered as a result of this deal being done. He spoke very highly of President Trump. as virtually everybody in this crowd will do, they believe that this deal has been done in many ways despite Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, not because of him. But the key factor in bringing these people home is President Donald Trump. So there's a huge amount of appreciation for him here as well. But I think this moment will deliver a sense of closure. The word you hear over and over again, Yalda, is this word nightmare that they've been living through. But this will give a bit of closure. I also spoke to one of the hostages' families whose mother was released in the first wave of hostages. And he said that for her, since she's been released, because there were captives left behind, that again made it much more difficult for her to recover. But since she has learned that all of the captives are coming out, she has herself started to heal. So it gives you an idea of the emotional importance of this moment.
Yeah, Alex, I mean, it's quite an extraordinary split screen I was just seeing on our screen of the hostage square on one side, and of course, we're seeing this Red Cross convoy parked there in the Israeli-controlled part of Gaza. Just a few moments ago, we were seeing some buses, Red Cross buses, snaking its way through Gaza. We are not sure if the hostages are in those buses. The situation is still very fluid. We're still waiting to get information. We're relying on the Israeli officials to give us information, and of course the news agencies who are monitoring this alongside us. But we did see a convoy of buses snaking their way through the rubble in Gaza, and the images you're seeing there are of that area that Israel controls in Gaza. And the agreement was that Hamas would hand over these 7 hostages to the Red Cross, and the Red Cross brought the hostages here. We understand they are now in the hands of the IDF, and they will be brought out to the Reem base. But I'm just going to show you those convoy pictures now. I mean, these scenes, Alex, when you see this convoy of Red Cross buses, I'm not sure if the hostages are in there or not at this point. We're still waiting for the information, but just snaking its way through the rubble, just a clear reminder of what these hostages have been through, what the Palestinian people have been through over the course of the last 2 years. Gaza completely flattened, and these hostages very much deeply embedded in the story here.
Yeah, they will have known a lot of what's going on. It's contradictory, a lot of what's going on, because they will be able to hear the sounds, the constant thunder of war. But they'll also be blind as well, given information by their captors, and they will be, in many ways, operating blind. I mean, hostages who've been held for a long time often don't really have a sense of the time that has passed. They will have been held in tunnels, they will have been moved around and around. We are hearing from Israeli military sources that they have been now handed over by the Red Cross. But yeah, as you say, unclear exactly who is in these vehicles at the moment. But the images are, I mean, it's like another world. It's apocalyptic. It's a completely broken landscape of dust and grey. The buildings in Gaza, of course, are made of concrete largely, and when they have been atomized by the bombs that the Israeli military have launched, they've been kind of flattened, and you get this sort of hue of different shades of grey across this landscape. But yeah, we see those buses moving through now, but this has been an enormously long wait for the Israeli public. They are hoping that this is really the final chapter of this episode of the war. There are still, we know, many questions about this ceasefire. Will it materialize into something longer lasting? Benjamin Netanyahu was talking last night. He addressed the public, and he talked about the war, continuing. Not all the war goals had been served. When Donald Trump left for the Middle East, or was leaving for the Middle East, he said, no, the war is over. There's verbal guarantees in place. But it's not certain, is it? The Trump plan, by its very nature, is ambiguous and unclear. Part of what people would say is its cleverness is that people aren't hemmed in, this flexibility to negotiate. but it's also part of its weakness as well. There are holes in it. I mean, if you were a lawyer looking over it, you'd have reservations. Hamas effectively, and this is something really interesting, we've perhaps not seen a more partisan American president to Israel than Donald Trump, but Hamas are effectively accepting almost his word alone. Obviously that's backed up by guarantees from other mediators, the Turkish and the Qataris, but they're accepting the word of a, really staunchly pro-Israel president, which is, it's kind of big deal. It's a leap of faith.
It truly is. I mean, I was speaking to a Hamas official just in the last few days, and Alex, he said to me that phase one we've agreed to, but the other phases are all up for negotiation, whether it's, Hamas disarming, or he made it very clear that they didn't want to necessarily control the territory, but the idea of disarming is still up in the air, even though we're hearing conflicting reports. So this isn't a fully baked deal as such. Many things are still being negotiated behind the scenes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at the Oslo Accords. I think former Israeli Prime Minister described that as having more holes than a Swiss cheese. If you look at this agreement, it's even, there are even more gaps in it.
Yeah, absolutely. Alex, thank you so much for now. We're going to go and speak to Hamish Falconer, who's the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Falconer. Grateful that you've joined us here on the program. We're just talking about the situation here, how historic this moment truly is. Not only are we seeing the hostages being released, of course, but we know that Donald Trump is going to be here in Israel in the next 10 minutes or so. And we've seen Palestinian detainees also being released from Israeli prisons.
Yeah, Alda, it's great to be with you. This is a truly historic day. The scenes rolling on Sky at the moment are incredibly moving. I think both of the Israeli hostage families, who I've met many times in the year and a bit that I've been the minister, but also of those Palestinians who will be breathing just a sigh of relief that the conflict has stopped. It is a huge achievement by President Trump, his team, by the other mediators that your report referred to, that's Qatar, Egypt and Turkey, and we are incredibly grateful for their efforts.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the big question, and of course, this is a huge moment where we're seeing the hostages being released and the ceasefire still holding in Gaza. But the question is, will the international pressure remain on both sides to ensure that this doesn't break down in the next few weeks?
And it will, Yalda. The reason the Prime Minister has travelled to Egypt is because he wants to show his steadfast support, both, of course, for this incredibly historic breakthrough that we're seeing today, but also the very, very complex and important questions that will need to be resolved in phase two. The 20-point plan includes a really important set of commitments. There's a lot still to work through, as your report demonstrates, and that's one of the reasons why the Prime Minister is there. I will be co-chairing a Reconstruction conference in the UK today at Welton Park. That will be focused on how to reconstruct Gaza, how we can work together. I'll be with Egyptian, Palestinian and many other international counterparts to try and focus on some of these really vital questions for the next phase.
Yeah, I mean, at the table last week in Egypt, we saw the Arab states, we saw representatives from Turkey, of course the United States, the Israelis were there, and Hamas. And just in the last 24 hours or so, the Prime Minister and others have talked about the fact that Britain has played a role behind the scenes. Can you just give us a sense of what that role was?
So I've talked just now about some of the reconstruction questions. Clearly, we've been very focused on humanitarian aid as well. The Prime Minister has announced this morning that we'll be providing a further £20 million of humanitarian aid. That's in addition to £74 million already. Clearly, it's absolutely critical that that aid gets in. The 20-point plan provides for that aid to get in unhindered through the United Nations, Red Cross and Red Crescent, and we'll be working on that in the coming days. We've also played a role alongside others, particularly with regional partners. So there was a very important commitment in July while I was in New York, working with others, we were able to secure commitments from all 22 Arab nations who are part of the Arab League that Hamas must be disarmed and they can play no role in the future governance of Gaza. Those are clearly some of the questions that we now need to turn our minds to as part of the next phase negotiations.
In the last few days, I've spoken to a senior Hamas official here on Sky News, and I asked him about disarmament, and he said we are not going to frankly disarm at this moment. On the question of governance, he said yes, we're prepared to hand over power to another Palestinian authority and body, but in terms of disarming, they say it's not something that they're willing to do yet. Just your reaction to that.
So those commitments I described in July are very important. That is the uniform view of the region. They must be disarmed and play no role in the future of Gaza. Clearly, as your source demonstrates, that is going to be a hard negotiation, but the region is clear and the UK is clear.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there is concern, as I said, that phase 2 and 3 will never get off the ground, because we have seen a level of pressure on both sides, both Benjamin Netanyahu, who perhaps, may not have been willing to end this war if it wasn't for the pressure coming from Donald Trump. Even in the last few days, he said that we are willing to return to the battlefield if we find that Hamas doesn't comply. And then, of course, we've heard Donald Trump say, no, this war is over. So it does feel like we are still in a situation that is incredibly fluid.
I think, Yalda, I've been the Middle East Minister since July 24. This is such a historic breakthrough, and the commitments, particularly from the American side as well as the other mediators, to get us to where we are is a source of real hope. I don't take away at all from all of the difficulties that you describe about the next few phases. I can give you my assurance that the UK will remain focused on these questions, the questions of aid getting in, no role for Hamas, ensuring that the two communities of Israel and Palestine can live safely side by side. The pressure is not going away. The whole of the UK, whether it's in Parliament or right across the country, have been absolutely heartbroken by the scenes, both of the hostages and of the Palestinians who have been so badly affected by this conflict. That strength of feeling is not going to go away, nor is the UK's commitment.
Mr. Falconer, before I let you go, at the weekend, Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson said the UK government has been involved in diplomatic efforts to secure a ceasefire in Gaza. She said we've played a key role behind the scenes in shaping this. Mike Huckabee, the US ambassador here in Israel, said that I assure you she's delusional. She can thank Donald Trump anytime just to set the record straight. Just a reaction there.
Well, Yalda, I've been absolutely clear on the very, very important role that I think President Trump and his team, including Special Envoy Witkoff, have played in these negotiations. I see that Special Envoy Witkoff has called out the UK's vital role in this, which is a generous and welcome statement. I don't think it's at all out of keeping with what the Education Secretary said yesterday, so I'm not really going to get into a he said, she said about this.
Well, I mean, it was quite a pushback. It wasn't so much he said, she said, but it was quite a pushback from Mike Huckabee. But we can just see the tweet there from Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, who says, I'd like to acknowledge the vital role of the United Kingdom in assisting and coordinating efforts that have led us to this historic day in Israel. In particular, I want to recognize the incredible input and tireless efforts of the National Security Advisor. So a response there from Steve Witkoff.
Exactly. And the National Security Advisor, Jonathan Powell, has played a very important role. So has the Foreign Secretary, the previous Foreign Secretary, the Prime Minister, and I've tried to play my role as well. The UK really cares, the UK government really cares, and that's why I say we will stick at this.
Hamish Falconer, thank you so much, Falconer rather, thank you so much for joining us here on the programme.
Thank you.
Well, let's bring in our Dominic Waghorn, who joins me live from Jerusalem. And Dom, based on the schedule, Donald Trump should be arriving any minute now to Israel. This is a historic moment. I mean, I'm here in Hostages Square, and there is just so much going on today, whether it's the return of the hostages or the arrival of President Trump. It truly is a momentous occasion.
Absolutely, Yalda, and I think there'd been a fair amount of speculation that the American president would not want to arrive until the hostages were actually out of Gaza, and it looks as though that won't happen. Yeah, expected to land soon, and we've now got pictures filmed by our own crews in Gaza, our teams who have done the most incredibly heroic work for the last 2 years, operating there without us able to get in to help them, barred still from going into Gaza to this day. So our teams there have heroically carried out the work of brave journalism in Gaza, and today they've got the first pictures of the ICRC, the Red Cross vehicles, land cruisers, snaking their way through the apocalyptic rubblescape of Gaza, and inside those vehicles, we understand, are the first batch of Israeli hostages. So these are the first pictures of the vehicles carrying that batch out of Gaza. The hostages, the Israeli hostages, are being handed over to the Red Cross in a number of positions and locations around Gaza, and these are we think, the first 7 Israelis to be handed over today. There will be 20 Israeli hostages, 20 live Israeli hostages handed over, and 28 bodies of those who've died in captivity. And as I say, these are the first 7 to be handed over. In those vehicles are 7, and amongst them Omri Miran, who Alex was talking about earlier. Just, you know, we have to put a human story to every name today and every person we see, don't we? And Omri was abducted on October the 7th. His abduction in front of his family was live streamed for hours by Hamas as they took him. His neighbour was at gunpoint forced to knock on the door to get the Moran family to open up. The entire family, so Omri's wife Lishai, their young daughters Ronnie and Alma, were dragged out of the safe room of their house, taken to another location, and then for, as I say, 3 hours, tormented, tortured really, on live stream. And the Hamas plan was always to live stream what they were doing on October the 7th, to try and encourage their brothers and sisters on the West Bank and across the Arab world to rise up in their support. So it was a very calculated plan to live stream their abduction. Hamas decided not to take the mother and daughters, but took Omri, and as he was dragged away, his daughter his daughter Ronnie, who was 2 at the time, screamed and begged her father's abductors not to take him away, but he was taken nevertheless, and he's been held hostage in Gaza ever since for 2 years. So he's had 2 birthdays in captivity. He is now, we think, in one of these land cruisers that Sky's team has filmed, leaving the point where he's been handed over by Hamas to the Red Cross. So he's now on his way to Re'im, which is a military base outside of Gaza, and he and the other 6 will be taken then to hospitals to the north of there in Tel Aviv. I went to one of them in Petah Tikva, the Rabin Medical Center, and they're expecting a number of these hostages today, and they're used and practiced in receiving hostages. They've done that a number of times during this war, and they say they have basically reinvented the whole medicine of dealing and treating with hostages, and they are expecting now to receive some of these hostages. So, you know, it's going to be an extraordinary day. We can only just imagine what these hostages are going through as they emerge from, obviously overnight, they've emerged from the tunnels where they've been held for 2 years. They've been handed over to the Red Cross, put in these vehicles. They're now driving through these pictures, which must be as shocking to them, if not more, than they are to us, of what has happened to Gaza while they've been in captivity. A place completely devastated, reduced to rubble by this Israeli offensive and the fighting with Hamas. They'll emerge from that. On the route from Gaza to Re'im, our other pictures have shown, is lined with Israelis. So they're going to, you know, these are people who haven't seen other people except for their captors for 2 years. It will be overwhelming and bewildering for them, surely, as they emerge from Gaza, to a rapturous welcome on these streets, on the roads of southern Israel, lining their route on the way out of Gaza to Re'im, and then they'll be flown by helicopter into Tel Aviv, and there they will get the kind of treatment that they will desperately need, obviously, by doctors who are now very well practiced in giving the kind of medicine that they're going to require.
Yeah, absolutely, Dom. These extraordinary scenes, the latest pictures we're seeing of that Red Cross convoy snaking its way through the rubble, the roads that exist in Gaza to make its way out. And we understand now that the hostages are in the Reim base, so they've made it out of Gaza. These are the latest pictures that we're looking at. This was quite a coordinated ordeal. As you say, these hostages held there for 737 days. There's a press release here from the Hostages and Missing Families Forum. They've captioned it, "Welcome home." After 738 agonizing days in captivity, Omri Miran, Matan Angres, Ziv Berman, Gali Berman, Guy Gilboa Dalal, Alon Ohel, and Itan Moore are returning to us to the embrace of their families who worked tirelessly for their release, to their friends, and to an entire nation that believed and fought for this day to come. So a lot of emotion here, Dom, in Hostages Square. I'm looking out and people are in tears, they're celebrating. It's a mixed bag of emotions. It's a sort of a concert, but there's also split screens where they're showing some of the families who are waiting to hear more news of whether their loved one will soon come out as well. But this is the first 7. They'll be released in batches from different locations in Gaza, but we understand that the first 7 hostages are in Israeli territory now. So a huge moment for this nation as they get their hostages back, 7 so far. We'll leave it there with Dom for the moment and bring in Scott Walker, a hostage negotiator and former UN advisor. Thank you so much, Mr. Walker, for joining us. We're looking at quite an extraordinary situation here, where on the one hand, we can see those images of hostages being released in that Red Cross convoy, the celebrations here in the square, and of course, President Donald Trump arriving any minute now.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have a saying that the most dangerous time in a negotiation is just when you think you're winning. However, I think there's a lot of momentum here, and this time it feels different. And I think you mentioned there the arrival of Donald Trump, and I think there is a Trump factor here. He has seemed to brought all sides together to actually implement his 20-point plan. And as you've alluded to already and shown in your reports, that phase 1 is well and truly underway now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess even though the various different sides and powers have fought to get phase 1 over the line, whether it was the Biden administration or the Trump administration over the course of the last 2 years, it has felt like the trickiest. But now that we are here and there is a ceasefire in place, we're seeing the hostages come out, more aid starting to flow into Gaza. We're looking at phase 2 and 3, and that feels like the impossible task now.
Yeah, absolutely. Phase 1 was always going to be the easiest, if you could describe it as such. The release of the hostages, the prisoners, and then the increase of aid. But as we've seen in previous situations around the world over many, many decades, it's the implementation and, say, the demilitarization and disarming of these groups that actually can be the sticking point. And as we saw even in Northern Ireland with the Good Friday Agreement, I think it was an actual 7 years before the IRA actually relinquished all of its weapons.
Yes, because I guess it all in the end comes down to different parties who don't trust each other and yet have to, take the other's word. I'm just going to interrupt you there, Scott, for a moment, Mr. Walker, because we are looking at live images of Air Force One arriving into Ben Gurion. We can see those live images over the skies of Tel Aviv, and there's a split screen behind me in Hostages Square where the families, the loved ones, the friends, the Israeli public have gathered here in their thousands, and they too can see these images, and as soon as that image of Air Force One emerged, there were screams and cheers in the crowd. They really are anticipating not just, of course, the arrival and the return of the hostages, but also the arrival of the man who they believe was the centerpiece of this ceasefire deal. And you see the posters and the banners here of people expressing thanks to Donald Trump. And these are the sorts of images that he has said he's looking forward to coming and seeing. But Mr. Walker, I'll bring you back in, because it's difficult to sort of almost state what a huge deal this moment really is.
Absolutely. You mentioned the trust word there. And trust, and indeed credibility, is the golden thread that runs through all negotiations, but particularly in what is challenging and as difficult as this. And that's when you've got both sides who have zero trust of each other, hence the importance of third-party intermediaries like the Qataris, Egyptians, Americans, Turkish, etc., that have played a pivotal role in opening up lines of communication over the last couple of years so that trust can be built to get us to where we are today.
Yeah, we're just seeing those live images of Air Force One arriving at Ben Gurion Airport now. So lots of preparations in a very short space of time to welcome Donald Trump. Extraordinary moment here for Israelis as they prepare to welcome the US President Donald Trump. Air Force One has touched down. We understand he is with Marco Rubio, his Secretary of State, as well as his Secretary of Defense, Herzog, have accompanied him here on this trip. He'll be welcomed by the President of Israel, as well as the Israeli Prime Minister and his wife. They are waiting there for Donald Trump to arrive. He has touched down here at Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv, and we will see those scenes of him disembarking and welcomed by the Prime Minister, by the President, and then of course driven to Jerusalem, where he will address the Knesset. I'm just going to bring in our Alex Rossi, who's standing by with me. This is a moment that these hostages have waited for. They've sent letters of thanks to Donald Trump. They've met him a number of times. Those who were driving this campaign over the course of the last few years. In the last 9 or 10 months, they've told me that they have had an open invitation to the White House. Whenever they've gone to Washington, if the president wasn't available, one of his envoys or someone else was there to meet them. And now this moment where Donald Trump, after getting this deal over the line, being such a instrumental, a key person to this, he wanted to come here and be here for the signing, because it is such a big deal, not just for him, but for the international community.
Yeah, I mean, there are a number of ways to think of this. This is, for Donald Trump, it's a victory lap. He comes in, the deal's done, and he is greeted as the man of the moment, the hero of the hour. He will be given an absolute hero's welcome in Israel. I mean, if you just go into Hostage Square and speak to any of these people here, as I've been doing this morning, they will tell you that this has happened because of Donald Trump and despite the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. The feeling you get here is that they would rather Donald Trump was the Prime Minister of Israel than Benjamin Netanyahu. So a hero's welcome. We're going to see him, I think, shortly alight from Air Force One. There's a ceremony going on at Ben Gurion Airport. We think he's going to be welcomed by Prime Minister Netanyahu and his wife Sarah, and then, of course, the motorcade will speed down that main road to Jerusalem, which I understand has been closed off for security reasons. Now, initially, he was planned to come here on Sunday, but for logistical reasons, they couldn't do that. There was also some talk, I don't know how serious that talk was, that he'd actually appear here in Hostages Square. But again, for security reasons, we know that's not happening. It will be a very brief visit, about 4 hours he'll be on the ground. The meeting here at the airport with the Prime Minister of Israel, down to Jerusalem. He'll then address the Knesset. This is the Israeli parliament. We expect the welcome there will be rapturous, enormous, standing ovations, no doubt, from the assembled MKs. I think he's also scheduled to meet the hostages' families at some point and talk to them. But, you know, as far as the hostages campaign is concerned, an enormous amount of gratitude for Donald Trump. We understand as well that he's also going to be given the President's Medal. This is the highest civilian honor in Israel, introduced in 2012 by Shimon Peres. It's given to people who have done significant things for the state of Israel. In terms of foreign leaders, I think from memory, Angela Merkel, the former Chancellor of Germany, she received that award. So he'll also be given that as well by President Herzog, who I think we can see in shot now.
Yeah, we can see President Herzog.
So he's just making his way, the red carpet there. So yeah, we expect Donald Trump to get off that plane very soon and start soaking up the gratitude and the applause.
Yeah, we can see
there's Jared
Kushner and his wife
and Witkoff,
Ivanka.
I think in Steve Witkoff, the US Special Envoy, just behind. The assembly there of the great and the good, including Prime Minister Netanyahu, in Israel to welcome Donald Trump.
Yeah, absolutely, Alex. As you say, we can see the President and the First Lady, as well as the Prime Minister and his wife, standing there. Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, the President's daughter and son-in-law. And we've seen how key Jared Kushner has been in these negotiations over the course of the last week or so, working with Arab leaders behind the scenes. And then he emerged in Sharm el-Sheikh to more or less get this over the line on behalf of his father-in-law, and he's an advisor to the president. He works very closely with the Qatari Prime Minister, the Emiratis, and he was there in Egypt. We can see him there. He arrived here in Hostages Square at the weekend to speak directly to the hostages, there with the US ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, as well. But he talked about feeling personally invested, that October 7 shook him, and he wanted to do whatever he could in his power to try and get those hostages back.
Yeah, I mean, I was here when he spoke in Hostages Square. He said on October the 7th, I think he was at a wedding in Miami, and then the pictures started breaking first on social media of what had happened, and he was absolutely appalled, aghast. I think he started crying and realized that he had to do something. Just in terms of his background, obviously in Donald Trump's first term, he was the special envoy to the Middle East there, key player in the Abraham Accords. But he has been heavily invested and heavily involved in getting this peace plan across the line. Now, like Steve Witkoff, he's a real estate guy in terms of his background. And I was reading interviews of them, and you know, their key motivation or their key guide in all of this, unlike the diplomatic orthodoxy that we've seen in the past when it comes to Middle East deals, is to try and get the yes first and then build on the details afterwards. Now, lots of people will say, well, you know, that's the major flaw in this plan. It's got lots of holes in it, but he's managed to do something that lots of people weren't thinking was going to happen at all. But yeah, heavily invested in the process, standing there at the airport with Ivanka Trump. He's been in Israel for the past few days, along with Steve Witkoff, the special envoy. But all gathering now, we are expecting Donald Trump to step down from Air Force One any moment now.
Yeah, absolutely, Alex. I'm just going to bring in now Dominic Waghorn, who's standing by for us in Jerusalem. Dom, this is such a huge moment. We can see, as Alex was saying there, the great and the good of Israel alongside, of course, the president's daughter and son-in-law, the US ambassador to Israel as well, waiting for Donald Trump to disembark. This trip happened very quickly. Donald Trump, at one of his cabinet meetings, at a press conference before that, said he'd probably travel to the Middle East, and it wasn't clear exactly where he would go. Would he go to Egypt? Would he come to Israel? It all became very clear over the weekend. He wanted to come here. He had an invitation to speak at the Knesset, meet some of the hostages' families. I'm here in Hostages Square, and there was hope that he would come here. There were rumors that he might come here. It's not in his schedule, but they still have some hope that perhaps later in the day, on his way back from Jerusalem after addressing the Knesset, he may swing by here. But they truly are incredibly grateful, everyone you speak to here.
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously he's up against the security strictures of Israeli security, and that's hard to mess around with. But it is a day when anything could happen, frankly, and he may still try and swing by Hostages Square where you are at some point during the day, because this has been a week, hasn't it, Yalda, of events happening at sort of head-spinning, whiplash, exponential speed. And today we're going to have a hostage release, prisoner exchange, a presidential visit, and then at least 20-leader diplomatic summit in Sharm el-Sheikh, all squeezed into one day. And it's an extraordinary sort of pace of activity going on as we now look at this Israeli delegation, then followed by, as we've been saying, key American figures in this process, making its way towards Air Force One. And as we see Donald Trump now waiting, we assume, to come off Air Force One, come down the steps and receive the beginning of what Alex was saying quite rightly will be a rapturous welcome, first of all by Israeli officials, Israeli leaders, and then we're going to see that later on in the Knesset from Israeli politicians. But the entire nation will be united in welcoming Donald Trump for this extraordinary achievement that has happened at breakneck speed, because he has managed to achieve what his predecessor failed to do. He's managed to knock heads together. He's managed to galvanize all the parties in this terrible conflict that has tormented the region for 2 years, to put enough pressure on all sides to bring it to an end, at least for now, to bring about a ceasefire, and then bring about a hostage and prisoner exchange. The challenge for him now, of course, and he's being welcomed here on the front page of at least one Israeli newspaper as the peacemaker, is he's got to follow through on the initial promise of this deal. It is, for all the glory and all the credit he's going to take for it and all the hullabaloo around it, still just a ceasefire and prisoner and hostage exchange deal. But it has the promise, has the potential to be a deal that will finally end this war and then possibly lead to greater progress towards perhaps a broader peace for the region. So there is huge potential in this deal, and he's got to follow through on that. He's going to take a victory lap, obviously, through Israel. He's going to address the Knesset. And in that building, he's going to meet relatives of some of the hostages. And it has to be said, these hostages, some of them have been released by Hamas to the Red Cross. Some of them have now made it into Israel and are on their way to hospitals and medical treatment. But we think the majority have not yet left Gaza. And that's, I think, caused some surprise. I think people had thought the American president, the hope would have been he could have landed when the hostages were completely out. They're not out yet, but they are at least on their way to liberty and to the kind of medical treatment they will desperately need. And while that's happening, the Palestinian prisoners, almost 2,000 of them that the Israelis are preparing to release, have been put into buses, have been taken to off-air prison, or the others who are heading towards Gaza have been taken to positions where they will be handed over into Gaza. So it's, as I say, it's an extraordinary timetable of events today, and then it will culminate in this diplomatic summit in Sharm el-Sheikh, where it's hoped the American president will be able to continue the momentum with, as I say, at least 20 world leaders, try and turn this agreement into, there he is coming out of Air Force One, as I say, a man regarded as a peacemaker, the man who has achieved the liberation of the Israeli hostages, something I think many Israelis feared would never happen.
Yeah, absolutely, Dom. That historic moment now with Donald Trump walking down the stairs of Air Force One, making his way out of the aircraft and being greeted there by Israeli officials, the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the President Isaac Herzog, the First Lady Benjamin Netanyahu's wife is also there, and of course his son-in-law Jared Kushner, who's also been pivotal in this process. And his daughter, Ivanka, you can see images there of President Trump being met by Israel's president. He will be getting a medal from the Israeli president a little later, the highest honor here, for brokering essentially this ceasefire and being the centerpiece of this. At Hostages Square, it's really Donald Trump who they have been looking to as someone who got this over the line for them, and they're here giving him a hero's welcome. They're watching these scenes on a large screen, and it's just been announced that President Trump has arrived, and he's meeting with Israeli officials. I can just hear now one of the speakers in the microphone thanking Donald Trump. There really is a sense here that it all in the end came down to him. And Dom, it's an extraordinary split screen that we're looking at as well. On the one hand, we're looking at the latest pictures of that Red Cross convoy that left Gaza and arrived into Israel with those 7 hostages in that convoy. And then, of course, images of Donald Trump meeting with Israeli officials after this ceasefire deal was brokered.
Yeah, and I think there had been speculation that the American president and his aides wouldn't want him to get here really until all the hostages were out, and that may have been, I think, the hope of his Israeli hosts, who may have been worried about the possibility of it not all following through. But I guess for an American president who understands the power of television, understands the power of the image more than nearly anybody really in US politics, these pictures will do, the split screen moment will do just as well, because he's here meeting, he's just met the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who's now shaking hands with Mike Huckabee, his ambassador in Israel, and at the same time as he's doing that, we have these dramatic pictures of Red Cross Land Cruisers speeding their way through the Israeli landscape, heading towards Reim Air Base, a route lined with Israelis welcoming their return, and those Israeli flags being waved, and also the yellow flags of the hope representing and symbolising the hope the Israelis have held in their hearts for 2 years that these hostages would finally be released and would be heading home. And so these hostages now heading towards this military base. Some of them have got there already as part of a sort of process of release, and they're on their way to hospitals on the outskirts of Tel Aviv where they're going to be treated. Donald Trump now shaking hands with his daughter Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, who at the beginning of his second term in office had given the impression he didn't really want to be part of the politics of a second term. The first term had been pretty exhausting for him, had been a huge distraction from his many business pursuits. In the first months of his father-in-law's second term in office, he has focused on those business pursuits, but he was called back in to help with this diplomatic initiative. He's someone who in the first term in office had developed and fostered very close relations with a number of Arab leaders, particularly Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince, de facto ruler of Saudi Arabia. And he's been able to leverage those relationships to support his father-in-law's peace plan alongside Steve Witkoff, who is to the right of him there. Now, he is obviously a former golfing buddy of Donald Trump's, a property real estate lawyer who was drafted in by Donald Trump because he was such a close and loyal confidant and lieutenant, but also because of his ability at forging deals in the real estate world. He's been mocked by many Western diplomats for his apparent incompetence and naivety dealing with the Russians. But with the Israelis, he's been very effective at forging a path towards progress. You know, at the beginning of his term in office as Special Envoy to the Middle East, he called the Israelis and he said, "I need to come and see you now." And they said, "Well, it's Shabbat, we can't meet you." And he said, "Don't give me this BS. I understand that, you know, you can meet me and we're going to meet now." And I think from that moment onwards, the Israelis knew they were dealing with a very different kind of diplomat who was going to talk to them bluntly on his own terms, and he was going to do so on the behalf of his boss, Donald Trump, who has dealt with the diplomacy in a very unorthodox way. And the fact that he's here now is in itself a a breach with precedent, Yada, of course, because I think previous American presidents who've made breakthroughs in the Middle East either wait for the protagonist to come to the White House and shake hands on the White House lawn, as we've seen Yitzhak Rabin and Yasser Arafat do in the past with Bill Clinton, or have at some point come out to Israel and taken credit in a speech, in a visit, sometime later. But this is an American president who knows the power of the moment, who wants to take credit for this now, but also I think will believe, and his diplomats around him will believe, that there's a possibility here to build on the achievement of his first term in office, the Abraham Accords. And there's a jeopardy, of course, as well, that if progress and momentum is not maintained, those Abraham Accords are still in jeopardy. So he's here to take the credit, he's here to enjoy the moment, he's also here to try and force the diplomacy further along the road.
Let's just have a listen.
Guys, he's going to need to walk through here.
You can see those live images of President Donald Trump. We were just listening to some of the conversation he's having with the Israeli leadership. You could see him there on the red carpet with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, with the Israeli president and their spouses. The First Lady is there, and of course Benjamin Netanyahu's wife is there as well. And Donald Trump is making his way into the beast, which will then take him to Jerusalem, where he will address the Knesset, the Israeli parliament. He will also be given the highest honor, a medal from the president for his efforts to get the hostages home. So a huge moment, not just for the Israeli people, but for Donald Trump as well, because as Don was saying there, this is a man who understands the power of these optics, the power of images, the split screen that we're seeing of the convoy taking the hostages out, and of course him arriving in Israel in this moment, an extraordinary scene. And of course, in the last couple of hours, we also got confirmation that Palestinian detainees were slated to leave prisons in Israel as well. So there's just a multitude of things happening, the level of activity today. The US president arriving here in Israel to a hero's welcome. The split screen there of the work that he put in to get those hostages out. He'd vowed to the hostage families that he would do this. And 10 months into his second term in office, he has managed to release those last 20 remaining living hostages. There are still 28 hostages who are deceased, but the Israeli public want them back, and that is going to take some time. There's going to be a process around that as well. We understand the first of the 7 hostages are in Israeli territory now, and they have been transported to various different medical facilities and hospitals as well, where they'll be examined. But there is a sense of jubilation here in Hostages Square with the arrival of Donald Trump, and of course the hostages being released as well. So a huge moment here in Hostages Square for the Israeli public. As we've been saying, this is a very small nation, and they've felt the pain of the events of the last 2 years as well. Let's go back to our Dominic Waghorn, who is monitoring events for us as well. And Dom, we're waiting for Donald Trump, of course, to leave the airport, and he'll be whisked to Jerusalem. It probably take roughly about 45 minutes or so, where he will then arrive at the Knesset, the parliament, to address members of the Knesset there, and of course we don't know exactly what the makeup of his speech will be, but there's been much speculation that he will embrace Benjamin Netanyahu. But at the same time, Dom, there's been a lot of tension in their relationship as well.
Yeah, there has. I mean, they are now sitting in Cadillac One on the tarmac at Ben Gurion Airport, along with Donald Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, Benjamin Netanyahu sitting with the American president, and they will head off fairly soon towards Jerusalem. And they're going to be going by car up Route 1 that's been closed off, we understand, ahead of the president's progress towards the city that Israelis call their eternal undivided capital, and then heading towards the Knesset, the Israeli parliament. They're a bit behind time. He was expected to land a bit earlier than this. They are due in the Knesset in 8 minutes. So I think even with Route 1 open for them and closed off to anyone else, it may take a bit longer than that. But yeah, it's about a 15-minute to half an hour ride up to Jerusalem, up in the hills here. And at the Knesset, before he addresses Knesset members, he is scheduled to meet with families of the kidnapped, in the words of the Israeli government, in the schedule they've handed out. Now, it's not entirely clear who those families are going to be, because, of course, the close relatives of the hostages who are being released and are on their way already out of Gaza and on their way north to hospitals around Tel Aviv and other parts of Israel. 3 medical centres are prepared to receive them. We expect the close relatives to be there already. And some of them will have been at Re'im, of course, as well, to greet and welcome and be reunited with their loved ones. But so the close relatives we expect to be there in these hospitals, so probably more distant relatives, but some of them are going to be there to meet the American president, and they will then obviously be able to personally express their deep, profound gratitude to the American president on behalf of their released relatives, but also on behalf of an entire nation that has been, as we've been saying for 2 years, absolutely traumatized and tormented by the plight of the hostages. Everyone in Israel knows somebody or has a relative or a son or a daughter in the Israeli military, and many of the hostages were from the Israeli military. And everyone here has felt that profound sense of the sacred Jewish principle that no one's left behind. Felt that has been so badly betrayed by what happened on October the 7th, and have wanted to see a resolution to that, have wanted obviously desperately to see the hostages come home. And that is now going to happen and is in the process of happening. So Cadillac One leaving Ben Gurion Airport, heading towards the Knesset, where the American president will meet these hostage relatives, and then he will be, as you say, addressing the Knesset. And the question then is what kind of speech he makes. Clearly he's going to take credit for this diplomatic breakthrough, quite justifiably, because he is the American president who has managed to put pressure on the Israeli Prime Minister to agree to a ceasefire deal and a hostage exchange that he has for months resisted, but also to get his allies across the region, the Turks, the Arabs, the Qataris, the Gulf Arabs, the Egyptians, to put pressure on Hamas to also acquiesce with a deal which requires them to hand over the last bargaining chips they had, as this conflict had gone so seriously against them. They'd been massively weakened in a military sense. The fear they always had was handing over the hostages would then allow Israel to go in and finish them off. They have assurances from their Arab allies, but also from the American president directly, that isn't going to happen. So that's one thing that they will hope to hear from the American president in the Knesset, that he's going to make sure that this is over, this war is over. And on the way, as he boarded Air Force One in Maryland, or the White House before he did so, he told reporters the war is over. This deal is ending the conflict. He's got to now prove that in his speech in the Knesset, but also as he meets world leaders in Sharm el-Sheikh. But also, I think there is, the speculation as to what kind of support he gives Benjamin Netanyahu in his speech. And I think we'll get the first sort of sense of what kind of deal he may have done with the Israeli Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's growing numbers of opponents and critics in Israeli society, and he's increasingly unpopular, or has been at least as this war has gone on. We'll have to see what this deal does for his popularity. But his critics say that, and fear that the American president will give him enormous support. And they fear that will give the Israeli Prime Minister the kind of moral support and the political support that he will need to then try and get re-elected in elections if they happen next year, or possibly even earlier if his far-right coalition partners in the government leave his government in protest at this deal, which now looks increasingly unlikely. But he is in enormous political jeopardy, the Israeli Prime Minister. So it'll be crucial, I think, to get a sense for the first time in the President's speech to the Knesset as to what kind of support he's going to give the Israeli Prime Minister.
Yeah, Dom, you know, in the last week or so, as more details emerged of this ceasefire deal, there were also uncomfortable leaks about conversations that Donald Trump had with Benjamin Netanyahu, you know, really pressuring him to accept this ceasefire deal. You and I were together in New York when, frankly, you know, the Arab and Muslim majority leaders took Donald Trump, you know, into a room. They had discussions about what their red lines were, and they made it clear to Donald Trump that this was now the time where this war needed to come to an end. There needed to be a ceasefire deal, and this 20-point peace plan came to light. Then, we saw Benjamin Netanyahu emerge at the White House, and he accepted the deal. But there was great concern that perhaps Donald Trump would not be able to maintain that level of pressure. And of course, for now, we've seen over the course of the last few weeks the kind of pressure behind the scenes and in public that Donald Trump has put on Benjamin Netanyahu, whether it was getting him to call the Qatari Prime Minister, for example, and apologize for the Israeli strike on Qatari soil, or whether it was to do that press conference and say that I accept Donald Trump's deal and to stick with it.
Yeah, there's been a huge amount of, different reports really about what led to Donald Trump finally saying that enough is enough. Because, of course, for months, since the beginning of his presidency, his second term in office, he has given enormous latitude and leeway to the Israelis to carry on with their campaign in Gaza, while an increasing number of his allies were saying that this campaign was becoming genocidal, and were so frustrated they decided to recognize the state of Palestine in protest and frustration because of the campaign in Gaza, and also what Israelis have been doing on the West Bank. And, you know, what led him to go from that to then finally saying to the Israelis, OK, this has got to stop, I think is, you know, there are mixed reports. Some say that he said to the Israeli Prime Minister, yes, you can go into Gaza City. That's going to be your last throw of the dice. If you can't finish off Hamas there, then this has got to finish. You know, it's too many people have died. This has gone on too long. But others are saying, as you're saying there, that week in New York was crucial, and clearly something happened and something shifted in that week. And I think the sense is that the Israeli Prime Minister overreached in his airstrike on Hamas leaders in Doha, in Qatar. Israel has become even more of a military hegemon over the last 2 years than it was before. It's managed to crush its enemies in Lebanon, Hezbollah. It's managed to bring pretty devastating firepower against the Houthis. Obviously, it's completely decimated Hamas in Gaza, although Hamas continues in a much weaker form. And it was able to bring, real punishing blows against Iran and its leadership, a campaign that America in the end joined as well. But in attacking Hamas figures in Doha, at a time when they were sitting down to discuss the very peace deal and ceasefire deal that American diplomats and Israeli diplomats and others, Egyptians and others, had been working on, that seems to have been too much for Donald Trump. And we think at that, the Arab partners of the US said, enough is enough. This has got to come to an end. And that added, I think, to the momentum on the American president to say to Netanyahu, you've got to agree to this deal. This has got to come to an end.
John, we're just going to keep you there for a moment and take our viewers to inside Air Force One, images from a little earlier where Donald Trump was speaking to the press. Just have a listen.
So, President Trump, what's harder, peace in the Middle East or ending a government shutdown?
Well, I think the hardest is this. This has been going on for 3,000 years. The shutdown's only been for 10 days. So I think the shutdown, it's gotten to be almost customary, but we're taking care of it. We've got the military paid in full, and we're doing a lot of things. We're ending some programs that we don't want. They happen to be Democrat sponsored programs, but we're ending some programs that we never wanted, and we're probably not going to allow them to come back. I think they made a mistake. I think they made a big mistake. This is really a Schumer shutdown because he's become sort of irrelevant, and he wants to make himself relevant again.
And in terms of the politics of this historic peace deal that we're on the way to go sign right now, you would think it's good for everybody, but at a rally this weekend, they were cheering for you and they were booing Netanyahu. What's up with that?
I don't know, but we're going to make everybody happy. The one thing I can tell you is everybody is happy, whether it's Jewish or Muslim or the Arab countries. Every country is dancing in the streets, and it's a point in time I don't think you'd ever see it again. They've never seen it for 3,000 years. If you like one group, you don't like the other group. And if you like the other group, you don't like the first group. And this is the first time they've ever seen where everybody is unified, because as you know, we're going to Egypt after Israel, and we're going to meet all of the leaders of the very powerful and big countries and very rich countries and others, and they're all into this deal. Everybody's into it. It's never happened before. So I would say this is a lot tougher, but we'll see how it all works out.
Mr. President, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, has not gone so far as to say the war is over. In your view, is the war over? The war is over. The war is over. The war is over. Okay. Do you understand that? Good.
Mr. President, is the ceasefire going to hold? Are you confident the ceasefire will hold? Are you confident that the ceasefire is going to hold?
I think so. I think it's going to hold. I think people are a lot of reasons why it's going to hold, but I think people are tired of it. It's been centuries, okay? Not just recent, it's been centuries. I think people are tired of it. Yeah, the ceasefire is going to hold, and we're going to make sure it holds.
Mr. President, what will Gaza look like a year from now?
The International Stabilization Force, that's part of the...
Good, strong force. I don't think it's going to have a big impact, because I think barely we're going to have to use it. I think people are going to behave. Everybody knows their place. It's going to be great for everybody. It's going to be great for the surrounding countries, Arab, Muslim, all of them. It's going to be great for Israel. Everybody is happy, and I think it's going to stay that way. Peter.
And if the ceasefire does hold, how long until we get to the part of the 20-point peace plan where developers can go in and make Gaza the Riviera of the Middle East?
Well, I don't know about the Riviera for a while, because you take a look at what you have. You have to get people taken care of first. But it's going to start really essentially immediately. I mean, they're going to have to start by removing a lot of the structures that you see that are down to the ground. I mean, it's blasted. This is like a demolition site. Almost the entire site is. So you have to get rid of what you have there. You have structures that are very dangerous. They're falling down. If they haven't fallen, they're going to fall down of their own volition. So that process, Peter, is going to start pretty much immediately in that way.
What will it look like a year from now, in your view?
Well, a year, that's very quick. But over the years, it'll look very good. It'll be, it's got the first chance it's had in centuries of being peaceful. It's always been a very, very strange area. It's always been loaded up with problems, religious problems, problems like no other place probably in the world. And I think it's going to normalize. All you can say, if it normalizes, that would be fantastic.
The government structure, sir, that you have set up in that peace plan, how soon will that new governing body be in place?
Very quickly. And everybody wants to be a part of it. You're talking about the Board of Peace?
That's right.
Everybody wants to be a part of it. I've had calls from all of the leaders of countries. They all want to be a part. I mean, the leaders themselves, they're not going to send somebody. They want to be a part of it.
Do you know who's going to be a part of it?
I do.
Can you share?
No, not yet. It's a little early.
Tony Blair. Have you spoken to Tony Blair about it since the... Have you spoken to Tony Blair about it?
Yeah, but first I want to find out that Tony would be popular with all, because I just don't know that. And I like Tony. I've always liked Tony, but I want to find out that he's an acceptable choice to everybody.
What guarantees have you been able to give to both the Israelis and the Arab countries? The Israelis are very...
And we have a lot of verbal guarantees too. And I don't think they're going to want to disappoint me. I have a lot of verbal guarantees that aren't down in writing, but they were given to me, and I believe they're going to be held very strongly. That's why I think it's going to be a success.
Hi, good to see you. Good to see you, Mr. President. Thank you. Good to see you. I'm sure you've seen reports of Hamas rearming, instituting themselves as a Palestinian police force, shooting rivals. What is your message?
Where they are standing because they do want to stop the problems, and they've been open about it, and we gave them approval for a period of time. You have to understand, they've lost probably 60,000 people. That's a lot of retribution. They've lost 60,000 people, and the ones that are living right now were, in many cases, very young when this all started. And we are having them watch that there's not going to be big crime or some of the problems that you have when you have areas like this that have been literally demolished. You know, you have 2 million people, and probably it'll be less than that, but you have close to 2 million people going back to buildings that have been demolished. And a lot of bad things can happen. So we want it to be safe. I think it's going to be fine.
Mr. President,
who knows for sure, Katie? But I think it's going to be fine.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Hi. What is the latest that you've heard about the hostages, when they will be released? Do you expect to meet with any of them?
The hostages might be even a little early, but I don't want to say that. So they have the hostages. I understand all 20, and we may get them out a little bit early. Getting them was amazing, actually, because we were involved, and they were in places that you don't want to know about. Deep.
Some of the top Biden administration folks who were there, like Antony Blinken, seem to want some credit for the peace deal. Blinken says it's good that President Trump adopted and built on the plan that the Biden administration developed. What do you think about that?
Everybody knows it's a joke. Look, they did such a bad job. This should have never happened. This wouldn't have even happened. That was weak leadership, terrible. And the same thing with Russia, Ukraine. If just a decent president, not a great president like me, not a great president. If a decent president was in, you wouldn't have had the Russia-Ukraine. And this is, I would say, even more so. This was bad policy by Biden and by Obama. Remember when Bibi came and he begged that you not do what they were doing with Iran? You remember that, right? Begged them. And they wouldn't even listen to him. Everything they did was the opposite of what you should have done. And it's nice that they try and take a little credit. That was years ago, and the mistakes were made years ago, and it was both by Biden and Obama.
And so what did you do so differently? Because I know a lot of it was behind the scenes. So what did you do so much differently than Joe Biden and to end the war?
I resonated with the Arab leaders, the Muslim leaders, and the Jewish leaders. For whatever reason, you tell me why. You know, he said that in my first news conference, I answered more questions of him than Biden did in 4 years. And I think that's pretty close to being true.
No, there were no Pinocchios in the fact check.
That's right.
Mr. President, your relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu has been through some ups and downs.
Yeah.
You had to get a little tough on him. Where is that relationship now, and can you tell us about it?
Very good. He just put me up for the Nobel Prize. So, you know, I don't know what it means with the Nobel Prize, but he put me up yesterday for the Nobel Prize, and I should get it. So, I mean, I think it's very good.
Has he made commitments to you personally about moving forward to the next phase of peace?
Look, let me tell you, he's a wartime president. He did a very good job. I had some disputes with him, and they were quickly settled. I can tell you that. But as far as I'm concerned, I think he's done a great job. I think he was the right person at this time. You know, look, it's been this way for centuries. You know, we're not talking about for 10 years, for 5. It's been this way for centuries. And he did a great job. And working with me, he was fantastic. Now, working with Biden, no good. They didn't get along, and they had the opposite, because Biden and Obama backed Iran. And just so when you talk about a thing like that, if you think they were backing Iran, when you back Iran, this wouldn't have worked. And had we not taken out the Iran nuclear facility and we made the same deal, it would have a really dark cloud over it, and you wouldn't have people dancing in the streets, Katie. You would have people saying, oh, my, you know, you're making a deal, but we have a guy over there with nuclear weapons all over the place. He's going to knock the hell out of us. If we didn't take out the Iran nuclear when we did, because in 2 months they would have had a nuclear weapon, this deal, even if it were done the exact same way, would have had a dark cloud over it. And now, there's no dark clouds. There's nobody they have to worry about. Katie?
Have you talked to the Qataris about their changing behavior in your first term? You talked about how they were funding terrorism. What are they doing differently?
Yeah.
What are they doing differently in your eyes?
The Qataris really helped us with this deal. And the Emir is an amazing man who really helped us. You have to understand, his country is right in the middle of everything, more so than any other country, more so than UAE, where you have to fly an hour and a half to get there, more so than Saudi Arabia, where you have to fly an hour and a half to get there. His country, you walk across a line and you're there. So he's in the middle of this unbelievable hostile territory with people on all different sides of the, of the opinion and the question. They were a tremendous help. Qatar was a tremendous help to getting this done. I hope people can realize that. And it was very tough and very dangerous for Qatar. They were very brave, and their leader, the Emir, was very, very brave. And Qatar should start getting some credit. And you have to understand, they lived in the middle of everything. So they can't just be like, you couldn't do it, I can. Nobody could do it. Say what?
Have they changed their behavior from 2017 when you accused them of funding terrorism?
I don't know. In 2017, I didn't really know them very well. 2017, that was at the very beginning of my term. As I got to know them, I got to understand them, and I got to realize that they are right in the middle of everything. Other countries are there, but they're an hour and a half away, a big difference. They're literally, you walk over from Iran to Qatar. You can walk it in 1 second. You go boom, boom, and now you're in Qatar. That's tough territory. I think Qatar was amazing the way they helped us.
Mr. President, another
Where do you think there was a ceasefire that collapsed in March this year? There was a ceasefire earlier this year that collapsed in March. Do you think this could have been done then? This took a lot of pressure on both sides. But do you have any regrets?
I see it, and I see it with Russia too. Sometimes you have to go through some pain before it all happens. I saw it with Turkey, and by the way, Turkey was fantastic too. President Erdogan was fantastic. He really helped a lot because he's very respected. He's got a very powerful nation. He's got a very, very powerful military, and he helped a lot, President Erdogan. UAE was great. We mentioned Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the king, they were great. Indonesia was great. We had tremendous help. Jordan, the king, they were great. This is an amazing thing. Countries that, very diverse countries, some got along, some didn't, but for the most part, nobody got along with anybody, and they all came together, and they're all dancing in the streets, just like Israel. It's a unique point in time. You were talking about the ceasefire. That wouldn't have had that held. That wouldn't have happened back then.
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And this was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you can make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great. But I did this not for Nobel. I did this for saving lives. I mean, we've saved millions of lives. Think about India, Pakistan. Think about some of the wars that were going on for years. We had one going for 31, one going for 32, one going for 37 years, with millions of people being killed in every country. And I got every one of those done for the most part, within a day. It's pretty good.
One of the world leaders said
What do you think you can take from these negotiations and this peace process into Moscow and try to end the Russia-Ukraine?
Well, I think what you can take is that never give up. Just never give up. You know, last week they killed over 7,000 soldiers, mostly soldiers, and a little bit more, frankly, Russian soldiers than Ukraine soldiers last week. But think of it, every week they're losing from 5,000 to 7,000 soldiers. It's ridiculous. And I thought that would be one of my easier ones. I mean, when you settle something that's been going on for 31 and 32 years, that's, in theory, a lot harder than setting, you know, something that's been going on for 3 years. But this is a war going on for 3 years, should have never started. Frankly, I give Ukraine credit for doing so well. I mean, they're good fighters. They're very good fighters. I really think that President Putin would look great if he got this settled. And I think he's going to settle it, but we're going to see. And if he doesn't, it's not going to be good for him.
President Xi of China, you've been truthing about another world leader. You said not to worry about China, but he's been putting out some tough statements in regards to your tariffs, sir. Are you planning to speak with him? When's the last time you spoke?
Well, he's putting out tough statements because we are taking in hundreds of millions of dollars, not only from China, from other countries. We've become a wealthy country again, and the tariffs have given us a diplomatic strength. They've given us negotiating strength. I settled a few of the wars just based on tariffs. I said, as an example, with India and with Pakistan, I said, if you guys want to fight a war and you have nuclear weapons, I'm going to put big tariffs on you both, like 100%, 150, and 200%. No, don't do that. I said, I'm putting tariffs. I had that thing settled in 24 hours. If I didn't have tariffs, you could have never settled that war. You do that better than anybody.
You said November 1st, more tariffs on China. Are you considering walking that back?
Who are you with?
Politico, Dasha Burns, sir.
Oh, you're Dasha Politico. Politico's gone bad. They've been so wrong about everything. Politico has been so wrong about everything. Let's get somebody else to ask questions. You want? Is that all right?
Do you plan on meeting with Xi now when you go to Asia in a couple of weeks?
Well, you saw the statement I put out that he had a bad day. And I think we're going to be fine with China. Look, I have a great relationship with President Xi. He's a very tough man. He's a very smart man. He's a great leader for their country. He's a great leader. And I have a great relationship with him. I think we'll get it set. I know what happened. I really understand what happened. And I'm not even saying he's wrong. But then we met him with something much tougher than what he did to us. Again, because of the tariffs, it's much tougher.
Would you ever visit Gaza?
What?
Would you ever visit Gaza?
I would. Yeah, I would. I'd be proud to. I see it. I mean, I know it so well without visiting, but I do see it. Yeah, I would, actually. I'd like to do it. I'd like to put my feet on it, at least. But I think it's going to be a great miracle over the coming decades. And, you know, if you go too fast, that's not going to be good. You have to go at the right speed. You can't go too fast. Who are you with?
I'm BBC, Tom Bateman, BBC, with the radio call. Thank you. When Steve Witkoff was in Hostages Square last night, he mentioned Prime Minister Netanyahu and the crowd booed. I wondered if you saw that and what you made of that.
I also saw the crowd cheer when he mentioned Trump, like really cheer, and it's an honor. No, as I said, I think Bibi did a great job. I had some words with him a couple of times where I didn't agree, and he was always, he was the right guy at the right time.
Are you confident, because many Palestinians will be concerned that after the hostages are handed over, that Israel might restart the war for some reason? Are you?
I'm not worried about anything. I think we have a great deal, and it's a great deal for everybody. You know, a great deal is a deal where everybody's happy. And every country, they're dancing in the streets. That's a great deal. It's a unique period in time.
Mr. President, November 1st, 100% tariffs on China is what you said. Is that still the plan?
Yeah, right now it is. Yeah, let's see what happens. You know, for me, you know what November 1st is? An eternity. November 1st is an eternity for me. For somebody else, it's right around the corner. For me, when I hear November 1st, it's an eternity. Go ahead.
You had talked a couple of weeks ago, you were doing an interview, and you talked about how you hope to end the war in Ukraine because it might help you get into heaven. How does this help? Does this help?
I mean, you know, I'm being a little cute. I don't think there's anything going to get me in heaven. Okay, I really don't. I think I'm not maybe heaven bound. I may be in heaven right now as we fly in Air Force One. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make heaven, but I've made life a lot better for a lot of people. And you know, as an example, had the election of 2020 not been rigged, you would have millions of people living just in Russia, Ukraine alone. That would have never happened, and it didn't happen for 4 years. And I knew Putin very well. It was the apple of his eye. All the things I've said would have never happened. We had an incompetent administration. We had an incompetent president. And because of a crooked election, millions of people are dead. And by the way, the Israeli thing was much harder to get settled because of the past administration. Okay? Rest. Enjoy yourselves. Say hello to your boss. And I'll see you guys, right? Good.
Sir, before you go, can you tell us about your conversations with President Zelensky? Did you talk about...
We had a very good conversation this morning and yesterday. And he basically would like to... As you know, we are not sending any weapons. We're sending them to NATO, and NATO is paying, which is a big difference between Biden and Trump. Because Biden gave them $350 billion, and we didn't. We gave them nothing, but we gave them respect and some other things, frankly. So we talked about weapons, and the weapons are sent to NATO, and NATO then sends us a check. They pay for them in full, and they would need more weapons, and we're looking into doing that. We hope we're going to be able to provide them. You know, our country needs weapons too. We can't give so many weapons that we don't have weapons. You never know what's going to happen. Who knows what's going to happen? But NATO pays us 100% for the weapons, and then they send them into Ukraine. And we talked about the weapons they need, what kind of weapons. They need Patriots very badly. They'd like to have Tomahawks. That's a step up. They'd like to have Tomahawks. We talked about that. And so we'll see. Well, I don't know. I might have to speak to Russia, to be honest with you, about Tomahawks. Do they want to have Tomahawks going in their direction? I don't think so. I think I might speak to Russia about that, in all fairness. I told that to President Zelensky, because Tomahawks are a new step of aggression. But you understand that very well.
Are you saying that you will speak to Putin first about Tomahawks?
I might talk to him. I might say, look, if this war's not going to get settled, I'm going to send them Tomahawks. I may say that. The Tomahawk is an incredible weapon, a very offensive weapon. And honestly, Russia does not need that. They don't need that. Yeah, I may tell them that if the war is not settled, that we may very well do it. We may not, but we may do it. I think it's appropriate to bring up. Yeah, I want to see the war settled. Thank you very much. Tell them to be honest and not honest.
Sir, talk to Caroline. She'll vouch for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, President.
Thank you.
My first time on the plane.
Thank you. Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
What do you? He flies private.
Yeah.
He's doing pretty.
You're listening there to President Donald Trump on board Air Force One as he was flying towards Israel. He gave that press conference answering the questions of reporters. He was asked whether the war is over, and he said, let me make it clear, the war is over. And then he looked at the reporter and said, do you understand that the war is over? He also thanked regional leaders, Arab leaders, in particular the Emir of Qatar, for their efforts. He said they too have suffered in this conflict, referring to the strike in Qatar. He talked about the importance of the role of countries like Qatar and Saudi Arabia, the Indonesians. He said, I've made many people happy, and he talked about the need to now rebuild and reconstruct Gaza, but he talked about the need to help the people there as well, and of course the issue of the hostages front and center for him. Joining me now is Nadav Tamir, Executive Director of J Street Israel, a former diplomat and political advisor to President Shimon Peres. Thank you so much, Nadav, for joining us here on the program. We're just listening there to President Trump talking to the press, praising regional leaders, talking about the importance of this moment of having the hostages released and of course bringing an end to the war. Just talk us through this moment for you.
Well, first of all, for me to have Trump as my warm-up act, it's a first. But this is a very emotional day. I mean, you saw people here crying in a way that I've never seen. We're waiting for 2 years for this to happen. So many people worked very hard. I'm involved with a headquarters that helps the families, but also the people that were demonstrating here week after week. And eventually Trump heard us and he came to our rescue. So this is a huge day for us, but we're still waiting for the bodies, and for many families without having their loved ones, even though dead, they cannot close the circle.
And that will still take many days, won't it? Even though the hostages, the living hostages, will be returned today, and we know that some of them are in Israel now and at various medical facilities, that they're at the Re'im base, and then they'll be transferred to the medical facilities. But the idea of having them all back, it will still take a number of time.
It will take time, and for some of them, it will require a lot of engineering, because it's not clear, you know, after what's, you know, been through in Gaza with all the bombing. It will take time before they could find the remains. So it's going to be a very painful and cheerful process at the same time.
The healing process will be long as well for this nation, because it feels like time stood still after October 7th.
Israelis were stuck in October 7th. While the world was moving on, Israelis are in many ways still in October 7th. But today, bringing the live hostages back home really helps to start thinking about the day after. And we have to think about the day after, because we have to work very hard to make sure that this is sustainable. And this is not just another round, and how to make this process into a political, diplomatic agreement.
That is the point here, and I think that word sustainable is crucial in all of this, because for many months, for 2 years, the idea of a lasting ceasefire felt almost impossible, and getting the hostages home, and people here held hope. Many people hoped that the war in Gaza would end. And now when we look at the second and third phase, that feels like a mammoth task.
It is, and for many Israelis it's very hard to understand, because we were so focused on the hostages, on the war, and people missed the huge opportunity that we have in front of us. The sense of urgency in the world. Starmer, Macron, doing things that they never did to make this happen, the two-state solution. They used to talk about this, but now they are acting. And the region that want to help us to create an alternative to Hamas and the other jihadists, if we only accept a Palestinian state, that's huge. And this opportunity was not there. So maybe the bright side of this tragedy is that we will move to something different.
Nadav, all morning we've been hearing mothers speaking to their sons, to their children, for the first time in two years. It's been broadcast on the screen behind us, and the crowd has become incredibly emotional. We have one of those phone calls, so we're just going to listen into that.
My Matan, my life, you wouldn't believe it. The war is over, you're coming home. You all are coming home. Gaza will be all right too. The war is over. You're my life. I love you. My love, my darling, you're all coming home. The war has ended. You're all coming home. My life, my love.
That was a mother speaking to her son, saying, you're coming home. And this is what we continually hear. It is an incredibly emotional moment for so many of these mothers.
It is. I was crying like I didn't cry my entire life.
Yeah, because, I mean, we've been hearing those phone calls. The idea that these mothers haven't spoken to families, haven't spoken to their children, and at times probably wondering, are they alive, are they dead, living on the hope that was given to them.
Well, the emotional roller coaster that the families went through is unbelievable. And I know some of them personally, and it was so painful to see the ups and downs. Every time you hear there may be going to be a deal, and then no, actually not. And now we got to, to the real deal, which we're waiting so long.
There has been a lot of anger as well towards the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, here in the square. We saw it when the US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff spoke. There were boos, and I've spoken to many of the hostage families who say that he just wasn't available to them in the process.
Yeah, many world leaders were much more helpful and showed much more empathy to the families of the hostages than our own politicians. And the war, could have ended long time ago. It kept on going for political reasons, and it created not only the tragedy for those who died, the soldiers, the hostages, but also for the Gazans. The tragedy in Gaza, which many Israelis unfortunately don't want to see and don't want to hear, is also a huge burden for us, both morally and strategically.
Yes, I spoke to someone in Israel the other day who said there are three wars playing out. One that the Israeli public is exposed to, one that the Arab world is exposed to, and one that mainstream media is telling the world, which has then caused a lot of angst, perhaps here in Israel, because they're not necessarily getting exposed to the images that we've seen out of Gaza over the course of the last year.
Yeah, actually there is a mirror image that most Israelis, when you tell them the numbers of the people who died in Gaza or the starvation, they tell you this is a Hamas propaganda accepted by the anti-Semitic world. And most Palestinians, when they tell them what Hamas did to us on October 7th, they think it's a Zionist propaganda. So we have to break that kind of barrier and bring us empathy, but we can't wait until Israelis and Palestinians will get there. And this is why this meeting in Egypt now is so crucial, because the world decided we're not waiting for the Israelis and Palestinians. We're starting to push it, ourselves, because we understand that what's happened in Gaza doesn't stay in Gaza.
Nadav, I'm just going to show our audience these images of the convoy when it entered into Israel, full of those 7 hostages. Let's just have a look at those images, because the process has been long. Not only has it been 738 days inside the tunnels and being moved around at different points, but then, of course, in the last 24 hours, we heard that Hamas was gearing up, getting ready. The Red Cross went to meet and spoke to the hostages. And then, of course, they were handed into the custody of the Red Cross, who then handed them to the Israeli forces, who drove them out of Gaza and into the Reem base. But we've got those images of the first moments that they left Gaza and into Israel, which is, these are images we've also seen at different points in the last 2 years during other hostage negotiations. But even in those moments, the world knew that there were still other hostages who were kept there and they weren't coming out.
Absolutely, and for the families, they never knew who is on the list and why they're on the list and why their loved ones are not, and it created so much pain and suffering. And now, when we know that everybody are coming back home, even though, as I said, some of the dead ones, it will be hard to find them, and it will require an international effort, but we cannot rest until they're back home.
Yeah, and just in terms of the day after, just talk me through how you hope to see not just the future of Israelis, Palestinians, but this region.
So I'm very much building on 2 things. One is that this kind of liberal awakening and the people that were demonstrating will turn into a political change in Israel. And the other is that the world will keep on pushing for a diplomatic agreement that will bring Israel into this regional coalition against the jihadists of all kinds. But that will require also a Palestinian state, demilitarized probably, but a Palestinian state. For me, that is the ultimate win, if we could actually turn this tragedy into a huge opportunity for the region, for both Israelis and Palestinians and everybody else.
Do you think that momentum will continue, that Donald Trump will keep the pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu and, of course, on Hamas from the likes of the Qataris and the Turks?
It's very hard to predict Trump. even though I'm in diplomacy for many years, his style of diplomacy is very different. So it's hard to predict, but I hope he will stay on it because he needs it for his own prestige and also for the big deals that he wants to create in the Gulf.
We're really grateful, Nadav, for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
For joining me.
Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much. Well, let's speak to our next guest, Lindsay Addario, who has just completed a documentary called Love and War. She's a war photographer. Lindsay, we're really grateful for your time. Thank you so much for joining us. Just give me your reaction to what we're seeing unfold here. You know this country well, you know this region well. You've spent a lot of time working in Gaza and the West Bank. What do you feel this moment means for this region?
I mean, this moment needs peace now. You know, it's been 2 years. We've been watching pain on both sides, extraordinary suffering. The hostages are finally coming home, and Palestinians can finally return to their homes and see what's left, which is, in many cases, nothing. But I think it's time to look towards peace. It's time to look towards letting journalists in for the first time. No international media has been allowed into Gaza. It's really a time to start rebuilding.
Yeah, and Elizabeth, if I come to you, I mean, there is a lot of concern and skepticism that phase one may have been completed, but looking into the future, whether we can even get phase 2 and 3 off the ground.
Yes, but I think a free press is essential to that process, and to allow international journalists into the area, and also really, I don't know, build towards making this a lasting peace.
And this is where the international community is really fundamental. We need all the countries to step up and make sure that all phases of this process are completed.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we've struggled with and the challenges for journalists over the course of the last 2 years is that we've relied heavily on Palestinian journalists. They've been living, you know, in the same way as the rest of the Palestinian population, going through the starvation and the famine, dealing with the bombardment of their homes and their family members killed, but also trying to broadcast this story to the world because, of course, international journalists weren't allowed in.
I mean, it is extraordinary, the work that Palestinian journalists have been doing. It is, I have covered wars for 25 years, and I can go in and I'm covering it from a bit emotionally removed, only because it's not my family members who are being killed in front of me, and often covering the funerals of my loved ones and people I've grown up with, and then to go home and have nothing to eat and no way to transmit the photographs. I mean, their work has been unbelievable, and I think we all, the international community, everyone owes a great debt. We're indebted to their service. I think their public service. And I think now it is time to open Gaza, to allow people to go in, international media to go in and cover it, and also to give the local journalists a break, to let them just grieve and to feel they've just been working nonstop. And I think, you know, the other aspect of that is that when you don't allow international media in, it's very easy to discredit local journalists and say, oh, they're just all Hamas. Well, that's not the case. And so I think that we really need to just open it up and allow international media in.
Yeah, and Elizabeth, of course, you know, you and Lindsay have worked on this documentary, Love and War. Just talk us through a little bit more about this documentary and what you were trying to achieve through it.
Well, I've been a longtime fan of Lindsay's work as a conflict photographer, and I think that we all of our understanding, like our shared understanding of conflict and these humanitarian crises of the past 20 years have been shaped by her photographs. But there is a price to that commitment to the truth, which is what you don't see on the front pages of the New York Times. Lindsay's also a mother of 2. She's a daughter, she's a sister, and a wife. And she was very brave to open up her home and her personal life to our cameras, to really paint, allow us an honest look at just the messy reality of doing the good work, but also being a mom.
Yeah, I mean, juggling all of that and seeing the sorts of things that we've seen in war, the horrors of war, and no doubt, I mean, once Gaza opens up to international journalists, the horrors that the world will be exposed to, and like you say, Palestinian journalists have done their best to bring those images to the world, but certainly once international journalists get in, the world will be further exposed to the horrors of that war.
That's correct. And it's time.
And I think the film is a great example. It tells the story very much of the importance of journalism and the importance of bearing witness. Every frame Lindsay takes, she's putting herself in a position that is vulnerable and dangerous, but she does it so that we can be informed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess if you wanted to sum up just this moment and the future of this moment, we've spoken to so many people here about hope. They know that the situation is fragile. They know the situation is still incredibly fluid. But if you were to help our audiences understand the human spirit and how people overcome conflict, war, the trauma of all of that, how would you sum it up?
Look, I have covered war for so many years, and it never ceases to amaze me, the human spirit and the resilience and the hope that can prevail no matter the devastation. And I think it's human nature to survive. And I myself have been a hostage. It was only a week, but it was in Libya, and I had no idea if I would live or die for 6 straight days with guns to my head and mock executions and tied up and beaten up. And at the end of the day, the hostages are coming home. It's a very emotional time. We need to focus on the joy of their families and of the hostages and of Palestinians who have a reprieve from being bombed every single day. And I think this is a time where we need to be positive. We need to look to the future and talk about what the next steps are to making sure that this lasts.
Elizabeth, Lindsay, we're so grateful to both of you for joining us here on the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's take you to live pictures now of the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, where we're going to hear from President Donald Trump. Shortly, he will be addressing the Knesset. He received an invitation to address the Knesset in the last few days. He also received an invitation to come here to Hostages Square and meet with the families, but he's making his way to Jerusalem. He should be there in the next few minutes, where we expect him to give that address. Let's bring in our Dominic Waghorn, who's standing by. And Dominic, this is a big moment for this nation and, of course, for the Israeli people. We're going to be hearing from Donald Trump in the next few minutes.
Yeah, and he was scheduled to meet with relatives of some of the released hostages before his address in the Knesset, the Israeli parliament. So we assume that's what he's doing currently, but he does seem to be, it looks like from these corridors around the main chamber of the Knesset and those saluting soldiers there, he does seem to be on his way, possibly about to walk down that red carpet. And in that speech, we will be looking closely, I think, for a number of things, particularly how much support is he going to give Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, a man who is increasingly unpopular here, who is blamed by many people for prolonging this war and the agony of those hostages and leading to the deaths of thousands more Palestinians for reasons of his own political survival. That's the accusation, at least, levelled by many against the Israeli Prime Minister. And he's a man who will be looking for re-election and looking for his own political survival. And how much of a lifeline is he going to be thrown by the American president? How much was that part of the deal as they thrashed out progress towards delivering this ceasefire and hostage and prisoner exchange agreement. And I think also we'll be looking to see what he says about the future of Gaza. How does he turn this exchange agreement into something that will guarantee the end of this war and possibly lead to something else? A lot of people are hoping that, this is a moment, a rare moment where all the parties, all the countries in the region and beyond are really focused and galvanized by an American president who's fully engaged, and they hope that this could lead to greater momentum, to something even bigger, possibly a broader peace between Israelis and Palestinians. So those are some of the things we'll be looking for in this speech. He'll probably speak partly off the script, partly from the script, and partly off the cuff, as he often does. But we will look very closely to get a sense, I think, of what this means for Israeli politics and what it means for the region as well.
Yeah, Dom, as you say, we're just expecting President Trump any minute now here in the Knesset in Jerusalem, and we will come to that as soon as it happens. But let's go straight to our Beth Rigby, who is, of course, in Sharm el-Sheikh, traveling with the Prime Minister Keir Starmer. And Beth, this is a monumental moment. Donald Trump is in Israel, and of course the other world leaders and dignitaries are waiting for him for that leaders' summit in Sharm el-Sheikh.
Absolutely, Yalda. What a momentous day. And isn't it something that President Trump called round world leaders on Friday, told them he was coming to Sharm el-Sheikh on Monday, and they are gathering here today to witness the signing of this peace deal. President Macron of France has just landed. Our Prime Minister Keir Starmer landing last night. We expect over 20 leaders to be here to witness the signing of this peace deal. It will be presented by Donald Trump, flanked by Qatar, Turkey and Egypt, the four countries really so instrumental in doing this. But really, this is a moment for Donald Trump. And there was a diplomatic spat. I know it's on the sidelines, but yesterday back in the UK, when the Prime Minister's Education Secretary, Bridget Phillipson, talked about the US role in the deal, did not name-check Donald Trump in his personal role. She was rebuked publicly by the US ambassador to Israel, Mick Huckabee, saying that she was delusional, saying, you can thank Donald Trump. It should be said that Keir Starmer, every step of the way, has been mindful to acknowledge Donald Trump in the role. And this morning, interestingly, this is from the President's special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff. He tweeted this morning, I would like to acknowledge the vital role the UK has made in assisting and coordinating efforts that have led us to this historic day in Israel. In particular, I want to recognise the incredible input and tireless efforts of the National Security Advisor, Jonathan Powell. Now, Jonathan Powell travelled here with the Prime Minister. And I think, Yalda, the question really is and it was not clear from the US side, will there be a bit of space here to actually begin to talk about what Dominic was saying there, about phase 2 of this deal, about the reconstruction, about who governs Palestine, who should sit on that board beyond the person chairing it, Donald Trump, and of course Tony Blair has been named as well. And I think what European leaders are doing is coming here to try and show willing, to show that they are keen to make the effort. Germany is talking about trying to have a summit with Egypt later in the week about the reconstruction of Gaza. As for the Prime Minister, he's tweeted out this morning, today is the first crucial phase in ending the war in the Middle East. Now we must deliver lasting peace and secure future for the whole region. The UK is providing additional humanitarian aid for civilians in Gaza, and we will lead efforts to accelerate its reconstruction. But really, Yalda, it's about one man today, Donald Trump, landing, as you said, in Jerusalem, about to address the Israelis there, and then he's flying here for the signing of that deal. A truly momentous day. The bigger question is, how does the momentum be kept? How does Donald Trump keep the focus? And that's what I'm picking up. Some of the Arab countries are worried about that. How do they take it forward from here? Because really, the difficult work is only just beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I said earlier that it felt like the first phase was an uphill battle, something that the Americans, alongside other Arab leaders and negotiators, have worked on for 2 years at different twists and turns and phases, trying to get the hostages out. But of course, now phase 2 and 3 of this, it does feel like an even bigger task. And in many ways, you know, Keir Starmer works very closely and well with Donald Trump. So, as you say, the idea of being there is this willingness that they're willing to help navigate these next sort of moments of Donald Trump's 20-point peace plan.
Absolutely, and look, I think that this moment, and Donald Trump coming over in the way he has, there is an acknowledgement from all countries about the pivotal role that Donald Trump has personally taken in this. And we have been talking for months, haven't we, be it at the NATO summit, be it at Czech's summit earlier this month, be it at the G7, about Donald Trump being the key to unlock Netanyahu, being the key to try and force Israel to come back to the table, and then the work of Egypt, Turkey, Qatar in trying to bring Hamas around. And we end at this point, this massive moment in which those 20 living hostages are released, 28 hostages who've lost their lives, hoping their families that their bodies will be returned, and then that prisoner exchange. And this, the first step on what will be a huge journey trying to make this a lasting and enduring peace. Someone said Trump might have stopped the war, but he has yet to deliver the peace. And I think that's what all of these leaders are coming here to do, to show that they want to help make this a sustained and lasting peace. But the complexities of it, Yalda, what does the peacekeeping force look like? Will Israel have no incursions into Gaza's land? What does the Palestinian authorities look like in terms of this technocratic body governing Gaza? How does the reconstruction effort work when 92% of Gazans have been displaced and the Strip is really a wasteland? It is going to take years. It's going to be extremely complicated. And I think part of the international community, what they really want to do is keep Donald Trump focused, to keep him focused on that the 19 points of that 20-part plan. So it's a long road ahead, but let's not forget what a momentous day this is. 2 years of war, and finally it seems that it is coming to an end.
Yeah, absolutely, Beth. Thank you so much. We can see those live shots there of President Donald Trump. He's arrived at the Knesset. Let's just have a listen.
Okay, still. Video.
Let's start with one here. Let's look here first.
Now this one.
Then here.
This one, Avi.
And please here. Let's try again. Alon.
Now here, please, to Avi, everyone. And White House photographer, please.
Daniel.
אוקיי, עכשיו על הספר?
רגע, הראש מותיק.
להסתכל על הספר? להסתכל על הספר?
נועם, טיפה את היד השם. כן? אתה בסדר? היד.
Amen to that.
We'll be here and then everyone should fall back. Danny, okay?
I'm perfect.
Going to the left leg?
I'm good.
Going to the ground. Yes, sir.
Amen to God, Mr. President. Thank you.
Don't pull your don't pull your Come on.
Thank you very much. Move this way. I have one move. Thank you.
You're all good. You come? Cameras.
Is that the first day?
Daniel? Yeah, I'm here. White House Council.
You're looking there at images of President Donald Trump at the Knesset. He's about to give an address, but he just signed a book there, and he wrote, "This is a great honor, a great and beautiful day, a new beginning." So just in that book that you saw him sign, he wrote, "This is a great honor, a great and beautiful day, a new beginning." An extraordinary moment and day here, because of course, whilst we're seeing these images of President Trump being welcomed at the Knesset, you can see Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu standing beside him. We are also getting news that the 13 Israeli hostages have been transferred from Hamas armed wing to the Red Cross. They're now in the custody of the Red Cross in the second release today. That's according to officials involved in the operation. So we saw earlier this morning 7 hostages being released. They are now in Israel. And just in the last few minutes, we received news that 13 Israeli hostages have been transferred from Hamas to the Red Cross. That completes the transfer of all 20 living hostages. And of course, as part of this deal, there were a total of 48 Israeli hostages being held in Gaza, 20 of them living, 28 of them believed to have died. Yet Israel has been adamant that they want closure, they want those bodies transferred back to Israel. Hamas has said that will take a number of days, but what we do understand now is that transfer of hostages has now been complete after 13 Israeli hostages were transferred from Hamas to the Red Cross in the second release today. We don't yet know exactly where they are in Gaza. They're being moved to the Israeli-controlled territory of Gaza, where they'll be handed over to the Israeli Special Forces, who'll then take them to the Reem air base on the border. And then, of course, they will be able to meet with their families. Those thought to be in bad condition will be transferred to other medical facilities. Let's bring in our Dominic Waghorn, who's on standby, watching these images of the Knesset with me. And Dom, we just saw the note there that President Trump wrote. He wrote, "This is a great honor, a great and beautiful day, a new beginning."
Yeah, and that's those last three words are what he has now to follow up on and follow through on, because he's now waded into Middle Eastern politics. It's been a minefield for every American president before him. He has pulled off an enormous achievement in securing the ceasefire deal and this prisoner and hostage exchange deal, but he is promising that this is just the beginning, and what will follow will be an agreement that he hopes to sign in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, with many other world leaders witnessing it. That will secure the end of this terrible war, this 2-year war that began on October the 7th with the abduction of 250 Israeli hostages, the death, the murder of more than 1,000 other Israelis, and has led to the deaths of more than 60,000 Palestinians. He says that the war is over. On the way here before, he boarded Air Force One, and on Air Force One as well. He said the war's over. You understand that? He said, you know that. The war is now over. And he's promised that the ceasefire will hold. But for it to actually hold, he's now got to make clear how he's going to, with his allies and with his partners, secure peace in Gaza. The deal includes plans for an international security force in Gaza. We need to know what the details are of that and how soon it can go in, because time is of the essence. And then what kind of interim authority can be put in place to run Gaza and save it from a chaotic vacuum that Hamas possibly could then go back in to occupy. So a lot to listen to now in the speech in the Israeli parliament.
Yeah, absolutely. And not just the speech, Dom, but of course he'll also be given the highest honor in this country. He'll be given that medal by the president.
Yes, he's been given, as you say, an honor that's been given to very few others. And that, I think, is emblematic, symbolic of what the entire nation of Israel feels for this American president. This ordeal, this 2-year war, has traumatized Israelis most of all because of the abduction of those hostages. It was a huge shock, the failure that led to their abduction on October the 7th, and their continuing nightmare in the tunnels of Gaza has literally tormented a whole nation. So, he is going to receive that honor on behalf, or it will be given to him, bestowed on him on behalf of an entire nation by the Israeli leadership here. And then we'll listen closely as to what he says in this speech. And on the way here, it was very interesting, wasn't it, Alda, what he was saying on Air Force One. There was a lot of hyperbole. He talked about a 3,000-year war and the entire region now being unified, a lot of exaggeration. You have to obviously, whenever you listen to Donald Trump, cut through the hyperbole and listen to what he's actually saying behind that. He talked about the need to normalise the region. He believes that the Abraham Accords that did lead to normalisation between Israel and a number of other Arab countries were the greatest achievement, or certainly the greatest foreign policy achievement of his first term in office, and they are very important to him. He wants to build on that, and it's key that he was talking about that, I think, on Air Force One. He also talked about Hamas, and he hinted that America's actually almost working with Hamas. He says we're working with them to keep the peace. When asked about Hamas going back out and fighting militia on the streets of Gaza. So all of that we'll now need to hear him following up on in this historic speech to the Israeli Knesset.
Yeah, absolutely, Dom. I'm just going to keep you there for a moment and go to Sharm el-Sheikh, bring in our Mark Stone for his analysis of this moment. And Mark, you're in Sharm el-Sheikh, and that's where Donald Trump will be in the next few hours as well. I mean, there's so much packed into this trip. It is a historic moment, but he's doing this sort of very quick trip here to Israel where, as Dom was saying, he'll address the Knesset and then be whisked away back to the airport where he will make his way to your direction.
Yes, and he'll be here in just a few hours' time. I have to say, the Egyptian authorities are overwhelmed. That was the way one Egyptian official described it to me, having to organize this summit in just a couple of days. We've been watching this morning here at this convention center as they've been covering up the posters from the last summit that they held, a business summit, and unveiling the hastily designed logo of this peace summit. We've seen the flags, you can see some of them behind me there, that are currently in a corner of this press room that will be taken into the main signing hall at some point. So they're really it's a really last-minute affair. As recently as yesterday, some world leaders were still confirming whether they would be coming or whether they'd be sending their foreign ministers. We know that the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, he arrived last night. The French President Emmanuel Macron will be here. The Italian Prime Minister, at least 20 world leaders coming themselves, and others represented by their foreign ministers. I think the focus, to be honest, Yalda, is twofold. Yes, it will be an attempt by Donald Trump to frame this as his peace deal, his success, and there will be, I think, a lot of world leaders wanting to make the point that this couldn't have happened without him, without his style, without his form of diplomacy, his style of leadership. But it is also the case that this summit is the beginning of trying to work out what next. It's about unity. It's about the Arab world working with Europe, working with America and beyond to try and form a clear path that will need to lead to stage 2 and 3 of this, because no one should get ahead of themselves. What we're seeing unfolding today was extremely hard to bring about, but it was in a sense easier than what comes next. And I think that's what they will begin to discuss today. Who governs Gaza? How long will this technocratic government be in place? What about peacekeepers on the ground? It is really important that the Palestinian president, Mahmoud Abbas, will be here today. His helicopter took off from Ramallah, and Jordanian helicopters flew to Ramallah to pick him up from the West Bank, fly him to Amman in Jordan, from where he will be flown down here to be part of this conversation. I think that's really important. As recently as yesterday morning, he wasn't confirmed to be attending. So a very, very important day this afternoon, the beginning of kind of the what next for Gaza and for the region.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. I mean, we're seeing this extraordinary split screen all morning of hostages being released. President Trump arriving here to Israel. Earlier, we heard him on Air Force One. He said that the war is over, and he repeated himself over and over again. He went on to thank Arab leaders and partners. He also thanked Indonesia. He said without the sort of partnership and crucial work of all of these states, this wouldn't have gotten over the line. And you know, in the last few days, I've been speaking to a Hamas official as well. We interviewed him on Sky News, and he said that Hamas was frankly not ready to disarm yet, he said. When it came to governing, he said that we would give power to another authority and another power and body. But when it came to disarming, it's not something that they were prepared to do yet. And all of these things are still up for negotiation. Donald Trump has said that Hamas will comply with the plan to disarm. So he is staying firm when it comes to some of these points in this 20-point plan.
Yes, I think that there is a sense, certainly that I'm getting, that although Hamas is saying things like we're not going to disarm and we do not want Tony Blair, for example, to be part of any of this process, I think the consensus among those who have driven us to this stage, to phase 1 of this plan, is to ignore that and see that as just noise at the moment. And the focus is to get today done, get what has been agreed out of the way, and then deal with potential challenges and problems that may come down the line. But what's really clear to me, and I'm struck actually that Donald Trump is focusing on this as well, is that this isn't just all about one man or the American administration getting this over the line. Donald Trump is kind of going out of his way to point out that, for example, the Qataris have played a central role in this, other Gulf Arab countries, the Turks as well. President Erdogan of Turkey has played he's been kind of a latecomer to the process, but has been really important in getting this over the line. So this has been a team effort for sure by many, many different organizations. And it's interesting too to note that this morning, Steve Witkoff kind of went out of his way to post on X the important role that he sees the British government having played. He posted this morning, "I'd like to acknowledge the vital role of the United Kingdom in assisting and coordinating efforts that have led us to this historic day in Israel. In particular, I want to recognize the incredible input and tireless efforts of National Security Advisor Jonathan Powell. I think that's quite interesting. It comes a day after Mike Huckabee, the US ambassador to Israel, suggested that Britain had not been playing a very vital role and that the British government was delusional to suggest that it had. Well, from sources I've spoken to, it is very clear that behind the scenes, the British government has played an important role. Jonathan Powell in particular. Remember, his relationship with Tony Blair is very close. Tony Blair is operating in a private capacity, not part of the British government, in his role in the day after for Gaza. But Powell and Blair are very close. They work very closely on the Northern Ireland peace process. And I know from sources that Steve Witkoff values the counsel of the British government and of Jonathan Powell in trying to get this over the line. So what we're seeing is businessmen, real estate guys, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, working alongside the traditional diplomats, people like Jonathan Powell and Tony Blair, and many more in the region as well, with whom Blair and Powell have good connections in order to get this, this deal to the stage that it's at now.
Mark, thank you so much for all of your analysis and reporting there from Sharm el-Sheikh. We'll come back to you in a moment, but we're looking at live pictures of the Knesset where we're expecting President Donald Trump to speak in the next few minutes. Let's bring in Lord Peter Ricketts, Britain's first national security advisor between 2010 and 2012 and former permanent Undersecretary of the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. Lord Ricketts, thanks so much for joining us here on the program. My colleague Mark there was just talking about the fact that the US administration, after what Mike Huckabee, the US ambassador to Israel, said, have come out and said actually Jonathan Powell and the British government have worked very closely behind the scenes to make this happen. And it isn't just in this phase of this ceasefire. Over the course of the last 2 years, we've seen British prime ministers and governments work to try and stabilize the situation in the Middle East.
Yes, that's right. This is not just the Americans. It's taken Donald Trump's rare combination of energy and impatience and power to get this hostage release deal over the line. But as you say, this is just the start, and there is now a vital need to move very quickly to move to the second phase. The second phase starts today, and it's therefore symbolically very important that leaders are meeting later today. All our experience of the end of conflicts is that there's a narrow window after a ceasefire. There's euphoria, there's joy, there's celebration, of course, as there rightly is in Israel today. But very quickly, the underlying tensions and pressures come to the surface. We've already seen today armed Hamas security personnel on the streets of Gaza. And so unless the international community can move really quickly to get some sort of international presence on the ground in Gaza and work on reconstruction, on the next stage of humanitarian aid, getting the sort of aid in that people need to survive the winter, then this could unravel very quickly on the ground in Gaza. So yes, it's a vital day of celebration. The British government and others have been very involved in thinking about what happens after the conflict, and all that work needs to be put into operation starting right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Lord Ricketts, we're just showing our viewers these images of Khan Yunis, where we can see Hamas fighters just surrounding that Red Cross convoy. We understand that the 13 remaining hostages have been handed over to the Red Cross by Hamas. We saw this process take place a little earlier this morning as well, where 7 hostages were handed over from Hamas to the Red Cross. The Red Cross then took them to Israeli forces, and we know that 7 of those hostages are now in Israel, and 13 remained. We understand now those 13 have been handed over to the Red Cross, and you can see those images of Khan Yunis, where we can see both Palestinian people as well as Hamas just standing by that Red Cross convoy, the motorcade, as it makes its way out of the area with those 13 hostages driving towards Israeli-controlled territory in Gaza. to hand those 13 hostages over to the Israeli forces, where they'll be taken to the Re'im base. And there they'll be met by family members, and they'll undergo a number of medical treatment for both physical and mental trauma. And those who are believed to be in critical condition will be taken immediately to hospitals in Israel. But Lord Ricketts, I mean, this is quite an extraordinary moment when we think about even the split screen on our screens here. President Trump here in Israel getting this deal over the line alongside a number of other nations, the leaders of whom are waiting in Sharm el-Sheikh for him to sign this ceasefire deal. And I guess in many ways, not only did he want to come here to Israel to meet with the hostage families, to address the Knesset, but he's made a point of creating this leaders' summit at very short notice in Egypt, asking these leaders to come there because he wants to make it clear that he stands behind this deal and frankly, to see their commitment as well.
Yes, and I think that that is encouraging, because it's one thing for Donald Trump to say it's the end of the war, and of course that's the aim and the aspiration and the hope of everybody on this extraordinary day, which even a month or two I think didn't look possible, that all the live hostages would be released in a deal on a single day. But there's also, of course, the Palestinian prisoners to be released. There's the humanitarian aid now beginning to flow into Gaza, desperately needed there. But this is all now dependent on being able to stabilize the situation. And the fact that Donald Trump has seen that and is now going to Sharm el-Sheikh after his speech to talk to world leaders to keep that moving is very encouraging. Because frankly, Donald Trump is known for having a pretty short attention span, and there is clearly a risk that once the hostages are released, he feels the job is done, he turns to other things, and the momentum goes out of this process. And it's really vital that doesn't happen. So the fact that Donald Trump is taking an active interest in this, that he's proposing to chair this board of peace that will oversee a Palestinian technocratic authority, that is all very encouraging. But we do need now real answers to the questions of who is going to provide security in Gaza. It mustn't be left to Hamas, but disarming Hamas is going to be an extremely difficult thing to do. It will need the presence of international forces, I guess from Muslim countries, but no doubt with help from Britain and others, but also then to tackle the recovery effort and the humanitarian needs and think about the longer-term future. So that all starts in Sharm el-Sheikh this afternoon. Nothing of that detracts from this extraordinary moment for Israel, for all the hostage families, for, of course, the hostages, the Palestinian families, as well as those who will be released today. This is rightly a day of joy, but it must now lead on to the hard work of diplomacy, which gets underway in Sharm el-Sheikh this afternoon, and it's very welcome that Trump has put the two things together on the same day.
Lord Ricketts, these images that we're seeing of Hamas fighters releasing the hostages, handing them over to the Red Cross, I mean, the reality on the ground is that for now, Hamas is the policing force in Gaza, regardless of what is written on a piece of paper. And I spoke to Hamas just in the last few days, and he talked about, the official I spoke to from Hamas, based out of Doha, talked about the fact that they're not willing and ready to disarm as yet, regardless of what Donald Trump is saying. In this moment, Hamas is maintaining the law and order now in Gaza because, frankly, I mean, there is a sort of vacuum. And well, there isn't a vacuum because it's Hamas who are, you know, ensuring that the law and order is still maintained in Gaza.
You're absolutely right. I mean, there is a kind of security vacuum in Gaza as the Israeli forces have pulled back, and it's Hamas fighters who've moved in to patrol the streets. One of Benjamin Netanyahu's objectives from the start, as you remember, was to destroy Hamas. Well, despite 2 years of relentless bombardment, Hamas is not destroyed, and we're seeing that right now. It's Hamas who are handing over the hostages, and Hamas are already engaged in battles with other gangs, other clans in Gaza. And so there's a clear risk that this could slide quite quickly into a kind of gangland warfare, which is the last thing that the suffering people of Gaza need. Also, it will badly hamper the humanitarian aid effort, which needs to build up very rapidly to hundreds of trucks a day, lots of international NGOs to oversee that aid. All of that needs a degree of security. I'm sure in due course the plan is that will be a Palestinian security presence, but that needs to be planned. It needs to be from people who are not part of Hamas. And this really difficult conundrum of how do you go about disarming thousands of armed men who've just spent 2 years of traumatizing battle against Israel. They are very unlikely to hand over their weapons. And of course, Hamas hasn't yet accepted the other points in the 20-part plan that Donald Trump put forward. They were very careful to accept the first phase, which is what's happening today, but are not signed up to all the rest. And so there's going to be a lot of work on the Arab side from the Qataris, other people who've been helping Hamas to get to the negotiating table, to convince them that for the future of the people of Gaza, they need to hand over power, military power, to another Palestinian force. That's a very, very hard thing to achieve. But unless it happens, we could well find in Gaza, as in Syria, after the overthrow of Hafez al-Assad a few months ago, quite quickly that moment of hope in Syria seems to have lost, and now we face clan fighting going on in Syria. We had the same experience in Iraq in 2003. When Western forces arrived in Baghdad, there was an initial surge of euphoria. Within weeks and months, it was back to a civil war and vicious fighting. So this moment is a very precious moment, and Western leaders have got to capitalize on it rapidly to start tackling some of these underlying problems.
Lord Ricketts, I guess I'd go back to what you said a few moments ago, that there is a very small window, because you're asking people who just 5 days ago were at war. The guns have stopped, the bombs have stopped, but you know, the trust isn't necessarily there, and for Hamas, they're taking the word of the Qataris and the US president for assurances that the war will not start again. And equally for Israel, the concern is, and they are on edge, that you know, their number one priority, their security, is safeguarded.
Yes, exactly. The Israelis now deserve and expect that there will be no more missile strikes on Israel from Gaza. And of course, the people of Gaza and the West Bank, let's not forget, this is not just about Gaza, it's also about the people of the West Bank, expect a return of security. And in a way, Donald Trump's credibility is now on the line across the Middle East. He has undertaken that the war is over. He's put his own personal stamp on this in a very, very direct and powerful way. We'll hear about that in his speech in the Knesset shortly. But now it's a question of delivering that and not disappointing people by seeing that actually the war isn't over, at least if you're a Gazan, and it turns into some sort of civil strife between gangs. And that's a huge issue now for the whole international community. It's all tied up with the issue of reconstruction, of course, because we've got to get the materials in there for the winter, which is coming on fast now, to people to build temporary shelters, to get water and electricity and sewage running in the Gaza Strip. And if we're going to have the billions and billions of dollars of reconstruction aid from Gulf countries, they are going to want some kind of commitment to Palestinian self-determination at the end of this process. That's not a position that the Americans have been comfortable with, although it is in the Trump 20-point plan, and it's certainly not something that is accepted in Israel with the end state of a Palestinian state. So that has in a way been put off to another stage, but it can't be put off very long now, and all those issues have got to be tackled. Otherwise, this fleeting moment of real joy and celebration in Israel and also in Palestine could turn out to be short-lived. And I'm sure absolutely everybody involved in this process, from the British government onwards, will want to do everything they can to ensure that that moment of hope and opportunity doesn't slide through our fingers, and we find in weeks and months to come, actually, the security situation in Gaza is too bad for Western aid agencies to operate, or for there to be any kind of reconstruction of what is now, something that looks like the worst cities destroyed at the end of the Second World War. Absolutely unimaginable destruction, which now has to be tackled by a consortium of international countries working together.
Lord Ricketts, we're really grateful for all of your thoughts there and for your time. Thank you so much for joining us. You're watching live images coming in of the Knesset, where we're expecting President Donald Trump to speak any minute now. And in the last few minutes, we also received news that the Red Cross has in its custody 13 of the hostages, and they are on their way to the IDF and the Israeli Special Forces in the Gaza Strip in Israeli-controlled territory, where just like the 7 hostages that were released this morning, they'll be handed over to the Israeli forces and taken out of Gaza into Israel, where they will be reunited with their family members and, of course, undergo a number of medical treatments, including for physical and mental trauma. Of course, these hostages have been stuck in Gaza in these tunnels for long periods of time in darkness. Certainly these 20 hostages have been there for 2 years, for 738 days. So there is a lot of relief here in Hostages Square, where I am in Tel Aviv. The clock, the countdown, has actually stopped because, of course, they now know that those hostages are going to be home soon, and they are going to be handed over to Israeli forces. A huge moment for this country, for the international community, because this is an issue that has dominated diplomacy, conversations around the world for the last 2 years. Let's bring in my colleague Dominic Waghorn, who's watching and listening from Jerusalem, where, of course, President Trump currently is at the Knesset. Dom, I mean, you know, this is a story, the story of the hostages, the war in Gaza, that has dominated headlines for the last 2 years, devastated the entire Israeli population and left Palestinians devastated. We're looking at those apocalyptic images of Gaza as we saw that convoy make its way through the Gaza Strip to be handed over to Israeli forces, and so that those hostages can make their way home.
Yeah, and we also saw the Hamas fighters standing there with their weapons. We haven't seen much of Hamas today, and we haven't seen much of the hostages. And obviously in the past we have seen ceremonies in Gaza City as the hostages were paraded, seen as utterly obscene and grotesque by Israelis. So that obviously wasn't going to happen again. We have seen in the past the hostages being handed over by Hamas to the Red Cross. On some occasions we've seen, I think early on we saw hostages smiling at their captors and you know, subsequently saying they did that because they were so scared of the people who've been holding them for so long. But we haven't seen those scenes, but we have seen those Hamas out on the streets with their guns, and we know that overnight there was fighting between Hamas and militia groups in Gaza. And as Lord Ricketts was saying there, it's absolutely crucial what happens to Hamas now and also what happens to Gaza. So as we look at these pictures of the Knesset waiting expectantly for the Israeli Prime Minister, you know, I think central to his speech will have to be some indication as to how he believes the war is over and how he and his partners in Sham, who we'll fly on to later, will guarantee that this war is over. That this agreement isn't just a hostage and prisoner and ceasefire agreement, it is more than that. It is something, a truce that can finally guarantee the end of this war. And central to that will be how Hamas is dealt with. Hamas is a force whose members and officials, and I've interviewed many of them as you have over the years, they don't think in terms of months or years, they think in terms of generations. They see their struggle against Israeli occupation and against what they regard as their Zionist enemy as a generations-long struggle. They are very used to retreating, being defeated temporarily, retreating, rallying, regrouping, then coming back, returning to the fray. And there's no reason at the moment to believe that isn't exactly what they plan to do in the coming months. And to stop that happening, to seize the moment that Lord Ricketts was talking about there, the international community, under the stewardship of Donald Trump, because he's taken such a lead in this, has got to come up with an alternative and viable alternative to Hamas's domination of Gaza. Something that can guarantee the security of Gaza, but also guarantee that it's going to be governed in a way that meets the hopes and expectations of its people. And that's going to be a huge challenge. And in a sense, the pace of events has been a little bit too quick for that. You know, you'd expect this deal to be agreed, to be signed, the hostages to be released, the prisoners to be exchanged, and then you'd expect very quickly after that, or almost simultaneously, an international peacekeeping force to go in, possibly in blue helmets, and to establish peace and security. Because without that, there is a vacuum that Hamas is already filling. Now, Hamas have said they aren't going to take part in the government of Gaza, but I think many people are sceptical about that, and they expect them to remain trying to pull the strings behind the scenes in Gaza. So in this speech, Donald Trump is going to take credit, of course, for what he's achieved here. He's going to then have to say what kind of peace he expects to deliver to the region. As Lord Ricketts was saying there, you know, he now has ownership. He's fully involved in this. He's invested. His credibility is on the line, but more than that, I think all his partners are fully invested in this, and they see now a moment, one of those rare moments of opportunity in this region that don't come around very often, where the entire world, really, the entire region, and many countries beyond are galvanised into action under an American president who, for now at least, seems fully engaged and prepared to stick in the sort of political investment and capital required to make this happen. So I think we'll be looking for very strong clues as to how he's going to do that. And I think also we're going to try and see what he says and how that affects Israeli politics, particularly the fate of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Is he going to throw a lifeline to this leader who's increasingly beleaguered because of this war going on so long, who's been blamed by many of the hostage families and others for prolonging this war unnecessarily, prolonging the agony of their hostage relatives and leading to the deaths of thousands more Palestinians for reasons of his own political survival? Is he going to be helped out by Donald Trump in his speech, or are we going to see an American president who may be stepping back from that, from those Israeli politics a year or so ahead of Israeli elections? So I think it's going to be a fascinating speech in terms of what this newly energized American president has to say about the region, about Gaza, but also about Israeli politics.
Yeah, absolutely, Dom. I mean, this nation is now finally coming to terms with the events of 2 years ago. But of course, they will soon be in an election year, and the election will have to take place by or before October of next year. Benjamin Netanyahu is very much at times ahead in the polls. Sometimes he lags behind. And so it will be interesting to see how he himself spins this moment and the last 2 years, because there has been so much frustration, certainly here in Hostages Square, towards the Prime Minister. The other day when Steve Witkoff was here, every time he mentioned Benjamin Netanyahu's name, there were boos from the crowd because of the anger they have felt. They've said that other leaders have been more available to them. Donald Trump has been more available to them than their own leaders. So a lot of anger and frustration here in Hostages Square towards the government. But I'm just being told, Dom, that the Israeli military says it has received the remaining 13 hostages released by Hamas. So that now means that all 20 Israeli hostages are in Israeli custody. We understand that 7 of them are on Israeli territory, and the other 13 are making their way out of Gaza and to that base on the border, where of course they will undergo a number of checks. And Dom, in the last couple of days, you went out to one of the hospitals, you spoke to the staff. It is going to be quite a long process to help them heal and get back to some semblance of normalcy.
Yes, it certainly is, and this is a long process of recovery, as you can imagine. And for each hostage, it's a very different path. Potentially, they're affected differently by their ordeal in the tunnels of Gaza, as these doctors and nurses have discovered with previous hostages released in previous exchanges. And it's worth reflecting, Yada, I think, just taking a step back now. And this moment now is an extraordinary moment for the nation of Israel, something that they have all waited, all Israelis have waited for 2 years, many of them believing possibly it would never happen. You know, we now have confirmation that all these hostages have been released, all the living ones at least. And so I'm sure where you are, where I am in Jerusalem, there is going to be enormous celebration. This is the end of the week-long Jewish festival of Sukkot. And always at the end of Sukkot, there are celebrations, big celebrations, and partying on the streets of Jerusalem and other cities, particularly the more religious cities in Israel. And I think tonight we're going to have the party of all parties here. But also, you know, across the West Bank, as those hundreds of Palestinian prisoners are also released. Now, the Israeli authorities have banned celebrations. They've banned any handing out of candies, as they've said. They've also banned press interviews with the Palestinian families, but I think we're going to see those ignored. We're going to see a different kind of celebration in the West Bank and possibly in East Jerusalem, which is more tightly controlled than in Jerusalem. But it's going to be an extraordinary sort of outpouring, a catharsis, a nationwide outpouring of catharsis and relief and celebration tonight as they savour the news in Israel that their hostages are finally coming home.
Dom, thank you so much for now. We're going to keep you there because, of course, in the next few minutes, we are expecting President Donald Trump to address the Knesset. And, of course, as soon as that happens, we will be bringing that to our viewers live. Let's just show you some of the images that have come out of some of the hostages being united with Israeli forces. The first image you're seeing is of Eitan Moore. This is Eitan Moore, a hostage who has spent 2 years in Gaza, and that image of him has been released by the IDF, who is now in Israeli custody. You can see that image of him there. Let's show you an image of Gali and Ziv Berman, brothers who were taken into Gaza and spent the last 2 years alongside Eitan Moore in Gaza. I don't know if they were necessarily in the same area, but you can also see the image there of Guy Gilboa Dalal, another one of the 20 remaining hostages, living hostages inside Gaza. And let's also show you a picture of Alon Ohel. Earlier we saw images of Alon's family waiting for him, waiting for the images of him to appear. There's been a lot of mixed emotion here, but you are looking at that still footage of Alon Ohel meeting there with Israeli forces. And this is Matan Angerst, one of the other hostages. In total, this morning, we saw 7 hostages being released, given by Hamas to the Red Cross, and then the Red Cross handed them over to Israeli forces. And these are those first images that came out of them. You can see them standing there. There's a lot of concern about their conditions. The hospitals in Israel are on standby for those believed to be in more critical conditions, and of course their families. Throughout the morning here in Hostages Square, we've been seeing footage of mothers speaking for the first time to their sons who were taken hostage into Gaza 2 years ago, and their mothers never lost hope in that time, counting down the days, counting down the moments. There is a clock here in Hostages Square, which has essentially stopped now because, of course, all 20 of the living hostages have returned, but they are still waiting for the remains of those who were killed and didn't survive this ordeal. There are 28 of them, and Israel has demanded that they all be brought back as well. So a mix of joy as well as grief for the families here who've been gathering in Hostages Square night after night, campaigning right around the world. I've been speaking to them over the course of the last 2 years, and they've been campaigning across capitals all over the world, calling for the world not to forget. And one of them said that Donald Trump, his administration, was always available to them. They said that Steve Witkoff was essentially on speed dial, on WhatsApp, if they needed anything, if they had any concerns. So this was a big moment. And just before that deal was agreed upon by the two sides, there were mass demonstrations here in Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, where Israelis were saying to Donald Trump, listen to our cries, we want this war to be over. Donald Trump then tweeted that image out, saying those hostages will be released. He was very much committed to getting the hostages out. He met the families a number of times and those hostages who'd been released at different hostage deals over the course of the last 2 years. So for Donald Trump, very much personally invested in this war once he came into office. We saw him strike a deal just a day before his inauguration. That fell apart very quickly, but many are saying this time it feels different, that this time there are hopes that this ceasefire will hold and that Donald Trump's 20-point plan will be able to get to the second and the third phase. Let's bring in our Dominic Waghorn. And Dom, we're just looking at those images of those hostages with the IDF. We've been listening to their mothers, speaking to them throughout the morning. This is an incredibly emotional time for all Israelis.
Yes, and we had the privilege of going to one of the hospitals, one of the 3 medical centres where these hostages are going to be received, and speaking to the extraordinary, very dedicated medical staff at this one place, the Rabin Medical Centre in Petah Tikva outside of Tel Aviv. And there the head of nursing told us about the moment that she's witnessed in previous releases where the hostages who are flown up by helicopter to the hospital, taken to the basement of the hospital, then put into an elevator that takes them up to the floor. This ward has been held for 2 years. Nothing else has happened in this ward except receive the released hostages on a couple of occasions, and it's been kept waiting for this moment. But that moment of reunion between the hostages and their families, she says, is something quite extraordinary to witness. It's something where she says you lose your medical professional detachment for a moment, and as human beings you just watch this extraordinary reunion. And then the hostages are taken to be treated. Obviously there's initial triage, and the information that we've had from the Red Cross as they've come out of Gaza is they are all in fine health, according to, that's to use the words of the Red Cross. So it seems nothing pressing in terms of sort of physiological health, at least. But of course the scarring caused by 2 years incarceration underground in Gaza is going to be considerable. And what these doctors and nurses told us was also physiologically they are damaged. And actually what they've seen with previous hostages, if you are held for that long away from natural light, if you are as malnourished as these hostages are, it has a long-term impact. Some of it's actually irreversible. It makes the aging process accelerate. So there's a huge amount of medical challenges here. One of the biggest one is that if you feed them the wrong food, we were shown a fridge where there was a can of Coke and there was a water, but not orange juice, because orange juice could trigger some kind of reaction. There's a danger of what's called refeeding syndrome, where if you're fed the wrong kind of food in the wrong quantities, you can actually die from that kind of mishandling. And then obviously there's the whole psychological impact of this. So the principle whereby they're treated is that they are allowed to stay in the privacy of their rooms. They can re-engage with the outside world as slowly as they want. And it's all very much at their own pace. And it's a multidisciplinary approach. So, you know, physiotherapists, psychologists, paediatricians, orthopedic experts, the whole range of dermatologists, of course, because they've not seen natural light for 2 years, many of them, the whole range of medical opinion and expertise at this hospital, and the 2 others is then brought to bear where necessary. But it's all about treating them at the speed that they require. And then gradually they are able to return to the outside world. For some, the pace of recovery is quicker than others, and they're going to be guaranteed care for as long as they need. It could go on for years, potentially for the rest of their life. And in this one hospital, they are effectively rewriting the book for what they call captivity medicine. And obviously they hope that the lessons they learn from this new handbook they are producing for hostage medicine will be useful for doctors around the world in similar situations, hopefully never on the scale that Israel has suffered for the last 2 years, more than 250 hostages taken. And obviously at this hospital, they hope that the lessons they've learned there will never have to be used for Israelis again. So that's the kind of the next few hours and days and then months ahead that the hostages can expect following their release. Beyond that, obviously, we're now looking at the politics of what happens next. There's the human drama as to what happens with the hostages, what happens with the almost 2,000 Palestinians being released by the Israelis, some of them serving life sentences with blood on their hands, others that were detained during the Gaza war. And then, of course, the enormous human challenge that faces the millions of Gazans as they return to what remains of their homes. The vast majority, 80 to 90% of their homes have been destroyed. People returning to live in tents on the rubble of where their homes once stood. And obviously the priority for them is getting aid in. And aid agencies say they are ready to go in to give them the kind of medical and nutritional needs, food and requirements that they have desperately needed for months now, that the agencies say they have been denied because the American-Israeli aid operation has been woefully inadequate. But also they need the kind of shelter required to get them through the coming weeks and months. And then I think what we're expecting to hear from Donald Trump in the speech at the Knesset is a sense of how he intends to build upon this peace. You know, so far he has guaranteed a ceasefire, a hostage and prisoner exchange agreement. But he says the war is over. He said that on Air Force One on the way here. He says, you understand that, don't you? The war is over. He's now got to prove that. He's got to give a sense, I think, in the Knesset speech as to how that's going to happen before he flies on to Sharm, where he'll be meeting with more than 20 world leaders. And their combined challenge, I think, is to find a way of guaranteeing the peace and then guaranteeing a better government in Gaza that has laboured effectively under the Islamist jackboot of Hamas since 2007, when it took over the Strip, violently overthrowing Fatah and suppressing any kind of opposition and dissent. Already overnight, it's been out fighting militia. And the danger, I think, the fear is that things are moving too quickly. If there is a criticism of Donald Trump's diplomacy, it's this, that he's wanted things to happen too quickly and before the right kind of mechanisms can be put in place in Gaza, the kind of mechanisms that would involve a multinational security force, a government, an authority that can then, at least on a temporary basis, guarantee a better government for Gaza. And then that will lead, it's hoped, transitionally to something more lasting that would involve more moderate, more pragmatic elements of Palestinian society that could then offer a different future, an alternative future for Gaza. As we look at these pictures now of the helicopters, we assume in Reim military base, helicopters that will be ferrying the last of the hostages up to these hospitals I was talking about earlier. We are now at an extraordinary moment in Israeli history, a moment that Israelis have been waiting for 2 years, a moment where they are now confident that all the living hostages that were taken, that remains of those hostages taken on October the 7th, in such a brutal day of atrocities and carnage and massacre and abduction, that those hostages are now out of Gaza and on their way to safety, medical treatment, and ultimately home.
Yeah, Dom, you just talked us through the medical facility, what they're preparing for, both the physical and the mental trauma, as well as the fact that they too have been through starvation over the course of the last 2 years whilst they've been in the tunnels. So there's much to deal with in terms of the healing process. They, of course, have been the hostages that have stayed there the longest for 738 days. And these hostages are now going to be taken to safety, the safety of the hospitals, the healthcare workers, and then those who are able to their homes. But Dom, you know, the split screen that we're seeing, of course, is of waiting for Donald Trump to address the Knesset, and these images of this transport aircraft that is going to take the hostages to the medical facilities. But I'm just seeing some reports that Benjamin Netanyahu could potentially join President Donald Trump at the summit in Sharm el-Sheikh. There's been a lot of speculation about why he wasn't going, why Israel wasn't going to Sharm el-Sheikh. We know that European leaders, Arab leaders, the Indonesians will be there as well. And of course, Mahmoud Abbas, the leader of the PA, will be there as well. But we are hearing now Israeli media saying that they do expect Benjamin Netanyahu to join President Donald Trump at the summit in Sharm el-Sheikh.
Yeah, it has been slightly baffling as to initially, until yesterday evening, it seemed that both the Palestinian and Israeli leaders would not be at a summit where so many other world leaders will be gathering to discuss the fate of Gaza, obviously an issue central and so important to both of those men. And then yesterday evening, Mahmoud Abbas, the Palestinian president, and we should explain to viewers who don't fully understand very complicated Palestinian politics. You have Hamas has controlled Gaza, the more militant and Islamist faction controlling Gaza since 2007, when it overthrew the Fatah Palestinian Authority governance of Gaza, violently expelling them, leaving the Palestinian Authority with control of the kind of rump bits of the West Bank that Israelis do not occupy, settle and control themselves. And the leader of that more moderate faction that is based in Ramallah, to the north of here in West Bank, is Mahmoud Abbas, an elderly man who has ruled now without elections for some time. And the speculation was that he would ultimately get to Sharm el-Sheikh to join the summit, and that was confirmed last night. Possibly that was following a meeting between one of his key figures, key lieutenants, and Tony Blair in Jordan. Tony Blair, of course, carded for some kind of role in this interim authority that might end up running Gaza, although that, I think, is still up for debate. But it was really quite, I think, baffling as to why Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was not going, whether he had not been invited or not. And now it seems in the last hour or so that he has agreed to go. He will be accompanying Donald Trump to Sharm, we're told, this seaside resort in the Sinai in northeast Egypt. Whether that was part of the sort of choreographed plan, it's unclear. Whether this would be announced this morning as part of a choreography that sort of shows American and Israeli connections very tightly bound as part of this joint trip now between Netanyahu and Trump to Sharm isn't clear. But I think it's significant because it means now that all the key players are going to be in Sharm. They'll be joined by the Egyptians, the Qataris, Gulf Arabs, and European partners, and also obviously under the stewardship of Donald Trump. They're meeting there for just an afternoon, and their challenge is enormous. And many people have said actually the easy bit is what is happening today and what's been achieved over the last week or so of whirlwind diplomacy, getting the hostages out, releasing the prisoners in exchange, securing a ceasefire is the easy bit. The crucial bit is, as we've been saying all day, is putting into place security arrangements, a multinational security force to keep the peace, but also to establish a presence to mean that there isn't a chaotic void left by the Israeli military as they pull out, that Hamas and other militia groups could fill. And then how do you put together some kind of government that is going to be acceptable to Hamas, to the Palestinian leadership in Ramallah, to Israel as well? And also, how do you do that in a way that then leads to the promise of something better? Something greater in terms of potential for peace for the region. That is the diplomatic challenge. It's a much bigger challenge than what they've achieved and what we're seeing today. But the hope is that that can begin in earnest this afternoon in Sharm el-Sheikh. So we're looking now at live pictures of the Israeli Knesset, the Israeli Parliament in Jerusalem. We seem to be looking, or have been looking, at pictures of Israeli Knesset members, so Israeli parliamentarians, members of the Knesset, MKs as they're called, They have been taking their seats, some of them still standing. We're told that amongst them, red caps have been handed out saying Donald Trump, the peacemaker. Can't see any in our picture right now, but certainly that's what we've had reported to us. Now they are waiting there for what will be a historic speech by Donald Trump, undoubtedly, and we believe the delay possibly is because ahead of this speech that he's been scheduled to give, he's also scheduled to meet hostages, relatives and families of the released hostages. And we assume that most of the close relatives of the hostages are meeting the hostages and being reunited with them in the hospitals, the 3 medical centres that have been set aside for their treatment. But we're told that other relatives of the hostages have been driven to the Knesset in Jerusalem and will be meeting with President Trump. So whether those meetings have begun and are overrunning isn't clear, but we're now behind schedule in terms of Donald Trump beginning his speech. And when he does, it's not just going to be the American president. We're going to hear from the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. We're going to hear from Yair Lapid, one of the Israeli opposition leaders, from the Speaker of the Knesset as well. So this could be a fairly long session. We'll have to see whether Donald Trump sticks to his script or goes on a weave, as he calls it, and elaborates on the words written by and for him. But whatever he says, it's going to be watched very closely. It's going to be a hugely significant speech. He is expected, obviously, to take credit justifiably for the diplomatic breakthrough that has led to the extraordinary events of today that are happening in very multiple moving parts across Israel and the occupied territories. He's then also, we expected to say more about his plans, how to build on this peace, how to guarantee a better future for Gaza. He said on the way here the war is over. His challenge now is to prove that rhetorically and then diplomatically when he flies off to Egypt and meets with other world leaders to discuss the next phase in this ceasefire and peace deal.
Yeah, Dom, I was speaking to a diplomat who said, with these things, it's not just about winning the war, it's about winning the peace and ensuring that these situations can be sustained in what is already an incredibly tricky region and part of the world where, there have been previous attempts at different times in history to bring these two sides to the negotiating table and to hold some kind of peace. But this has been an incredibly traumatic 2 years for both sides, both the Israelis and the Palestinians. And you're looking at that split screen image there of both Hostage Square and, of course, the Knesset, where we're expecting President Donald Trump to give his speech, give his address, and as you say, an incredibly historic speech that will take place. And just in the last few minutes, we got confirmation from Egyptian authorities that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu would be joining other world leaders and Donald Trump in Sharm el-Sheikh for that summit in Egypt. He's also believed to have spoken to the Egyptian president, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, and he has confirmed now that he will be attending the summit. So, Dom, a significant moment there. I don't know if we can show our viewers the images of Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. They were meeting in Benjamin Netanyahu's office in the Knesset, where they were having discussions. And we also saw President Donald Trump signing the Knesset guest book. He talked about it being a beautiful day, a historic day. And as you say, Dom, the Israeli people, much of the Arab world, the international community are rightly giving Donald Trump the praise that he deserves. Even back home, I heard a number of Democratic leaders, including Hillary Clinton, give him credit for this moment because this was an incredibly difficult negotiation period that he essentially pushed over the line within just a few weeks.
Yes, and you wouldn't want to obviously, undermine the assessment of his achievement. This is an extraordinary diplomatic achievement that eluded his predecessor, Joe Biden, and moments of success diplomatically in the Middle East for American presidents and other leaders don't come very often. They are far and few between, and he's managed to do so because he has just decided that enough is enough. He's made it very clear over a number of conflicts he doesn't like killing. He doesn't like people dying unnecessarily, and this war has had to come to an end. And finally, he did what was required, which is to put overwhelming pressure on the Israeli Prime Minister to acquiesce with a deal that, let's face it, Benjamin Netanyahu has resisted for some time now, and also then use his allies. So the Qataris, the Egyptians and the Turks also, of course, who have very close connections with Hamas, to put enormous pressure on Hamas and persuade them to do something that they have also not wanted to do for 2 years, which is hand over all the hostages, because they were their only bargaining chips. Their fear, of course, was once they had done that, there was nothing to stop the Israelis coming back for more and finishing them off. And they seem to have been, on the one hand, pressured enormously by their partners, their Muslim partners around, or allies around the region, and those who wouldn't regard themselves as allies but have diplomatic leverage over Hamas, to accept that. But also they are reassured, it seemed, by assurances by Donald Trump that the Israelis have told them that they will not go back to attacking Hamas, even though they have lost those bargaining chips now, who we now have confirmation are now completely out of Gaza, those living hostages. But let's not forget, actually, what's brought us here. You know, Donald Trump has gone through an extraordinary journey when it's come to Gaza. He initially was talking about something that most people regarded as ethnic cleansing, or pretty close to it. He was talking about Palestinians being forced to leave Gaza. Some in his administration, some Israelis were talking about trying to encourage them voluntarily. At one point, he seemed to be saying that they should pretty much be forced to, whether they wanted to or not. That caused, obviously, outrage across the region and beyond. There was that extraordinary moment when he reposted a grotesque, bizarre video, an AI-generated video that included him topless on a sun lounger alongside another figure of a topless Benjamin Netanyahu in a resort built on the ruins of Gaza, as if a resort could be built like that effectively on the graves of thousands of Palestinians. That, of course, obviously caused enormous offence as well. So we've gone from all of that to now a situation where Donald Trump is being welcomed as a liberator, as a peacemaker, not just in Israel, but, you know, Hamas, a leading Hamas figure saying to you this week that he also, and his movement also, congratulates and praises Donald Trump for his diplomatic achievements. So it has been, as often is the case with Donald Trump, but I think more than almost any other, an extraordinary path and journey for Donald Trump to get us from that to this point now where he's going to be stepping up to the podium in the Knesset, taking credit for this diplomatic achievement, and then laying out how he sees, or at some point today, he sees this peace being turned into something that's more lasting, that will guarantee an end to the war in Gaza, and will offer possibly the chance of a broader peace. Because, yeah, we've been saying for 2 years, and so many others as well, that the events of October the 7th were so dark, so atrocious. It was an abyss that the region had tipped into, and there was a global sort of motivation at that time to try and actually pull back from that in such a way that a better future could be secured for the region. And those hopes, those ambitions, that promise was never really fulfilled. But there is a moment now, another opportunity, where you have all the partners in the region, Turkey, the Arab world, the Muslim world, aligned with an American president and European allies. And it seems many in Israel as well who want to see a completely new start. The last 2 years have totally ripped up the rule book in the Middle East. They've changed how the region operates. And the hope is that that rule book might be able to be written in a way that in some way guarantees or gives the hope at least of a better future for the region, for Israelis and Palestinians. It's a hope, it's always a slim chance, but it's fair to say there's never been a better opportunity, not for a long time. There's never been the goodwill and the combined diplomatic will, it seems, at least, of so many countries behind a re-energised American president to try and get something more out of this.
Yeah, Dom, and of course, as part of this deal, it wasn't just Israeli hostages being released, but of course, Palestinian detainees, some of them convicted murderers and terrorists, 250 of them who were serving life sentences, will also be released as part of this deal. And then some 1,700 who were rounded up without any kind of charges or trial and kept in Israeli prisons over the course of the last 2 years. We understand that 1,966 of those prisoners will be released, and some have been released. I'm being told Reuters news agency is reporting that the first of 38 buses carrying the released Palestinian detainees have crossed into Gaza. So emotions are incredibly high on both sides. The hostage families welcoming their hostages back, and of course for many of these Palestinian detainees going back to their homes, to their families who have been waiting for them as well.
Yeah, and there's a real contrast, isn't it, I think, for the reception that they can expect in the West Bank, in East Jerusalem here, with the kind of reception the hostages are expecting in Israel and can look forward to receiving in Israel. And a contrast, of course, between the medical treatment they'll expect, the Israelis, and the medical treatment the Palestinians returning to Gaza can expect, because, of course, the Gazan medical system has been obliterated, very, very badly damaged by this war and what Israeli artillery and airstrikes have done during the fighting around the hospitals in Gaza. But in terms of the kind of reception that the Palestinians can expect, well, the Israeli authorities, the occupying authorities in the West Bank and here in East Jerusalem have banned any celebration. They've banned fireworks, shooting guns into the air, even the handing out of sweets, which is a Palestinian form of celebration. That's all been banned. And also the hostages and their families have been banned from talking to the press, in stark contrast, of course, to what the Israelis have been doing and are expected to do all day in terms of hostage families talking to the press, their supporters and their friends, you know, not least where you are. So a very different kind of reception and a very different treatment of these two different groups of detainees, hostages and prisoners being released. And also a very big difference in their numbers, as we've seen in the past, as is always the case with prisoner exchanges. The Israelis are prepared to hand over a lot more in return for a smaller number of hostages that they receive in return. So, as you say, I think almost 2,000. So that comprises 1,722 Gazans who the Israelis say none of them were involved directly in the events of October the 7th, but have been arrested and detained and held along the way during the war, the 2-year war that has followed. Some of them are minors. I think it's fair to say most of them have not met the due process that you would expect had they been arrested in a civilian context. They are heading home to Gaza. Then 250 much more controversial figures are being released by Israelis from their jails. Now, many of these are serving life sentences. Many of them have blood on their hands, sometimes for killing multiple people, sometimes for killing children, and there's been huge controversy about their release. And let's not forget that the mastermind, the evil mastermind behind the events of October the 7th, Yahya Sinwar, was himself released as part of an exchange in the past, years ago, when Gilad Shalit, the Israeli soldier, was held for years. He was exchanged for a greater number of Palestinians. Amongst them was Yahya Sinwar, who then went on to plan the devastating atrocities of October the 7th. So the fear for Israelis, of course, is that, you know, who is Israel letting out of its jails? And it has been a tortuous period of negotiation. There was a lot of pressure for other figures to be released. Marwan Barghouti, not least. He is a figure who is widely regarded as one of the few Palestinians possibly able to reunite the different factions of Palestinian politics. He's been called the Nelson Mandela of Palestinian politics, and there have been hopes that he could be encouraged to leave his detention and then try and forge a peace between the Israelis and Palestinians. Many Israelis say that's wishful thinking. He's a dangerous terrorist who should never be allowed to walk free. But Ronald Lauder, for instance, a key figure in American Jewish society, personally intervened and said and asked for him to be released. But it seems that the intervention of those on the more far right end of Netanyahu's right-wing coalition government flatly refused to accept his release and other controversial figures. But it's been a difficult process for the Israelis and for the Palestinians. These are people who are regarded as their own hostages, who they say have been held without due process, who have been held as part of an illegal occupation of their land, and therefore it's high time they came home as well. And it's, today is there are so many different moving parts, aren't there, Yada? And we've seen one of those parts now followed through on the release of these Israeli hostages now out of Gaza, now heading towards medical treatment. Some of them there already, we assume, flying by helicopter to the hospitals around Tel Aviv, waiting anxiously for their return. But then also we're now going to see the release of these Palestinian prisoners. And while that's going on, we're going to see the American president give a speech. I think what will be interesting is, last time we have seen, during the release of Palestinian prisoners, the Israelis coming out, the Israeli military coming out and suppressing celebrations with tear gas. That would be an unfortunate split-screen moment if that were to happen at the same time as these events in the Knesset. So you assume the Israelis might want to avoid that. But it's an unpredictable day. It's a day of many moving parts. It seems to be a day where several days have been sort of telescoped into one. We're only halfway through it, and arguably the most important part will be what happens in Sharm el-Sheikh as that diplomatic momentum that Donald Trump has started, he hopes will continue to pick up speed and head to greater achievements.
Yeah, Dom, as you were just saying there about the hostages, I've just been told that all the living Israeli hostages, all 20 of them, are now in Israel. And while we're reporting this, the first of 38 buses carrying released Palestinian detainees have also crossed into Gaza. I don't know if we've got any live images of Offa prison in Ramallah, where we understand that there are also buses that are taking some of these Palestinian prisoners, the detainees, out to getting them ready to take them to a number of places, including the West Bank, Jerusalem, and some others from other prisons have left and gone to Gaza as well. There are also reports that some will be sent abroad, but you can see those buses making their way out of Offa prison there alongside a convoy. And as we said, the first of 38 buses carrying released Palestinian detainees have crossed into Gaza as well. Dom, I just want to give you some more information that's come in just in the last 20 minutes or so about that conversation that Benjamin Netanyahu had with the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. The Prime Minister, I'm told, Benjamin Netanyahu, has spoken by phone with the Egyptian President as US President Donald Trump listened in the call, he apparently, which was brokered by Donald Trump at the Knesset. Benjamin Netanyahu accepted an invitation by the Egyptian leader to join the international summit on Trump's Gaza peace plan in Sharm el-Sheikh. So that's according to local news reports. And of course, the Egyptian President and Benjamin Netanyahu have not spoken throughout the war. And Abdel Fattah al-Sisi did not initially invite the Prime Minister to today's summit. We understand that the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas will be among the 30 world leaders at the summit, and Benjamin Netanyahu will now join them too. So, Dom, Donald Trump really making a point here of, ensuring that he brokered this phone call, which potentially wouldn't have happened without him being there. He brokered the phone call between the Qatari Prime Minister and Benjamin Netanyahu, where he told Benjamin Netanyahu he had to apologize for the strike that took place in Qatar. So, behind the scenes and in front of the cameras, Donald Trump is really ensuring that the pressure remains on the Israeli Prime Minister.
Yeah, I mean, he says a lot about leadership, Donald Trump, doesn't he? And this really does boil down to leadership and having the authority to put the pressure required on the various countries in the region that he believes need to make movement on whatever's required to make this process happen. So he as you say, was very angered, we're told, by Israel's attack on Hamas leaders gathering in Doha and Qatar. There was a sense of Israel overreaching, having had a very successful 2 years militarily against any number of enemies, deciding to use airstrikes to try and kill Hamas leaders in the capital of Qatar on sovereign territory there was regarded as going an airstrike too far, and that seemed to really motivate Donald Trump to deal with the Israeli Prime Minister fairly heavy-handedly. We saw those photographs of him with a phone handed to the Israeli Prime Minister, who then had to phone the Qataris to apologise effectively and say that it wouldn't happen again. But he's also, it seemed, used his authority to make things happen with the Egyptian president, as you say, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. And obviously relations between Egypt and Israel have been extremely strained for the last 2 years during the Gaza conflict for any number of reasons, and the Egyptians, it seems, were minded not to invite the Israeli Prime Minister to this summit, in contrast to other summits we've seen in Sharm el-Sheikh in the past, in previous peace processes. But it seems Donald Trump has intervened and urged the Egyptian president to invite the Israeli Prime Minister, and he will now be going, and also Mahmoud Abbas, the Palestinian president, is going as well. So there is the full set now of Middle Eastern players going to Sharm el-Sheikh, as well as a lot of other world leaders. So if there is a chance of success, surely it has to be grasped now under the stewardship of Donald Trump, who seems very much motivated not just to settle for the TV, made-for-TV moment that he's going to be enjoying today and in here and also in Egypt, but also who seems keen to make this a lasting peace for Gaza, but potentially also, possibly, with broader implications for the Israelis and Palestinians beyond this.
Dom, I'm just going to keep you there for just a moment because we're bringing up pictures of one of the hostages, Bar Kuppenstein, 23 years old. We can just put that image up on our screens. He was taken from the Nova Music Festival, and Bar was provided with first aid to his injuries when he was actually, I'm told, Bar was providing first aid to the injured when he was taken hostage. So he was taken from the Nova Music Festival. Let's just have a little listen in.
אתה חייב לשתות קצת, נשמה, טיפה.
I'm going to bring in Mark after this.
הוא ביקש לשלוח את זה לחדשות, לשלוח את זה? יאללה, למי לשלוח?
Emotional scenes there with the family of Bar. These have been incredibly emotional scenes of mothers speaking for the first time to their children after being separated 2 years ago and not knowing at times whether their children were alive or dead after they were taken into Gaza, relying on Israeli intelligence to provide them with information, relying on the IDF. I spoke to one father the other day who's been told that his son was killed and he will have to wait for the remains of his son. And he said to me, I don't want to believe it until I don't see my son. I don't want to believe, and that's the only thing that has continued to give me hope. But you're looking there at the pictures of Bar Kuppenstein, 23 years old. He was taken from the Nova Festival and he was providing first aid to the injured when he was taken hostage. Let's go back to my colleague Dominic Waghorn, who's sitting by watching these images of the Knesset, of course, because we are waiting for President Donald Trump to arrive any minute now. And Dom, we're just looking at images coming in from Re'im as well, because of course that is where the hostages were taken to that base where they received initial medical treatment, triage by the healthcare workers to ensure that there weren't any critical conditions that they needed to deal with. And then of course they're being taken by chopper to different hospitals and medical facilities based on their needs.
Yeah, I don't know if we can run those pictures again of Bar Kuppenstein being reunited with his family. I think the first pictures of a reunion between a hostage and his family that we've seen today, but recently on social media a video was posted regarding Bar's father, Tal, and the video showed Bar's father, Tal, walking with the help of two individuals. The caption on X read this. It said, "Hostage Bar Cooperstein has a huge surprise waiting for him at home. His father, who'd been paralysed and non-verbal due to an accident, has learned to walk and speak again over the last 2 years so that he'd be ready to hug his son and tell him he missed him." So, I mean, extremely emotional scenes there and, you know, an extraordinary homecoming for Bar Cooperstein to his father and the rest of his family. His father, who now seems to have recovered to some extent from a cerebral injury that was suffered before October the 7th. So he would have been taken not knowing his father was on the path to recovery and now is reunited with his family and has that good news shared with him. And, you know, you have to remember that each one of these cases has an extraordinary story, a powerful human story behind them for the hostages, but also obviously for the tens or hundreds of thousands of Palestinians who are now heading to their homes in Gaza. The hostages are out, but the Palestinians, of course, are heading home to little more than rubble. So many of them have lost relatives who have been injured or have seen relatives injured and paralysed, 67,000 killed. So the hope on both sides is that this achievement, this breakthrough can lead to some kind of progress towards a better future for all sides. And obviously for the people of Gaza, the pressing hope at the moment, the most immediate hope, is that once the hostages are out, and now the Israeli military have withdrawn to the lines within Gaza they agreed to withdraw to, that aid can now flood in. The aid agencies say they're ready to go in with the kind of food and medicine that has been denied the Palestinians, they say, by a woefully inadequate American-Israeli aid operation, and that they can bring in that kind of aid, but also bring in the kind of shelter that's going to be required to house these millions of Gazans, 2 million Gazans, the vast majority of whom have lost their homes. And we've been following, our cameras there have been following some of those families heading home, basically to go back, set up a tent on the rubble of where their home once stood. And the priority is obviously getting aid in to at least stabilise their situation and stabilise the situation both socially but also politically in Gaza as soon as possible.
Dom, we're waiting for President Trump to address the Knesset and for that session to begin any minute now. But we are starting to get some excerpts from his speech that we're going to be expecting. He apparently says this is the historic dawn of a new Middle East. It's an incredible triumph for Israel and the world. And he very much made it clear when he entered the Knesset building, Dom, and was asked by a reporter whether the war was really over. He reiterated what he said on Air Force One and what he's continued to say over the course of the last few days, that yes, this war is over. He didn't hear the sort of yes but from both Hamas and Israel when the plan was first presented to them and whether they'd agreed to it. He simply saw the yes and he wanted to get this over the line. He's very much taken ownership of this ceasefire deal, and leaders around the world are giving him credit. And of course, no doubt, Arab leaders, other Muslim majority leaders have worked very closely with Hamas. Donald Trump and his team have worked very closely with the Israeli team and Benjamin Netanyahu to try and bring both sides to the negotiating table on a number of occasions, and as did the Biden administration. But it feels as though this time it's going to be very different. Dom, I'm just going to read you an excerpt from Anshel Pfeiffer, a reporter with The Economist, who said the last time that Benjamin Netanyahu met Mahmoud Abbas was in 2016 at Shimon Peres's funeral in Jerusalem, and Bibi humiliated him by not mentioning, along with the other dignitaries in his eulogy. I wonder how they'll get along this afternoon in Sharm. And let's just go live now to Sharm el-Sheikh, because I understand the Prime Minister is currently speaking let's bring in our Mark Stone, who is also listening. And Mark, I understand that the Prime Minister is speaking. He's issued a number of statements after he landed in Sharm el-Sheikh. He very much wants to make it clear that he supports Donald Trump's initiatives, and we've heard the involvement of the British government, the National Security Advisor, their involvement, how key they've been behind the scenes as well. But just in the last half an hour or so, we understand that Benjamin Netanyahu has spoken with the Egyptian president, a call that was brokered by Donald Trump, and very much in the sort of unorthodox way that Donald Trump operates, handing Benjamin Netanyahu the phone in Washington to speak to the Qatari Prime Minister, and now, of course, to Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. We're also looking, Mark, at images there of Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer, both there in Sharm el-Sheikh.
Yes, among quite a few world leaders, some of whom only confirmed as recently as yesterday. Images there, here in Sharm el-Sheikh, of the French President and the British Prime Minister in a bilateral meeting that took place a short time ago. Our own Beth Rigby is there. She was with the British Prime Minister. She's travelled with him, so we'll speak to her shortly, I am sure. The other extraordinary news that has emerged in the last 20 minutes, half an hour ago or so, is that the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has I think now confirmed that he will be down here in Sharm el-Sheikh as well. That's new. There was not an expectation as recently as last night that he would be here. We did hear that the Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas had confirmed his attendance along with his deputy. They flew from the West Bank to Amman this morning and that will then fly down here to Sharm el-Sheikh. So the fact that the Israeli Prime Minister will be here as well kind of completes it, because yesterday we were wondering who was going to sign what. If this is a signing ceremony, you kind of need the principals to be here. Now, clearly, Hamas is not here. They would not be part of this, because part of the deal is that they are not part of any of the process going forward. But the Palestinian Authority, they are key to this. They are key to the day after in Gaza. And so the fact that Mahmoud Abbas is here is clearly very important. Netanyahu is the Israeli Prime Minister. He's not going anywhere at the moment, certainly until elections happen in Israel. So he is a key part of this process. So the fact that he will be here is very significant indeed. It does make you wonder what the optics will look like. I cannot for one moment imagine that there would be any sort of handshake between Netanyahu and Mahmoud Abbas. I mean, that would be utterly extraordinary, and it would not serve the interests of either men in terms of their political base to be seen to shake hands, nor would I think would they want to do that. But it might be something Donald Trump wants to see. So that's going to be clearly something to watch. Very, very significant day this afternoon, I think, and the sense that we're getting is it's all coming together at the very last minute. The banners that were up for the business summit that took place here a few weeks ago have been covered up. The hastily designed logos of this new summit are being unveiled as we speak. The flags are being put in place. We're being kept in this media centre over the road from the main centre where the leaders will gather a little bit later on today. Conveniently, this media centre, or this convention centre, is right next door to the airport here at Sharm el-Sheikh. Some of the leaders arrived last night, others are arriving as we speak, and Donald Trump will fly straight down here from Tel Aviv, from Ben Gurion Airport in Israel in the next few hours.
Yeah, Mark, like all of these things, Donald Trump is currently delayed. We expected him to speak at the Knesset perhaps about half an hour ago. And of course, these things are often delayed. He's making a very quick trip. So tell us about the process there. How long will the summit be? Have all the leaders arrived? And what time did they expect this to start?
They're due to arrive. As I said, some of them are here already in the city. They haven't made their way to the convention centre just yet. That will happen a little bit later on this afternoon. The summit, and I'm looking here at, I mean, this is kind of the fascinating way that it's all come together. I've got in front of me the invitation that was sent out by the Americans, by the US State Department, to world leaders. On the face of it, this is a summit being hosted by the Egyptian government, but in reality, it is an American affair. And the invitation that was sent out over the past couple of days talks about it being a Middle East peace plan, a signing of a Middle East peace plan, and the timing is 2:30 to 4:25 this afternoon. Now, we know that at least 20 world leaders have confirmed that they are attending. Of those that are not sending a leader, they're sending foreign ministers, and so there is a huge number of different countries all gathering here. And I think the point of this is, yes, to sign the peace plan, but much more than that. It's to show unity, it's to show a singular direction forward beyond phase one, which we're seeing unfold today, and which you've been seeing unfold in Israel and in Gaza over the course of the day. Beyond that's been a very hard thing to achieve, but in a sense it's easier than what will come now. Who's going to govern Gaza? We know that it'll be a technocratic government in the short term. It will involve the work of Tony Blair. Donald Trump is going to be the kind of chair of it, however that will work out. But that's only a technocratic government that will only last a short space of time. The hope is that but within time, Palestinians will take over. Then there's the peacekeepers. Who's going to be on the ground? Which militaries are going to be on the ground keeping the peace? That's going to be extremely difficult to do. There is the risk of some sort of, sectarian conflict, reprisals between different groups within Gaza. So it's going to be very, very delicate indeed. We know that Egypt has offered peacekeeping troops, but only under the auspices of the United Nations. So there will need to be a UN resolution for that. Again, that takes time. So the summit today is the beginning of a conversation between many different governments to work all these details out.
Mark Stone, thank you very much indeed, and good morning to you all. I'm Mark Austin, live in Jerusalem this morning on an historic day for the Middle East, and we are waiting, as you can see there on the left of your screen, for Donald Trump to take centre stage in the Knesset with his speech to that body. Big moment this for Trump, because his message here to the Israelis and to the rest of the region is going to be absolutely crucial, and we've got already advance notice of some of the things that he will be saying. And I've got to say, much delayed, well over an hour, maybe an hour and a half now, overdue, this speech, but a lot has been going on, which Dominic Waghorn and I will talk about in a moment. Calls to President Sisi about this summit. Benjamin Netanyahu is now going to this summit. Mahmoud Abbas, we knew, was going, so that's big. The Israeli leader, the Palestinian Authority leader, both at that summit, and we're getting word of what Donald Trump will say. He's going to talk about an incredible triumph for Israel and the world. He's going to say America joins you in those two everlasting vows, never forget and never again. And he will say this: Israel has won all that can be won by force of arms. It is time to translate these victories against terrorists on the battlefield into the ultimate prize of peace and prosperity for the entire Middle East. And so that looks like Ivanka Trump there, who is being applauded. Her husband, Jared Kushner, of course, playing a key role in this. Dominic Waghorn is with me. It looks like it's about to start. But what do you make, first of all, of these lines that we're getting? It is time to translate these victories against terrorists on the battlefield into the ultimate prize of peace and prosperity.
Yeah, it looks like it's about to start, Mark, but I think that was a round of applause for Ivanka Trump. No sign yet of her father. It has to be said that around this time, according to the schedule, he should have been getting back into Cadillac 1 and heading towards Ben Gurion Airport and flying out of Israel towards Sharm el-Sheikh. So he's way past his schedule. And we assume the reason for the delay is he is and was scheduled to meet families of the released hostages, at least some of them, and possibly those meetings have overrun. But we are going to be hearing from him at some point, also from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, but also from the opposition leader, one of the opposition leaders, Yair Lapid, and the Speaker of the Knesset. So it could be quite a long session. So it looks like those world leaders gathering in Sharm el-Sheikh are going to be kept waiting, possibly. But as you say, you know, we are getting excerpts of the speech already from Reuters news agency, and I think, as you say, that the key thing that you alight on is him saying that Israel has won all that can be won by force of arms. And that is, it seems, the American president calling time on 2 years of Israeli military hegemony in the region, where they have gone from one enemy to another to destroy them, starting off with Hamas and then Hezbollah, then attacking the Houthis, playing their part, they would say, in the Syrian revolution, and then going on to attack Iran, but then overreaching, attacking Hamas leaders in Qatar. And looking at the excerpts of this speech, it looks like Donald Trump is going for the big one. He's not just trying to achieve a ceasefire in Gaza, not just trying to achieve an exchange between Palestinian prisoners and Israeli hostages. He seems to be aiming now for something much bigger than this. He's saying that there is the moment now, the opportunity to translate this into the ultimate prize, he says, of peace and prosperity. So he's being pretty ambitious.
Yes, and it's well, it's not often the American president is not the most important thing happening in the country, because, of course, the background to this is this momentous day, a day when the living hostages are finally free, and we have confirmation this hour from the IDF that all 20 living hostages, surviving hostages, are back on Israeli soil and are undergoing medical checks and are reuniting with families, a day when their families, of course, Dominic, can rejoice and can start to believe that their torment is over and they can start to slowly rebuild their lives. It is absolutely unimaginable what they've been through in the last 2 years, but for them it is, and their families, it is a day to celebrate.
Yeah, and an extraordinary moment for Israelis who've been waiting for this for 2 years, but also now pictures from the West Bank, an extraordinary day for Palestinians who are going to see more than 1,900, as almost 2,000 Palestinians being released. Now, 1,700 of them are not going to the West Bank, they're going to Gaza. They've been arrested during this 2-year war. The Israelis say they weren't involved in October the 7th, but they have been detained, some of them minors, some of them children, without the kind of due process that you'd expect in a civilian context. They've been taken during war, but the Palestinian critics of Israel say they've been rounded up arbitrarily to give them bargaining chips towards a day like this when they could be exchanged for the Israeli hostages. But 250 Palestinians who've been held, many of them on life sentences, are going to be released, and we've just seen, it looks like, the first pictures of those being released in the West Bank. About half an hour ago we saw the coaches taking them out of off-air prison. They've gone across the crossing into Batunia, into the West Bank, the occupied West Bank. They've now been, it seems, released from those coaches and welcomed by huge crowds. But look at those pictures we're seeing a few minutes ago. And, you know, bear in mind, the Israelis actually banned any celebration. They've actually banned any of these hostages or their families even speaking to the media. The expectation is that would be ignored and defied, and from those pictures it looks as though that's happening. And I think what we can say, Mark, is we're going to see enormous celebrations in the West Bank, even despite that those restrictions. But here in Jerusalem, particularly in more religious cities in Israel, this is the last day of Sukkot, and in any normal year, at the end of Sukkot, you have massive celebrations and partying at the end of this Jewish holiday. But we're going to see that, I think, even more so, of course, at the end of this historic day.
Yes, and the Palestinian prisoners, long-term prisoners, and also detainees who were held by the Israelis during this 2-year period. being led to a number of buses, 38 buses from Offa prison on the West Bank and back to reunions with their families. But Dominic, just to return to this, what we're seeing now, and this speech that's coming up, it is delayed, substantially delayed, and it does seem as though all sorts of diplomacy has been going on with the meeting between Trump and Netanyahu, the phone call with Sisi, and now the invitation from Sisi to Netanyahu. But it looks like they are there. Let's have a listen to the proceedings.
Edelson there on the balcony.
See how much they love you.
נא לשבת.
חברות וחברי הכנסת, היום יום שני, כ"א בתשרי התשפ"ו, 13 באוקטובר 2025, ואני מתכבד לפתוח את הישיבה המיוחדת של הכנסת.
Convening of the Knesset to welcome President Trump, the President of the United States of America. Members of Knesset, before I begin, this is a special meeting. Therefore, there will be no interpolations. If anyone does disturb it in any way, will be asked to leave. There will be no cautions. But yes, you can applaud during this meeting, as you've already seen. President Herzog and his wife, Michal, His Honor, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his wife Sarah. The chairman of the opposition, Mr. Yair Lapid, and his wife, Lihi, ministers, members of Knesset, special recognition to Ron Dermer, who led, he's saying it in English.
Special recognition to Minister Ron Dermer, who led the negotiation team
on behalf of Israel. Thank you, Ron.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
He's speaking in English.
Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane. Two key players, President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who is here with his partner, Lauren. And Jared Kushner, who is here with his wife, Ivanka. And thank you guys for everything that you have done to bring about this day. Ambassador of the United States to Israel, my dear friend and my absolute favorite rock star, Mike Huckabee. שגריר ישראל בארצות הברית, יחיאל לייטר. תודה. שגרירים וראשי משלחות זרות, ראש עיריית ירושלים, משה ליאון ורעייתו סתווית, סגל א' של המדינה, ראשי גופי הביטחון, אלה שנמצאים איתנו ואלה שבשטח, הרמטכ"ל רב-אלוף אייל זמיר, המפכ"ל רב ניצב דניאל לוי, נציב שירות בתי הסוהר רב גונדר קובי יעקבי. הוא נמצא בשטח, הוא מאלה שנמצאים בשטח.
He's in the field, yes, he's definitely one of those who's in the field. And the head of the Fire Extinguishing and Fire Brigade Commission. The chair of the Mossad, David Barnea. the head of the GSF, David Zini, Major General in Reserves. The chair of the administration for the hostages, Gal Hirsch. Mayors and heads of regional authorities, the Director General of the Knesset, who managed to organize this event, Moshe Edrei, within a matter of 2 days, which normally takes a few months to organize. And the Secretary of the Knesset, Mr. Marzuk, and the legal advisor, Sagit Ofik, and the officer of the Knesset, Yuval Chen, the members of the executive of the Knesset, families of the hostages, bereaved families. Civil servants and guests from here and abroad, forgive me if I will not enumerate everyone after this, but dear citizens of Israel, it is a very special honor for me to welcome with you our best friend that Israel has ever had in the White House. Welcome to Israel, welcome Jerusalem, welcome to the Knesset, the President Donald J. Trump. His Excellency the President, I would like to thank you that you awarded us this privilege and right to be the first parliament outside the United States that you are visiting in this term of office. In such special days, I would like to say we honor you to have honored us with this. With a special Jewish prayer. 2,000 years ago, we were exiled by force from this country, from our land. But never did we ever forget Jerusalem in all those years. It is the beating heart of the Jewish heart when it was actually established 3,000 years. And we have been praying to be back here every year. You, 7 years, were the first person, as the President of the United States, you recognized the sovereignty of Jerusalem as the capital. You fulfilled a promise that many presidents before you promised, but only you fulfilled that promise, and you transferred the embassy of the United States to the unified Jerusalem. Thank you, President Trump. Since the dawn of its existence, Israel has been forced to fight, but it always stretched its hand out in peace. And years ago, you, with Benjamin Netanyahu, you initiated the Abraham Accords. I was privileged to then serve in that Knesset, and as days have passed, it has taken on very special meaning, a personal meaning as well, because I was the Speaker of the first House that was formally invited by an Arab country, and we were invited, and where my parents, who were born there, in fact, in Morocco, a special privilege, you brought in coordinated all four of those countries, and you said, peace for the sake of peace. You brought that together and brought that about. Long before your first term of office, already in 2011, you identified the danger embedded in a nuclear Iran, and you said in English,
is a major threat to our nation's national security interests. We can't allow Iran to go nuclear.
That threat on the United States, it means on the entire free world, your consistent stand that put America first, but not alone. You brought with you to the White House in both of these terms of office 4 months ago, after the Prime Minister Netanyahu opened the Rising Lion campaign, you said you will open up the Midnight Hammer. It was a very brave campaign, but there was nothing like that until you came. And thus, the President, you prevented a nuclear holocaust that Iran wanted to bring on us and the world. Their people have been shouting death to America and death to Israel. But today we can say open-heartedly to the Ayatollahs in Iran, they will not have nuclear weapons. Thank you, President Trump, for that. Your Excellence, today we are celebrating the end of the Feast of the Tabernacles, and we will celebrate Simchat Torah tomorrow. 2 years ago, it was the hardest day that Israel, since the dawn of its existence, has ever suffered, and the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Many times I came to the place of the slaughter and the massacre with foreigners from abroad, and we watched what had happened, all the atrocities. And just a few days after that, I accompanied Jared and Ivanka to those harsh areas, horrific areas. And we witnessed what had happened, Kfar Aza and Re'im, and what we saw, something that we had hoped that would never, ever be reiterated since the dawn of humankind. We're talking about massacres, rapes, and murders. The devil not only murdered, raped, burned, and murdered many of our brothers and sisters, but they also took them hostages, alive and dead. Since that, the people of Israel have been fighting the longest but justified war ever since its existence for the release, because that scar has been bleeding, that wound has been bleeding, and everyone has been suffering and crying with them. They were hanging between such despair and hope for 2 whole years. Today, where everyone, all these honorable guests are sitting, above us all the pictures were hanging of the hostages. This morning, we were able to take down the pictures because they have been released and returned. It was spontaneous. And I received this pin. I received it from Eitan Mor, one of these hostages. But I am honored to remove it because Eitan Mor is already in the hands of his parents. They are embracing him. Thank you, President Trump. I can take the pin off now.
Mr. President, you stand before the people of Israel not as another American president, but as a giant of Jewish history, one for whom we must look back 2.5 millennia into the mists of time to find a parallel, Cyrus the Great. You, President Donald J. Trump, are a colossus who will be enshrined in the pantheon of history. Thousands of years from now, Mr. President, the Jewish people will remember you. We are a nation that remembers. Far from being a local struggle, what we are witnessing is a global struggle, a global battle between the forces of extremism, radicalism, and fundamentalism, and those of freedom, liberty, and democracy. What the world needs now is not appeasers who feed the crocodile in the hope that they will be eaten last, like the kind we have seen recently at the UN General Assembly. And by the way, President Trump, your team has checked the teleprompter. It is working beautifully. What the world needs now are more leaders who are brave, resolute, strong, and bold. The world needs more Trumps. Mr. President, with your permission, I would like to take this moment to address Prime Minister Netanyahu. ראש הממשלה, תודה. ראש הממשלה, עמדת בכל שנות כהונתך, אבל בפרט בשנתיים האחרונות מול לחצים אדירים.
Against pressures from all around. Steve Witkoff, who fought with you in the trenches for the return of the hostages, said about you that the really hard work was the Prime Minister's work. He was the person who had to make very tough decisions, how tough to be with Hamas and when to be more flexible. There were times where, with you, Mr. Witkoff, that I thought we need to be more flexible or tougher. But I think in hindsight that we would not have reached this point if the Prime Minister had not acted as he did. Our president, also you, Mr. President, Donald Trump believes in you as well, that you had to make very, very hard decisions. People who were less courageous would not have been able to make those decisions. Here we are today because Hamas had no alternative. That is what Mr. Witkoff said. They had to. They were constrained to reach that decision. They saw what an army we had, and how we advanced so significantly. And that is what enabled this. That is what the Ambassador Witkoff said. Yesterday, Mr. Prime Minister, the President Trump said that you are the right person at the right time. And I am proud to say from here in the eyes of the world that thanks to you, we reached these achievements that we reached. It was thanks to you. Thank you. On this day, we would like to thank from the hearts and our souls of our nation to the brave IDF soldiers. We would like to thank the brave IDF soldiers who soared ahead as lions and sacrificed and endangered their lives for the sake of Israel. Some of them had to sacrifice their lives, and we would like to bow their heads and the bereaved families. Their blood was never shed in vain, because by their sacrifice, they brought us to this elevated moment, and their names will remain engraved in the hearts of our people, our nation.
President Trump, you are the president of peace. There was not a single person on this planet who did more than you to advance peace. No one even came close. Your election to the presidency marked a turning point, not only for the United States, but for the entire world. Through your strength of character and unwavering resolve, you brought an end to bloody conflicts in no fewer than 8 regions across the globe. In less than 9 months, you became one of the most consequential presidents in history. You saved countless lives that would have been lost without your leadership. And as our sages teach, whoever saves one life, it is as though he has saved an entire world. You have proven that true peace is achieved through strength, and that only those who are prepared to use force in the present can prevent the need to use it in the future. Mr. President, you, more than any other individual, are deserving of the highest recognition for your efforts in promoting peace. Therefore, I hereby announce that together with our good friend, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, we will rally speakers and presidents of parliaments from around the world to submit your candidacy for the Nobel Prize, Peace Prize next year. There is no one more deserving than you, President Trump. No one. אדוני הנשיא, אנחנו ניצבים בפני ההיסטוריה ברגע נשגב שיחקק לדורות.
We are standing at a historic moment that will be written in the annals of history. This is such a moving moment that we have wished and prayed for. In Jeremiah, we read in the Bible about the mother who is crying for her sons, with the tears streaming down her cheeks. She said that our brethren will come back from the land of the enemy, and the sons and daughters will return to their borders. I would like to wish a speedy and full recovery to all the wounded and to the hostages. How good that you are home. President Trump, let us pray that God Almighty will wish you, your country, your family, and all your citizens, and may there be peace on you and all of us.
May God bless the United States of America, and may God bless the state of Israel. Toda rabba v'chag sameach.
Thank you very much, and we wish you a very Hag Sameach, a good Feast of the Tabernacles, the Jewish festival that takes place today and tomorrow.
It
is an honor and a privilege for me to invite the Prime Minister and member of Knesset, Benjamin Netanyahu, to address us.
מכובדי הנשיא הרצוג ורעייתו מיכל,
The distinguished, His Excellent, the President of Israel, Mr. Herzog, and his wife Michal, and all distinguished guests, headed by our great friend, the President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump. Welcome to Jerusalem, our eternal capital. Welcome to Israel. On this moving day that will definitely be engraved in the annals of our history, and you, Mr. President, will also, your name will be engraved in our history. You have already been engraved in the annals of humankind, but we remember our friends, and we know what your important part has been, a decisive part, in the return of the rest of our hostages on this day. The harbinger of good tidings came just an hour ago that all those live hostages have been returned to us. What excitement! We have been waiting for this moment, and we are committed to bringing them all home. And I would like to personally thank you, and on behalf of all our entire nation, thank you, President Trump. Thank you.
Now, I know that the teleprompters are working well, though I'm not using them. But I'm not sure about the translation. So I'll say words in English. President Trump, the Knesset welcomes you and your distinguished delegation to Jerusalem, our eternal capital. This is your first visit to Israel since you recognize Jerusalem as our capital and moved the embassy here. Thank you, President Trump, for that. There are many other reasons to thank you since your last visit here. Thank you for recognizing Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. Thank you for standing up to the lies against Israel in the United Nations. Thank you for recognizing in your 2020 peace plan our rights in Judea and Samaria, the ancestral homeland of the Jewish people. Thank you for brokering the historic Abraham Accords. Abraham, Eskemei Avraham. Thank you for withdrawing from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. Thank you for supporting Operation Rising Lion, and for your bold decision to launch Operation Midnight Hammer. Boy, is that, you got to hear this. This is the most fitting name ever named for a military operation, because a little after midnight, you really hammered them. My friends, this is only a partial list, but it's enough to affirm what I've said time and again. Donald Trump is the greatest friend that the state of Israel has ever had in the White House. No American president has ever done more for Israel. And as I said in Washington, it ain't even close. It's really not a match. Mr. President, today we welcome you here to thank you for your pivotal leadership in putting forward a proposal that got the backing of almost the entire world. A proposal that brings all our hostages home. A proposal that ends the war by achieving all our objectives. A proposal that opens the door to an historic expansion of peace in our region and beyond our region. Mr. President, you are committed to this peace. I am committed to this peace. And together, Mr. President, we will achieve this peace. We've done it before. We've done it before in the Abraham Accords, and we'll do it again. Mr. President, today the Jewish calendar marks the end of 2 years of war. That war began on October 7th, on the Jewish festival of Simchat Torah. You always tell me, and you tell the world, remember October 7th. Mr. President, we remember. We remember the thousands of Hamas terrorists who stormed into our towns and kibbutzim. We remember the 1,200 people Hamas savagely slaughtered in cold blood, including dozens and dozens of Americans. We remember entire families burnt alive as they embraced each other. We remember the beautiful young Israelis brutally gunned down at the Nova Music Festival. We remember the hundreds of our citizens who were dragged into the dungeons of Gaza, including 12 Americans, men and women, young and old, babies and elderly Holocaust survivors. My friends, Mr. President, Donald, these monsters take babies as hostages. In response to this barbaric attack on October 7th, Israel did what it had to do. With indomitable courage, we set out to defend our people, to defeat our enemies, and to release our hostages. Our heroic soldiers fought like lions. They fought on the front lines of civilization and barbarism. Israel achieved amazing victories over Hamas and the entire Iran terror axis. Sinwar, Dev, Hania, Nasrallah, Assad, they're all gone. Iran's nuclear weapons and ballistic missile program, with your enormous help, Mr. President, rolled back. Half the Houthi leadership wiped out. But the price of this victory The price of these victories has been heavy. Nearly 2,000 of Israel's finest were lost, nearly half in battle. They left behind parents, spouses, siblings, and children. Their love and laughter, their promise and potential were lost forever. To the families of our fallen fighters, many of them are here, I say, I know the depth of your pain. I know the inconsolable grief that will accompany you for the rest of your lives. The state of Israel bows its head in eternal gratitude to our fallen heroes. Because of these heroes, our nation will survive. Because of these heroes, our nations will thrive. And because of these heroes, our nation will have peace. Mr. President, thousands of our brave soldiers were also wounded, suffering terrible blows to body and soul. Brave soldiers like Ari Spitz. Ari is an American. Ari is an American Israeli who was injured Ari is an American Israeli who was injured in Gaza while searching for Hamas terrorists and weapons. 2 of Ari's comrades were killed in this action and 10 were injured. Ari was presumed dead, but made a miraculous recovery despite losing 3 limbs. Ari, stand up for a minute alone. Stand up. There you go. There. Ari, you are the spirit of Joshua. You are the spirit of David. You are the spirit of the Maccabees. You are the spirit of Israel. I salute you. We all salute you. Sabine Tassa of Kibbutz Netiv HaAsara is watching us today from the Israeli consulate in Los Angeles. Sabine lost her husband and her oldest son on October 7th. She is the mother of 3 other boys. 2 of them, Koren and Shai, witnessed their father jump on a Hamas grenade to save his 2 sons. We all saw the film of those 2 boys crying out in pain, "Father is dead. Why? Why did God save me?" Mr. President, my friend Donald, I've seen some very tough things in my life, but I couldn't bring myself to watch those boys suffering again. So I didn't see this film except once. Yet Sabine, their mother, has had the strength and fortitude to show this film across the world. And my wife Sarah and I asked her, "Sabine, how do you do it? Why do you do it?" And she answered, "I do it to show the entire world the monsters Israel is fighting and the justice of our cause." This is what she's doing once again in Los Angeles. Sabine, you can hear me now, so I want to tell you on behalf of all of us, You embody the spirit of our biblical heroines, Deborah, Ruth, and Esther. You too are the spirit of Israel, and we all salute you. Mr. President, you asked me on our many conversations during the 12-day war with Iran, you asked me, how are the people holding up? And I said to you, our people are strong. Israelis are a nation of lions with unlimited resolve to defend our country and secure our future. The people give strength to our soldiers, and the people give strength to me and to my colleagues. The Jewish people have risen from the ashes time and again, but when we formed the State of Israel and the Army of Israel, we pledged never again would be defenseless against our enemies. And that resolute strength not only assures our survival, it assures our future, it assures peace. We have paid a high price for this war, but our enemies now understand just how powerful and just how determined Israel is. They understand that attacking Israel on October 7th was a catastrophic mistake. They understand that Israel is strong and that Israel is here to stay. And this, Mr. President, is the indispensable foundation of peace. Peace through strength. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a momentous day, a day of great joy as the remaining hostages come home. My wife Sarah and I have met with the hostage families many times. There were no words to describe their agony, only tears of bottomless sorrow and unimaginable pain. At the beginning of the war, I promised to bring all the hostages home. Today, with the indispensable help, the determined and focused help, the unremitting help of President Trump and his team, and with the incredible sacrifice and courage of the soldiers of Israel, we are fulfilling that promise. It has been a long journey to get here. In the first week of the war, our brave soldiers put military pressure on Hamas, and the international community put diplomatic pressure on them. This enabled us to secure the release of over 100 hostages. In heroic rescue attempts behind enemy lines, Israel's special forces rescued 8 live hostages and brought back the remains of dozens more. But as time went on, we all know what happened. The diplomatic pressure was turned on its head. More and more governments bought into Hamas's false propaganda. More and more governments succumbed to anti-Semitic mobs in their own countries. They just turned on Israel. They called for us to surrender to Hamas demands, just leave Gaza immediately, they said, end the war without committing to disarm Hamas, without committing to demilitarize Gaza. Had Israel succumbed to those demands, not only would Sinwar, Nasrallah, Assad, and Iran's missile and nuclear program remain intact. Not only that, because in no time, the Hamas killers would be back on the border fence, ready to repeat the horrors of October 7th again and again, as they vowed to do. But just at that point of maximum pressure on Israel, a man named Donald J. Trump was elected President of the United States. And ladies and gentlemen, overnight, everything changed. Everything. Mr. President, thanks to your unequivocal backing of Israel, We secured a second hostage deal within weeks of your election. And in the months that followed, we worked closely together to forge a path to bring the remaining hostages home and end the war. End the war in a way that ensures the disarming of Hamas, the demilitarization of Gaza, and that Gaza would never again pose a threat to Israel. 2 months ago, you fully backed my decision to send the IDF into the last Hamas stronghold in Gaza City. You shared my view that this military pressure would help free the hostages. And despite all the criticism, all the naysayers, we were right. Hamas caved in. And 2 weeks ago, you succeeded in doing something miraculous. You succeeded in doing something that no one believed was possible. You brought most of the Arab world, you brought most of the world behind your proposal to free the hostages and end the war. I want to thank Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and Ron Dermer for their great contribution to this effort. And I want to thank our negotiating team. I believe that the close cooperation between the two of us, between our two nations, combining Israel's military pressure and President Trump's unmatched global leadership. I have to tell you, I've seen a lot of American presidents. I've seen them all in the time that I've been here, and I've been here quite a lot of time. I've never seen anyone move the world so quickly, so decisively, so resolutely as our friend President Donald J. Trump. With our military pressure and President Trump's global leadership, we achieved this historic moment. It's a moment of indescribable joy as our nation embraces our sons who are coming home. Mr. President, this week, Jews around the world are going to read the book of Ecclesiastes, Kohelet, in the Bible. The Bible has many miraculous moments. One of them was your decision to bomb Fordo. I think it was a pivot of history because it wasn't meant only to bomb Fordo. That action and your previous action of taking out Qasem Soleimani, the architect of death, I think that changed the balance of power in the world. You brought America back again to the driver's seat. Now, I said that we're going to read this week the book of Ecclesiastes. It's not a book of action. It's a book of meditations, of thought, a perspective on life and on death. And in this book, we read the immortal words of King Solomon. To everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven. Et milchama ve'et shalom. A time for peace and a time for war. The last 2 years have been a time of war. The coming years will hopefully be a time for peace. Peace inside Israel and peace outside Israel. I look forward to continuing marching with you on the path we paved together with the Abraham Accords. Under your leadership, we can forge new peace treaties with Arab countries in the region and Muslim countries beyond the region. Abraham's children will work together to build a better future, a future that will unite civilization against barbarism, light against darkness, and hope against despair. And my friends, I believe that with President Trump's leadership, this will happen a lot faster than people think. As Prime Minister of Israel, I extend my hand to hold those who seek peace with us. No one wants peace more than the people of Israel. Israel will always remain vigilant in defending itself, and Israel will always remain full of hope. Hope is our national anthem. Hope is our creed. Hope is our strength. It is time, my friends, to realize that hope and expand the circle of peace. Mr. President, thank you for all you have done for us. I have submitted your nomination to be the first non-Israeli recipient of the Israel Prize, Israel's highest award. As to that other prize, just a question of time, you'll get it. But I want you to get the Israel Prize, our highest award, to our greatest friend. When others were weak, you were strong. When others were fearful, you were bold. When others abandoned us, you stood by our side. On behalf of the government and people of Israel, I thank you for your extraordinary friendship. Thank you for helping bring our hostages home. Thank you for supporting Israel's march to victory. Thank you for paving a path to peace. מכובדי נשיא ארצות הברית, ידידי דונלד, ברוך הבא לישראל.
Of the United States, welcome to Israel, welcome to Jerusalem, welcome on this propitious moment. And blessed be those who have reached this moment, this momentous moment. It's a prayer from the Bible.
May God bless you and your family, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. And may God bless the covenant between our two promised lands. Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
Come on up, opposition. Come on, opposition.
Yeah.
Okay.
אני מתכבד להזמין כעת את ראש האופוזיציה, חבר הכנסת יאיר
member of
לפיד.
Knesset, Yair Lapid.
Mr. Speaker, members of Knesset, ministers, President Herzog, Prime Minister Netanyahu, distinguished guests, Your Excellency, President Trump. For 2 years, we waited for this moment. 2 years of sleepless nights, 2 years without air in our lungs. Our eyes are filled with tears today. Our hearts are filled with gratitude. Our children are coming home. In the Babylonian Talmud, a sacred book of the Jewish people, it is written, whoever destroys one life, it is as though he destroyed an entire world, and whoever saves one life, it is though as he has saved an entire world. Mr. President, you have saved the lives of our hostages. But you saved so much more. You have saved the souls of the bereaved whose loved ones now will be brought home for burial. You have saved thousands of soldiers who will now not fall in battle. And you have saved millions from the horrors of war. You have saved more than one life, and each life is an entire world. This is a historic moment, and a reminder that history is shaped by people. It is shaped by those who know the past, but have the vision to change the future. When you were elected, you declared that you would be the president of peace. You have kept your word. The fact that you were not awarded the Nobel Peace Prize is a grave mistake by the committee. But they will have no choice, Mr. President. They will have to award it to you next year. Peace will not come by waiting. It will come by building, by reaching out, and by daring once again to believe. You, Mr. President, have done the unimaginable. We will be eternally grateful. But we also need to take responsibility. The destiny of Israel will always be written by the people of Israel. We must now prove ourselves worthy of what has been achieved. From its founding, Israel has said to the world that our strength, our power, rest upon our values. Israel is the strongest country in the Middle East because we are the only democracy in the Middle East. Because we believe in the principles laid in our Declaration of Independence, which says Israel will ensure complete equality of social and political rights to all its inhabitants, irrespective of religion, race, or sex. It will guarantee freedom of religion, conscience, language, education, and culture. It will safeguard the holy places for all religions. Those are our values. That is who we are as people, as a country. Our neighbors must understand one more thing about us. We are not going anywhere. The Middle East is our home. We are here to stay. Our story did not end in the Bible. It began there. It continues in our laboratories and universities, in our innovation hubs. Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, and the Houthis, they all read the wrong intelligence reports. The real intelligence report on Israel's intentions is found in the book of Genesis. and I will give you and your descendants after you the land of Canaan for an everlasting possession. We call upon the nations of the Islamic world and all our neighbors, Saudi Arabia, Syria, others. We are here to stay. We can do great things together. Come and talk to us. Mr. President, you are the one who can make it happen as you did with the historic Abraham Accords. Then too, no one believed it was possible. Then too, you imposed your vision on everyone. While others spoke of difficulties, you created opportunity. You can be the one to bring the next wave of peace. The people of Israel support this. They want this. We are ready. And you can later today in Egypt with your unbelievably talented team, my friends Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, forge a regional alliance that will change not only the Middle East, but the entire world. After 2 years of war, the peoples of this region should look around and ask themselves, whose situation is better? Those who chose the path of peace or those who chose the path of war? Those who invested in their people, in the education of their children, in science and education and technology, or those who invested in hate and in violence? From here I say to all those who demonstrated against Israel these past 2 years, on the streets of London and Rome, in Paris and in Columbia University. I do not represent the government, as you know. I am the leader of the opposition. And I tell you, then, you were deceived. You were deceived. Propaganda experts, funded by terror money, manipulated you. Now that the war has stopped, you have time and a chance to go and learn the facts. The truth is, there was no genocide, no intentional starvation. The truth is, there was an army and a country fighting in the most complicated conditions imaginable against terrorists who send their own children to die for a follow-up, who use their own children as human shields. The truth is that a democratic state was attacked by a fanatical terrorist organization. 1,200 people were killed in one day, women were raped, babies were burned alive. And all that, on all the while, they played with your minds, selling you the absurd idea that supporting Islamic terror is somehow a liberal value. There is good and evil in this world. When you stand with Hamas, you stand with evil. When you stand with Hezbollah, you stand with evil. When you stand with the Iranian regime, you stand with evil. When you stand with Israel, you stand on the side of justice. Last week I attended the 7th October memorial ceremony. An inspirational woman called Galit Dan spoke on stage. Galit had a daughter, Noya, a 13-year-old girl who was autistic like my daughter. And Noya was full of light. She loved Harry Potter. On that dark day, Noya was sleeping at her grandmother's, Carmela's house in Kibbutz Nir Oz. Carmela was 80 years old. Their bodies, grandmother and granddaughter, were found embraced. They were murdered together. On stage at the ceremony, Galit said a sentence that moved us all. We don't want revenge, she said. We want redemption. Today, the redemption begins. Israel has endured 2 terrible years on the battlefield and in the international arena. But in those 2 years, we also rediscovered our own greatness. We remember how good we can be, our pilots who took control of the skies over Iran, our industries leading the world in technology, our civil society, which reached out to help every victim of the war. We will move forward toward a different future. Our heroic soldiers who saved us all will fold away their uniforms and rise as teachers and engineers, scientists and innovators, investors and small business owners. We will never be able to repay the debt to those who sacrificed everything these past years, to those who, as President Lincoln said, gave the last full measure of devotion. We can only be worthy of them, worthy of their sacrifice. Mr. President, allow me to speak also to the businessman in you, the deal maker who understands value. If there were one stock in the world I would invest in today, it is the state of Israel. If there were one nation that deserves unrestricted access to GPU chips, to AI and SMR technologies, to American markets, it is the state of Israel. Israel's future is intertwined with our eternal alliance, our strategic and moral covenant with our greatest friends, the United States of America. This war is over. We will always need to stay vigilant, to guard against those who seek our destruction. But the state of Israel is about to reinvent itself. The challenges ahead demand not only strength, but a new vision. It's time to take a new path, to be a nation that is advanced and thriving and peace-seeking. We have waited for this moment, for the end of the war, for the return of the hostages, for the chance to rechannel our grief and loss into the energy needed to rebuild our nation. Thanks to you, Mr. President. Thanks to our soldiers, our lions. Thanks to the millions of great Israeli patriots who filled the streets and the square and never, not for one moment, gave up on the hostages. Thanks to all of them, the strength within us can now rise, succeed, and build for our future and for our children. Thank you very much. God bless the United States of America. Am Israel Chai.
אני מודה לראש האופוזיציה, ועכשיו, members of the Knesset, it is now my distinct honor to invite the President of the United States of America, His Excellency Donald J. Trump, to address the Knesset.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great honor. Nice place. Very nice place. Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, esteemed members of the Knesset and cherished citizens of Israel, we gather on a day of profound joy, of soaring hope, of renewed faith, and above all, a day to give our deepest thanks to the Almighty God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. After 2 harrowing years in darkness and captivity, 20 courageous hostages are returning to the glorious embrace of their families, and it is glorious. 28 more precious loved ones are coming home at last to rest in this sacred soil for all of time. And after so many years of unceasing war and endless danger, today the skies are calm, the guns are silent, the sirens are still, and the sun rises on a holy land that is finally at peace, a land and a region that will live, God willing, in peace for all eternity. This is not only the end of a war, this is the end of an age of terror and death and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God. It's the start of a grand concord and lasting harmony for Israel and all the nations of what will soon be a truly magnificent region. I believe that so strongly. This is the historic dawn of a new Middle East. I want to express my gratitude to a man of exceptional courage and patriotism whose partnership did so much to make this momentous day possible. You know who I'm talking about. There's only one, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Bibi, please stand up. And he is not easy, I want to tell you. He's not the easiest guy to deal with, but that's what makes him great. That's what makes him great. Thank you very much, baby. Great job. And let me also convey my tremendous appreciation for all of the nations of the Arab and Muslim world that came together to press Hamas to set the hostages free and to send them home. We had a lot of help. We had a lot of help from a lot of people that you wouldn't suspect, and I want to thank them very much for that. It's an incredible triumph for Israel and the world to have all of these nations working together as partners in peace. And it's pretty unusual for you to see that, but it happened in this case. This was a very unusual point in time, a brilliant point in time. Generations from now, this will be remembered as the moment that everything began to change, and change very much for the better. Like the USA right now, it will be the golden age of Israel and the golden age of the Middle East. It's going to work together. I'd like to thank several great American patriots for their invaluable help in getting something done that almost everyone thought was absolutely impossible. We were wasting our time. So many people said, you're just wasting your time. But we weren't, because we had talented people working with us, and we had people that loved your country, and frankly, people that loved the region. They loved the Middle East. I want to thank my friend Steve Witkoff. You know, Steve was chosen by me. He never did this before, but I knew him as a few things. He was a great businessman, but I know a lot of great businessmen, to be honest with you. He had tremendous negotiating skills, but I know a lot of people that negotiate pretty well, although it is an art. But there are people that can negotiate pretty well. But most importantly with Steve, he's just a great guy. Everybody loved him. Everybody. I mean, I know some negotiators that are so good, but you wouldn't have had peace in the Middle East. It would be in World War III right now with some of these guys. Everybody loves Steve, and they respect him, and they somehow can relate to him. I've known him for many years, and I've seen it over and over again.
להוציא את חבר הכנסת עודה, להוציא אותו מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד, החוצה, החוצה, החוצה. להוציא גם את חבר הכנסת כסיף, להוציא את חבר הכנסת כסיף מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד. Sorry for that, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Please.
That was very efficient. So back to Steve. He's but I tell one story because he was so involved, and then we called in Jared. We need that brain on occasion. We got to get Jared in here. We got to get a certain group of people. But Steve started this all by himself. I call him Henry Kissinger, who doesn't leak. Okay? Henry is a big leaker. He leaked. Steve doesn't leak. Steve just wants to get the job done. He wants to do what's right. But I'll give you just a quick story because, as you know, he's working on the war with Russia and Ukraine, a war that would have never happened if I were president. A shame. 7,000 young soldiers a week are being killed. More than that this last week. It's a shame. It should have never happened. But it did happen, and we won the race, and I took over this horrible war that's been raging, and I thought it would be easily settled. I thought it was a hell of a lot easier than doing what we just did very successfully with Israel and a lot of other people. But this came first, and we'll get that one. But I set up a meeting for him to meet with President Putin, thinking it would be a 15 or a 20-minute meeting. Steve had no idea about Russia, had no idea about Putin too much, didn't know too much about politics, wasn't that interested. He was really good at real estate, but he had that quality that I was looking for, and I didn't see it around in too many ways. And I set up the meeting with Putin, and I called. I said, is Steve finished yet? That was about a half an hour into the meeting. No, sir, he's not. He's still inside. This is in Moscow. I said, well, how's he doing? I don't know, sir. He's still inside. I called up an hour later. Let me speak to Steve. Sir, he's still with Putin. He's with President Putin. I said, wow, that's a long meeting, 1 hour. I called up an hour later, he was still with Putin. 3 hours later, he was still with Putin. 4 hours later, he started to get the word that he was going to be coming out soon. And in 5 hours, he came out. I said, what the hell were you talking about for 5 hours? And he says, just a lot of interesting things. We're talking about a lot of interesting things, including what he went in there for, but you can't talk about it for 5. You can talk about it for a certain period of time, and you know what you're getting. But that's a talent. That's a talent where you can do that. Most people I'd send in, number one, they wouldn't be accepted. Number two, if they were, the meeting would last 5 minutes. And that's what happens with Steve. Everybody loves him. They love him on this side. They love him on the other side. And he really is. He's a great negotiator because he's a great guy. So thank you very much, Steve, very much. And let me also give a very special thanks to someone who truly loves Israel. In fact, loves it so much that my daughter converted. My daughter converted. I didn't know this was going to happen. And Ivanka's here. And Bibi, you do know this was not in the cards for me. You understand that. And she is so happy, and they are so happy. At least I think they're happy. If they're not, we have a big story, right? No, they have a great marriage, and they get along great. They're best friends. They have a very special relationship. But Jared has been so helpful. He really did something very special. He established the Abraham Accords with a group of very wonderful people. I like calling it the Avraham Accords, because people that, right? Avraham. It's so cool. It's so much sort of nicer, you know? The Abraham versus the Avraham. I just don't want to sound too sanctimonious when I do it, so, you know, I sort of split it up. This way we keep everybody happy. But we have some very great talent, and they have no excuses for anything that's taken place, because we had some unbelievably good people working on this. And then you're going to add a man named Marco Rubio, who is also here. That's right. And I have a prediction that Marco will go down, I mean this, as the greatest Secretary of State in the history of the United States. I believe that. I believe it. And he and I, you know, we really fought it out. You remember, he was tough. He was nasty. Who the hell thought this was going to happen, Marco, right? And now I'm saying he's going to go down as the greatest. He will. He was always smart and sharp, and people respect him. And then we have somebody who's young, but an unbelievable leader. I saw it a long time ago, and he's turned out to be even better than we thought. Right, Susie? I think even better. And that's Pete Hegseth, who is our Secretary of War, formerly Secretary of Defense. And as you know, we decisively won World War I. We decisively won World War II decisively. And everything in between and everything before it, we won everything. And then they had the brilliant idea of changing the name from war, you know, it was war, to defense. And with that went a certain thinking. And we fought in a very politically correct way after that. We always had the strongest military, and now we have a stronger military than we've ever had before. Because of my first term, I've totally rebuilt the military, every aspect of it. But we have, if you think, we settled 8 wars in 8 months. I'm now including this one, by the way, if that's okay. They may say, well, that was quick. Because yesterday I was saying 7, but now I can say 8. The hostages are back. The hostages are back. It is a good feeling. Isn't that nice to say? You know, I just said the hostage. First time I said the hostages are back. It feels so good to say it. But when you settle 8 wars in 8 months, that means you don't like war. Everyone thought I was going to be brutal. In fact, I remember Hillary Clinton during a debate, she said, look at him, he's going to go into war with everybody. And actually, she said, he's got a personality that's all about war. No, and my personality actually is all about stopping wars, and it seems to work. It seems to work. But it also means this name change and our attitude that we're not going to go into a war, but if we do, we're going to win that war like nobody has ever won a war before. We will not be politically correct, but we're not going to be there. And I think, you know, as you mentioned, Bibi, before, peace through strength, and that's what it's all about. The United States has the greatest and most powerful military in the, right now, history of the world. I can tell you we have weapons that nobody's ever dreamt of. I only hope we never have to use them. I rebuilt the military. I was proud to do it, but some of the things I hated to do. I hated certain of the weapons because the level of power is so enormous, it's so dangerous, so bad. But we have to do what we have to do. We make the best weapons in the world, and we've got a lot of them. And we've given a lot to Israel, frankly. And I mean, Bibi would call me so many times, can you get me this weapon, that weapon, that weapon? Some of them I never heard of, Bibi, and I made them. But we'd get them here, wouldn't we? And they are the best. They are the best. But you used them well. It also takes people that know how to use them. And you obviously used them very well. But so many that Israel became strong and powerful, which ultimately led to peace. That's what led to peace. So as we celebrate today, let us remember how this nightmare of depravity and death all began. 2 years ago, on the eve of the Simchat Torah holiday, thousands of innocent Israeli civilians were attacked by terrorists, and one of the most evil and heinous desecrations of innocent life the world has ever seen, the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. The cruelty of October 7th struck to the core of humanity itself. Nobody could believe what they were witnessing. The United States of America grieved alongside you, and we mourned for our own citizens who were so viciously taken that day. And to all the families whose lives were forever changed by the atrocities of that day, and all of the people of Israel, please know that America joins you in those two everlasting vows: never forget and never again. From October 7th until this week, Israel has been a nation at war, enduring burdens that only a proud and faithful people could withstand. It was a very tough period of time. For so many families across this land, it has been years since you've known a single day of true peace. But now at last, not only for Israelis, but also for Palestinians and for many others, the long and painful nightmare is finally over. And as the dust settles, the smoke fades, the debris is removed, and the ashes cleaned from the air, the day that breaks on a region transformed, and a beautiful and much brighter future appears suddenly within your reach. This is now a very exciting time for Israel and for the entire Middle East, because all across the Middle East, the forces of chaos, terror, and ruin that have plagued the region for decades now stand weakened, isolated, and totally defeated. A new coalition of proud and responsible nations is emerging, and because of us, the enemies of all civilization are in retreat. Thanks to the bravery and incredible skill of the Israeli Defense Forces and Operation Rising Lion, guy's central casting. Let's put him in a movie. Look at him. Great job. And my people loved working with you. Loved it. They worked so well together. But many of Iran's top terrorists, including nuclear scientists and commanders, have been extinguished from this earth. And with Operation Midnight Hammer, boy, that's a great name for that, what we did. Last June, the United States military flew 7 of those beautiful B-2 bombers. They look so beautiful all of a sudden. They were always, I thought they were pretty planes. I had no idea they could do what they did. In fact, we just ordered 28 more of them. A little updated version. We ordered a whole pile of them. And almost 100 other planes went with them, including fighter jets. And we had 52 tankers, big, beautiful, brand new tankers that were loading them up 4 or 5 times. They've traveled 37 hours back and forth, think of that. But we had tankers all over the sky for all the other planes. We had the F-22s, the F-35s, F-16s. We had a hell of a lot of planes. So we had 52 gas stations in the sky. That's what they call them. I'll tell you, I wouldn't want to be flying one of them. We have our great General Raisin Cain right here. General, stand up. This guy, what a general. Thank you. I asked General Cain, I said, you know, we're having problems with ISIS, and I was in Washington, and I asked, how long would it take to defeat ISIS? And my Washington generals told me, 3, 4, maybe 5 years, sir. I said, I don't get it. We got the best equipment in the world. Why? So I flew to Iraq, and I met with a man named Cain. He said, what's your first name? He said, they call me Raisin, sir. I said, wait a minute, your name is Raisin Cain? I've been looking for you for a long time. You gotta be kidding. So they told me 3, 4, 5 years to defeat ISIS. And I sit down with him and I say, why is it? I flew there in the dark of night. I landed, I'll never forget it. It was quite a trip. I'm glad I made it because I met him. I said, could I ask you, General? I come down, he's standing with another general and a sergeant. Everybody was like central casting. They could go into a movie right now. Between him and you guys over here, we could get rich making movies, okay? And they got along so great. That's the beautiful thing, that your military and our military, BB, got along so great. But I was told by the television generals in Washington, we have the best equipment in the world. Why is it taking so long? And they said, 4 years. I said, so let me ask you, Raisin, how long would it take you to defeat ISIS? Sir, we can do it in 3 weeks, but you'll probably have some time left over. I said, you gotta be kidding. What the hell are you talking about? They said 4 years. I said, well, sir, look, it's not my place to say, but you're asking me the question. What you have to do is you hit him from the west, you hit him from the north, you hit him from the south, you hit him above, you hit him below. I said, so why didn't they do it? And he didn't want to speak badly of his superiors, which is hard to believe they were his superiors. Should have been the other way around a long time ago, because he's the one that did Operation Hammer. It was flawless. It was flawless. It was absolutely flawless. And I said, so you really think you can do it in 4 weeks? Yes, sir, 100%. You have to do it differently than they were doing it. They were using one base and it was hundreds of miles away. And he says, we have all these portable bases all over the Middle East. And they didn't want to use them because they didn't want to offend the country where the portable, they wouldn't have even known what the hell the planes were going up, right? They wouldn't have known, but he said, no, they didn't want to defend anybody, offend anybody, and but we can do it in 4 weeks. I said, you sure about that? I'm going to call you back. I'll call you back on Monday. I'm going back to Washington. But you think 4 weeks? Yes, sir, I think we can do it in 4 weeks. We'll have time left over. So I call him on Monday. I say, you think you can do it? 4 weeks. I said, go ahead and do it. He did it. I'll tell you, he did it in 4 weeks, less than 4 weeks. So, General, stand up, please. Again, this is a real general. This is not a television general. He doesn't want to go on television. He doesn't want to go on television. I said the other guys love being on television. So we dropped 14 bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally, as I said originally, obliterating them. And that's been confirmed, and everybody understands it. Together we stopped the #1 state sponsor of terror from obtaining the world's most dangerous weapons. And if you think about it, if we didn't do that, and assuming we made the same deal that we have today, there'd be a dark cloud over this deal. And #1, it wouldn't happen because the other Arab and Muslim nations really wouldn't feel comfortable making the deal that we have now, right? If Iran had that nuclear weapon that they were about 2 months away from having. They would have had it in 2 months or maybe less than that. They were right at, this was our last shot. They looked at it for 22 years. This was our last shot. The pilots told me that. They said, 22 years, sir, they looked at it. Our predecessors looked, they studied it. 3 times a year would do drills on that exact attack. And boy, did they get it right. But let's assume they didn't, and let's assume there was large-scale nuclear weapons in the hands of Iran. We couldn't be here today. Even if we signed the deal, which we couldn't do because a lot of people would not want to have anything to do with it, we took a big cloud off of the Middle East and off of Israel. And it was my honor to help. But isn't it true, though, that can you imagine the same, let's assume, Bibi, the same documents, we had everything the same, but you had somebody out there that was, in the opinion of everybody, all-powerful in the Middle East. They took a big hit, didn't they? Didn't they take a big hit? Boy, oh boy. They got hit from one side, from the other. And you know, it would be great if we could make a peace deal with them. And I think that's maybe, would you be happy with that? Wouldn't it be nice, I think? Because I think they want to. I think they're tired. Somebody said, sir, they're starting their nuclear program again. I said, let me tell you something. They're not starting anything. They want to survive. The last thing they want to do is start digging holes again in mountains that just got blown up and start. They're not doing it. They want to survive, okay? But I think we have a chance. Steve, you, and I think Jared, come on, I'll call you back for another one. We always bring Jared when we want to get that deal closed. We bring Jared, but Steve, you and Jared and the General and Pete and Marco, you'll get that deal done easy. I think that'll be easy. But first we have to get Russia done. We got to get that one done. If you don't mind, Steve, let's focus on Russia first, all right? We'll get it done. In Lebanon, the dagger of Hezbollah, long aimed at Israel's throat, has been totally shattered. My administration is actively supporting the new president of Lebanon in his mission to permanently disarm Hezbollah's terror brigades. He's doing very well. and build a thriving state at peace with its neighbors. And you're very much in favor of that, I know. And it's good things are happening there, really good things. And with this week's ceasefire, we've achieved the most challenging breakthrough of them all, the most challenging breakthrough maybe ever. I mean, I've never seen anything like. I've been involved in a lot of success. I have never seen anything like what's going on today all over the world. People are dancing in the streets, not just in Israel. They're dancing in the streets of countries that would have never danced in the street about what's happening today. They're dancing in those streets. So this long and difficult war has now ended. You know, some people say 3,000 years, some people say 500 years, whatever it is. It's the granddaddy of them all. And in an unprecedented achievement, virtually the entire region has endorsed the plan that Gaza will be immediately demilitarized, that Hamas will be disarmed, and Israel's security will no longer be threatened in any way, shape, or form. So Israel, with our help, has won all that they can by force of arms. You've won. I mean, you've won. Now it's time to translate these victories against terrorists on the battlefield into the ultimate prize of peace and prosperity for the entire Middle East. It's about time you were able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Mr. Opposition Leader. I said he's a very nice opposition leader. I think, no, he's a nice man. Bibi, he's a nice man. He knows what he's doing, right? No, he's a very nice guy. Well, see, now you can be a little bit nicer, Bibi, because you're not at war anymore, Bibi. But only by embracing the opportunities of this moment can we achieve our goal of ensuring that the horrors of recent years will never happen again. You don't want to have to go through this again. 8 years ago, I came to this region on a very special first trip abroad as the President of the United States. I came here very early at your request. I addressed the leaders of the Arab and Muslim world gathered in Saudi Arabia and said that it was time to build a future free of the grip of extremism and terror. And interestingly, right now, as soon as I'm finished, I'm quite late. You've kept me quite late between opposition leaders and Bibi's brilliant but very long speech. I thought I was going to run up here, make a speech, and then head to Egypt. It didn't work out, though. And you made a pretty long one, too, sir. But I liked what you all said. It could be worse. Supposing on top of it, I didn't like what you said. That would be no good, Ron, would it? Ron, you did a great job, by the way, Ron. So I'm going to be meeting, actually, in a little while, I'm going to be meeting with the most powerful, the richest nations, really, in the world, although now, with the tariffs, the United States is by far the richest nation in the world, as you probably have been reading. But the richest nations, most powerful nations, you know, tremendous, headed by some tremendous people in many cases. Some cases I wouldn't say necessarily I would endorse. But I will tell you, some incredible people that really helped us make this all possible. So I'll be going there. I'll be quite late. They might not be there by the time I get there. But we're going to give it a shot. But the journey we started back then led to the crushing defeat of the ISIS caliphate, to the monumental Abraham Accords, and ultimately to the historic ceasefire this week, in which many of those same nations really played a very pivotal role, I have to tell you. Steve will tell you that. Jared will tell you that. Together, we've shown that peace is not just a hope. that we can dream about. It's a reality we can build upon day by day, person by person, and nation by nation. And because of that, the Middle East is finally ready to embrace its extraordinary potential. You have extraordinary potential in this region. It should now be clear to everyone throughout the region that decades of fomenting terrorism and extremism, jihadism and anti-Semitism have not worked. They haven't worked. They've been a disaster. They've just killed. They've killed. They've backfired completely and totally. They've just totally backfired. Everything that you thought, take it worst case, it's turned out to be worse than that. They have not worked. From Gaza to Iran, those bitter hatreds have delivered nothing but misery, suffering, failure, and death. They've served not to weaken Israel, but to annihilate the very forces that did the most to foment this hatred. And it's really, I mean, everybody that's tried it has become irrelevant. Meanwhile, we've seen those nations that set aside their differences, reached across ancient divides, and pursued engagement are now among the most successful in the region. They're getting along with Israel, and they're doing great. And I can tell you the 4 nations that joined the Abraham Accords early on, and you'd all be doing me a favor, and I'm going to be saying this in a little while to some other friends, would love you all to, is this right, Jared? Join up in the Abraham Accords. We have to join up and get together. You can have that whole thing filled out. We had a very weak administration, worst president in the history of our country by far. And Barack Obama was not far behind, by the way. And they did nothing with this incredible document, the Abraham Accords, but now you can fill them up. Now you have peace, you have people that really like Israel. I'll tell you what, and they like Israel a lot more today than they did even 5 weeks ago. You've made a lot of, you've come back. You've come back strong, because it was getting to be a little nasty out there in the world, and ultimately the world wins. You can't beat the world always. I would say to Bibi, it's now time. And he understood it better than anybody, because ultimately, you know, the world's a very big place. And I've said a lot. I said, this piece of land is very small. It's unbelievable what you've done with that tiny, you look at a map even of just, not the world, the Middle East, and you have this little dot. And think of what you've done. It's incredible. It's incredible. But the world is loving Israel again. And I said to Bibi, you know, the world is big and it's strong. And Ron, ultimately, the world wins. And we don't have to worry about that now. But there was getting to be a period of time over the last few months, you know, the world wanted peace and Israel wanted peace. Everybody did. Everybody did. And what a victory it's been, right? What a victory it's been. If you would have gone on for 3, 4 more years, keep fighting, it was getting bad. It was getting heated. The timing of this is brilliant. And I said, Bibi, you're going to be remembered for this far more than if you kept this thing going, kill. It would be it would not be the same. And I just want to congratulate you for having the courage to say, that's it, we've won. And now let's enjoy our lives and let's rebuild Israel and make it stronger and bigger and better than it's ever been before. We're going to do that. Took a lot of guts. And the choice for Palestinians could not be more clear. This is their chance to turn forever from the path of terror and violence. It's been extreme, to exile the wicked forces of hate that are in their midst, and I think that's going to happen. I've met some people over the last couple of months that want to see it happen very much, and After tremendous pain and death and hardship, now is the time to concentrate on building their people up instead of trying to tear Israel down. We don't want that to happen again. And the total focus of Gazans must be on restoring the fundamentals of stability, safety, dignity, and economic development so they can finally have the better life that their children really do deserve after all these decades of horror. I intend to be a partner in this effort in the sense that we're going to help and we're going to do something that became unbelievably popular. Everybody wants to be on it. It's called the Board of Peace, okay? How about that? Is that a beautiful name? Like a board of peace. The only bad thing from my standpoint, every single nation involved has asked me to be the chair, and I'll tell you, I'm very busy. I didn't count on that, but you know what? If we do it, we'll do it right, and we have unbelievable power and wealth, because you're going to need wealth. You're going to need wealth to rebuild things, and they have wealth like few people have wealth. I want to thank the Arab and Muslim nations for their commitment, because they've made to support a safe rebuilding of Gaza and beyond. I have many Arab countries, very wealthy countries, that came up and said, we'll put up tremendous amounts of money to get to rebuild Gaza, and I think that's going to happen. The power, they want dignity, they want to come forward, and they want to say, and I want to say who they are, because what they're doing is going to be, I think, something that you're going to be very impressed with, Bibi, and you need that. You need the kind of economic power that they have, and they want to see it work, and they want to see it be safe, and they want to see it be good for Israel, too. And as much money as it will be, and it's a lot, as you can see, it's a lot. For these countries, it's relatively little relative to their worth. It's really a lot of money like most people could never even conceive, but for these countries, it's not that much, especially because it ensures success and stability in the Middle East, which is what they want to see. So many of them will be with us in Egypt in a little while, I think. I'm not sure. They may be gone. They may have taken their Boeing 747s and left. I said, what kind of a plane do you fly? 747. I said, that's a large plane. No, they may have, Steve, do you think they've left on their their brand new Boeing 747s? Or, I don't know. We're going to find out soon. It's going to be a big story. There'll be 2 people left. And they'll be the 2 poorest ones. But it will be the wealthiest and most powerful group of nations. So the group that we have assembled, that's waiting for us, is the wealthiest and most powerful group ever assembled at one time. There has never been a group like this. And they're only looking for good. They want good. They're going to do good. And as those commitments are made, I'm going to let the world know who's doing it, because they really deserve to get the credit. And some of them probably won't want the credit, but they deserve it. It's more obvious than ever that the productive and responsible nations of this region should not be enemies or adversaries. You should be partners and eventually even friends, and that's what's going to happen. I know it. Together you can stand against the forces of chaos. Yeah, you go ahead. That's an important point. Because you can stand against the forces of chaos that threatened all of your interests, and it's always a big threat, and unleash incredible prosperity and opportunity for all the people of these lands, and that's what's going to happen. You're going to unleash numbers and success, the likes of which Israel has never been able to think of, because you're so firm, and you should be, and you've done the right thing in defending yourself. You're not going to have to worry so much about it. You've won, and now you can build, and you can do things that you never even thought possible. When you put that genius into doing something else, it's going to be something it's going to be a miracle. The miracle in the desert, it's going to be amazing. And it already is in a true sense. but it'll be wonderful when you can spend time thinking about other than war and defense and offense also. To that end, it's my firm hope and dream, frankly, that together the Abraham Accords will turn out to be everything that we thought they would. Those 4 countries were very, very brave in doing it. They did it at a very early point, and every single one of them benefits unbelievably financially. And if you noticed, even in this bad period that we just went through, they all remained a member of the Abraham Accords. They've done unbelievably well. And you know who you are, and I want to thank you. And they've stayed because of loyalty, but they've also stayed because it was really good business. They've made a lot of money being members, and you're going to all, I hope that every one of the countries that we're seeking, Jared, I hope they join quickly. No games, no nothing. Just join, get it. It's going to be a great peacemaker. It's really going to bring it together beyond anybody's wildest dream. So instead of building fortresses to keep enemies at bay, the nations of this region should be building infrastructure to weave your commerce closer together, because you've got to compete with the big world out there in commerce now. It's a different kind of competition. Instead of making weapons and missiles, the wealth of this region should flow to schools and medicine, industry, and frankly, the new hot thing, artificial intelligence. It's a lot of intelligence you're going to have to be thrown off to pay back these sums of money that they're doing. But that's really the hot one. And I might say that the United States, a year ago, was a dead country. I say it to people. I heard it first from the King of Saudi Arabia. I then heard it from UAE. I heard it from Qatar. I heard it from many other countries. A year ago, the United States of America was a dead country. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. It is the hottest. There's no question about it. In fact, if you go back a year ago, before the election, although once we had November 5th, we became hot because people got it. I would say November 5th was a time that we became really hot. But once you go back a couple of years, if I were in charge and the country was doing what they were, nobody was going to ask me to speak. Nobody asked Joe Biden to come up and speak, I guarantee you that. And if they did, he would have turned them down, I promise you. He didn't speak. He didn't speak, and he didn't speak well. But all of the countries in the Middle East, it could have, what we're doing now, it could have happened a long time ago, but it was strangled and set back almost irretrievably by the administrations of Barack Obama and then Joe Biden. It was, there was a hatred toward Israel. There was an absolute hatred. The setbacks really started when President Obama signed the Iran nuclear deal. This was a disaster for Israel, and it was a disaster for everyone. And I remember that Bibi Netanyahu came to the United States and worked so hard to try and get Obama not to do that deal. He worked so hard. But it was like talking to a wall. I remember him telling me it was like talking to a wall. They wanted to go with Iran. They chose Iran, frankly, over a lot of other good nations, but specifically Israel. And that was the beginning of a very bad period of time. You had Obama go out, and the Iran nuclear deal turned out to be a disaster. And by the way, I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, and I was very proud to do it. Yet even to Iran, whose regime has inflicted so much death on the Middle East, the hand of friendship and cooperation is open. I'm telling you, they want to make a deal. That's all I do in my life. I make deals. I'm good at it. I've always been good at it. And I know when they want. Even if they said, we don't want to make a deal, I can tell you they want to make a deal. All right, they do. They want to make a deal, and we're going to see if we can do something, because this is crazy what's happening, and we're not going to have this anymore. Neither the United States nor Israel bear the people of Iran any hostility. We merely want to live in peace. We don't want any looming threats over our heads, and we don't want to even think in terms of nuclear destruction. It's not going to happen, never will happen. There's nothing that would do more good for this part of the world than for Iran's leaders to renounce terror, stop threatening their neighbors, quit funding their militant proxies, and finally recognize Israel's right to existence. They have to do that. They have to do that. And to Iran, and as you know, this is not said out of weakness. There's no weakness. But I'm going to say this, that we are ready when you are, and it will be the best decision that Iran has ever made. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And they're good people. I know a lot of Iranians in the United States. They're good people, smart, hardworking people. They don't want to see what's happened to their country. The story of fierce Israeli resolve and triumph since October 7th should be proof to the entire world that those who seek to destroy this nation are doomed to bitter failure. The state of Israel is strong, and it will live and thrive forever. And that is why Israel will always remain a vital ally of the United States of America. Israelis share our values, field one of the world's most powerful militaries. You really do. You have an amazing, what a job you've done. And have one of the most innovative economies on earth. Those are just a few of the reasons why I'm proud to be the best friend that Israel has ever had. And they all say it in the White House. They all say it. I guess it's true because everybody says it, baby. You said it today. Thank you. But as president, I terminated the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, and ultimately I terminated Iran's nuclear program with things called B-2 bombers. It was swift, and it was accurate, and it was a military beauty. I authorized the spending of billions of dollars, which went to Israel's defense, as you know. And after years of broken promises from many other American presidents, you know that, they kept promising. I never understood it until I got there. There was a lot of pressure put on these presidents. It was put on me too, but I didn't yield to the pressure. But every president for decades said, we're going to do it. The difference is I kept my promise and officially recognized the capital of Israel and moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. Isn't that right, Miriam? Look at Miriam. She's back there. Stand up, Miriam. Stand up. Miriam and Sheldon would come into the office. They'd call me. He'd call me. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else I can think of. Look at her sitting there so innocently. She's got $60 billion in the bank, $60 billion. And I think she's saying no more. And she loves Israel, but she loves it, and they would come in, and her husband was a very aggressive man, but I loved him. He was a very aggressive, very supportive of me. And he'd call up, can I come over and see you? I say, Sheldon, I'm the president of the United States. It doesn't work that way. He'd come in, but they were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights, which is probably one of the greatest things to ever happen to Israel. Miriam, stand up, please. She really is. I mean, she loves this country. She loves this country. Her and her husband are so incredible. We miss him so dearly. But I actually asked her, I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually asked her once, I said, so Miriam, I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That might mean Israel, I must say. We love you. Thank you, darling, for being here. That's a great honor. Great honor. She's a wonderful woman. She is a great woman. I've always stood for the people of this community, and I always will. I'll always be with you. I'm always going to be with you. I guess maybe something could happen to change my mind. Somebody that's really stupid gets into office and wants to do really bad things, but that's about it. We don't think we're going to have that happen. I hope we're not going to have that happen. And this man is a good man right here. These two men are good men right here. Hey, I have an idea. Mr. President, why don't you give him a pardon? Give him a pardon. Come on. By the way, that was not in the speech, as you probably know. But I happen to like this gentleman right over here, and it just seems to make so much sense. You know, whether we like it or not, this has been one of the greatest wartime presidents. This has been one of the greatest wartime presidents. And cigars and champagne, who the hell cares about that? All right, enough controversy for the day, right? Actually, I don't think it's very controversial. So, you know, I mean, I see so popular. You are a very popular man. You know why? Because you know how to win. Over the past 2 years, I've met many of the families of the Israelis taken hostage and those that were taken hostage. Unbelievable. I've looked into their eyes. I've seen the worst nightmares of their suffering, but I've also seen something else, the beautiful love of the people, the love of people, frankly, that hold things together, the love that gives you the courage to carry on through thousands of years of persecution and repression, and to emerge with the heart of David. It's the heart of David. It's that love that's defeated the enemies of civilization, built this incredible country and this unbelievable economy, and forged one of the great democracies of the world. That is why it's a true honor to stand here today and address this assembly in your ancient and eternal now capital, Jerusalem. I'm proud to have helped in that regard. This city and this nation stand as living proof that a much brighter future for this entire region is truly within our grasp. For thousands of years, Jerusalem has been a home to Christians, Jews, Muslims, and people of all ethnicities and creeds. This is the holy center of the world's three great Abrahamic faiths. I like that too. Adorned, it's the first time I've seen that word in a while. Adorned with their sacred sites and alive with their pilgrims and visitors from every corner of the globe. But here between the Western Wall, the Temple Mount, and the hill called Calvary, people of every faith and background live, work, pray, serve, and raise their families side by side, and they do it with love. This example is just one of the modern miracles that Israel has given to the world. And just in closing, the leaders in this chamber know better than anyone else the challenges of this harmony, and it's been easily won. No, it hasn't. It has not been. It's been so tough, but it has been, some say, a miracle. What you've done is a miracle. Look at your size. Look at your chances when it all started. And you know, if you think about it, you are safer today, stronger today, and more respected today than at any time in the history of Israel. Think of it. People used to say it wouldn't exist. They don't say that anymore, do they? Yet if safety, security, and coexistence can thrive here in the winding alleys and ancient paths of Jerusalem, then surely peace and respect can flourish among the nations of the broader Middle East. The God who once dwelled among his people in this city still calls us, in the words of Scripture, the turn from evil and do good, to seek peace and pursue it. So he still whispers truth into the hills and knolls and valleys of his magnificent creation, and he still writes hope into the hearts of his children all over the world. And that is why even after 3,000 years of pain and conflict, the people of Israel have never given up from the threats of Zionism, from all sorts of threats. You want the promise of Zion. You want the promise of success and hope and love and God. And the people of America have never lost faith in the promise of a great and blessed future for all of us. From the very first day that modern Israel was founded, we have stood together through thick and thin of setbacks, and through victory and defeat, through glory and heartache. We have built industries together. We have made discoveries together. We have confronted evil together, and we have waged war together. And perhaps most beautifully of all, we have made peace together. And this week, against all odds, we have done the impossible and brought our hostages home. So now we're going to forge a future that is worthy of our heritage. We're going to build a legacy that all the people of this region can be proud of. New bonds of friendship, cooperation, and commerce will join Tel Aviv to Dubai, Haifa to Beirut, Jerusalem to Damascus, and from Israel to Egypt, from Saudi Arabia to Qatar, from India to Pakistan, from Indonesia to Iraq, from Syria to Bahrain, Turkey to Jordan, the United Arab Emirates to Oman, and Armenia to Azerbaijan, another war that I just settled. We are going to have hope, harmony, opportunity, and happiness here in the spiritual and geographic center of the entire world. That's what you are. Israel, America, and all of the nations of the Middle East will soon be safer, stronger, greater, and more prosperous than ever before. And I want to thank you all once again for this exceptional honor. This has been truly an honor. It's seldom that a president is invited to do this. And I love Israel. I'm with you all the way. You will be bigger, better, stronger, and more loving than ever before. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. And God bless the Middle East. Thank you, everybody. Good luck. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So there we are, President Trump getting a rousing reception at the Knesset. His appearance ending as it began, with a standing ovation and cheers. 22 ovations we counted in a speech lasting more than 60 minutes. He's late now, very late for Sharm el-Sheikh, but he seemed to enjoy all that, and it's not surprising. The Speaker of the Knesset describing him as a colossus. The world needs more Trumps, he said. You're the president of peace. Benjamin Netanyahu then said Trump was engraved in Israeli history, confirmed that all the living hostages were now back in Israel. Donald Trump is the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House. No American president, he said, has done more for Israel. Netanyahu said he himself was committed to peace and Israel would achieve peace. And President Trump then spoke and said America joined Israel in those two everlasting vows: never forget and never again. Against all odds, we've done the impossible and brought our hostages home. Then he said this: Israel has won all that can be won by force of arms. It is time to translate these victories against terrorists on the battlefield into the ultimate prize of peace and prosperity for the entire Middle East. From Gaza to Iran, those bitter hatreds have delivered nothing but misery and suffering and failure. The total focus of Gazans must now be on restoring stability, safety, dignity and economic development. Even to Iran, he said, the hand of friendship and cooperation is always open. We are ready when you are. This is the historic dawn of a new Middle East. And then at the end, he seemed to call for the president to give Netanyahu a pardon over the corruption charges that he's facing. That is the aircraft that Donald Trump now has to rush to. He's, I think, about an hour and a half, 2 hours late now. For all those world leaders waiting in Sharm el-Sheikh, it's interesting, his day really is only halfway through. A big summit meeting to host this evening, and Dominic Waghorn is with me. And at one point, Donald Trump there was heckled by left-wing members of the Knesset, but this was Donald Trump bathed in congratulations and acclaim and adoration.
Yeah, I mean, we had everything, didn't we? It went on for over an hour. We had adulation. I mean, we've seen American presidents venerated and revered in the Israeli Knesset and by Israel in the past, but nothing on the level that we heard and witnessed from these Israeli dignitaries and the Prime Minister and leaders in the Knesset today. You know, who's compared by the Speaker of the Knesset to Cyrus the Great Persian leader who freed the Jewish people from Babylonian captivity in ancient times. He's been given an award that's never been given to an American president, I understand, before, and you know, the praise just kept on coming. The speech had jokes. He went off on a weave numerous times. He had the script. He went away from it from lots of different directions. He was heckled, as you say, protesters, two Israeli Arab, one an Israeli Arab Knesset member, one a far left Israeli Knesset member, heckled him. They were hustled out, and he said, well, he dealt with that very efficiently. And we had, as I say, a certain amount of humour. And he's busted his timetable completely. He's got to go to Sharm el-Sheikh now, and he's very late. And he said, if I get there, maybe there won't be many people left. He said the ones that left, the world leaders who will be left, probably the poorest, because they'll need my money more than the others. So he's got to go there now. What's left there is a dwindling amount of time to try and get on to actually the diplomatic meat of the day, how you build from this ceasefire agreement, this hostage and prisoner exchange agreement, to something that's going to be more lasting, which he hinted at in the speech, but didn't really make very clear how that's going to happen.
No, that will be the diplomatic moment of the day. The emotional moment, if you like, of the day is obviously the release of the 20 surviving hostages. But there is news from the Hostages and Missing Families Forum in the last hour or so that only 4 bodies of the 28 deceased hostages will be released today. Now, we haven't got confirmation of that. We've just heard that from the hostage families, missing families forum.
Yeah, and I don't think they would have gone public with this unless they were pretty confident that was the case. So, as you say, 20 living hostages have been released. So that's all the living hostages that Hamas had still in their captivity. But the expectation, the hope was that 28 bodies would come out as well, and that would be all that remains of the remains of those who've died in Gaza. And as you say, the Hostage Families Forum headquarters is saying only 4 of those bodies are coming out today, and they've called that a blatant breach of the agreement by Hamas, and they've called for immediate action from the Israeli government. I mean, it's unlikely to be enough to upset this deal, but obviously it leaves a sour taste, on a day which was meant to be one of celebration and homecoming. And of course, the Israelis would say they've done their part of the deal. They've released the Palestinians, over 1,900 Palestinian detainees and life sentence convicts. They have been released into the West Bank, to East Jerusalem, and also to Gaza.
Khan Yunis there, pictures, live pictures from Khan Yunis.
Yeah, so
Gaza, and those releases have taken place. But the poignant issue here, if what the missing families are saying turns out to be true, is that the search may still be going on for some of these dead bodies.
I think that's the concern, isn't it? Why have they not found these bodies? They obviously said, as part of their signing up to this agreement, Hamas said they could deliver the bodies and therefore would have expressed a confidence they can find them. They have said in the past that they're not entirely sure where all the living hostages are, or the bodies of those who've died, and they've said in the past that some of them are being held by different groups. But if you can't find them today, the fear is obviously in the minds of those families who are desperate to get the bodies back, to be buried and to be honoured. Then the concern is, how long will it take before their loved ones' remains are returned?
Yeah, and just going back to President Trump's speech, it was pointedly about the future and about a bigger Middle East peace deal, which is much harder, isn't it, to achieve, certainly without some sort of deal with the Palestinians, which was barely mentioned in, any of the speeches that we've just heard.
Right. And we got a very clear sense from Donald Trump as to what the moment he believes we're at in the Middle East. And he believes it's a turning point for the ages. He says it's a historic dawn of a new Middle East. He says it's an end of an age of terror and death. And he talks about a grand concord and lasting harmony that will allow this truly magnificent region to reach its potential. And clearly for him, it is a time now for peace. And we heard, I think, the Israeli Prime Minister talking about that verse from Ecclesiastes, talking about a time for war, a time for peace. That's the whole theme of this day, that the war is over and that it's now time for peace. But how that's going to happen is not clear. And what he says about Hamas, which is that Hamas is disarmed and disbanded, is simply not the case. As we've seen overnight, Hamas has been fighting rival militia in Gaza. We've seen Hamas fighters out with their guns again, and they've made it very clear that they don't believe this deal disbands them as an organisation. It removes them from government. And that's a real, I think, challenge and the jeopardy here, potentially, because unless he can go on to Sharm and strike a deal with all these other countries, that puts into place a security force very quickly, and also an interim authority that gives the Palestinians in Gaza a horizon that is an alternative to Hamas rule. Then obviously Hamas can return and fill the void and the vacuum left by the Israeli military withdrawing. And that's the challenge obviously for Trump. But I think for him, this moment was about basking in the glory of this deal. But it's a deal that has some promise, but he's got to follow through on it now.
Yeah, OK. Dominic, thanks very much indeed. Let's go to Sharm el-Sheikh now. Let's bring in our US correspondent, Mark Stone. And, Mark, first of all, it's clear that Donald Trump wanted Benjamin Netanyahu there in Sharm el-Sheikh. He probably wanted the picture with Netanyahu and Mahmoud Abbas alongside him. But that is not going to happen because Benjamin Netanyahu's office says he has time constraints.
It's a Jewish holiday tomorrow, and therefore he does not wish to travel. Quite why he couldn't travel today is not clear, but that's the reason they're giving. It's one little hint of how all this is being put together at the last minute, invitations going out, people accepting, people declining. For an hour or so today, it was effectively confirmed that Netanyahu would be coming, and then his office said actually he had declined the invitation after being asked just an hour earlier by the Egyptian president because of this holiday. So he's not going to be here. And he's going to be, you know, pretty unique among leaders in not being here, because they are all beginning now to arrive. Chancellor Merz of Germany arrived a few moments ago, gave a few brief words to reporters just outside where we are on his way in. And they will all be waiting because Donald Trump, as you saw, is only just finished up his speech at the Knesset. He will then fly down to Ben Gurion Airport from Jerusalem, board air, and then fly on down here to Sharm el-Sheikh, where he will meet other leaders. For, as Dom says, the meat, you know, what we have heard so far, what we've seen so far, has been an incredibly difficult thing to achieve, to get the hostages out, to get Palestinian prisoners released, to get all sides to this point has been a massively hard thing. It is a huge achievement, but it is also, in a sense, the easier bit compared to what comes now. The day after plan for Gaza, rebuilding Gaza, governing Gaza, peacekeepers, the wider peace process in the Middle East, the occupation not being discussed in the Knesset at all. Of course, you know, kind of the elephant in the room for many people. All of that will form part of a conversation that begins here in Sharm el-Sheikh over the course of the next few hours. I was listening to Donald Trump, watching the pictures, Mark, this morning of the hostages being released. An utterly extraordinary day under sort of pre-Trump circumstances. The way that this would have unfolded would have been, if it had even happened, would have been so different. There would have been days between these events. You would never have got the American president in Israel on the same day that it all happened, outlining his thanks to everyone who was involved in the Knesset, then traveling to a summit that's also happening on the same day. There would have been days or weeks between these events, but in an extraordinarily Trumpian way, it's all been pushed together, rammed together, and effectively rammed through, because that is his style, and it's worked. For today, it's worked. We'll see how the longer-term plans come together. Maybe they will be as successful as today has been. Absolutely extraordinary. One other point, Mark, you and Don were talking about the deceased hostages and where when they will come out. Well, I was speaking to someone who has been in touch with Hamas. I spoke to him a few days ago, who was part of the negotiations with Hamas, and they had made clear last week in the negotiations in Sharm el-Sheikh that it would take potentially quite a long time to find the remains of some of those deceased hostages. They wouldn't necessarily be found and repatriated today. It could take days, maybe weeks, because the people that were holding them, the Hamas members who were holding them, have died, and so they don't know where they are. That is the challenge there. But my understanding is that the American administration accepts that reasoning, and they are not pushing necessarily for that repatriation to happen today. They don't see it as being in breach of the agreement that was underlined in Sharm el-Sheikh last week.
And the pictures we're seeing now, Mark, are of the living hostages who now are finally free. A momentous day for them and their families. All 20 living hostages back in Israel right now, undergoing medical checks, being reunited with their families. A day really when their families can rejoice, and of course many other people in Israel can rejoice. So those are the scenes that preceded Donald Trump's speech. And Mark, it's just worth making the point as we watch these pictures of pure joy, it has to be said. We've lost Mark Stone, I'm told. So I was just going to make the point that the very fact that Donald Trump is now going to Egypt, to Sharm el-Sheikh, to that summit, does suggest that maybe that Donald Trump is going to stay the course with this one. I'm going to go to Adam Parsons in just a moment, but Dominic Waghorn is still with me. And Dominic, that is the point, isn't it? That maybe this time it's different, and maybe Donald Trump will stay the course on this one, and you know, by a combination of sheer willpower, the power of the office, the way that Donald Trump uses the power of the office, he could push this further.
Yeah, and I think what really struck me about his speech was this sense of sort of relentless, bombastic self-belief and self-confidence. Donald Trump has enormous belief in himself, and he has decided that this is now time to call it a day in the war in Gaza, and that this is the moment now for a new beginning for the region. And I think he believes that because he believes in the promise of the big achievement of one of the big achievements of his first terms in office, the Abraham Accords, which he talked about a number of times during his speech. Now, he believes that corner was turned, began to be turned in his first term in office. Those are the accords where Arab countries, the UAE and Bahrain, normalised relations with Israel. Now, he believes there's a lot more that can be done with that, and he believes that Saudi Arabia should join, and eventually possibly even Syria. He fundamentally believes, as a businessman, as a builder, that the time for war and terror is over here, that this is a country, a region and a country, of course, Israel, with enormous potential, and with deals and with business, it can be completely transformed. So listening to, you know, clues as to how he believes that Gaza's peace can now be secured, it's all about money. He says, you know, all these world leaders he's now flying off to very late in Sharm have lined up and they've offered billions, and he says, you know, it's not actually that much money for them as a fraction of what they have, but for Gaza and for Israel it's a huge amount of money. So what he seems to be suggesting is that Gaza is going to be completely sort of inundated with huge amounts of cash, and that's what it will take to transform Gaza. You know, to be the skeptic who's worked here for years, you have to say it's not just about money. For Palestinians, for Israelis, it's about land, it's about ideology, it's about the fact that they believe, on both sides, that this small bit of territory, as you referred to, this very small bit of territory in the world, is theirs exclusively. And that's something that they will carry on trying to make a reality, regardless of how much money. So, you know, his belief is that he can overcome all this and all this conflict with now a huge amount of cash. He's got to prove that right, but he does feel that there's, and it's without doubt the fact that there's a huge amount of diplomatic will now behind his project to transform the Middle East.
Yeah, and we're looking at pictures of prisoners and detainees who have been released by the Israelis in exchange for the hostages. This is Khan Yunis in Gaza, and hundreds of Palestinian long-term prisoners and also detainees held by Israelis really over the last 2 years, taken out in 38 buses or so from Offa prison on the West Bank. And Adam Parsons is on the West Bank. Indeed, he's in Ramallah. And Adam, just give us a sense of what you have witnessed and what is going on there.
So this is the area where nearly 100 of the 250 prisoners were released just a little earlier, up in Ramallah, and it's a very different atmosphere, to be honest. I think the kind of absolutely enormous outpouring of joy that you're seeing in Israel is really tempered here. Of course, families are thrilled to get loved ones back. But a few things to say is that, number one, the prisoners released were clearly under strict orders to say almost nothing, to give no orders, to give no interviews. So they were cautious with their comments, and so they couldn't really talk about this today. So they were pretty fearful of any reprisals. And one of the reasons why is that yesterday we had a list that showed 142 prisoners due to be deported into Gaza. Those include really serious offences, the sort of multiple murder and so on. And then today, that list expanded to 154. What that meant was that we believe there are 12 families, and we saw these people who arrived in Ramallah today expecting to get a loved one back, and who instead found no one. And not only that, but discovered that that person, instead of being brought back to the West Bank, was being put into Gaza, and would be then either forced to stay in Gaza or be deported to another country. These sort of things don't have to, you have to say, do not engender a great deal of goodwill here among the Palestinians. And a theme that I've heard again and again from people I've been talking to today is, A, they feel that Israel is still an oppression, is still an occupation force, that they feel that this conflict hasn't finished. I was talking to a pretty senior official earlier who said that as long as that occupation continues, there will be violence, that the events like October 7th could happen again. There is an absolute lack of trust that this ceasefire will hold, feeling that Israel could break it and return into Gaza, and also a feeling that here in the West Bank, where settlements have expanded, that people feel besieged as well. So yes, there is delight about the return of individuals, but it is really tempered by anxiety and by this ongoing feeling. I mean, look at Sharm el-Sheikh, look at the gathering of leaders, and if you are a Palestinian, and if you are particularly a Gazan, the fact that global leaders are gathering to discuss the future of Palestine, a nation, a state now recognised by the British, the French, by other nations who are at Sharm el-Sheikh, and you feel as if your future has been taken out of your hands. This, again, is an expression that has been said to me again and again. And by the way, a lot of people have said that they appreciate Britain recognising the state of Palestine. So it is complicated, and a little vignette of that is that we were up at Offa Prison this morning, waiting to see the release, the buses containing the prisoners pulling out from the prison. Small crowd there watching, a lot of youths who'd come. There were Israeli drones above us. One of the drones released a big bunch of leaflets which said, "We are watching you. If you show any sign of affiliation to a terrorist organisation, you will be subject to harsh punishment. We are watching you everywhere." And those drones were monitoring us. There was a plane above us, and then we saw some of those youngsters throwing small rocks towards an armoured vehicle, which responded with tear gas, stun grenades, and then live fire. And one of the people we saw being shot through the leg. And it is that sort of low-level, daily, grinding conflict which, you have to say, perpetuates the feeling among many here that they are subjugated by an occupying force. And so for all the goodwill, Mark, that you're seeing in Israel, in Hostages Square, all the upbeat response to the release of these hostages after 2 years, there are plenty here who feel that their suffering is considerably greater, and that the prisoners who are being held in Israeli prisons, often on very long detention without trial, are also a form of hostages being held by the Israeli state, and that they don't get them out. So it is a complicated blend of emotions, but I'm not sure that standing here now, it's one that makes you feel particularly confident that Donald Trump's optimism-fueled demands that the Middle East move to an era of peace inspired by commercial incentives is necessarily going to change attitudes around in Ramallah and Jenin and beyond.
Yes, and Adam, what's being said there about whether Hamas will disarm, whether Hamas will pull back from any sort of power or governing role?
You got to remember, a lot of people here, to be blunt, think that Hamas and October 7th, and you talk to people and they will say that was a vicious and violent attack, but they don't see it through the same prism, and they don't think that Hamas is a terrorist organisation in the same way that Western countries see it. Absolutely nobody. I could go along the street now, Mark, and I don't think anybody would refer to Hamas as a terrorist organisation. They would see them as freedom fighters. They would see Hamas supporters who've been detained as political prisoners. It is a completely different prism. So they would want a ceasefire, but they would, I think, and obviously, you can't generalise because this is a politically divided area. Just to remind people that where I am now, the West Bank is governed by the Palestinian Authority. It's not governed by Hamas. Hamas govern or did govern Gaza. But I think there will be plenty here who would say that Gaza should be governed not by an international technocratic body. It should be governed by Palestinians, and that should reflect all opinions, and that at the very least it should be the Palestinian Authority. I think there will be plenty of people here, including the Palestinian Authority, who would say Hamas cannot be involved in the future governance of Gaza. It's simply unpalatable for the international community. But they would say the Palestinian Authority should, and the PA, the Palestinian Authority, have said that they will have elections in a year's time. So I think they would see this not as a question of whether Hamas disarms, whether Hamas steps back. I think there's a realisation that Hamas probably cannot govern Gaza, but they would say, nor can we accept this international body, particularly with the involvement of Tony Blair, as being the arbiters of the Palestinians' future.
Adam, thank you very much indeed. Let's bring in our defence and security analyst, Michael Clark, who is in London. Michael, I see a report that Keir Starmer is saying that the UK is ready to assist monitoring the Gaza ceasefire and decommissioning Hamas weaponry. So, reading that, I just wonder what this means in terms of a role for British troops in all this, because presumably if you're going to help decommission Hamas weaponry and monitor the Gaza ceasefire, you would have to be possibly on the ground, I'd imagine.
Well, not necessarily, Mark. I mean, we don't really know what he means by that. We could guess that quite a lot needs to be done. I mean, intelligence can help in questions of demilitarization and the disarmament of Hamas. They can use aerial intelligence, and demining will be a big issue, of course. I mean, there's so much unexploded ordnance, you would imagine, in Gaza, and there are a lot of British companies like Brimstone UK and so on, and other companies who do that sort of thing. So that type of work might well be done commercially. One can think of that. But also, Mark, we should also remember that when groups agree to demilitarize, when they agree to disarm, they never disarm, really. They hand some weapons in, and those weapons are often photographed, but they keep weapons. And if they need weapons, they can always get more. They never, I mean, the act of, as it were, disarming is a symbolic act. What they say, when you disarm, what you're saying is, well, we'll agree not to use our weapons. But they never, ever hand in all the weapons they've got. They hand in a few, but they never hand in all of them. And weapons are only really disarmed when they stop wanting to use them, when they just let them rot and let them rust away. And that takes many years, because most small arms last a very long time. They're usable for years and years. So an active act of disarming almost never really takes place. What we're talking about is the monitoring, probably by intelligence assets, of what is actually happening in Gaza. And there's something maybe that the United Kingdom could contribute to that. But I suspect that this statement that came out of Sharm el-Sheikh, this was a statement, as I understand it, between Keir Starmer and President Macron. I think it's the British and the French wanting to say something specific about the ways in which they could assist. But, I mean, any assistance that Britain and France is able to give will be conditioned by the fact that they're not very popular in Israel at the moment, since announcing the recognition of Palestine as a state. And so the role that they might play, I think, is going to be rather remote, as opposed to any particular role on the ground, as far as we can tell. But there's quite a lot that Britain could do in terms of British companies and British organisations could do in helping to plan for a new Gaza. If Gaza is going to be rebuilt, if there's enough stability to do that, then the Tony Blair Institute, amongst others, has actually gone through quite a series of ideas about how it could be rebuilt, and some quite radical ideas, all of which, of course, can't be done from the top down. They have to be done with representatives of the Gazan people themselves. But equally, if Gaza is to be rebuilt, then it could be rebuilt in a way that is better for everyone if it's planned properly at the very beginning. And I suspect that the Prime Minister will be trying to push some of those ideas, some of which I've seen and which are very interesting. And I think they'll be trying to push those ideas as a template that could be offered to the people of Gaza if rebuilding takes place. But even that is dependent on money from the Gulf, and money from the Gulf is dependent on there being a political process which suggests that this thing isn't just going to carry on or occur again in 2 or 3 years' time. So it really comes back to some of the big issues. Can we use this moment of optimism to move realistically towards a settlement of the much greater problem of Israel and the Palestinians? And that, of course, is a problem that has eluded the world community since 1948.
Yes. So just to sum up, the idea of British forces on the ground in Gaza remains, in your view, highly unlikely, does it?
To me, it does, yes. I mean, British force and British military forces, British military or British advisors, British consultants, that's all possible. If you think about some of the big companies, I mean, like Arab, for instance, do a lot of work in Saudi Arabia, and they're very good at developing from the ground up something that doesn't exist already. So they've done that sort of work, and that they have transferable skills, and again, other companies are available, but those sorts of skills might well be required in Gaza. But you're talking there about, as we're British nationals, rather than, British forces. I cannot conceive of British armed forces having any role in this as the situation presently stands.
And just finally, Michael, I wonder what you make of these reports of serious gun battles inside Gaza involving Hamas and rival military groups, a number of casualties. Is there a danger that the vacuum of sorts that exists inside Gaza now will be filled by violence?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there's been gun battles between the Dugmash militias in Gaza and Hamas reconstituting themselves. And Hamas claim that they've brought 7,000 volunteers, or they've as it were, re-energized 7,000 of their people to take on the Dugmash militias and others in the south. There are a lot of families in the south, some families in the south, many of whom are backed by Israel, who are anti-Hamas and are trying to establish their own territories. In Khan Yunis, there's a couple of square miles which are run by a couple of families, and the Hamas have vowed to take them on, and the families are prepared to fight Hamas. At the moment, the IDF have withdrawn from about a third of Gaza, from the coastal third, and Hamas are making big efforts to move back into that coastal third and exert their authority. And so I think there's a fair chance that a civil war is about to break out. Now, it might just be restricted to incidents of the sort we've seen already, which are quite nasty, with the Dugmash militias and some of the Hamas people. So it might be no more than nasty incidents, but equally it could develop into a fairly organised civil war. And the point is, Mark, that this international stability force was supposed to be there, international stabilisation force, is supposed to be there immediately. Now, immediately means after today. And it's not in existence yet, and it won't be in existence for some time. And the countries that are being asked to contribute to it, many of the Gulf countries, it's supposed to be Arab-led, are saying, not unreasonably, that they want a UN resolution, a Security Council resolution, to give them authority to do what they're doing. They want to do this under the authority of the UN, not under some American authority, which would look too much like Israeli authority. And so this is going to take some time. And for every day that the international stabilization force doesn't turn up, isn't there, then the risk of a breakdown of the ceasefire increases, and the risk of civil war in that part of Gaza that the IDF have withdrawn from increases. And that's the situation, really, that begins in effect from tomorrow.
OK, Michael, for now, thank you very much indeed. And joining me now is the former advisor to the Israeli government, Ashley Perry. Thank you very much for being with us. And first of all, a day of huge relief and joy for the surviving hostages and their families.
Absolutely. It's a day which really began with a lot of hope, a lot of trepidation. We've seen these things go in a problematic manner in the past. So, you know, there was a lot of hope when we woke up, but thankfully it seems that it's gone pretty much without a hitch on all sides. Israel did retreat, in fact, even a little bit further than what they had agreed to. Israel did release the prisoners, the mass murderers from its prisons, and thankfully all the living Israeli hostages are now home.
Yeah, there does seem to be a hitch, though, with the deceased hostages. We're hearing that from the missing hostages forum that only 4 deceased hostages may be brought out of Gaza today. Of course, there are 28, and there are serious doubts about where some of them may be, of course.
Well, it's hard to tell whether this is a real excuse or whether this is Hamas playing games, trying to hold back some bargaining chips for the future. It's unlikely that they only know where the bodies of only 4 out of, 28 dead hostages are held in all this time. It's highly unlikely. It's also highly unlikely they know where all of them are, but it's very highly unlikely they only know where 4 is at this point. So it's probably Hamas playing tricks, trying to keep some bargaining chips for the future because, you know, as Hamas have said many, many times, they don't see this as an end to the war. They see this as a pause in the fighting. And if they get the opportunity, they will try and do October 7th again and again and again.
If you were advising the Israeli government and Benjamin Netanyahu now, would you have advised him to go to Sharm el-Sheikh? Donald Trump clearly extended the invitation to go. Mahmoud Abbas, the Palestinian Authority leader, is going. Would you have suggested to Benjamin Netanyahu that perhaps he maybe ought to go?
Well, it's a delicate one. First of all, because he was obviously not invited at the first round of invitations. Donald Trump obviously used his cachet with President Sisi to get him invited. And then there was a relatively quick U-turn. The ostensible reason was given. It's a Jewish holiday tonight. In fact, the same Jewish holiday that October 7th happened on 2 years ago. It could be the optics. There are people in Israel saying that Netanyahu doesn't want to be seen alongside Mahmoud Abbas. My feeling is there's probably other invited guests to that meeting in Sharm el-Sheikh who probably don't want the optics of being alongside Netanyahu. But I would certainly have suggested, if at all possible, to be there because there is the possibility of using this moment for great momentum towards something far greater. Today is the ceasefire. It's not about peace. We all hope that peace will come. And I think that hopefully we'll see something like that happen with a move towards phase 2 of this agreement in Sharm el-Sheikh, something close towards this peace and prosperity, which President Trump talked about many times from the Knesset podium today. And I think it would have been important to have the highest level Israeli representation. The question is exactly who nixed it, whether it came from Jerusalem or it came from other capitals around the region.
I suppose one of the optics could have been that Benjamin Netanyahu spoke a lot about the path to peace in his speech today. And by going, it would have shown that he was perhaps serious about peace.
Well, as I said, I think there is certainly momentum. I think we will be seeing steps towards peace on all sides. And I think Netanyahu, whether he's being cajoled by President Trump or whether he's doing it his own volition, is certainly moving towards a more peaceful direction. It's clear he wanted this war to end. It was clear as soon as the hostages were given back and this commitment to a disarmament, we'll have to see if that actually happens, by Hamas, was all that he needed to sign on the dotted line. The question is, as I said, what comes next? If the letter of the agreement is fulfilled, then I think it will certainly be a great day, not just for Israel, but also Palestinians, Gazans, and all the people of the region. And let's hope that is something that they're talking about in Sharm el-Sheikh today, and we can move towards that tomorrow and moving forward.
But can all this happen, just finally, Ashley, if Benjamin Netanyahu has already said quite categorically, quite clearly, that he's not interested in talking about Palestinian statehood?
Well, Palestinian statehood is clearly not on the agenda at the moment, despite the declarations from London, Paris, Ottawa, and other places, because in Israel, and there's an agreement on this from the left to the right, that to move towards a Palestinian state today would be pretty much a reward for Hamas. I mean, they've said it themselves. They see that the declarations from Keir Starmer, from Emmanuel Macron and others were their victory. And they were basically written with the blood of Israelis. So no one in Israel is quite ready to talk about a Palestinian state. That's not to say it can't be discussed in the future. But if tomorrow Netanyahu goes to Sharm el-Sheikh and gives the Palestinians a state, the people who will be celebrating most are the murderers of Hamas, those who perpetrated the greatest bloodbath of Jewish people since the Holocaust. So it's not something that he can do politically. It's something that he simply can't do morally and ethically. Pretty much that's the wall-to-wall opinion of Israelis. And again, most Israelis are not against the Palestinian state. Most Israelis are against the Palestinian state at this point because it would simply be a reward for the greatest bloodbath of Jewish people since the Holocaust.
Okay, Ashley, appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Now, while many people in Israel celebrate the release of the hostages, it's a bittersweet moment for the relatives of the hostages who have died in Gaza. Joining me now is Adam Ma'anit, whose cousin, Sachi Aidan, was a hostage. His body was released in February this year. Thank you very much for joining us. And I guess that is the best way to sum it up, is it? That this is a bittersweet day for you.
Absolutely, Mark. I mean, first of all, we should acknowledge that this has been something that all the hostage families have been dreaming about for the last 2 years. It's finally happened, and we should appreciate the moment. This is a significant victory for the hostage families, I think, who don't get enough credit themselves for the amount of campaigning and advocacy they've done for their own loved ones. And they've really led the way, and they forged strong, unbreakable bonds with one another. And so when we experience the grief and suffering of a family member who's coming back in a coffin like mine did, then other families share that sorrow and grief. And then when today our neighbor who was taken with my cousin Sachi hostage returns alive to his family, we share in that joy. And it's a tremendous moment in Israeli history, one that I think we really need to pause at this point and really take it in, soak it in, because I still can't quite believe it's real.
Yes, because those people we're seeing on our screens now, we're seeing the reunions, the families. They must have felt that this was a day they would never see.
Absolutely, and there were so many moments in the past couple of years where we were at the cusp of a deal, we had our hopes raised and then dashed on the rocks of despair. And so it was a guarded optimism that everyone had. But, you know, the stars aligned. You know, the Trump administration managed to put enough diplomatic pressure and political capital into this outcome. The Arab states aligned. There was a lot of frustration from, the state benefactors of Hamas that eventually led to some pressure being put to bear on Hamas finally, which allowed this outcome to happen. And I think, to the credit of all the diplomats and negotiators involved, but obviously also to the staunch campaigning of the hostage families themselves.
And Adam, have you managed to come to terms with what happened to your cousin, or will that be something you'll never be able to do?
It's a really good question, Mark. I've kind of put it on pause because I've been so focused on campaigning for the rest of the hostages because of that sense of shared solidarity with the other families, because of how much the strong bonds and friendships and relationships that I've built with many of those family members themselves. And now that, we're seeing that at least the live hostages returned, there is a moment now where maybe, we could breathe a little bit easier and start properly grieving. But, Mark, there's still, a big question mark about the dead hostages. We still don't, we were promised all of them to be returned. There's still 24. I'm told only 4 will be returned today. There's still 24. We don't know the names of the 4 that will be returned. And I can, speak you from experience. It's a very important part of the process to have your loved one returned, even if they're dead, for your grieving, for your mourning process, to be able to bury them, like we buried Tzachi next to his firstborn daughter, Mayan, who was murdered on October 7th. It was the most painful funeral I've ever attended in my life. But it was an important moment for us as a family to grieve properly, and knowing that he was returned to us did help. And I feel for those families who are still waiting for that.
Absolutely, and there does seem, as you say, to be this real sense of togetherness among the families. Adam, thank you very much indeed for coming on. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
I'm Mark Austin. It has just turned 2 o'clock in the UK, 4 o'clock here in Jerusalem, on a day that Donald Trump has called an historic dawn for the new Middle East. In the last few hours, all 20 living Israeli hostages have been released by Hamas. In return, we've seen nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners set free. The US president was given a rapturous reception as he addressed the Israeli parliament, declaring that the skies are calm, the guns are silent, and the sirens are still. So let's just bring you now up to speed with the day's developments so far. And this is the scene at Tel Aviv airport, where Donald Trump is due to leave very shortly for Sharm el-Sheikh. He's pretty late now. He's an hour and a half or so, maybe 2 hours late. All 20 of the remaining living Israeli hostages, as we've been saying, those who had been held by Hamas in Gaza for more than 2 years, have now been released and are back on home soil in Israel. 7 hostages were handed over to the Red Cross, first of all, earlier this morning. And then soon after that, the remaining 13 surviving hostages were also released. The IDF published pictures this morning of some of the hostages meeting the Israeli military following their release. They were among the first group of 7 hostages to be freed. 28-year-old twins, Gali and Ziv Berman, were both taken from Kfar Aza kibbutz, along with their friend, the British Israeli Emily Damari, who was released earlier this year. Alon Ohel is a 24-year-old pianist. He too was taken from the Nova Festival after fleeing to a shelter in Re'im with his friends. 25-year-old Eitan Moore was taken also from the Nova Festival on October the 7th. He had helped rescue other people before himself being kidnapped, and this was the moment he was reunited with his parents.
No, ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה.
Now, 22-year-old Matan Angrest was kidnapped from Nahal Oz kibbutz while defending the outpost there. He was later reunited with his mother.
חיים שלי, אתה אלוף גיבור, כפרה עליך אני, כפרה עליך אני, כמה החיות שלך מחכות לראות אותך, ואילנה, חיים שלי ונוני, כל העולם חיים שלי אתה.
And we can also show you the moment that one of the Israeli hostages, 23-year-old Bar Kupstein, was reunited with his family. It was also the moment he learned that his father, who was paralyzed after an accident, had learned to speak again during the 2 years Bar had been held in captivity.
אתה חייב לשתות, אתה נשמה, טיפה. הוא ביקש לשלוח את זה לחדשות, לשלוח את זה? כן, שלוחים. למי לשלוח?
So some extraordinary reunions earlier today. 24-year-old Guy Gilboa Dalal was also taken by Hamas from the Nova Festival. Here he is seeing his family for the first time. And throughout the day, we have seen released Israeli hostages waving from vans en route to various medical centres. After more than 2 years in captivity, they will now be undergoing initial health checks before they are returned home to their families. And once the hostages were back in Israeli hands, buses carrying Palestinian prisoners started moving out of Offa prison in the West Bank. Nearly 2,000 Palestinian detainees and convicted prisoners being held in Israel are thought to have been released. And this was the scene in Ramallah in the West Bank, where some of the 38 buses carrying freed Palestinian prisoners were met by cheering crowds. Among the prisoners released were 250 who were serving long sentences for murder and terrorism. Straight to Ben Gurion Airport, where Donald Trump, he's back there. It is where he arrived this morning, and it is now where he is due to leave, as I say, and I keep saying. He is late, but he is on course to go to Sharm el-Sheikh now in Egypt, where the summit that he and President Sisi has convened will take place. Let's just see if we can hear what he's saying to Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Hold on. תביאו לי מהר.
Well, it's difficult to hear what they're saying, but Benjamin Netanyahu earlier in the Knesset saying that Trump was engraved in Israeli history. He said Donald Trump was the greatest friend Israel had ever had in the White House. No American president, he said, had done more for Israel. And Netanyahu said that he was committed to Donald Trump's peace plan, and he was committed to every part of it. And that will be the real test for Donald Trump's framework, because that's what it is. The first stage of that framework has come about, is now a reality. The surviving hostages are out and the guns have fallen silent in Gaza. And for Trump, this visit to Israel was something of a victory lap, a moment of triumph for him. But there is still a long, long way to go to realize his vision of a much broader Middle East peace. Michael Clark joins us as we watch these pictures of Donald Trump saying goodbye to Israel and heading off to Egypt. And it's interesting, Michael, why Donald Trump has managed to get this far where certainly Joe Biden didn't. Is this about the sheer willpower of Donald Trump, the way he uses the power of the office?
To a degree, yes, Mark, I think it is. And that willpower came to bear very powerfully after the 9th of September, which was the Israeli attack on the Hamas building in Qatar, because that turns out to have been, I think, a really big strategic mistake that Netanyahu made. Because until that time, Netanyahu thought that he could, in a sense, get Trump's agreement to more or less anything he wanted to do, going after Hamas anywhere in the world. And when he went after Hamas in Qatar, they informed the United States, but not long enough in advance for the US to do very much about it. So as far as we know, I mean, Trump told Witkoff to tell the Qataris, and Witkoff couldn't get through to them to begin with. And when they did tell the Qataris found out 10 minutes too late. I mean, the Qatari government would have told Hamas if they'd known in time, and the Hamas leaders would have vacated the building. But as it was, the whole thing was, in a sense, an Israeli attempt to bounce the United States into backing this attack. And the attack was a big mistake and seems to have angered the White House so much, I think, that they decided that they would lean really hard on Netanyahu. Because for all the triumphalism of today, and today is a big day, and we shouldn't ignore that fact, but nevertheless, Netanyahu is now talking about peace, and Hamas still exists. Hamas is not going to disarm. Hamas is making it clear that they're still part of the future in Gaza, whether or not they're part of any new government, which has still got to be determined. So, I mean, Netanyahu is going along with the White House version that this is the beginning of a whole new peace, with only half of the objectives achieved, and maybe not even the most important half. Remember that after the 7th of October attacks, Netanyahu said on many occasions, we will eliminate Hamas. we will destroy Hamas completely. Hamas will be out of Gaza and out of business entirely. And that hasn't happened. So Netanyahu is having to go along with a peace plan that he would not have agreed to and didn't agree to a year ago when the same basic plan was on the table. And equally, I mean, Hamas had said that they would not stop fighting until there was a clear roadmap towards a resolution of the whole Palestinian issue. And we're a long, long way from that. And yet Hamas has been pressured by Qatar and Turkey and Egypt and many others in the Arab world to go along with this version of the plan. So the fact is neither Israel nor Hamas are happy with this peace plan. And when the, as it were, the glamour of the hour has worn off, which it will in a couple of days, I think we'll be back to the reality that Gaza is devastated, Hamas is still there, the IDF don't intend to leave until they have eliminated Hamas, and some form of this war will continue. I mean, how violent it will be, we just don't know, but in some form, the antagonism is still very much alive.
Yes, because as you say, this is a ceasefire, really, and it is a ceasefire and it is a hostage release, and both have happened, but it's really at this stage nothing more, nothing less than that.
Correct. And I mean, what we've seen, and everyone said the same thing, so this is not an original thought, but this is the first stage, this is the easiest first stage, and the second and third stages will be a lot more difficult. And I mean, one thing that's different about this, Mark, and this is the Trump style, which people say, yeah, look how effective it can be. Well, yes, it can, but this is a top-down style where so little preparation has been done from the bottom up on all the other things that need to happen. Normally, when the top-down leaders come in to close a deal and get the photo opportunities, a lot of other things are in place. And for instance, that's exactly what happened in the Oslo Accords, for instance, in 1993, 94. The whole Oslo peace process had been worked out in enormous detail by the Norwegian government, people like Jan Egeland and so on. They did immense amounts of work. So when those accords came into being, they were the nearest we've got to a proper settlement of the Arab-Israeli dispute. Those accords have been prefaced by an enormous amount of detailed work. That was bottom-up diplomacy. And the same was true of the Camp David Accords in 1978-79. An enormous amount of work went into the process before the two sides were brought together by Jimmy Carter at Camp David. And that resulted in a peace treaty between Egypt and Israel. Sadat of Israel and Menachem Begin of... Sadat of Egypt and Menachem Begin of Israel. But in this case, this sort of diplomacy is top-down. So we've got the headlines, and the fact that the details are still to be worked out is very unsatisfactory. It's not to say that they can't be worked out, but they would have to be worked out on the basis of much greater trust between the parties and a willingness of both parties to hold off while those details are being worked out. Now, that's not impossible in this case, but it would need the United States, and particularly the President, to stay on this, to really stay on this, week after week and month after month. And I don't think anybody in their heart of hearts believes that Donald Trump will do that. He'll put people onto it, but unless he remains committed, then I don't think it will do the job. The details probably won't be filled in. And, you know, every American president in the last, 8 or 9 presidents have tried to bring peace to the Middle East, and they've all failed. Obama, that President Trump mentioned many times in the things he's been saying, Obama tried to get out of the Middle East altogether. He tried to just leave it and said, you know, there's no benefit to any American president getting involved in the Middle East. But when they do, if they are to achieve anything, and Bill Clinton put most into it probably of previous presidents, and Bill Clinton essentially spent most of his second term, when he wasn't trying to deal with the Monica Lewinsky affair, which is a domestic problem for him, he spent most of his second term really on Middle Eastern issues. And for this to be brought to a successful conclusion, one would suspect that Donald Trump would have to give most of this term to Middle East in bringing this to some sort of calm harbour. And I don't think anybody believes he will do that.
Michael, thanks very much. Mark Stone is in Sharm el-Sheikh waiting for the president to arrive. I think it's a flight of around 45 minutes or so. But Mark, it is a day of optimism and hope, which is rare in these parts, as you know full well. But as Michael Clark was saying there, as history suggests, this idea of a broader Middle East peace is not going to be easy to achieve.
Yeah, I would agree with everything that Michael just said, except possibly one thing. I just wonder, you know, having watched Trump closely for quite a while now, whether on this issue he might just stay the course. He has attached himself so closely to this particular issue that we've seen such an extraordinary day, and we've seen such an extraordinary day unfold today. I think it would be almost out of character now if he was to drop the ball on this, because it would be seen to be a huge failure, his failure, if after marching everyone up to the top of the hill with this moment, for it all to fall apart. I mean, if it does, he'll naturally blame someone else. But I just wonder whether he will now stay the course, whether he will personally have been given, like, he's been given so much praise over the course of the past day and the past few weeks. He'll have loved that, and he will want to see it to its conclusion, hard as that will be. And then if he can do the same with that other issue, Ukraine, Russia, well, then maybe that will just further his drive. I don't know, maybe I'm being naive in thinking that, but I just wonder. The other thing that the Trump administration would say, to Michael's point about the fact that Trump's doing things top down, not bottom up, is precisely that is why we're doing things top down, not bottom up, because every other time with previous presidents, the way they've done it, it hasn't worked. And so we're doing it in a different way. That's how they would frame what has happened now. Get to the end point, which in this instance is the hostages out, the prisoners out, a ceasefire now. Get to that end point, work in, and then work out the problems and the bits underneath that afterwards. Now, maybe that's naive. Maybe that's never going to work. But that is certainly the strategy that they're going for. The other key difference this time, compared with previous attempts to solve Middle East peace, is the buy-in of Gulf Arab countries. So many times over the years, it's been said that the Gulf Arabs don't really care about the Palestinian issue. Even for them, it's kind of a distraction, an irritation, something that they can live with rather than being forced to help solve. Well, I think Trump, because of his transactional nature, because he likes them, because he gets on with them, because he doesn't worry about their human rights record, he has forged a relationship with Gulf Arab countries that other American presidents did not, which has given him leverage with them, and he's maintained the leverage that he has, that every American president has, but Trump is using over Prime Minister Netanyahu in Israel. So I think that context is different from before. And all that taken together, if you are an optimist and you buy into Trump's very, very unorthodox form of diplomacy, you might see that it could perhaps make some difference. But let's talk in 6 months and see where we are, Mark. In terms of where we are now, well, we and the rest of the world's leaders pretty much are waiting in this rather unglamorous convention center just next to the airport in Sharm el-Sheikh, where Donald Trump will land in about 45 minutes' time. The other world leaders haven't clearly gone to Israel. They've come straight here. Because things are running a couple of hours late, they have been left waiting, as has been the case on previous occasions when world leaders are sort of summoned to an event that is Trump's event. They then end up having to wait for him, as we all do. He will arrive here, and then the really difficult task will begin. Yes, this will be a photo opportunity, of course, but it will also be the beginning of a new conversation, a conversation about phase 2, phase 3, the day after for Gaza. All of that will then be discussed at this summit, or at least the beginning of that conversation.
Yes, and we've had Donald Trump feted at the Knesset today. It was full of admiration and adoration and adulation for him. But I guess the point is that previous presidents, as Michael was saying, have come very close. Jimmy Carter, 79, the Camp David Accords that Michael was talking about. He got Begin and Sadat together, but that ultimately failed right at the end. Clinton, that failed right at the end of his presidency. They both thought they were really close, but it just didn't work in the end. And what you seem to be saying is this time it can be different because Donald Trump is not a typical president. He's not surrounded by typical diplomats.
Yeah, well, that's what he's saying, and I'm suggesting that it's certainly a possibility, but we'll see. I mean, there are some, as we've been saying repeatedly, getting to the point that we're at today was very, very hard indeed, but it was still much easier than dealing with the issues that are down the line, whether they be the immediate challenges of governing Gaza, of rebuilding Gaza, of a peacekeeping force for Gaza. These are issues that they will be beginning to discuss today. And then, of course, the sort of, from a Palestinian perspective, the underlying challenge that is the occupation, whether it be in the West Bank, as it is currently, or Gaza, as it was until the Israelis pulled out, I think, what was it, in 2008. But in a sense, Israel still has a hold over Gaza, and in that sense, it remains a form of occupation. So these underlying challenges have not been discussed yet, will not be discussed today, but perhaps there will be some beginnings of a conversation about that. But it's quite clear that Netanyahu has said many times before that he's not interested in a two-state solution. So in a sense, we're kind of at the status quo ante, where we're back to where we were before the awful events of October the 7th, 2 years ago. And I think therein lies the challenge. How do we get from the point that we were at before then, with all that has happened since then, to a better position for both Israel and for the Palestinians? That is a really, really big challenge. The Dutch foreign minister, incidentally, has just turned up here. He's speaking in Dutch at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on that, and we might be able to have a word with him in a minute, Mark.
OK, and Mark, just as the Air Force One takes off and heads in your direction, just talk us through what we expect. It's very difficult to know with President Trump, but what do you expect the sort of choreography to be over the next couple of hours?
To be honest, I have no idea. There will be red carpets, there will be speeches. Donald Trump will make a speech. I think other key world leaders will speak as well. I think they will want to recognize Donald Trump's role in bringing all this about. We have seen how other world leaders have decided that it is maybe in their interest, but also maybe genuine praise that they have got for President Trump. And I think they will also, each of them in their own way, will want to map out what they think can and will come next. So I think there will be a desire by world leaders who are here today, not just to make this the sort of the Trump praise society. They'll want it to be more than that. They will want to be able to put their mold on what they see are the important moments that come out of this quite extraordinary day.
OK, Mark, thank you very much indeed. He's in the air. He's about 45 minutes from you, so we'll talk to you when Donald Trump arrives in Sharm el-Sheikh. And as Donald Trump makes his way there to that peace summit, the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, will be one of the Western leaders who will be witnessing the signing of that peace deal. Well, President Trump arrived in Israel earlier this morning, landing in Tel Aviv on Air Force One. He told reporters on the plane that every country was dancing in the streets, and there were a lot of reasons why he thought the ceasefire would hold. He then travelled to the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, where he signed a book with the message, "This is a great honour, a great and beautiful day, a new beginning." And after that, he attended a special sitting of Parliament where the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu thanked him for facilitating the peace deal.
Mr. President, today we welcome you here to thank you for your pivotal leadership in putting forward a proposal that got the backing of almost the entire world. A proposal that brings all our hostages home. A proposal that ends the war by achieving all our objectives. A proposal that opens the door to an historic expansion of peace in our region and beyond our region. Mr. President, you are committed to this peace. I am committed to this peace. And together, Mr. President, we will achieve this peace. I look forward to continuing marching with you on the path we paved together with the Abraham Accords. Under your leadership, we can forge new peace treaties with Arab countries in the region and Muslim countries beyond the region. Abraham's children will work together to build a better future, a future that will unite civilization against barbarism, light against darkness, and hope against despair. And my friends, I believe that with President Trump's leadership, this will happen a lot faster than people think. As Prime Minister of Israel, I extend my hand to hold those who seek peace with us. No one wants peace more than the people of Israel. Israel will always remain vigilant in defending itself, and Israel will always remain full of hope. Hope is our national anthem. Hope is our creed. Hope is our strength. It is time, my friends, to realize that hope and expand the circle of peace. Mr. President, thank you for all you have done for us. I have submitted your nomination to be the first non-Israeli recipient of the Israel Prize.
Leaders here together, witnessing the signing ceremony, I think is very important, and President Trump was very influential to make sure that together with Arab countries, particularly Egypt, Turkey and Qatar, to make this deal actually work, and then pushed on Netanyahu as well. And I think that's very important.
Are there concrete plans beyond the 20-point plan that the Trump administration released? We don't seem to really know even what the peace plan that will be signed today is going to say.
Yeah, so that we'll have a lot of negotiations, but the ink just dried out of this peace plan. Actually, the signing has to be in just a few moments. So I think there will be a lot of talks the current days about the how to implement this peace plan to make sure that phase 1 is not the phase where it sticks to. We go to phase 2 and 3, and in the end, to a two-state solution as far as the Dutch government is concerned.
Prime Minister, how can you heard the president say that next Russia. Obviously, the Netherlands has a very strong view on that issue.
Absolutely, and I hope that he will put all his pressure on Russia to make sure that Russia goes to the negotiation table for a real peace with Ukraine, because the war in Ukraine for the Netherlands and for Europe is of utmost importance that it will stop.
Prime Minister, how sure can you be? Prime Minister, how sure can you be that we will get beyond phase 1 and that this isn't just yes, a hugely positive day, but actually we won't get any further. And that you talk about the two-state solution, Israel, Netanyahu is firmly against that.
Yeah, but we are just as phase 1. All the leaders here together are united in saying this must happen. And I think that's a very important signal also to the government of Netanyahu. So although I cannot give any guarantees, I'm convinced that this could be a unique moment in history, that we really make this step forward not only on phase 1, but also phase 2, phase 3, in the end, to a two-state solution, which makes sure that Gaza and Israel are two safe and secure countries.
And how much credit do you give President Trump for this? How much credit do you give President Trump for this?
I think he has a huge importance in, I mean, it's his deal. He put all the pressure on it. And of course, other countries helped, particularly Qatar, Turkey, and Egypt. But I think a lot of countries pushed on pressure, also Netanyahu. But I think Trump deserves all the credit he can.
And will you, the Netherlands, supply peacekeeping troops on the ground in Gaza?
Oh, that's too early to say. I heard a lot of rumors of different countries delivering those troops. First, we have to make sure what the mandate is and where the mandate comes from. And then when the question comes to the Netherlands, we will discuss it.
It should be a UN mandate? It should be a UN mandate?
I think the best would be a UN mandate. One other question.
And which Europe's role should be in the next day peace plan?
Sorry, what?
What can Europe do in the next day peace plan?
Well, I think that it's very important that Europe stands united and put pressure on Israel. I think you heard also the High Commissioner stating that the whole process of sanctioning the government of Netanyahu and Israel is still in progress, and the EU will not take it away. So we put pressure on the Netanyahu government to make sure that phase 1 goes to phase 2 and phase 3.
And as a follow-up, my colleague asked you if Europe can send troops over the field of Gaza in order to secure the peace for next day.
Well, let's see what countries can deliver troops, and when we have.
Are you positive in this proposition?
Well, I mean, I'm not stating anything because it will be a difficult decision always. But there needs to be a peacekeeping force. There needs to be a clear mandate, and when the question is read out to the Netherlands or other European countries, every country will look into it.
Sir,
thank you.
Do you think the participation
of
your country and all of so that. Mark was the Dutch Prime Minister talking to us just before he heads in to the summit, which will begin as soon as President Trump arrives. I think all the world leaders who have committed to coming here, all their foreign ministers, they're already inside now. The Dutch Prime Minister will join them shortly. And as you heard him say there, the difficult work begins now. Phase 2 and 3. How do we get from the success of today to the future, and in his view, to a two-state solution? Massive challenges there, given Israel's position on a two-state solution. Also interesting to hear him say he believes a UN mandate, a UN resolution is required for any peacekeeping force that would move into Gaza. That would take time to do. It would in itself be a challenge. So you get a sense of just how much work there is ahead after an extraordinary day.
Yes, it's interesting, Mark. Very instructive what he said. Twice, I think he said it. It's too early to tell, he said. It's too early to say. And I think that's what we're going to hear about this international stabilization force. I think there is a lot of work to do on it. I think that the number of countries that are willing to put troops forward for that will be very interesting, what the remit will be. So it just shows the difficulties really lying ahead.
Well, we do know, Mark, that a number of Middle Eastern countries have committed in principle to providing troops on the ground in Gaza. We know that that's what Donald Trump would prefer. He's sent 200 troops to Israel. I don't know if they've arrived yet, as part of a package that would eventually form a peacekeeping force in Gaza, although the American troops would not go into Gaza. I think there is a broad desire to make sure that the peacekeeping force is largely made up from troops from Muslim-majority countries. I remember having a conversation about it 2 months ago with a diplomat from a Gulf nation, and I said then, look, would you be prepared to have blue beret NATO UN troops on the ground in Gaza? And he said no, he didn't think many, if any, Middle Eastern countries would be up for that. But things have moved very fast, and it's now the case that quite a lot of them are. Egypt, where I am, has said that it would commit troops to Gaza. So absolutely fascinating to see how quickly things are moving. But as I say, a UN mandate, a UN resolution to oversee a troop with a troop deployment to Gaza as peacekeepers would take time, and it would be a dangerous mission for multiple reasons. There is the risk of sectarian conflict
within different factions, within different Palestinian factions in Gaza. Reprisals are likely. Hamas is certainly for many loathed in Gaza, given what has happened, but others like them because of the cause that they say they represent. So you could see how there could be problems on the ground with sectarian clashes within Gaza. All of that would have to be dealt with by this peacekeeping force.
Okay, Mark, we will come back to you. Donald Trump must be about 20 minutes or so away now, one imagines. It really is the most extraordinary day. We've got the release of the surviving hostages in the early hours of this morning, and then the reunions with their families. Then we had Donald Trump addressing the Knesset, and now we have Donald Trump on his way to Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt for this peace summit that he had pulled together with the president of Egypt. So just the most extraordinary day. And as I said there, Donald Trump addressed the Knesset, an hour or so ago. Let's just have a listen to part.
If you think we settled 8 wars in 8 months, I'm now including this one, by the way, if that's okay. They may say, well, that was quick, because yesterday I was saying 7, but now I can say 8. The hostages are back. The hostages are back. It is a good feeling. Isn't that nice to say? You know, I just said the hostage. First time I said the hostages are back. It feels so good to say it. But when you settle 8 wars in 8 months, that means you don't like war. Everyone thought I was going to be brutal. In fact, I remember Hillary Clinton during a debate, she said, look at him, he's going to go to war with everybody. And actually, she said, he's got a personality that's all about war. No, my personality actually is all about stopping wars, and it seems to work. It seems to work. But it also means this name change and our attitude that we're not going to go into a war, but if we do, we're going to win that war like nobody has ever won a war before. We will not be politically correct, but we're not going to be there. And I think, you know, as you mentioned, Bibi, before, peace through strength, and that's what it's all about.
Well, Donald Trump's speech was interrupted briefly, it has to be said, as 2 left-wing members of the Knesset who were holding signs saying genocide heckled the US president, and they were, has to be said, pretty swiftly ejected.
Everybody loves Steve, and they respect him, and they somehow can relate to him. I've known him for many years, and I've seen it over and over again.
להוציא את חבר הכנסת הזה, להוציא אותו מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד, החוצה, החוצה, החוצה. להוציא גם את חבר הכנסת כסיף, להוציא את חבר הכנסת כסיף מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד. Sorry for that, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Please.
That was very efficient.
Yes, they were dealt with pretty quickly. And in fact, one of those MPs will be joining me a little later on the News Hour. Now, we have some pictures of what the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has been up to. He's been, well, he's had quite a few bilateral meetings, but here he is with the French president and the Turkish leader, Erdogan, and
Thank you.
and there are quite a few bilateral meetings going on, I should think, because they've got these couple of hours or so to fill while Donald Trump makes his way there. And Beth Rigby, our political editor, is in Sharm el-Sheikh. So, Beth, do we know what has emerged from any of these meetings on the sidelines that the Prime Minister is having?
Well, Mark, it's been quite an extraordinary afternoon here in Sharm el-Sheikh. And if I can just show you where I am, this is where all the leaders through that door are gathering. You've got all the flags over there of the countries attending. Through those doors, later past that pillar, is where they will sign the treaty. And then you've got all the press pack and Sherpas and advisors, everyone waiting around. And Mark, in terms of what's been going on with the leaders, well, President Trump is very delayed in getting to Sharm el-Sheikh. He was due here some time ago, and he's about 3 hours late. And in that time, I've never seen anything like it. There's just been this sort of impromptu meeting of all these leaders waiting for President Trump to arrive. So the pictures you saw earlier were a planned meeting between President Macron and Keir Starmer, and I've got a readout from that. It said the Prime Minister met Macron. They welcomed the historic scenes of the last few days with aid pouring into Gaza. Both leaders paid tribute to the vital efforts of President Trump and mediators of Qatar, Egypt and Turkey in securing the first phase of peace. They agreed this should mark a turning point. The PM stands with the UK ready to play a leadership role in the process of decommissioning Hamas, etc., etc. So words you would expect. But then what's happened since then is there have been a series of impromptu meetings where the Prime Minister went in to meet the leader of Turkey, and then Prime Minister Maloney came in, and so on and so forth. And it ended up in this meeting where you had the E3, that's the leader of Germany, the leader of France, the leader of the UK, with Maloney of Italy, and three of the main Arab states then also coming in: Jordan, Egypt and Qatar. So it was quite an extraordinary thing. And actually even some of the advisors and Sherpas, if you like, the people behind the scenes that do all the backroom dealing, had said to me when this was all happening that they haven't seen this before. What's going on? I mean, basically there's a load of leaders here waiting on Donald Trump, and they're using that time to get together to talk about phase 2 of the plan. Now, Mark, in terms of the substance, I think at the moment it's a lot of words, goodwill. There is definitely a push about immediate aid into Gaza. The UK committing £20 million for sanitation. So that's the sort of immediate focus. And then all of those leaders in different ways will now want to begin to work on the reconstruction plans. Gaza, 92% of the population displaced. It's a wasteland. It needs complete rebuilding. Who is going to run the Palestinian authorities, that technocratic committee, who is going to be in the peacekeeping force? There are so many very, very complicated issues. And in the final meeting, the Prime Minister, addressing those leaders, said we can't treat today as historic and then let it drop tomorrow. And I think that really is what all these leaders are doing. They've come here to, of course, acknowledge the incredible achievement of Donald Trump in getting this peace agreement across the line. But if he's ended the war, now really the task for all of them is to try to really win the peace and make it sustainable. And that is going to be ferociously complicated. But it's so interesting for me, who's done a bit of this, to watch these impromptu meetings of leaders where they get a bit of FaceTime and begin to talk about these issues, and perhaps, you know, some concrete action will come out of it. I haven't had any more readouts yet. As I said, it was very impromptu, so it was all a bit fly on the wall and fly by the seat of their pants, if you like.
OK, Beth, thank you very much indeed. And of course, we'll be back with both yourself and with Mark Stone when President Trump arrives there shortly. Let's speak now to the former UK National Security Advisor, Sir Mark Lyle Grant. Thank you very much for being with us. I'm interested just first of all in what Keir Starmer has been saying about the UK being ready to assist monitoring a Gaza ceasefire and decommissioning Hamas weaponry. Just reading between the lines, what do you think that actually means?
Well, I think he's saying that the British government wants to play its part in the next stage of this process, because if it's to be successful, there's going to need to be new governance arrangements in Gaza, and there needs to be this international stabilization force. And although that stabilization force comes in at number 15, I think, of Trump's 20-point plan, it actually needs to be accelerated much up the list, as it were, because you're not going to get a proper monitoring of the ceasefire, a disarmament of Hamas, and a demilitarization of the Gaza Strip unless there is that force in place. Now, whether British troops will be prepared to be deployed inside Gaza, I think we'll have to wait and see, because what we've heard from the Americans is they're going to provide 200 troops because they're going to stay in Israel. We don't yet know whether British troops would go into Gaza. I think the assumption hitherto has been that that stabilization force inside the Strip would be largely made up from Muslim countries who perhaps would be less a target for extremists inside Gaza.
And as you say, there is an urgency about that, given what is happening inside Gaza with Hamas and other rival groups, other militias, seemingly fighting it out, and 2 or 3 dozen casualties overnight.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw this 20 years ago after Hamas won the elections in Gaza in 2005. Then violence erupted as it sort of took the fight to many of their political opponents inside the Strip. Now, one of the aims, the war aims of Netanyahu that he hasn't yet achieved is the complete dismantlement of the Hamas military cadre. And as we've seen over the last 24 hours, there's anything up to sort of 10,000 Hamas armed fighters, and they are trying to re-establish control in the areas that the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, have withdrawn from. So there needs to be some outside presence there quickly. Otherwise, Hamas will actually grow in strength, and their military capabilities won't be reduced at all.
And on the bigger picture, Mark, a day here clearly of huge joy for the families of the surviving hostages, less so, of course, for the families of the deceased hostages. But it's almost like Donald Trump is moving on very quickly to Sharm el-Sheikh, to the summit, and to start dealing with the issues that are going to prove very, very difficult to solve.
Absolutely. And I hope that that is the main purpose of the Sharm el-Sheikh summit. It isn't just a sort of celebration of what we've seen so far, because for all the celebrations there are on both sides, Palestinian prisoners being released as well as the Israeli hostages, this is just the start of the process. Donald Trump talked in front of the Knesset of a historic dawn for a new Middle East, but we're a very, very long way from there. And it's worth noting that 2 non-attendees at the Sharm el-Sheikh summit will be Hamas on the one hand and Netanyahu on the other hand. So there's going to need to be sustained pressure from the Americans on Netanyahu to get to this next stage, which we know he's very reluctant to move towards, let alone the third stage, which is Palestinian statehood. And at the same time, the Arabs who are signing up in this peace deal to putting pressure on Hamas, they need to deliver on their guarantees that Hamas will be completely demilitarized and won't play any future role in the governance of Israel. So there is a fantastic opportunity here, probably the best opportunity since the Oslo Accords 30 years ago, to really turn a ceasefire into a sustainable peace. But a lot of work is going to need to happen, and there's going to need to be sustained attention from President Trump. And of course, he's not famous for that attention span. So this is just the start of a very long process if it is to be successful.
Yes, and I guess like all things or many things in the Middle East, it comes down to trust. Do you think that Hamas can be trusted to fulfill their obligations under this framework? And do you think Israel can be trusted not to look for opportunities to go back to war?
Absolutely not. I don't think Hamas can be trusted at all. So they're going to need to be forced, in a sense, to demilitarize completely. After all, they haven't signed up to that as such. So that's going to be really important. And I think Netanyahu is going to come under a lot of pressure now from the right-wing members of his cabinet to not allow Hamas to sort of get away with it, as it were, now that the leverage of the hostages has been removed. So I think he is going to have to be lent on, if you like, by President Trump. But if I were to look further ahead, Mark, to be honest, in the longer term, I don't think we'll ever get to that third phase of a sustainable long-term peace without changes of leadership on both sides, not just Hamas and indeed the Palestinian Authority on the Palestinian side, but probably on the Israeli side as well.
Right, so that's interesting. So Benjamin Netanyahu is, in your view, not the man for long-term peace. Certainly he's ruled out a two-state solution, but also Mahmoud Abbas, you think, look, he's elderly, he's getting on. You think two new leaderships are needed?
Yeah, I think so, because look, Netanyahu has sort of signed on to the 20-point plan, but if you look at point 19, which is perhaps the key one in terms of statehood, it talks about a credible pathway to Palestinian self-determination and statehood. Now, the wording is sufficiently vague that allowed Netanyahu to go along with it, but he has said very clearly, and in recent days, that he opposes a Palestinian state, and has always done, to be fair, for the last 30 years of his political career. So, I don't think he is going to allow that on his watch. So there'll need to be a change there. Mahmoud Abbas, as you say, is in his late 80s. He doesn't have a huge amount of credibility even in the West Bank, let alone in Gaza. So I think some new Palestinian leadership will need to spring up. Now, some Palestinians hope that of the prisoner releases today, there would be credible leaders like Marwan Barghouti, perhaps, who would be included in that list. But despite Hamas pressure, as I understand it, Israel hasn't released Barghouti or some of these other credible leaders from Israeli jails. So a change to a new generation of Palestinian leadership will not be straightforward either.
Mark Lyle-Grant, thank you very much for coming on the programme. I appreciate it. And joining me now is the former senior advisor to the US Department of State, Nega Anga. Thank you very much for joining us. And I understand that you dealt with hostage situations. I'm just interested because Israel Katz, the defense minister, has just said that only four bodies being handed over today. There were supposed to be 28 deceased hostages handed over today. Only 4 have been, and Israel Katz, the defense minister, says it is a failure to meet commitments. No suggestion about what could happen. I just wonder whether you think this could be a serious hitch. Not to, obviously, the surviving hostages are out, reunited with their families, getting medical treatment, but I mean a hitch going forward with this process.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and that's an excellent point. This current phase that we're in, while largely holding, any small wrinkle can cause issues and provide the perfect excuse not to lead into phase 2, which will make hardliners on both sides of the negotiating table extremely happy. But I think there's still several hours left for them to continue to just support and hold their end of the bargain. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on the Arab partners who are working with Hamas to find and support the remainder of the hostage, even those that have passed away, and releasing those bodies. So I think we should give it a few more hours.
Yes, I'm just reading now. The Hostages Families Forum is calling for the immediate suspension of all agreement implementation until every deceased individual is returned. And of course, the emphasis today has been on those surviving hostages coming back and those reunions and the joy that that has caused. But of course, this will be deeply unsettling for the families of those who have died and who are now still in Gaza.
You're absolutely right. And I think as of right now, of course, the U.S. is supporting and leading the coordination cell with Egypt and Qatar, who are verifying not only the withdrawals, the sequencing of the prisoner release, the monitoring of aid. And I think there's going to be a heavy emphasis, again, to support and ensure that phase one is properly completed. Beyond President Trump's tour to the Middle East is not just a victory lap today, but it's also making sure he can turn this sort of pause into a process. And so he is walking through every step to ensure that that there is success, at least success with phase one.
And I say a huge day of joy and relief, of course, for those families of the surviving hostages. I just wonder, finally, do you think there is a good chance that Donald Trump will be able to take this further, that this framework for peace will work out, that there can be progress?
Look, I think as of right now, he's treating this as his sort of Camp David moment, right? A chance to be able to claim a legacy-defining moment for peace. And he's insisted that the war is over, although many are very skeptical about phase two ever being implemented. But because he is essentially owning this deal, he, I think, is going to try to keep it from, for it to hold, right? It's his defining win. And to be quite frank, I think, that is the major concern, is whether or not Washington can stay in the game, in the focus on this particular conflict before pivoting onto the next sort of peacemaking deal.
Thank you very much indeed for coming on the programme. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon. I'm Mark Austin. It's just turned 3 o'clock in the UK, 5 o'clock here in Jerusalem, on a day that Donald Trump has called an historic dawn for the Middle East. In the last few hours, all 20 living Israeli hostages have been released by Hamas. In return, we've seen nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners also set free. The US president was given a rapturous reception as he addressed the Israeli parliament, declaring that the skies are calm, the guns are silent, and the sirens are still. So let's just bring you up to speed now with the day's developments so far. And first of all, this is where we are at the moment, Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. That is the focus of the attention right now. Donald Trump has left here, Israel. He is flying to Sharm el-Sheikh right now. He is a couple of hours late, which is causing some consternation in Egypt, but he is on his way, and he will be arriving in the next few minutes. Now, as I was saying, all 20 of the remaining living Israeli hostages who had been held by Hamas in Gaza for more than 2 years have now been released and are back on home soil here in Israel. 7 hostages were handed over to the Red Cross earlier this morning, and then soon after, the remaining 13 hostages were also released. The IDF published pictures this morning of some of the hostages meeting the Israeli military following their release. They were among the first group of 7 hostages to be freed. 28-year-old twins, Gali and Ziv Berman, were both taken from Kfar Aza kibbutz. along with their friend, the British-Israeli Emily Damari, who was released earlier this year. Alon Ohel is a 24-year-old pianist. He too was taken from the Nova Festival after fleeing to a shelter in Re'im with his friends. 25-year-old Eitan Moore was taken from the Nova Festival on October the 7th. He had helped rescue other people before being kidnapped, and this was the moment he was reunited with his parents.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה.
22-year-old Matan Angrest was kidnapped from Nahal Oz kibbutz while defending the kibbutz's outpost. He was later reunited with his mother.
חיים שלי, אתה אלוף גיבור, כפרה עליך אני, כפרה עליך אני, כמה החיות שלך מחכות לראות אותך ואילנה, חיים שלי ונוני,
And this was the moment when 23-year-old Bar Kupperstein was reunited with his family. It was also the moment he learned that his father, who was paralyzed after an accident, had learned to speak again during the 2 years Bar had been in captivity.
אתה חייב לשתות קצת, נשמה, טיפה. הוא ביקש לשלוח את זה לחדשות, לשלוח את זה? כן, יאללה, למי לשלוח?
Well, 24-year-old Guy Gilbert Dalal was also taken by Hamas from the Nova Festival. Here he is seeing his family for the first time. And some of the released Israeli hostages were seen waving from vans en route to a number of medical centres where they will undergo initial health checks before being returned home to their families. Once the hostages were back in Israeli hands, buses carrying Palestinian prisoners started moving out of Offa prison in the West Bank. Nearly 2,000 Palestinian detainees and convicted prisoners being held in Israel are thought to have been released. And this was the scene in Ramallah in the West Bank, where some of the 38 buses carrying the freed Palestinian prisoners were met by cheering crowds. Among the prisoners released were 250 who were serving long sentences for murder and terrorism. Other Palestinian prisoners were taken back to Gaza. They were escorted through the streets by armed Hamas militants. Well, joining me now is our security and defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark. And Michael, I wonder if we could just start with this hitch that is currently happening over the deceased bodies coming out of Gaza, and the Israeli Defence Minister saying it breaks the agreement. Only 4 have come out. 28 are expected by their families.
Yeah, well, Mark, I mean, that was a very opportunistic statement that the Defence Minister made. I think we all knew that it would not be straightforward to recover the remains of the 28 dead hostages, although it is disappointing that only 4 have been returned today. One would have expected more than that, and that is a matter for some discussion. But, I mean, almost certainly Hamas don't know where all 28 are. A lot of the people who were probably in charge of them seem to have been killed. Quite a number of the hostages were given to other groups or were taken by other groups, such as Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and they've been dispersed. So it's entirely likely that the whereabouts of all 28 dead hostages is not fully known. And indeed, the military organisation, part of of President Trump's 20-point plan, or one of the implications of that, is that a group of officers, one assumes, from United States, Qatar, Egypt and Turkey should go into Gaza to look for these people, to work with local groups and authorities to locate the remains. That's the typical sort of job that has to be done in wartime, and you would expect it to be a small group, probably of officers who've got some experience of doing this, and they may well have to be deployed, and it might be some days or weeks before all 28 sets of remains are returned. But having said that, one would have expected more than 4 bodies to have been returned today, and it may be that, I think as one of your previous guests was saying, I mean, the day isn't over yet. It's possible that more bodies will be returned before the end of the day or tomorrow. I think if it goes on more than 2 or 3 days and there are more than 3 or 4 individuals who can't be accounted for, then it becomes a genuine issue of good faith on the part of Hamas to stick to this part of the agreement.
Let's talk about President Trump. And interesting that he invited Benjamin Netanyahu to Sharm el-Sheikh, and Netanyahu pretty swiftly declined. What do you read into all of that?
Yeah, that was very curious. I mean, first of all, he wasn't going to go, then he was, then he wasn't. And I must admit, it would have been astonishing in one sense if he was at Sharm el-Sheikh, because he'd be surrounded by people, by leaders who really despise him. And remember that Israel is in a state of being a pariah state for most of the other nations that were gathering at Sharm el-Sheikh. And it would have been somewhat humiliating. It would have created the sense that Donald Trump had said to Netanyahu, you're going to come here, you're going to come and you'll sit and listen. But the fact is, I mean, Israel is not represented at Sharm el-Sheikh, neither is Hamas. And so the two sides who are fighting are not going to be there. And those who are at Sharm el-Sheikh is, in a sense, the outside world, some of them very closely involved, like Jordan and Egypt and Qatar and Turkey. These are really important countries in what happens next. Plus the bigger outside world, the European states, and the EU is there, the Arab League is there. So organisations are represented as well. But this, in a sense, is the outside world committing itself to some sort of future that the United States is prepared to lead. But we don't know how much it will lead it. We just have to see how that goes.
Sorry, I've got to interrupt you. Because, thanks very much, by the way, because we're going to Aberdeen, where the SNP leader, John Swinney, is at the party's annual conference, and we expect him to make remarks about Gaza.
All about. I want to talk about where we're going as a country. Right now, the choice is a simple and a stark one. We must not resign ourselves to a future defined by Brexit or by sky-high bills and delegates. We are certainly not going to allow Keir Starmer or any Westminster politician to define us by Brit cards. We must define our own future, a future where we devote all of our resources to transforming the lives of people in Scotland, where our immense energy wealth puts money into people's pockets, not into the coffers of Westminster's Treasury or the offshore bank accounts of billionaires. A future where the poverty that has blighted lives for far too long is not swept under the carpet, but instead is swept out of Scotland, where our National Health Service is freed once and for all from the threat of creeping Westminster privatisation. Conference independence offers Scotland a fresh start. This is a moment of decision. We all face a choice. Decline, decay and Westminster and despair with Westminster Government, or hope, optimism and ambition with Scottish self-government. This is the moment for us to realise the true potential we have as a nation. Now is the time for Scotland to become independent. Delegates, on Saturday we showed how serious we are about achieving that goal by agreeing our strategy to get us there. We did so through reasoned, respectful and spirited discussion. In a world where democracy is under threat, I think it's safe to say that democracy is alive and well and thriving in the Scottish National Party.
Well, we're going to leave John Swinney in Aberdeen and we are going to Egypt, where we are waiting for the arrival of Air Force One and President Trump coming out of clear blue sky for the next leg of this extraordinary trip by the US President. And this could well be the hard part of all this. And he was acclaimed in the Knesset, but he has now got to get down to the detail of his plan and try to explain how this framework is going to be translated into a detailed plan with all the difficulties that entails. Michael Clark is still with me. We were talking just before we went to John Swinney. And Michael, I mean, there's no question this has been a day of real hope and real optimism, but history, as you were saying a little earlier, suggests this is going to be very difficult. Where do you think the main challenges lie going forward?
Well, Mark, the most immediate challenge is getting an international stabilisation force together and into the territory, because order in that part of Gaza that the IDF has withdrawn from already seems to be in danger of breaking down. I wouldn't say it's broken down yet, but it looks as if it's on that track. And this international stabilisation force is still not together. There is a 200 officer coordination group that's been put together by CENTCOM, Central Command, led by Brad Cooper, Admiral Brad Cooper, who's CENTCOM commander. And that seems to be in place now, and that's in a good position to coordinate forces and NGOs and international organisations. That's fine. But what are they going to coordinate? Because the Arab-led force, according to the 20-point plan, who's supposed to be the essence of this, a force that will actually go in and occupy, for the time being, those parts of Gaza that have been, as were relinquished by the IDF, that force doesn't exist. The countries that might contribute to it, if it's Arab-led, will probably be from the Gulf, although they might include Turkish troops, maybe even other troops, like, say, from Indonesia. I noticed that President Prabowo from Indonesia is in Sharm el-Sheikh. He doesn't travel outside the country very much, not least because he's got lots of domestic problems. But the fact that he's there, I find quite interesting. So we don't know how this force might be made up. But this force is not going to be on the ground in days or even weeks. And in the time it takes to put this force together and deploy it, a lot can go wrong. So that's the first main challenge. And then the second challenge are the logistical ones of just doing something to help the 2 million Gazans who are in a desperate state. So they need the food, they need water, they need medical support, and they need shelter. And they are getting that. There's 170,000 tonnes of humanitarian aid that's been backed up, waiting to get through the crossing points. And those crossing points now all seem to be open as of yesterday. So the strip is being flooded now with humanitarian aid. And the more quickly it is flooded, the better, in one sense, because it means the black market will collapse. As long as there's enough stuff coming in, then there's no particular advantage in trying to sell it or steal it and sell it at inflated prices. So flooding the territory with aid, even if it is chaotically distributed, is still probably quite a good idea. And then the third big objective, the third big requirement is some serious planning for rebuilding Gaza alongside, and there's lots we could say about the rebuilding issue. There's quite interesting questions about whether to rebuild it along the old lines or whether to take the opportunity to rebuild it in a way that would be better for the Gazans. But obviously they've got to decide on that or be part of the discussion. But then, of course, I mean, what is the political arrangement inside Gaza that represents the Gazans that is not dominated by Hamas? And that comes back to the first problem, is that for as long as there is a civil war developing in Gaza, Hamas will not be out of the picture. So, in a sense, you've got to do all of those things at once. You've got to make progress on all of those 4 areas simultaneously, starting, in effect, tomorrow.
OK, Michael, stay with us because we just want to bring in Mark Stone, who is in Sharm el-Sheikh, where Donald Trump is about to land. And Mark, what will Donald Trump be hoping to achieve with this summit? And I mean by that in the short term. This afternoon, this evening, what will he be wanting to fly back to Washington with, do you think?
Well, before I tell you that, Mark, or have a guess at that, Air Force One, which you can see coming into land just there, has literally just flown over us, not once but twice. Talk about a victory lap, because about 5 minutes ago, it did a low fly past above the convention centre, flanked by fighter jets. It was quite an extraordinary spectacle. The plane, Air Force One, then looped back around, and as you can see from the shots which we're flicking between, it is just touching down at Sharm el-Sheikh International Airport. Past the Qataris, the Qatari royal family jet there, another from another Middle Eastern country. All the world leaders who have been invited are here. They're inside this convention centre. They've been waiting for the man of the moment to arrive, certainly as he would see it, and now he has. Air Force One touchdown here in Sharm el-Sheikh, and he will make his way the very short distance from the airport to where we are, the convention centre, right next to the airport. I have to say, Mark, looking at the images here, the Egyptians have put on quite a show in a very short space of time. Look at that backdrop. They will be very pleased with that, as will President Trump, I think. Just 2 days to set up a summit that would normally take many months to organise. Quite the feat. I spoke to one Egyptian official earlier on today. He said simply, we are overwhelmed with work, he meant. But they've got it together, and running 2 hours late as it is, President Trump will be here inside this convention centre in probably 15, 20 minutes or so for the difficult work to begin, his peace summit, as he has framed it, with world leaders gathered, more than 20 world leaders and the foreign ministers of many, many other countries, where they will, yes, reflect on the success of this moment without question, but they will also want to project on what comes next. I think various world leaders will want to make their mark, put their points across about what they believe is important for the next steps of this. I spoke earlier on to the Dutch Prime Minister. For him, he was very clear. This is about a two-state solution, ultimately. And there's one massive challenge, because the man that Donald Trump has spent the morning with, Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel, he does not want to see a two-state solution. Indeed, the whole idea of a two-state solution, none of that was mentioned in any of the discussions this morning in Israel. So there's the challenge, and that challenge will be one of many that they begin to discuss at this historic peace summit, which will begin in the next few minutes.
But Prime Minister Netanyahu didn't fancy it. It was a curious offer from Donald Trump, invite from Donald Trump to go to Sharm el-Sheikh. What did you make of all that?
Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. Netanyahu was not going, and then for about an hour he was, and then he wasn't again because of the Jewish holiday, which he said prevented him from travelling. Barak Ravid is a very, very well-respected, very well-sourced Israeli journalist who had the exclusive on this, and he is reporting, and I've no reason to doubt this, that it was President Trump who asked Netanyahu this morning why he wasn't coming, and then said to the Egyptian president that Netanyahu should be invited. He was invited, and for a brief time he was coming, and then a decision was made that in fact he wouldn't come, which I think is very, very interesting. And I think probably a bit of a relief all round, given that Netanyahu wouldn't really want to be here, surrounded by world leaders who are absolutely not fans of any of his leadership, or indeed of what he has done over the past, to increasingly what has happened in terms of the bombing campaign in Gaza. Many of them recognized the state of Palestine at the United Nations a couple of weeks ago. Netanyahu didn't like that. But from Trump's perspective, you could see why he would want Netanyahu to be here, alongside the Palestinian president, Mahmoud Abbas, who agreed his participation late yesterday and who is already here in Sharm el-Sheikh. So you can see why Trump would want him here. You can see why for world leaders it might not be great, and for Netanyahu why he might not want to be here. So he's not coming, and I guess that gets to the heart of one of the challenges. The two parties, the two key parties in this peace deal, Israel and Hamas, neither of them are present.
I'm also curious about who exactly is chairing this summit in Egypt. Is it the Egyptian president, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, or is it Donald Trump, or both?
I think we both know the answer to that one, Mark. I think it's President Trump. On the face of it, it's the Egyptians who are hosting this, but I've seen an invitation that was going out to world leaders, a sort of diplomatic invitation, and it was from the United States. It was from the State Department that the invitation came. The host and the people providing the venue are the Egyptians, because they have been such key players in the negotiations to get to this point, along with the Qataris and the Turks. But there's no question that this summit is happening, and it's happening today because Donald Trump wanted it to.
Yes, so let's just bring in Michael Clark, who is watching these pictures. And Michael, I was just reading a little earlier a US-based Mideast specialist talking about Trump, and he said he has this transactional foreign policy based on gut instinct, and which ignores the norms of diplomacy, and that gut instinct is backed by power and influence. Is that what is going on here? Is this the gut instinct coupled with the wielding of that power?
Yes, Mark, I think it is. I mean, Donald Trump, more than most world leaders, and certainly more than most previous American presidents, sees power in very personal terms. And so it's his personal relationship with leaders that seems to dominate the way he feels about things. It dominates the way he feels about the Ukraine war because of the way he feels about President Putin, as opposed to the way he feels about Zelensky. He has a feeling about Bolsonaro in Brazil, despite the enormity of the charges against Bolsonaro, of which he's been found guilty. Donald Trump says it's a witch hunt, they should all be dropped. And interestingly, he said in front of the Knesset about 2 hours ago that all the charges against the Israeli Prime Minister should be dropped as well, that Netanyahu is on very serious corruption charges that have been going for many years. He said they should be dropped too. So, I mean, his sense of politics is very dominated by personality. And in this case, he clearly has problems with Netanyahu, and Netanyahu, I think, pushed him too far. And as we'd said before, the attack on the Hamas group who were considering the peace plan that had been put in Qatar on the 9th of September, when they were attacked, that enraged the White House, because it looked as if the Israelis were taking him for granted, Donald Trump for granted. They were assuming they could bounce him into supporting the attack. And indeed, they did, in theory. They said, yes, we knew about it. Yes, that's OK. And then a few hours later said, well, this wasn't a good idea. And the anger in the White House was clear. And I think that really turned Donald Trump around in terms of leaning on Netanyahu very hard. But he also lent on the Qataris, who've been really helpful to Donald Trump, and Trump on the aircraft over in the first trip over the Atlantic was saying very, very generous things about Qatar. And so he lent on Qatar in friendship more than acrimony, which is a reversal of his previous attitude towards the Qataris, to lean on Hamas, along with Turkey and Egypt, to make it clear to Hamas that they've got to go along with this plan. So, yes, he used his personality, but this produces what I call top-down diplomacy. Leaders can make things happen by sheer willpower. And, of course, an American president, as Mark was saying, I mean, this summit has come together in a matter of days. And it's astonishing that somebody like President Trump can make this happen by saying, we're going to do it. And because it's the United States, everybody jumps. So that's fine, that's good. It's top-down diplomacy. But top-down diplomacy then needs to be backed up from below. And all of the big diplomatic breakthroughs, not just in the Middle East, but around the world, particularly when you're talking about peacemaking efforts, are usually preceded by a great deal of background work. And in this case, the background work hasn't really taken place. The 20 points, it's not a peace plan. People keep talking about it as the White House's peace plan. It isn't. It's a 20-point framework from which a peace plan might be derived. And as we get down to, I mean, past points 3, 4, and 5, we come on to all the things that have to be discussed and all the things that have to be agreed between two sides, Hamas and the Israeli government, who have no trust in each other, have nothing but a sense of eternal enmity for each other, and yet, in the 20 points, they're supposed to agree all sorts of things. And one of the things that has got to be agreed, not only between them, but, of course, a series of outside countries, is this deployment of an international stabilization force. And as I keep saying, for every day that force doesn't now appear in Gaza is a day of greater risk to the ceasefire that was concluded just on Friday morning.
Yeah, I just want to bring Mark Stone back in because he is there. And Mark, I assume we are, well, it's a day of sort of flights and motorcades in many ways. I assume this is the president of Egypt about to greet Donald Trump.
Yes, exactly that. We saw him get in that vehicle a few moments ago, driving now onto the tarmac where he will greet President Trump when he comes down the steps very shortly. One thing struck me just looking at these pictures and bearing in mind that all the world leaders are waiting here in this convention center and have been waiting for a couple of hours. It just gives you a sense of the power which the current American president wields, and certainly would like to think that he wields and does. I mean, the world has come here to Sharm el-Sheikh because he told them to, or he asked them to. They've come here because one way or another, he has managed to achieve what he has achieved today and what has unfolded in Israel. Yes, Michael is absolutely right that beyond today, the really hard work begins and things may fall apart. They may not. Let's see. But it's a demonstration of the type of president Trump is, that he has got the world to come here, he's got the world to wait for him, and then he will walk in at the end to sort of hold fort. It's not all that long ago, under the Biden administration, that people were talking about the end of America as the dominant superpower in the world. Well, right now, in this moment, it really doesn't feel like that. Now, things could change fast one way or the other. But if Donald Trump is busy telling everyone that America is back, it feels like it today, on this day certainly. And I stress, we don't know how this will go over the months ahead. It's going to be really difficult. But I do wonder whether, because Trump has attached himself now so firmly to this cause, to peace in the Middle East, that is the title of the summit he is arriving at now, because he's attached himself so firmly to that. Even he, the guy who loses interest in stuff so quickly and moves on to the next thing, will even he hold on to this one and keep the course to make sure that phase 1 turns into 2, 3, and 4. The other point I'd make, which is kind of linked to this, I guess, is that in a world of two superpowers, maybe three, possibly two certainly, America, China, Russia, It isn't the Chinese who have got us to this moment. It isn't the Russians that have got us to this moment. It is America. And so for all the talk of America first, which was Donald Trump's cry during the election campaign, this does feel to be like global America, which I think is an interesting reflection, given that there was an expectation, certainly when Donald Trump returned to the White House, that it would turn inward, that it would forget about the rest of the world. Today, it doesn't feel like that.
Yeah, and what are the White House saying about what's going to happen here? How long do we expect Trump to be there? Is he going to speak at this summit? What do we expect?
Well, we expect that it will not last very long, I don't think. It's already running a couple of hours late. The original timings were that this was due to begin, I think, at 2:45 and end at around 4:30. Clearly, things are running well behind those timings. In terms of who we think will speak, well, there's an expectation that, well, clearly Donald Trump would speak. I'm just looking at the timings here. 2:30 it was due to begin. 4:25 it was due to finish. The time now is 5:30, so we're running very, very late. And I do think we will clearly expect Donald Trump to speak. There was, and I don't know if Beth Rigby, who I know is the other side of the convention centre that I'm at, she's been travelling with the British Prime Minister. She said to me that there was an expectation that he would speak. So I think a number of world leaders are due to say a few words, but things are changing. The schedule has been, as I say, made up kind of as we go along. So that might change. But I do think that as well as recognising this moment and Donald Trump's central role in this moment and that of his administration, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff front and centre, not diplomats, remember, but businessmen, private individuals who Trump brought in. There will be a reflection of their role by other world leaders, but I think also if they do speak, other world leaders will want to mould their sense of what the next few phases of this will be all about, which is kind of what the Dutch Prime Minister was saying when he spoke to us. There is Donald Trump now coming down the steps here in Sharm el-Sheikh to attend his Middle East peace plan signing ceremony, which is due to take place as soon as he makes his way less than a mile from the airport there to the convention centre for that event to begin.
Yes, so President Trump being met by the Egyptian president. And of course, Mark, it was in Sharm el-Sheikh that the framework was negotiated, where Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner turned up, and things moved pretty quickly due to, do you think, considerable pressure from Donald Trump?
Yeah, you know, talk about whiplash. I mean, it has been an utterly extraordinary whirlwind of a week. It was only a week ago that, well, what is it today? Monday. So it was under a week ago that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff flew here to Sharm el-Sheikh to join the meeting that was taking place here, the negotiation. In fact, thinking about it now, I mean, it seems like so long ago, but it was exactly 1 week ago that Netanyahu was at the White House and they announced the 20-point plan. And then on Tuesday, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, I spoke to Steve Witkoff outside the White House. He said to me that he was very hopeful that things felt different this time, that Donald Trump was in this for the long run, was going to push this deal through. And he was right that he's pushed it through, because by Friday, Hamas had agreed to that 20-point plan. It was kind of a yes but agreement by Hamas, but in a very Trumpian way, he then accepted it as a full agreement of the plan, and over the course of the following week, things moved so quickly, and here we are today. Remember that moment in the White House on last week, where Marco Rubio whispered in the ear of Donald Trump, said, we need you to approve a social media post so you can announce the deal first. He did approve the social media post. The agreement was announced first by Donald Trump. Everything fell into place, as Michael said, from the top working down. And the result has been the morning that you've seen in Israel and the afternoon that I'm witnessing here in Egypt.
Yes, and I think I saw President El-Sisi climb into the back of this heavily armoured car known as the Beast. I think that is what I saw. And if that is true, then he's the latest world leader to get a ride in the Beast, because, of course, over in Anchorage, Alaska, President Putin jumped in the back, and Netanyahu also got a ride, but it's difficult to see from here what is happening. I don't know, Mark, whether you can see on a monitor there.
Yeah, I think he is there, not least because the Egyptian flag is on the front bonnet of the Beast as well. So I think he is inside. This morning it was Netanyahu inside the Beast. A month or two ago, as you say, it was Vladimir Putin, and now it is President Sisi in the back as well. To be a fly on that window.
Yes, yes. Quite the motorcade, and Donald Trump on the latest stop of this quite remarkable tour that he's doing today, arriving here in Israel at about 9 o'clock this morning, straight off in a motorcade to the Knesset, long talks with, extended talks with Benjamin Netanyahu, and then addressing the Knesset, then back to the airport, back on Air Force One, 45 minutes later, landing in Sharm el-Sheikh, back into another motorcade for the short, very short ride. This will be to the conference hall where Mark Stone is, and for signing ceremony and who knows what else. Quite often, Mark, these things get derailed to some extent by Trump when he does things like inviting Benjamin Netanyahu at the last minute to this very summit that we're looking at. This is the way he tends to operate.
Yes, for a short period today, Netanyahu was coming and now is not because of a Jewish holiday, which he says has prevented him from travelling. But I mean, the logistical feat to get this together by the Egyptians is quite impressive. And people who are wondering how the Beast, that vehicle, managed to be in Israel one moment and then in Egypt another, well, that gives you a sense of the logistics for the Americans as well. There's more than one Beast, and they put one here and one in Israel, I believe. I don't think they flew it down over the course of today. Perhaps I'm wrong, but for sure, the logistical operation behind the scenes to pull all this off has been a lot of hard work from a lot of people working for a lot of different governments.
Mark, stay with us. I just want to bring in former Middle East Minister Alistair Burt, who joins us. And first of all, well, what do you make of all this? The release of the hostages, the speech at the Knesset, and now this. What do you make of it all?
Well, it's quite a day, Mark, and any of us who've been around this world for the past 15 years or so would give anything to be there and enjoy a bit of the spectacle. But underneath the spectacle, there's some very important things. Firstly, the fact that this day has arrived, and you have the release of hostages, the transfer of prisoners, the ceasefire, the aid going in. All that is very good. And it would be wrong to be churlish in any way. This has happened because of Donald Trump. And to that extent, the welcome he had at the Knesset and everything that's gone with it is justified. But as everybody knows, now the hard work comes. And I thought what Mark said a moment ago was very important. For the past 15 years, most of us working in the area have worked on the assumption that the United States was retreating and people spoke about the United States leaving. Well, America is back, and it has a convening power that no one else has. And perhaps because of that, just maybe the next phases to come might actually work.
Well, it's very interesting you say that, because what has become of America first, wasn't it? Isolationist to some extent, stay out of foreign wars. It has been turned on its head to some extent. And you say that basically this is Trump's triumph. To the extent also that do you think he forced Netanyahu's hand on all this?
Yes, unless we know different. A couple of things were happening. Firstly, as you say, the United States' support for Israel, which has been unconditional, was beginning to waver. All the polling suggests that Trump's supporters were becoming divided because of the length of time the conflict was taking, the nature of it, the pictures of starvation, etc. So Trump's people around him would say, look, you're losing ground here because of what's happening and how Netanyahu is conducting the conflict. Then the Qatar strike on September the 7th genuinely infuriated both Trump and the allies he was working with on mediation, the Arab states. Maybe those two things put pressure on Trump to say, we can't go on like this. So he then exerted that pressure on Netanyahu, worked with the other mediators to put pressure on Hamas because of the length of time it was going on. There had to be a better way forward. And then, as the president was saying in the Knesset today, the skills of Steve Witkoff and others and all the other negotiators that he paid tribute to, just maybe in some conflicts, there is a moment of weariness at which it becomes possible to strike a deal that was on the table maybe a year ago, but now the time was right. And perhaps that's what we've seen, and that's what we're seeing. And by binding in so many nations to it, which is very different to how this has been played in the past, just maybe again, the United States is able to deliver something by the involvement of so many other states that might make this hold. But there's still a long way to go.
Yes. Does this come down then, in your view, to how far Donald Trump can take Benjamin Netanyahu with him on this? Because clearly, if you watched the Knesset earlier, they're now the best of friends. But there is a difference in the sense that Trump was very clear. The war is over, he has said. Many times in the last 48 hours, the war is over. But Netanyahu has said it's not over. Our enemies are still testing us. So I wonder how far Trump can take Netanyahu on this.
We will see. It's a very good question. Something has definitely changed in terms of the attitude of the United States to Israel, as exemplified by the president's actions. But Prime Minister Netanyahu knows that his time of political difficulty, as opposed to the war difficulty, has now arrived. With the release of the hostages and the ceasefire, questions will turn quickly in Israel. How was this allowed to happen? How did this happen? Why has it gone on so long? And who's been responsible? And these are questions that will be directed at the Prime Minister. You saw the reaction last night in Hostages Square when Steve Witkoff was talking about Prime Minister Netanyahu and the reaction of the crowd. Israel is a very, very divided society, but they won't forget the basics of what has happened here. And they will now that the conflict seems to be over, they'll be turning to how it was allowed to happen and how people can make sure that we can get peace in the future. And the comments that by Mark Lyle Grant a few minutes ago, saying that different leadership is needed both in Israel as well as Palestine, are entirely pertinent. Most people believe that there will not be the move towards a Palestinian state and a resolution of the issue relating to the occupation and the future of Palestine in Israel unless there is different Israeli leadership as well as different Palestinian leadership. I think that is now a question that will, not today, but it's coming up on the rails very quickly now.
Yes, that is a question that is obviously going to arise. And I wonder, will the Gulf states, and is this part of it now, what are we going to witness here? Will the Gulf states and Egypt and Saudi Arabia be putting pressure on Donald Trump as this progresses, if it does progress, to be more assertive or to persuade whoever is leading Israel as this progresses about, you know, the need for progress on Palestinian statehood as self-determination?
Well, the Gulf states don't want to lose this opportunity of the different Middle East that people have been speaking about. That is a Middle East based on the economy, on prosperity, on Israel being fully integrated into the Middle East. But unlike the Abraham Accords, which rather ignored the Palestinian issue, it's now perfectly clear that that new Middle East won't arise unless there is a resolution of Palestinian self-determination. And there's no Gulf money going to go into Gaza or anywhere else if it's all going to be blown up again in a few years. So I think the relationship with the Gulf states has changed. The relationship between the Gulf states and Israel has changed for the good, and some of them have hung on in very difficult circumstances. But now they want to make sure that there is a future for the Palestinian people as well as for Israelis. And that's got to be worked on. And I don't think they want to lose this chance. So that's another reason why this might just hold, but there'll be real conditions attached to the future because nobody wants to see their support being wasted.
And just before you go, Alistair, I mean, look, give us a little insight on what's going on behind the scenes here. You've got all these world leaders together, all their teams together, with kicking their heels for 2 hours or 3 hours they didn't know they had. I mean, all sorts of meetings must have been trying to be arranged and so forth.
Sure. Nobody kicks their heels. I've been to that conference centre. You take the opportunity. If you're there, if somebody is there that you need to see, it's a bit like a funeral or a royal wedding. People take the chance of being together. Whatever circumstances has done it, I don't think there'll have been much wasted time. People have had good conversations. Nobody will be sitting having a coffee, looking at the paper.
Alistair Burt, thank you very much indeed for being with us as we look at these pictures of President Trump and President El-Sisi arriving at the summit in Sharm el-Sheikh, as Alistair Burt was saying there, several hours late. But this is, in the eyes of many people, to be fair, across the region, this is Donald Trump's triumph. So he has every right to be slightly delayed. Michael Clark is, and I'm not quite sure what we're seeing there, but Michael Clark is still with us. And Michael, very interesting, President El-Sisi there to meet him, and the Egyptians have been key in all this, haven't they?
Yes, they have. I mean, Egypt's one of the big players in the region. Doesn't get much publicity about it. But if you think about it, the whole of the Middle East region, there are 4 big regional players: Turkey, Egypt, Saudi Arabia and Iran. And Egypt was taken off the scene for many years because of the revolutions that took place there after 2011, 2012, and so on, the so-called Arab Spring. But President Sisi, who is every bit as dictatorial as Mubarak, who he replaced, or at least who is a previous man of the same ilk. I mean, El-Sisi runs a very, very authoritarian regime in Egypt, and people have different views about that. But in terms of his position on the world stage, he's regarded as a strong individual player and a relatively consistent player. And so, yes, the Egyptians have played quite a quiet but big role in this whole operation. So has Turkey, Erdogan of Turkey, who is much more sort of volatile and plays all sorts of interesting games across the different fronts that he works on, you know, in Asia, in Syria, in the Mediterranean and in the Middle East. And in a way, Erdogan represents, as were the old Ottoman Empire interests across 2 or 3 different regions that Turkey sits across. But Egypt represents those fundamental interests of Palestinians. And in the old days, of course, Egypt was the representative of the Palestinian people. And that's why when we came to the Camp David Accords in 1978-79, making peace between Israel and Egypt, that seemed to be the cornerstone of a new beginning after the Six-Day War of 1967 and so on. And it seemed very optimistic at the time that Egypt and Israel had made a peace and normalized relations between them. And of course, President Sadat of Egypt was assassinated because he made that deal. And the deal has lasted, but it didn't lead to more than was able to be achieved later on in the Oslo Accords of the 1990s, 1993, when we got as close as we'll ever get so far, or as close as we've got to date, to a proper resolution of the Israel-Palestinian problem. And so the fact that this is taking place in Egypt, the fact that the Egyptians, as Mark said, have put together this summit very, very quickly, and it looks, as far as we can see, to be going pretty well, all of that actually speaks very well of Egypt's role in this affair. And I think as the United States reassesses its relationships in the region, I think it will realise, although the US is the most important ally to Israel, and at the moment it's almost Israel's only proper ally, nevertheless, the United States has good reasons to be close to Israel, to stay close to Qatar, to stay close to the United Arab Emirates and to Saudi Arabia. That, and again, as Mark was saying, we talk about United States going isolationist, and in many respects it is. But all American presidents, you know, Mark, they get pulled into the Middle East. And if they're going to get pulled into the Middle East, then they need to have a good relationship with as many of the different states as possible. And every American president, particularly in their second term, when they're thinking about legacy, they're thinking about what the history books will say about them, almost every president gets pulled into the Middle East. They all fail. Up to now, they've all failed. But we'll see in this case. You know, Bill Clinton got the closest. And when he was due to step down, Yasser Arafat said to him, he made all sorts of interesting remarks about how you've been such a servant of peace and how much you've done. And Clinton got really angry with Arafat on that occasion. He said, no, I failed because of you. I failed because you wouldn't take the opportunities offered in the Oslo peace process accord. You made me fail. Clinton was very, very angry about that. But they all fail. They all fail. President Trump has this boundless self-confidence, so maybe this time, it will be different. But like most of the world, I'm not going to hold my breath on that one.
No, and of course, Michael, there is another war going on, Ukraine, which is what Donald Trump said earlier he was going to turn his attention to, or he asked Steve Witkoff to turn his attention to. And we understand from the White House that Donald Trump will have what they're calling a working lunch with President Zelensky at the White House on Friday. So we'll see what progress is made there. And if we've got time before whoever speaks at that podium does speak, I want to... we're going to go inside, and here are the pictures. Let's just have a listen to Trump and President Sisi.
Put it out before it starts. Thank you. Thank you. Would you want to take a couple of questions? I don't get it. Do you want to have a couple of questions? Because we're having an amazing period of time, like I think nobody's seen before. And we had tremendous stop, as you know, in Israel, and now we're in a country where a friend of mine is a very powerful leader, and my friend is right here, the president, also the general, you know. Sometimes usually I call him the general because he's both, and he's good at both. And they've done a fantastic job. And they have very little crime, you know, because they don't play games, that's why. They don't play games like we do in the United States with governors that have no idea what they're doing. But they don't have crime. I ask about crime and they almost don't even know what I'm talking about. So it's a great tribute to this man. He's done a fantastic job in bringing this country together. And the United States is with him all the way. Thank you. Okay, all the way. And it's an honor to be with you.
Sir, what will Egypt's role play in the peace process here?
He played a very important role, and they had a very important role with Hamas. In fact, the general was right here, was very instrumental because Hamas respects this country and they respect the leadership of Egypt. So he played a very important role. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. President Trump, in Israel just now, you were talking about a possible Iran peace deal. You said, we are ready when you are. Yeah. Is that the ultimate goal with today's signing, to get enough?
Not Iran, but I think Iran will come along. They've been battered and bruised, and they need some help. They have big sanctions, as you know, tremendous sanctions. I'd love to take the sanctions off when they're ready to talk. But they can't really survive with those sanctions. Those sanctions are very tough. But at some point they're going to say, we want the sanctions off. We're going to end up with peace. I think Iran is going to be fine. I know so many Iranian people. They're great people. They're smart, great people. Engineers, lawyers, I mean, they're academics. But they took a big hit. And frankly, if we didn't hit them with the nuclear, I don't think you would have been able to have this incredible this deal, this once-in-a-lifetime deal. Nobody's ever seen anything like what's happening today. And countries have all come together, all different countries. Some liked each other, some didn't, most didn't. And they've all come together. Every country has come together. And by the way, Iran did put out a statement, that they support this deal very wholeheartedly. So that was in itself something. But no, I think they want to, that's all I do in my life. I make deals. And they want to make a deal.
President Trump. Now that the living hostages have been returned, can you please tell us what the next steps are?
Well, they're going and looking for bodies. It's a pretty gruesome task. And they know where numerous are, as you know. I guess 5 or 6 are in yet now. But they're looking for bodies. They know the areas, and the search parties out, and they're doing it in conjunction with Israel. And they're going to be finding quite a few of them.
President Trump, can you tell us when phase 2 of the negotiations will begin?
Well, it started. It started as far as we're concerned. Phase 2 has started. And, the phases are all a little bit mixed in with each other. They're going to start cleaning up. If you look at Gaza, it needs a lot of cleanup. That's why when I talked in my speech, I talked about the debris. I used the word debris. That's debris times 10. So, but they're gonna really do a job. They have a lot of power. In another room, you have some of the wealthiest nations in the world. All leaders, the big leaders are here. The emirs and the kings and everybody, and it's a very interesting group. I guess we have like 35 countries, and that's only because they were the 35 that we invited. Everybody that we invited came. So there's a lot of respect. And I think you'll see some tremendous progress, both in the Middle East. This country is doing very well. It has good leadership. It's about leadership. And it's really nice when you say, how is your crime situation? And they don't even know what you're talking about. What do you mean crime? We don't have crime. Because if he has crime, he puts it out very quickly. Some people think that's not nice, but I think it's great. Because people don't want to be mugged and smashed, and they don't want to be stupid people. They have a place that is doing very well. We're very proud of it because we knew each other from the beginning. The first time I met, it was in a hotel, and I was going to meet him, and then Hillary Clinton was following me. Remember Hillary Clinton? And he liked me so much, he never even got to see Hillary. He saw her for about 2 seconds. But he didn't really want to waste a lot of time. He knew what was going to happen. But that was the first time we met, and we had a very good chemistry together. And it continues till today. So I want to thank you all very much. I appreciate the way you covered this really momentous, I've never seen anything like it. The level of love, the level of respect for what it is. And it's peace in the Middle East, and everybody said it's not possible to do. And it's going to happen, and it is happening as before your very eyes. And that's why it's become so fascinating. Marco, do you have anything to say?
Egypt's been a phenomenal participant. I think both Steve and Jared will tell you the critical role they played
and they can tell you themselves, they hosted the talks here, and they're going to play a very important role now in the follow-up, the implementation of this, which is really, it's not simply about restoring Gaza, it is about transforming the region. So we have an incredible partner, a long alliance, very capable partner here, and a tremendous collection of leaders. This is clearly, in my mind, I think in the mind of everyone in this room, probably one of the most important days for world peace in 50 years. And that's not an exaggeration.
Only 50?
Maybe 100. Certainly since the end of World War II, Mr. President.
Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner, I'm curious, you played such an important role in the tactical negotiations here. What will your role be going forward as a lot more has to be brought to the table here?
Oh, the minute we had inked the deal, Jared and I were already working on the implementation side of the deal. So we're dug in. We'll be here quite a bit. That's at the direction of the president. That's probably going to be one of the most important phases here. Jared is remarkable to work with. I talk about it all the time. And of course, we both love working for the president. So it's feels like a very honorable job.
Mr. President, would you like to say something with the interpreter?
Yes. اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أنا أرحب بفخامة الرئيس. أنا سعيد وكل شرف موجودة في شرم الشيخ مدينة السلام. يسمح لي فخامة الرئيس أن أنا اسمي وباسم كل المصريين ويمكن حتى لكل محب السلام نرجو لك التحية التقدير والاحترام على تحقيق هذا الإنجاز الرائع والعظيم.
Well, first of all, Your Excellency, I welcome you to Egypt. It's a great pleasure and an honor to have you with us here in the city of peace, Sharm el-Sheikh. Allow me also to extend, on behalf of all Egyptians and peace lovers around the world, salute, the appreciation, and the respect for this unprecedented and momentous accomplishment by your Highness.
أنا كنت متأكد فخامة الرئيس أنك الوحيد القادر على تحقيق هذا الإنجاز وإنهائه.
I've been very confident that Your Excellency is the only one who is capable of bringing this about and bringing an end to this war.
وأنا في خلال اتصالي بفخامة الرئيس ذكرت له ذلك بدقة. قلت له فخامة الرئيس أنت وحدك القادر على تحقيق السلام في منطقتنا.
I even said that very precisely during my communication with Your Excellency, that you are the only one who is able to bring about peace and to achieve peace in this part.
بشكرك فخامة الرئيس.
I thank you, Mr. President.
ولكن عايزين نستكمل نثبت وقف إطلاق النار ونطلق السراح كل الرهائن وحتى يعني للأسف الجثث المتبقية في أسرع وقت عشان تسلم إلى ذويهم في إسرائيل ثم إدخال المساعدات ونستكمل باقي المراحل.
And what we need to do now is to fixate the ceasefire, make sure that it maintains the state.
They are found.
That we
then we would open the corridors for humanitarian help.
The bodies of the deceased to the families. And this is very important. To bring in more humanitarian assistance into the strip and working very closely on following up the rest of the steps that should be taken to make this successful.
Mr. President, you did very great. Thank you.
That's very nice. Thank you.
He's a good man. Thank you. He's a good man. We're with him all the way.
Will he be on the board of peace, sir?
I'd like to have him on the board. I'd like to. We may need an interpreter, but that's okay.
As long as the President, His Excellency, presides the Board of Peace, I'll be there.
We've had many leaders want to be on the board, actually. The Board of Peace, it's taken on, Steve, I'd say a life of its own. Do you want to discuss that? What's happened?
I think we have a long list of applicants to be on that board.
Everybody wants to. That's very nice. That's better than the other way. Usually it's the other way. Nobody wants to be on the board. But it's really taken on. This whole thing has taken on a life that's very different. So it's been really a great honor. And you people have done a fantastic job. I want to tell you that we appreciate it very much. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, thank you,
One second.
أنا عايز دعم فخامة الرئيس ورعايته معانا في مؤتمر إعادة العمل.
I just want and look forward to Your Excellency's support and your sponsorship with us in the conference for the Reconstruction.
Thank you. 100%. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you, Brad. You guys, let's go. Thanks, guys. Let's head out.
Well, there we are. Donald Trump speaking there with President Sisi of Egypt. President Trump said we're having an amazing time and Egypt has done a fantastic job. They don't play games, he said. President Sisi is doing a wonderful job. He played a very important role, particularly with Hamas. He was then asked about any possible future deal with Iran, and President Trump said it was not the ultimate goal, but they do need some help. I would love to take sanctions off if they want to talk. And then he said if we hadn't hit Iran, talking about the attack on Iran's nuclear program, he said if we hadn't hit Iran, I'm not sure we'd have this deal. Iran supports this deal. And then he was asked about the missing bodies of the dead hostages. Reports today that only 4 of the 28 have been handed over. And President Trump said they're looking for bodies. It is a gruesome task, but we think they'll find them. Of course, that's hugely distressing for the families of the deceased hostages, and only 4, as I say, of the 28 have been handed over. Interestingly, Marco Rubio then got a word in. He said it was one of the most important days in world peace. Steve Witkoff spoke, praised the work of Jared Kushner. President Sisi couldn't hear him very well because of audio problems this end, but he welcomed President Trump, said he was the only one who could bring about peace, and then he said the important thing is to make sure the ceasefire continues. And then I think he said at the end, talked about the reconstruction of Gaza and helping with that. So our US correspondent, Mark Stone, is right there in Sharm el-Sheikh. And, well, you said it would be Donald Trump hosting this. I mean, it was as if this was in the White House.
Yeah, you just took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say, if we were in any doubt about who was the host here, clearly it is Donald Trump. He's in Egypt. He is the guest of the Egyptian president. But who did all the talking? Who began that bilateral meeting? It wasn't President al-Sisi. It was President Trump. In fact, Sisi only seemed to get a few words in towards the end. Trump hosted the moment. He drove the moment. It was his moment. I don't think there's any question about that. What we just saw was a bilateral meeting between the two leaders before the main event gets underway, running very, very late now, about over 3 hours behind schedule. We are in one part of this vast convention centre. At the moment, the throng of media who is gathered here, we're not allowed into the main part of the convention centre where it's taking place. Only the pooled media who travelled with President Trump, the people you saw asking those questions there, they are currently inside. Our own Beth Rigby is somewhere there as well because she travelled with Prime Minister Keir Starmer, so we hope to talk to her at some point later on. But Mark, you know what I thought was also very interesting about that, and I think kind of is a bit of a hint of why we are where we are, why Trump has managed to do what President Biden certainly couldn't do. Listen to how he spoke about General Sisi at the top of that bilateral meeting. He said, he's a guy I respect. He's a tough guy. He's the general as well as the president. Donald Trump doesn't worry about the human rights records of countries like Egypt or other Gulf Arab countries. He just gets on with it because he sees these countries as business opportunities, as economic opportunities, two ways. And so in a way that Biden wouldn't do, because he was concerned about values, American values, as he saw them, and that therefore had an impact on his relationships with countries like Egypt, and to a greater extent with countries like Saudi Arabia and other Gulf Arab nations. Trump doesn't worry about all that. He is all about transactions, not values. He's not an ideologue. He is a pragmatist in that sense. And I think that partly explains why we are where we are, because he's managed in a way that I guess no other previous American president has done, to get Gulf Arab countries, to get Turkey, to get Egypt on side with this plan. It's very often, and I heard Alistair Burt saying it before, that you know, a lot of the Arab world, they're accused, with good reason, of kind of ignoring the Palestinian issue as a bit of a problem that they just don't want to have to deal with. Well, either by intention or by accident, Donald Trump has forced them to look at this singular challenge that is the Israel-Palestinian conflict. And I think having them on board is really, really important indeed, and will potentially help him to get from this first stage and this extraordinary day that we've seen unfold onto the much more difficult task of rebuilding Gaza, securing Gaza, and the big elephant in the room, the occupation, the Israeli occupation, which is ongoing in the West Bank. And depending on how you define it, Gaza is still occupied, not literally by Israel, although the IDF is clearly still there now, but occupied because Israel controls everything about Gaza. So all of that needs to be discussed if this plan is to go from today to tomorrow, the week, month, year, and decade after.
Yeah, Mark, just a very quick word on the news that we received just before Donald Trump spoke, and this meeting, working lunch with President Zelensky, we're told, on Friday, a working lunch with him.
Well, there you go. He is, in true style, lurching the whole world from one issue to the other before you've caught your breath. Friday, that's less than 4 days away, and we will all be focused not on this, but on the other great geopolitical challenge that he says he will solve, that is the war in Ukraine. So stay tuned, whiplash throughout the week, I'm sure.
OK, Mark, thank you very much indeed. Let's just bring in our security and defence analyst, Michael Clark. And Michael, President Trump obviously naturally would praise the Egyptians because he's in Egypt. But it was interesting what he said about Egypt and their help, particularly with Hamas.
Yes, I mean, he likes President Sisi for the reasons that he said, that he's a strong man. I mean, he's not, as Mark said, he's got a very bad human rights record, and that doesn't bother Donald Trump at all. He warms to people who've got this authoritarian instinct because he sees that authoritarians can get their way. They get things done in his book. And undoubtedly, Egypt had, first of all, it had quite a quiet role in this operation. I mean, Turkey seemed to be more obvious, and the Qataris were very obvious because they were hosting the Hamas people on and off. Hamas used to be based in Doha, then the Qataris made them leave because they were under pressure to make them leave, and they set up in Turkey, but they were still going back to Doha for their meetings. So the Qataris always had quite a big role. But behind that, Egypt, which is an important country, it's a big country, it's got its economic problems, but it's got a fair bit of economic power in the region, and Egypt is quite important. And Egypt has always had a big role in with the Palestinians, because Egypt was the great champion of the Palestinians for years and years, right through until they made a peace treaty with Israel and regularised the relationship in the Camp David Accords in the late 1970s. But Egypt in a sense, speaks for a lot of Palestinians and has represented the Palestinian cause when the Gulf Arab states were frankly disinterested. For years, the Gulf Arabs would say the things that they were expected to say in favour of Palestinian statehood, but they never did anything about it. They never actually put much money behind it, and they used to be quite ritualistic about it. Whereas Egypt kept alive the idea of Palestinian statehood, as it were, in front of the world's press. And that role, I think, has returned somewhat in the diplomacy of the last few months, and particularly the diplomacy of the last week or two. And the Egyptians have moved heaven and earth to get this summit organised in Sharm el-Sheikh now, to have 20-odd global leaders and representations from a lot of other countries and from the international organisations. That's quite something. And I mean, al-Sisi will get a lot of prestige out of this, not just internally, but on the global stage as well.
Yeah, one other point, Michael. He spoke about Iran, and he was asked about any possible Iran deal. And he said this: if we hadn't hit Iran, I'm not sure we'd have this deal. What do you think he means by that?
Well, interestingly, he's rewriting history, as he tends to do. I mean, the deal he's talking about is coming back towards the deal that he threw out, which was the JCPOA, which was the Iran deal that President Obama did, in which Trump left, or he took the United States out of it in his first term. And the Iranians have not gone along with complete surrender as a result of the attacks, despite what he said in front of the Knesset today about the Israeli nuclear program being completely dismantled. It hasn't been. Nobody on the outside believes that. They still have some nuclear capacity, although it's certainly been put back quite a long way by the attacks of the summer. But the Iranians are, as we're moving back towards the sorts of things that were part of the old JCPOA. And the people who brought them to that is not so much the United States, but the Europeans, because the Europeans, they stayed in the deal when America pulled out and wrecked it. Nevertheless, the Europeans stayed in the deal, and only 2 weeks ago, they snapped back the sanctions. In other words, if the Iranians didn't keep to the terms of the deal, this was the original idea of 2015, 2016, then sanctions would be reimposed. They'd snap back. And those sanctions were snapped back in a way that the Iranians find quite difficult. So the Iranians are moving towards being more accommodating than they thought they were going to be immediately after the attacks. When the Israeli and then the US attack took place, the Iranians were determined that they were not going to bend to this sort of pressure. Well, now they are bending a bit more to the pressure, but the pressure they're bending to, and it's not irrelevant that they were attacked. I mean, Trump can sort of claim some credit for making them think differently, but the group that's really made them think differently are the Europeans, because they're bringing them back towards the sort of terms that were part of the original deal, which, despite everything that people say about it, was remarkably successful in holding Iranian proliferation down to 2015 levels. If that deal had stayed where it was, then the Iranians this year, 2025, would have only been where they were in 2015. But for all sorts of other reasons, the deal went down, and we are in a different place now.
Yes, Michael, I just want to show viewers a shot of the area where we are told there will be this signing of the deal, of course negotiated in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egyptians hosting those talks, and pushed along, it has to be said by Donald Trump. And those talks, well, they got through them pretty quickly in the end, and in a matter of, started Monday, I think, done and dusted by Thursday night with Trump on the phone pushing that along. But that there, right there, is where they are going to sign that deal. And Michael, I just wonder whether you think anything more will come. Is this it? Is it the signing of the deal, a bit of a victory lap, or do you think something to progress this whole thing can emerge from what's going on this evening in Sharm el-Sheikh?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say I was both amused and disappointed in a way by what I saw in the Knesset today, because it looked, in some respects, it looked like a funky version of the old Supreme Soviet meetings. I mean, endless speeches that droned on and on and on, and pauses at every breath for standing ovations. And I mean, that's okay. And President Trump was made to wait a long time before he could deliver his endless speech because of the endless speeches that went before it, 3 of them. The reason I was amused by all of that, but I was disappointed by the fact that President Trump had the opportunity there to, as it were, take the plaudits and then lay out what needed to happen next. But they didn't. I mean, it was all to do with a new golden age that's already begun. Peace has arrived. I mean, the idea of peace in the Middle East had everybody on their feet cheering. But I think a lot of people on the Arab street, as they say, I mean, in the broader public opinion across the Arab world, will not have felt the same way as the delegates in the Knesset today, because the peace that is being concluded is very much more in Israel's favour than in favour of the Gazan people or the Palestinians, because the Israelis have got what they immediately want. They've got their live hostages back, and they will probably get, if not all, most, and I hope all, of the remains of their other 28 dead hostages. So they've got what they most want. And after this, then they can take another view on whether they think they can live with a Hamas that's going to still be in the Gaza Strip, probably fighting a civil war with other groups. So, in a way, the speech that Donald Trump gave was absent any sense of what comes next, or any sense of saying to the Israelis, you know, don't take all of this for granted. You've got to be on board with what I have got to do next. And I mean, I would have accepted his, you know, the usual braggadocio, the swaggering arrogance that he carries with him, if he had said, you know, I'm the man who's going to lead this region to peace, and you have got to get behind me. But he didn't do that. He just sort of took all the plaudits for the historic peace, and claiming it won't make it happen. And he claimed it again and again and again in all sorts of different phrases. And I kept thinking, you know, Donald, none of this will make it happen. You have got to make it happen if you think it's going to go down this road. And the road that they're now embarked upon is a road that the Israelis have got to go along with. Netanyahu has made it pretty clear that he does not want to go to the end of that road. He might go some of the way down it, but he will not go into substantive negotiations on a Palestinian state, nor will he be allowed to by his present coalition partners. And so he is facing, Netanyahu is facing certainly an election by October next year, October 2026. But he might well feel that he's got to go for an election in the spring because that might be his best chance. But he might indeed find that his government actually has to go earlier than that, and then we'll see what happens. And I think, as Alistair Burt was saying earlier on in your programme, you know, we can't see President Trump succeeding in going down this road with the current Israeli government. And so that's one of the big what-if questions as we think about what may happen next. Is Netanyahu really going to lead Israel behind President Trump in this historic reconfiguration of Middle Eastern politics? I doubt it.
No, and, well, there we are. Peace in the Middle East, it says. I mean, it is a bold claim, but then Donald Trump is nothing if not bold. So we will see in due course the signing there. Michael, I want to come back to it in a moment to talk about what Donald Trump has just been saying about Ukraine and the meeting he's going to have with Zelensky, slightly off issue, but I just want to talk about that. But first, I think we need to have a recap of what has been going on this historic day here in the Middle East. All 20 living Israeli hostages have been released by Hamas. In return, we've seen nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners also set free. This morning, the US president was given a rapturous reception as he addressed the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, declaring that the skies are calm, the guns are silent, and the sirens are still. Well, as we've seen, President Trump is now in the Egyptian Red Sea resort of Sharm el-Sheikh, where several world leaders have been gathering for an official signing ceremony for the Gaza peace deal, and, of course, to discuss what happens next for Gaza. In the last half an hour or so, Donald Trump has been meeting Egypt's President Sisi in Sharm el-Sheikh before that signing of the peace deal. And we're expecting that to happen shortly. It will be attended by all those other world leaders, including Sir Keir Starmer and Emmanuel Macron of France. Let's just remind you of what happened before President Trump flew to Egypt. Well, earlier in the day, all 20 of the remaining living Israeli hostages who had been held by Hamas in Gaza for more than 2 years were released and are back on home soil in Israel this evening. 7 hostages were handed over to the Red Cross earlier this morning, and then soon after that, the remaining 13 hostages were also released. The IDF published pictures this morning of some of the hostages meeting the Israeli military following their release. They were among the first group of 7 hostages to be freed. 28-year-old twins, Gali and Ziv Berman, were both taken from Kfar Aza kibbutz along with their friend, the British-based Emily Damari, who was released earlier this year. Alon Erhel is a 24-year-old pianist. He too was taken from Nova Festival after fleeing to a shelter in Re'im with his friends. 25-year-old Eitan Moore was taken from the Nova Festival on October the 7th. He had helped rescue other people before being himself kidnapped, and this was the moment he was reunited with his parents.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה.
22-year-old Matan Angrest was kidnapped from Nahal Oz kibbutz while defending the outpost there. He was later reunited with his mother.
חיים שלי, אתה אלוף גיבור, כפרה עליך אני, כמה החיות שלך מחכות לראות אותך, ואילנה, חיים שלי ונוני, כל העולם חיים.
Hugely emotional scenes, and this was when 23-year-old Bar Cooperstein was reunited with his family. It was also the moment he learned that his father, who was paralysed after an accident, had learned to speak again during the 2 years Bar had been in captivity.
אתה חייב לשתות קצת, נשמה, טיפה. הוא ביקש לשלוח את זה לחדשות, לשלוח את זה? כן, למי לשלוח?
Well, 24-year-old Guy Gilboa Dalal was also taken from Hamas, by Hamas rather, from the Nova Festival. Here he is seeing his family for the first time since then. And some of the released Israeli hostages were seen waving from vans en route to various medical centres where they'll undergo initial health checks before being allowed home to their families. And once the hostages were back in Israeli hands, buses carrying Palestinian prisoners started moving out of Offa prison in the West Bank. Nearly 2,000 Palestinian detainees and convicted prisoners being held in Israel are thought to have been released today. And this was the scene in Ramallah on the West Bank, where some of those 38 buses were met by cheering crowds. Other Palestinian prisoners were taken back to Gaza, where they were escorted through the streets by armed Hamas militants. So after arriving in Israel this morning, President Trump travelled to the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. He signed a book with this message: "This is a great honour, a great and beautiful day, a new beginning." After that, he attended a special sitting of parliament where the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu thanked him for facilitating the peace deal.
Mr. President, today we welcome you here to thank you for your pivotal leadership in putting forward a proposal that got the backing of almost the entire world. A proposal that brings all our hostages home. A proposal that ends the war by achieving all our objectives. A proposal that opens the door to an historic expansion of peace in our region and beyond our region. Mr. President, you are committed to this peace. I am committed to this peace. And together, Mr. President, we will achieve this peace.
Well, after that, President Trump himself spoke for more than an hour, and this is part of what he had to say.
After 2 harrowing years in darkness and captivity, 20 courageous hostages are returning to the glorious embrace of their families, and it is glorious. 28 more precious loved ones are coming home at last to rest in this sacred soil for all of time. And after so many years of unceasing war and endless danger, today the skies are calm, the guns are silent, the sirens are still, and the sun rises on a holy land that is finally at peace, a land and a region that will live, God willing, in peace for all eternity. This is not only the end of a war, this is the end of an age of terror and death and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God. It's the start of a grand concord and lasting harmony for Israel and all the nations of what will soon be a truly magnificent region. I believe that so strongly. This is the historic dawn of a new Middle East. I want to express my gratitude to a man of exceptional courage and patriotism, whose partnership did so much to make this momentous day possible. You know who I'm talking about. There's only one, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Bibi, please stand up. If you think we settled 8 wars in 8 months, I'm now including this one, by the way, if that's okay. They may say, well, that was quick, because yesterday I was saying 7, but now I can say 8. The hostages are back. The hostages are back. It is a good feeling. Isn't that nice to say? You know, I just said the hostages. First time I said the hostages are back. It feels so good to say it. But when you settle 8 wars in 8 months, that means you don't like war. Everyone thought I was going to be brutal. In fact, I remember Hillary Clinton during a debate, she said, look at him, he's going to go to war with everybody. And actually, she said, he's got a personality that's all about war. No, and my personality actually is all about stopping wars, and it seems to work. It seems to work. But it also means this name change and our attitude that we're not going to go into a war. But if we do, we're going to win that war like nobody has ever won a war before. We will not be politically correct, but we're not going to be there. And I think, you know, as you mentioned, Bibi, before, peace through strength. And that's what it's all about.
Well, Donald Trump's speech was interrupted briefly as two left-wing members of the Knesset who were holding up signs saying genocide heckled the US president and were then swiftly ejected.
Everybody loves Steve, and they respect him, and they somehow can relate to him. I've known him for many years, and I've seen it over and over again.
להוציא את חבר הכנסת עודה, להוציא אותו מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד, החוצה, החוצה, החוצה. להוציא גם את חבר הכנסת כסיף, להוציא את חבר הכנסת כסיף מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד. Sorry for that, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Please.
That was very efficient.
And we are just going back to Sharm el-Sheikh, where Donald Trump literally centre stage there. And this is for a photo call before the signing of the agreement in Sharm el-Sheikh was achieved last week on Thursday. And these are the photographs that President Trump, quite frankly, has come here for. Spent 4 or 5 hours in Israel addressing the Knesset, speaking with Benjamin Netanyahu, and now he is in Egypt with President el-Sisi, who he has just been congratulating on his part in all this, particularly on dealing with Hamas. And the issue now, or one of the issues now, is whether Hamas will disarm and whether Hamas will give up the role, any sort of role in governing Gaza, and it will be the Egyptians who will play a very key role in all that. So various leaders will be having their photos now, and we earlier heard from President Trump sitting alongside President Sisi, and he congratulated the president for his work leading to this, well, it's being called a peace deal. Really, it is a ceasefire. It is a ceasefire. It is a hostage release, which is enormously good news. Those hostages coming out today, their families clearly joyous. You can see on the right of your screen there these images, hugely emotional images. So this framework of Donald Trump's is already reaping rewards for those families, certainly. But as we've been saying all day, the hard yards lie ahead, and it will be these world leaders who will have to take part in all that if this framework is going to work. And it really is just a framework at the moment. It is, there's a lot of detail to fill in. There's detail about an international stabilization force in Gaza that's going to fill the void, that's going to monitor the ceasefire, that is going to oversee the disarmament of Hamas. There is the issue of what replaces Hamas, what Palestinian Authority will replace Hamas, what board of peace, will Trump chair it, will Tony Blair be involved, how long will it take to get a stabilization force in there, and then when, way down the road, if all this works, of course, I've forgotten a key thing, the rebuilding of Gaza. That's another issue that is going to keep these world leaders very busy. The rebuilding of Gaza, getting people back in their homes, and then way down the road, the whole issue of trying to get talks underway. And the framework's not clear about it. It's not, doesn't say definitively there will be progress towards a Palestinian state. It says there could be talks, there may be a process, and this may lead to something. But certainly a number of the countries that are involved in this at the moment, the Gulf states, certainly Saudi Arabia, they want to see progress on that before too long. Michael Clark is still with me, and Michael, these are the photos that these world leaders wanted, no doubt, but it's much more than just a photo call. There's a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's known in the business, Mark, as log rolling, when politicians try to log roll. So they talk optimistically about something that is all pretty vague, and they talk about it being not a done deal, but something that's unstoppable. And President Trump and people with him, there he is with Erdogan of Turkey, I mean, they're trying to log roll to indicate that there's a big power of leaders behind this, and that President Trump has convened all of these people to log roll forward in the details of this particular framework for peace. Now, you know, who's to say it won't work? But log rolling has also got to take place on the basis of a lot of detailed work, which is done by, again, in the phrase, the Sherpas, all of the officials who work, as it were, in the lower reaches of the mountaintops before the leaders come into the summits. But in this case, the leaders are at the summit, and all the Sherpas have still got to get up halfway up the mountain to start to do the real work, to lay in place all of the background things and the underpinning realities that have got to be made somehow to work. So this is all good in the sense that, I mean, it always looks to me slightly comical. I understand Abdullah II, the first person up, King Abdullah II, I think he seemed to think it was the group photo, so he's looking for his mark, and somebody had to tell him, no, this is just the handshake, get off. And so they're coming up one by one. They've got the idea of it now. Stand on Trump's right-hand side, shake his hands, and it all seems to be going a bit more slowly than he would have wanted it to. But although this looks slightly odd to us, there's Viktor Orban. Yes, he'll enjoy that. Those are two real soulmates together. Although it looks slightly odd to us, this actually is important politically because it shows the power of the United States and this particular president to make people jump when he says you've got to jump. And he is getting together this big group of leaders who are going to witness the signing process and commit themselves to do whatever is required. But, as we've said before, the people who aren't there, I mean, Israel is not represented at this meeting. We've seen all of that. Netanyahu is not there and wouldn't have wanted to be, because most of the leaders that we're seeing in Sharm el-Sheikh absolutely loathe Netanyahu and are pretty opposed to what Israel has done in the last couple of years. So that would have been very difficult for him. But also, of course, Hamas are not in any way represented because they're a terrorist group, and nor should they be. But the fact is that the two parties who have been fighting in Gaza are not here. So this is an entirely external process that's driven, as it were, from the peaks of politics, without very much going on in the lower slopes underneath. That's all got to take place in the future, as everyone's been saying. And although President Trump said, oh, we've started work on it already, I'm sure that's true. I'm sure that officials are working very, very hard. But actually, these things take months and months, not days and weeks.
Michael, just stay with us. I just want to bring in the Director of Palestine Solidarity, that campaign. Ben Jamal, good evening. Thanks very much for being with us. And as we watch these pictures, do you welcome what President Trump has achieved here, the release of the hostages and the joy of their families?
Well, as we've been saying for the last couple of days, as the ceasefire emerged, I think across the solidarity movement, the first instinct and emotion is sharing the relief, particularly of the Palestinian people, that the bombs for now are not falling on Gaza, that aid may soon be coming in. We've all seen the images of Palestinians marching back to their homes or what is left of their homes. I was struck by hearing one Palestinian say, today, for the first time for 2 years, I may not write the name of my child on their arm, so that if they're blown to smithereens, there'll be some part of them I can find for burial. But we're also sharing their trepidation on the basis rooted in the knowledge that Israel has violated every ceasefire agreement it's ever signed, but also for the reasons that you've outlined. This is, at best, could be described as a framework. It is very unclear how it's going to move through the stages, but there is something also fundamentally wrong. Donald Trump is trying to sell this as a map for an enduring peace, but it's not, because an enduring peace means actually it's a pathway to dealing with the root causes of all of this, and it has nothing to say about this. Nothing to say about the ongoing military occupation, nothing to say about what Israel is doing and continues to do and enforce with brutal force in the West Bank. So nothing about how actually we're going to have a peace based on the implementation of international law, which means the rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination and their other inalienable rights, the rights of the Palestinian refugees who live in exile to return to their homes. This has absolutely nothing to say about that. And I think Donald Trump missed a real opportunity today. I wasn't surprised, but the speech he made in the Knesset was not the speech of a statement. He said absolutely nothing about what it is that Israel needs to do. He seemed to be devoting his energy to trying to support Benjamin Netanyahu in his attempts to evade prosecution. So it seemed to me to be a speech for a domestic Israeli audience and for a domestic US audience, not the speech of somebody who actually really does have a pathway towards an enduring peace.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because the framework, you're right, it at the end it starts talking about possible talks, about a possible move towards, talking about Palestinian statehood. But you're right, there is nothing definitive in there. But I just wonder whether this could be the best chance of getting there, because it is a process and there are various stages to it of disarming Hamas. Hamas don't get involved, rebuilding Gaza. It is a process. Do you think that it could ever get there?
Well, all of that is going to require a fundamental shift in US policy and a fundamental shift in the policy across a whole range of international governments, Western governments, to a framework that says we are actually going to hold Israel to account for its violations of international law. There's a very, very basic starting point to this, which is the ICJ judgment in July 2024, which told us what we already knew, that Israel's military occupation is illegal and that it should end immediately, and what the responsibilities of states in terms of doing that, introducing sanctions and arms embargoes, etc., to make sure Israel's held to account. So unless we get that sort of shift, I don't see how anyone's confident that the fundamental dynamics are actually going to change. But of course, look, there is a positivity that the bombs have stopped falling, and there is still urgent issues that need to be addressed. It is fundamental that aid is brought in the requisite amount. I'm hearing aid agencies say that's not been achieved yet. And of course, Mark, you will know, we're heading towards winter, and we are going to have some urgent issues for Palestinians on the ground. There is not a functioning hospital left in Gaza. There is not adequate shelter, 90% of housing stock. And all of that is going to require Israel to be forced to allow the proper agencies in to begin reconstruction. But, you know, all of that is urgent before we begin to address actually what's going to change the fundamental dynamics here, which is Israel finally being held to account for its decades-long violation of Palestinian rights, and the world saying we're not going to tolerate that anymore. Actually, we need a fundamental shift, and we are actually going to ensure that international law is implemented.
But yeah, my point though is it is the process, and getting aid in is going to be part of the process. Yeah. There's been this hitch, of course, with the deceased hostages, which is awful for those families. But the reason I asked whether you think that, you know, this could be a process worth sticking with is the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas has accepted an invitation to go to Sharm el-Sheikh, so he clearly thinks that this might be the best option on offer.
Well, look, I understand why Palestinian leaders on the ground are working with the process, because they don't really have much of a choice. But what is also important, and what I'm seeing across Palestinian civil society in particular, is a reassertion of the fundamental rights of the Palestinian people that no people should be asked to surrender. And that includes, for example, if we believe in the right to self-determination, if we're looking for a pathway of that being realized, you cannot put conditions on how that's exercised. You cannot say, we recognize your right to self-determination, but not your right to choose your own leaders. The world can then, if a people elect leaders who then act in a way that, for example, violates international law or goes and commits war crimes, there are plenty of mechanisms for other states to respond to that. But nobody in the world has the right. Yes, some have the power, but none have the right to determine who and other people elect, for example. That's up to them. So these are some of the other fundamental flaws in the sort of proposals that are being put forward.
But you accept Hamas should have no role in governing Gaza going forward, no role in Gaza at all going forward?
Up to the Palestinian people. And if the argument is, if you have committed serious violations of international law, as Hamas did on October the 7th, you forfeit your right to be part of the governance of any state, then why does that not apply to Israel's government? Israel at the moment is charged by every reputable human rights agency in the world with the commission of a genocide.
Right.
Why is it acceptable to say the people responsible can stay in government?
Right, just answer me this then. If it's up to the Palestinian people about Hamas, if they decide that, for instance, that Hamas should continue to have a role in Gaza, that means there is no process. This process comes to an absolute halt. It's going nowhere, and that's the end of it, isn't it?
Well, that determines the framework on which the process is established. And if it's established on the basis of, look, it would be absolutely legitimate for world powers to say, you have the right to elect whoever you choose as leaders. If you choose leaders who then go ahead and violate international law and commit abuses of rights, we have mechanisms to respond to that, and there will be consequences in terms of sanctions, etc. That ought to be. That's how international law. That's how international law is supposed to work, isn't it?
But if you, yeah, but my point is, if you choose leaders that have committed an appalling terrorist attack, killing 1,200 people, my point is this peace process, this framework, whatever you want to call it, ain't going nowhere.
Well, that might be the dynamic of power, but do we want a world which effectively is exercised on the law of the jungle, who has the power to impose their will on others, or do we want one that's based on a framework of rights? So if the principle is, if you have committed violations of international law, you forfeit your right to be in the governance of any state, why does that not apply universally? Why is it not a condition of any deal that all of those who have governed Israel for the past 2 years and overseen a genocide have no right ever to be chosen, and that's the deal that's put to the Israeli people? Now, it isn't, is it? So what we're hearing is the violations of international law that Hamas committed are so intolerable that the Israeli people could not be expected to live alongside a state governed by such people. But the Palestinian people are expected to live alongside a state that has committed a genocide, and prior to that genocide, overseen a military occupation of them for over 58 years and imposed on them a system of apartheid for 77 years and expelled half their population in 1948 and never allowed them to return. But none of those give the Palestinian people any rights to determine who governs Israel. So I think what we're asking for here, or what ought to be the framework,
I just need to say
what does international law say, and what is the basis of establishing an international law order based on respect for international law? We either believe that, Mark, and believe it should be universally applied, or we say, well, sometimes yes, but other times no.
Yeah, all right. I've just got to say, I mean, the Israelis obviously vehemently deny it's a genocide. They say they don't target civilians. But I just want to put
most perpetrators of crimes deny that they've committed the crimes, don't they? I mean, Vladimir Putin says he's not illegally invaded Ukraine. We don't give that much credence, do we?
We've only got a minute left. I just want to say, I began by saying, look, you know, do you welcome the release of the hostages, joy of their families? And you went on to speak straight away about the suffering in Gaza, which is obviously utterly hideous. I just wanted to just go back to the point because it's what's happened today. We see it on the right of the screen there. Do you welcome the release? Clearly, you must welcome the release of the hostages and share in the joy of their families.
Yeah, I mean, I hope I've made clear, as fragile as it is, I am someone who believes that international law is the best mechanism we have, and it's very, very clear about the illegality of illegally detaining anyone. So when anyone is illegally detained, people should welcome their release, you know, and welcome what it means to their families. But I can't but help notice or remind your viewers that there are still thousands and thousands of Palestinians who meet that definition of being illegally detained, many of them held without trial, some of them as young as 12.
All right, Ben Jamal, look, I appreciate you coming on the programme. We're watching, actually, Mahmoud Abbas and President Trump holding hands there. That is quite some picture, and one wonders what Mahmoud Abbas is saying right now to the American president, and maybe President Trump will discuss what is being said, but that is a pretty significant meeting going on there, even though, as just been talking about, the even talk of a Palestinian state or self-determination is way down the road, and there is a long way to go, a lot to do before that happens. But there we are. That's a handshake there between Donald Trump and Mahmoud Abbas. Right, it's 5 o'clock. I'm Mark Austin. This is the News Hour, live from Israel this evening on a day many in the Middle East thought would never come. All remaining living Israeli hostages who have spent over 2 years in captivity inside Gaza are now home as part of President Trump's ceasefire deal. And across the border, Palestinian prisoners released from Israeli detention have been reunited with their families, both in Israel and then in Egypt. President Trump has been heralded as the savior of the Middle East, but there are still many, many unanswered questions in Israel. There's anger over what it says is a failure to return all the bodies of hostages killed in captivity and in Gaza. For the people returning to homes which have been reduced to rubble, there's uncertainty, to say the least, over what comes next. This is the scene right now in Sharm el-Sheikh, where we are expecting remarks from Donald Trump shortly, and also an official signing ceremony. It looks as though they're gathering, they've had their individual photos with President Trump, and now it looks like they're gathering for what they call the family photo at these events, and that photo is to take place with the Peace 2025 there right in front of them. So quite a day for President Trump, as I say, arriving this morning in Israel, meeting Benjamin Netanyahu, speaking to the Knesset, and then heading off to Egypt and to meet President Sisi and to talk with all those world leaders there. Let's go straight to our US correspondent, Mark Stone. And Mark, we'll talk about this more broadly in a moment, but quite the moment there with President Trump and Mahmoud Abbas.
Yeah, that was the photo so far for me, I think, from here in Sharm el-Sheikh. That was the moment. It was only yesterday afternoon that it was confirmed that Mahmoud Abbas, the Palestinian president, would be here. And he spoke, I think, just like having watched all of the leaders there shake hands with the American president, I think Mahmoud Abbas spent the longest with him. They clearly had a brief and important conversation. I'm trying to remember the last time that Mahmoud Abbas met Donald Trump. I actually don't know when they were last in the company of each other. So that was a really, really important moment there. Of course, Mahmoud Abbas representing the Palestinian Authority, which is distinct from Hamas. He is a member of the Fatah secular political party. He's based in Ramallah in the West Bank. But he, for so many decades, he's in his late 80s now, maybe even in his 90s, has been a man who has been driving forward, so he would hope, the prospect of a two-state solution of a Palestinian state. And so I wonder whether that was part of what he would have said to Donald Trump in his ear. And what was also interesting, looking at the body language, is that Donald Trump clearly wanted that photo to happen. At one point, Mahmoud Abbas looked like he was ready to move on, and Donald Trump held him there and shook his hand and held him close, which I thought was a very interesting moment indeed. And now we can see that the family photo, as it's known, with the Egyptian host, President al-Sisi, on Donald Trump's right there. So really a very, very important moment here for all these leaders. This is the beginning of the next step of what will be a very, very difficult process. What an extraordinary day it's been, Mark.
Yes, and one wonders now, Mark, how President Trump manages to take Benjamin Netanyahu along with him on this process, because that's going to be the key, how much influence President Trump can continue to exert over Benjamin Netanyahu.
That is the huge question, because there will be a force within Israel on the right of Netanyahu's party who is going to push him to carry on with this war. But it certainly felt from everything I've heard today that everyone seems right now at least to want to draw a line under the war. That doesn't mean that everyone is aligned on what happens next. Absolutely not. And that's why the difficult work begins now, because Netanyahu and many in Israel believe that the prospect of two states, of a Palestinian state and a Jewish state living alongside each other, are just never going to happen. And yet most, if not all, of the leaders here in Sharm el-Sheikh today, alongside Donald Trump, believe it is the only solution, it is the only path forward. So somehow this consequential president He's certainly proved himself to be that today. Donald J. Trump has got to bridge all of that and bring that together. And I guess the really key question is, will he stay the course or will he move on? Will he lose interest? My sense, and I may well be proved very wrong, Mark, but my sense is that he will attempt to stay the course on this one, because he's attached himself so fundamentally, so publicly to the drive to forge a peace in the Middle East. And that peace will only come if he stays the course, if he continues with this remarkable type of diplomacy that has brought us to this day, and he continues with that through the next difficult paths ahead. In the short term, and I say short, but we're still talking very long term in the grand scheme of things, the short term we're talking about rebuilding Gaza, governance for Gaza, peacekeeping forces for Gaza. That is all the next phase, and then the phase after that is how you solve the elephant in the room, which is the occupation, which is Israel's unwillingness to allow for a Palestinian state, how you have two states where everyone is equal, living either as one state living alongside each other, Palestinian, Arab, Jew, Muslim, Christian, all living together under one state that is not a Jewish state, or you have two states sharing a capital that is Jerusalem, and that they are able to live peacefully alongside each other, neither one being a threat on the other. That is the big challenge, and it's been a challenge since the creation of the State of Israel. Good luck to Donald Trump with that one.
OK, Mark, thank you very much indeed for now. Well, our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, has been looking back at what has been a significant day on the road to peace.
After 2 years and an agonising final few hours, signs of movement. Filmed by our team inside Gaza, Red Cross vehicles snaking through its devastated hellscape with hostages on board. Then into Israel. The roads lined with crowds cheering their return. The 20 hostages, all of them men, were then flown from southern Israel by helicopter. Their ordeal has traumatized an entire nation. Their release, freeing Israelis from that torment. After waiting for so long, the agony is over. For those who were kidnapped and their families who feared this moment would never come. Guy Gilboa Dalal taken from the Nova Music Festival that terrible day. "I am crazy about you," says his mother. "I love you so much." And Etan Moore, abducted there too, hugged for the first time in 2 years by his parents. "You're alive," says his father, "with 2 arms and 2 legs." The day has felt like several compressed into one, because as the hostages were being freed, the man responsible for their release was coming into land. Other presidents might have waited to see how their diplomacy would work out. Not Donald Trump, here undoubtedly to bask in the glory, but also keep up the momentum for a deal he believes could transform the region. We have seen other American presidents lauded in Israel's Knesset, but never quite like this. This was the first of what would be at least 20 standing ovations.
Donald Trump is the greatest friend that the state of Israel has ever had in the White House.
President Trump is thought to have forced Israel's Prime Minister to agree to this deal. Benjamin Netanyahu, though, told the Knesset the war is over.
The last 2 years have been a time of war. The coming years will hopefully be a time for peace.
Then the president spoke for over an hour, stopped repeatedly with applause, and once by protest from Israeli Arab and far-left politicians. Donald Trump was emphatic. This is the start, he says, of a new dawn.
Long and difficult war has now ended. You know, some people say 3,000 years, some people say 500 years, whatever it is. It's the granddaddy of them all. And in an unprecedented achievement, virtually the entire region has endorsed the plan that Gaza will be immediately demilitarized, that Hamas will be disarmed, and Israel's security will no longer be threatened in any way, shape, or form.
On the West Bank, they were welcoming home their captives, more than 250 long-term prisoners released from Israel's jails. Another 1,700 detained in Gaza during the war allowed home too. There are no state-of-the-art hospitals there to receive them, and their homes have been destroyed. The full scale of Gaza's destruction is becoming clearer, as much as the urgent need for aid to flood in to help them. It has been an extraordinary day, like few others in the Middle East, of enormous emotion and high drama. But this, in a sense, is the easy bit if the diplomacy led by Donald Trump is to fulfil the promise of his rhetoric today. There needs to be immediate progress towards putting a security force into Gaza and an interim government as soon as possible. Only the first phase of Trump's deal has been implemented, a 3-day ceasefire and exchange of captives. And yet the US president is already hailing a new era of peace in the Middle East. As he meets allies in Egypt, he must now start the work of making that come true. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News, Jerusalem.
Our security and defence analyst Michael Clark joins me now. And Michael, history suggests that this is not going to be easy, this push for a broader Middle East peace. How significant, though, do you think today could be?
Oh, this is pretty significant, Mark, because it gets things moving in a very public way. And so Donald Trump has committed himself personally, as Mark Stone was saying, to this process. So he hasn't just helped create it, he's backing it, to the hilt. Now, Donald Trump is able to turn on a dime and say in a few months' time that he didn't say what he said today. But as Mark Stone said, he may well commit himself to this because he has to. But if he does, this won't just be a commitment of a couple of months or so. I mean, Bill Clinton, after the Oslo Peace Accords of 1993, which is the closest we've got to a resolution of the Palestinian problem with Israel, I mean, Bill Clinton spent basically all of his second term trying to make it work and failing to make it work in the event, although it was, in my view, a rather honourable failure. He did his best. So if President Trump sticks to this, it will take up a lot of his time, not just a chunk of his time. It'll be his main preoccupation. And to do that, he's got to keep up this level of energy. And I have to say, I mean, given that he flew in last night, he was on Air Force One overnight. He's been at a series of things today. We're now at, whatever it is, 7 o'clock in the evening in Sharm el-Sheikh. He's doing pretty well. For a man of his age, the adrenaline is pumping and he's keeping himself going. All of that is pretty impressive. But believe me, he'll have to do the really hard yards with all of his staff. And he has, I mean, in Jared Kushner, he has somebody who is a fixer. He's also a very rich fixer as a result of it. But he has a fixer in the region who was the architect of the Abraham Accords in his first term and has a big personal interest in trying to build on the Abraham Accords in order to create something else. So we'll see. It's a possibility, but, I mean, as Dominic was saying just now, I mean, the problems that they face in getting past the first 3 or 4 points on this 20-point peace plan are considerable. We're at about point 4 as a result of today. Point 15 is an interesting one, because point 15 on the 20 points says that there's got to be an international stabilisation force. And for every day that goes by without an international stabilisation force in place, the situation in Gaza risks running out of control. And if it runs out of control, I'm pretty sure the Israeli Defense Forces will intervene again. So there's a fair chance that this will go through a process of breakdown on the ground, and then we'll see how committed President Trump and this administration is to putting it back together to where it is as of today.
And there was one pretty telling image when Donald Trump was shaking hands there with Mahmoud Abbas when Mahmoud Abbas came up for his photograph, and they had a short chat. One just wonders what Mahmoud Abbas was saying to Donald Trump.
Yeah, I expect he was giving him a mini lecture on what all the things he needs to know. But I think what Donald Trump would be saying to him is something like, you know, believe me, I'm sincere about this. We will sort this out. We will now move on to the next phase. But of course, everyone is saying that we need new leadership. We need new leadership in the Palestinian Authority, just as we probably need new leadership in Israel if this is to go any further. But Donald Trump's next task, if he's log rolling this in favour of an international push to make this work, his next task is to convince the Palestinians and the wider Arab world that he means it, that he'll stick with it, and it will lead somewhere. Because this deal, as we see it today, it favours Israel a great deal more than it favours the Palestinians and the poor people of Gaza.
OK, Michael, thank you very much indeed. Let's go back to our US correspondent, Mark Stone, who is in Sharm el-Sheikh. And Mark, what are your thoughts then as we approach the end of what has been a truly remarkable day in many ways?
Well, just picking up on Michael's point there and looking again at the pictures of Mahmoud Abbas, it was, I think, incredibly symbolic that it was the leader of one of those countries which recognized the Palestinian state and was, in fact, driving that initiative alongside Saudi Arabia. It was Emmanuel Macron, the French president, who brought Mahmoud Abbas up those 2 steps to the stage and kind of thrust him into the orbit of the American president. It was almost as if he was saying, there you go, you two get together, this is how we solve this. It was a symbolic moment, I think, to see Emmanuel Macron doing that. What an extraordinary day it has been, and it is clearly the case that whatever you think of Donald Trump, and many people have many views of the man, today has happened because of him. I think there is no question about that. Now, it's a separate question about whether he will stay the course, about whether things are going. In fact, let's listen to the president now. I think he is about to speak.
A lot of rules and regulations and lots of other things, and it's very comprehensive, but we've already signed documents in the Middle East and having to do with Israel and Hamas and just about everything else, and it's really working out incredibly well. The hostages, as you know, were let go on time, on schedule. The very sad situation of bodies, which was always a sad situation, and they're being sought out, and they're working with many different people, finding some were brought in and some were not. And they're working out to find out where those bodies are. It's hard to believe that you even have to say something like that. It's so sad. It's so sad. But what's not sad is that we have finally, after, I guess they say 3,000 years, I've heard from 3,000 years to 500 years, but whatever it is, it's a lot. But this was the one, this was the granddaddy of them all. And frankly, I thought this was probably going to be the toughest, and maybe in many ways it was, but we had a lot of good talent. Steve Witkoff, Jared, and Marco, and Pete, and General Kane was so great. John Ratcliffe was incredible. We had an amazing array of talent, and we were helped by, in particular, the countries represented at this table. I will say, Tamim, you were fantastic, and your country is unbelievable, and I don't think they give you a fair shake. They talk about you as though you're not a nice person and you happen to be a nice person. You happen to live in a little tough neighborhood. You're surrounded by everybody. And without you, this wouldn't have happened. And I just want to thank you very much. That's Qatar. And thank you. He's a great gentleman, and it is an amazing, soft, easy ones. I don't know what the hell that is. It's a personality problem, I suspect. But this gentleman from a place called Turkey has one of the most powerful armies actually in the world. It's much more powerful than he even lets known. If you look at some of the recent conflicts, he was at the top of them, and he was winning them, and he did win them. And he doesn't want any credits. He doesn't want anything. He just wants to be left alone. He's a tough cookie, but he's been my friend. And every time I've ever needed him, he's been there for me. So I just want to thank President Erdogan, Turkey. Great guy. when NATO has a problem with him, because he is difficult, they call me. They said, would you do me a favor? Could you speak to Erdogan? And I do, and he never fails us, right, General? He never fails. He's amazing. So I just want to thank you for the friendship. It's great. Thank you very much. And then, of course, we have the host tonight, and I just want to thank you very much. There was a reason we chose Egypt, because you were very helpful, and very, very helpful. Everybody wanted to have this, but we really thought it was appropriate. And you are a great leader. You have very little crime. You have problems that other countries don't have. And, of course, nothing's perfect, but the job you do is amazing, and I want to thank you. Another one, he's been my friend right from the beginning. During the campaign against crooked Hillary Clinton, have you heard of her? We were both downstairs waiting to go up to meet this gentleman who has a place called Egypt, the oldest civilization. They say 6,000 years. China's 5,000 years, but you're actually number one, 6,000 years. Can you believe it? But the oldest, they say, civilization. But so I went up to meet him first. We liked each other so much that she waited for about an hour and a half. And I think your meeting lasted about 2 minutes with her. So I always remembered that. But that was our first meeting. We had great chemistry together. And he's a fantastic man and a fantastic general, by the way. But he's a great, great president. And I want to thank Egypt and all of your representatives for treating us all so well. Thank you very much. So we're going to be signing, and we're really representative of a whole group of nations, and they're sitting behind us. And you know, most of them, I can tell you, this guy's got so much money. They all have so much money. There's more money and power sitting behind us. I love that they're behind us. They've never been sitting behind anybody before. This is a unique position for them, but they are seriously, they're among the most powerful countries in the world, the richest countries in the world, and there's never been really an assemblage like what we have today. I don't think, Tamim, I've never seen it anyway. And I want to thank everybody for being with us. Here's a man, I just solved the war for him, Azerbaijan. Right, did I do a good job? Where's your compatriot here? Where's areas? You two guys are still getting along, right? They fought for 32 years. In about 1 hour, we settled it, right? And they like each other now, too. It's good. That's great. I think it's great. Well, I want to thank everybody for being here. We have Italy. She's a very strong ruler. She's doing a great job. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. There's so many. But we're actually going to be making a speech after this. So this is just a very important signing. But we're doing a signing, then we're doing a speech. And then I may stay behind with the leaders just to talk about that, some things without the press, without the media. But I want to thank the media for you've been so respectful on this deal. You know the importance of the deal, and I really, it was so pleasant to watch. I was on the plane for quite a while listening to the various newscasts, and they were all fair. They were talking about how incredible this is. This is an incredible day for the world, let alone the Middle East. So I just wanted to thank the media. They really treated it with respect. I wish you could be like that on other things, but that's perhaps too much to ask for. But on this, tremendous, everybody feels the same. Just tremendous respect, and we appreciate it very much. Can we get the documents, please? Okay.
You will sign right here, Mr.
Okay.
President.
Okay. This took 3,000 years to get to this point. Can you believe it? And it's going to hold up, too. It's going to hold up. Okay, thank you. You can use my pen if you want. Have a pen? Want to use mine? Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So the signing underway in Sharm el-Sheikh, President Trump signing first, also signing it the Egyptian president and the Turkish leader Erdogan, and a significant moment. And given the amount of detail that needs to be filled in to this framework, Donald Trump is there really signing up to quite a lot of work if he is going to see this through. Correspondent Mark Stone is still with me. Let's just see if he is going to say anything. Donald Trump, that is, not Mark Stone.
I'm going to say a few words. We'll give you a little speech. And then we're going to meet with the leaders after that and spend a little time together without the media. The media is invited to the speech. I just want to tell you the people behind me and some of the people in the room that are so helpful, but the people behind me are the greatest leaders, most powerful leaders, the richest leaders, frankly. Sometimes it's not politically correct to say that, but I'll say it, the richest in the world that the world has ever seen. And yet when you get to know them, I know every one of them, in their own way, and I can say in particular some, because that's the way life works, but some of the greatest people you'll ever meet, and people that really care for their countries. And why this happened is they all came together and they wanted to get Gaza straightened out. They wanted to get the whole thing straightened out. It got to a point where it was just crazy. And once they got together and once we started talking, it went really, Tamim, it went smoothly. It went so smoothly. You were such a big help, but it went so smoothly that nobody can even believe it, that we're sitting here and getting this all certified out and all done. And everybody's happy about it. Everybody's happy about it, like I've never seen before, actually. I've done other deals and people don't care as much. Big deals, I think they're big deals, but this is something that's taken off like a rocket ship. And it did from the beginning, and I've heard for years, this is the biggest deal, it'll never happen. For years, long before I ran for office, that this is the Middle East. It's the biggest, most complicated deal, and also it's the place that could lead to tremendous problems like World War III. They always talked about World War III would start in the Middle East, and that's not going to happen. We don't want it to start anywhere, actually, but it's not going to happen. So I just want to thank everybody, and I'll see you in a little while. And in particular, thank you all. Thank you, Tamim. Mr. General, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great job. Great job. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Okay.
So there we are. The signing is complete, and as you heard there, President Trump is due to speak, so we'll make sure to bring that to you. He thanked Qatar, he thanked Turkey, of course he thanked the Egyptians, and he thanked pretty much everyone involved. Also thanked the media, which is quite rare. Mark Stone is in Sharm el-Sheikh, and Mark, so he signed the deal, but he really is, if he sees it through and if he can take Netanyahu along with him, he's signing up for quite a lot of work.
Yeah, and he appears for now to be absolutely committed to it. There's nothing we've heard over the course of the day from him or the partners around him, or indeed those at the heart of this, Hamas on one side and Israel on the other. Nothing from any of them that suggests for now that they are willing to backtrack on what has been agreed. But without wishing to undermine what has happened today, because it's an absolutely huge achievement to get to this point, without wishing to sound churlish, it's also absolutely the case that what President Trump signed there was a commitment, an important commitment, but he wasn't signing peace in the Middle East. He was signing the first phase of a very, very long road with many potential potholes ahead in that road. So I think no one should be getting ahead of themselves about what challenges lie ahead. And I think President Trump, presumably he knows that. But he does, for now, appear to be absolutely committed. The other people that were on that desk flanking him were the parties who were the parties who brought this moment, made this moment happen. They were the people who were carrying out the negotiations here in Sharm el-Sheikh, but earlier in Qatar as well. So it was Turkey, it was Qatar, it was Egypt, and it was the United States, all of them together signing this document. And then behind the president and behind those principles were the other countries of the world who were invited and who attended because they wish to give their backing to what Donald Trump has done today, but also to attempt to be able to play their part in molding the hard stages that come next.
Mark, thank you very much indeed, and clearly we'll be back as President Trump makes his speech there. But I'm joined now by the former Israeli Foreign Minister, Danny Ayalon. Good evening. Thank you very much for being with us. And let's start where this day started, and that is with the release of the hostages, the living hostages, a hugely emotional day for them and their families.
Yes, there is no, I think there's no superlative that can really describe the emotions, not only of the hostages themselves, naturally, and the families, but the entire nation. And it was very well described here by someone who said that the entire nation hearts beat as one. And many people just compare this almost to the day of independence back in 1948. This was like a rebirth of our nation, because not only it was the grief in terms of the anguish of the hostages and their families, it was also a value that Israelis and Jews consider very high, which is bringing back anyone in captivity. And the saying that saving one's life is like saving the entire world. So everything here came together. And also, this country, like many democracies, is rift with arguments and with internal debate and dissents. But this can start a process of national healing. And to top it all is this conference that you're showing to your viewers now, which really bodes well for the future.
Yes, I just wonder, since you mentioned that, do you think Benjamin Netanyahu should have accepted President Trump's invitation to that summit? Because Mahmoud Abbas is there. We just saw the photographs with President Trump and Mahmoud Abbas. Does it not show that Benjamin Netanyahu is not serious about peace by not going?
No, I'm not sure. I would give, I mean, I'm no friend or fan of Netanyahu, but I think here we can give him the slack that this is a high Jewish holiday. So I think the timing was kind of awkward for him, and there will be many other opportunities, I hope. And what I think we have here, the imperative ingredient to really bridge over two warring sides, which are so far apart, is trust. And I think that President Trump has the trust of Israelis and also especially of Benjamin Netanyahu, who trusts almost nobody. So this will be a great asset for the near future.
Can we trust Prime Minister Netanyahu not to take the opportunity at some stage to go back to war? Because Trump says very clearly the war is over. The Prime Minister Netanyahu said last night very clearly the campaign is not over. He said our enemies are trying to regroup and attack us again. Can we, do you think that Benjamin Netanyahu really means that he wants peace?
Oh, I think so. I think so. The people of Israel want peace. There are different surveys who were taken quite recently, and more than 80% of Israelis would like to have peace. So this is a major, I would say, push for Netanyahu. But it all depends, of course, on the other side, because if Hamas does not live up to its commitments, then it's a problem. Because one thing is certain, that we will not allow, and we cannot allow, a Hamas monstrous terrorist establishment or apparatus to be rebuilt. And according to the very plan, the 20-point plan of President Trump, they must disarm. I would say also they must de-radicalize Gaza in order to change the entire political culture of the Palestinians in order to have trust. And once they really show that they are ready for peaceful coexistence, I think they will find Israel very eager to pay in kind. But we have to see now. They need to, first of all, they have not returned all the bodies. Today, they already played a little bit. They were supposed to return 10 bodies today. They only did 4. I don't know why, but I hope this will be straightened out tomorrow. But the main point is for them not to rearm. And then we can reconstruct Gaza, and then we can go over to a much larger peace in the Middle East.
OK, just finally, 30 seconds. The leaders we're seeing in the picture there, a lot of them think the key to this is, the solution to this is eventually a two-state solution. Do you agree that that is the solution?
Well, again, here, you know, in diplomacy or political, and especially when there's such a long conflict, it all depends. We would love to see a trustworthy, peace-seeking, responsible Palestinian leadership, and then everything is possible.
Danny Ayalon, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed for coming on. Thank you.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Well, the red carpet was rolled out for the US president in Israel earlier today, as we've just been talking about, but it wasn't all plain sailing. 2 members of the Knesset were escorted out by security after they heckled Trump during his speech.
Everybody loves Steve, and they respect him, and they somehow can relate to him. I've known him for many years, and I've seen it over and over again.
להוציא את חבר הכנסת עודה, להוציא אותו מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד, החוצה, החוצה, החוצה. להוציא גם את חבר הכנסת כסיף, להוציא את חבר הכנסת כסיף מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד. Sorry for that, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Please.
That was very efficient.
Well, one of the people you saw being escorted out of the Knesset there was Ofer Kasif, and he joins me now. Good evening. Just first of all, why did you feel that this was the opportunity to make a protest?
First of all, because the opportunity stems first and foremost from the very fact that President Trump was in the plenum. It doesn't happen too often, luckily, so we had to use it. But we had to use it not in order to interfere, but in order to make a political point. Now, so many people in Israel, and apparently outside of Israel too, although to a much lesser extent, refer to Trump as if he was the savior. He is not the savior. He's part and parcel, a total complicit in the genocide that Israel carried out for almost 2 years, for about 2 years. Because he actually gave he actually supported, the government of Israel when Israel itself violated the agreement that was in place last March. He, not only rhetorically, he said that Gaza is going to be cleansed. That's what he said. He said he was talking about a total relocation of the people of Gaza, but he also supported Israel by veto decisions in the Security Council of the United Nations, by sending arms.
Right.
So he's responsible not only for the genocide that was carried out in Gaza since he came to office, but also is responsible for the sacrifice for the very same Israeli hostages that now people celebrate as if he saved them.
But here's the point. Here's the point that President Trump was here talking about a ceasefire and the release of the hostages. It was President Trump who persuaded Benjamin Netanyahu to bring about this ceasefire and to sign up or to agree to this, pathway to possible broader peace.
First of all, we are talking about a ceasefire, which I obviously welcome and very happy about. We've been supporting to the end of the genocide and the release of the hostages since day one. And we are obviously very happy about the fact that the genocide is over and that the hostages were released. We are very happy about it. But at the same time, we are very sad and painful because of those who were killed and could have been saved, Palestinians and Israelis. And those who are responsible for the fact that they were not saved, at least since March, are obviously first and foremost the Israeli government headed by Netanyahu, but also President Trump, who didn't do anything, and quite the opposite, in order to stop the carnage and the sacrifice of the hostages. We should never forget that. Now, we are talking about ceasefire, not about peace, because another element in our criticism, and that's exactly the sign we held, recognize Palestine. The only possibility, the only formula to get a peace, a just peace, and security and prosperity for both peoples of this land, for Israelis and Palestinians alike, is the liberation of the Palestinian people from the terrible murderous occupation. And this is something that Trump doesn't seem to accept. So our message was a political message, I must say a very polite one. We didn't interrupt, we didn't shout, we didn't curse. We held a sign silently. Because, and by the way, we attended the event today.
But let me just ask you why, just one question, Why did you not protest against Joe Biden, the previous US administration?
Actually,
they're great allies. He was a great ally of Israel. Why just Trump at a time when President Trump is trying to bring about peace?
No, so that's exactly two things. First of all, I agree with you that Biden was responsible even more to the deadly, to the genocide and the sacrifice of the hostages. And we did indeed express our disdain, to say the least, on vis-a-vis Biden's administration and Biden himself. Absolutely, you're totally correct. But again, allow me to disagree with your assumption that Trump has done anything to move forward towards peace. Peace necessitates the liberation of the Palestinian people and the establishment of a Palestinian state in the occupied territories alongside the state of Israel. Without that, we shall never have peace and prosperity. And this is something that we fight and struggle for the benefit of both peoples. We are not against Israel. We are for Israel, but we understand that the only way to achieve security and prosperity for the Palestinians and the Israelis is by the ending the occupation. And as long as Trump doesn't do that and does to a great extent exactly the opposite, we won't see peace. Our obligation, not only our right, our obligation based on our values upon which we were elected, and by consequence, our obligation to our constituency is to struggle for a Palestinian statehood alongside the state of Israel. Right. That's our obligation, and we shall continue to do that.
Right, and just finally, I mean, how many Israelis do you think agree with you that this should lead to an end to the occupation and a Palestinian state?
I think that many, millions, I cannot tell you that this is the majority, but it's definitely